Chapter 761. After Ash entered level 6, it was not far to reach level 7, but this was also a very long process, which was different from her and Dole. Ash was an orthodox wizard, and it was incredible that she could reach level 6 in such a short time. It was impossible to continue to develop at a high speed, so she estimated that she would stay at level 6 for a long time, at least more than 10 years, to make up for the negative effects of the rapid improvement in the early stage. Ash knew that she could not compare with Dole. His mental power was extremely strong, and he was even thinking about wizards every minute and every second. She could not do that. Dole was not involved in the bottom line, and she needed to settle down. During this period, she had already thought about it. They would get married and have a few children. In the future, Albee's city would be managed by their descendants. Looking at Dole's appearance, although he was busy all day, his mind was not on managing the city at all, so he must have more children. When she thought of this, she blushed slightly. Aish is a few years older than Dole. She is already 30 years old. According to normal nobles, a 30-year-old is already a mother of several children, but Aish is still as innocent as a young girl. In the past, it was to avoid affecting her future development. Now she is at level 6, and has nothing to worry about. However, Dole still wants her to consolidate for a while. She has just been promoted to level 6 and her strength is not stable. Doing something at this time can easily affect the future. Aish has no choice but to agree. At this time, in her heart, Dole is a man who is more responsible than anyone else and more mature than her father. Ash felt extremely relieved. He had found the right person after all. Such a person could not be found even with a lantern. The two of them were playing as they went out for a trip before. They went around here and there, looked at the mountains and the water. When they arrived near the imperial capital, it was already dusk the next day. They came down from a far place, and walked slowly to the vicinity of the imperial capital. The imperial capital can be seen from the sky. If Watzenberg is already very large and full of ancient atmosphere, symbolizing the crystallization of the hard work of the Northwest human beings, then the imperial capital is like the center of the entire human race. The city is very large as 10 Watzenbergs. The imperial capital is on a plain, so from a distance, it seems to be a huge cave filled with various types of high-rise buildings, densely packed. Several vertical and horizontal avenues that are wider than the roads designed by Dole himself completely divide the various areas of the imperial capital, forming different areas. The imperial capital is also divided into many areas. Some areas have low buildings, while some areas have tall and gorgeous buildings. Obviously, wherever you go, the incompatibility between the rich and the poor is inevitable. The city is very large, and the city walls are also very large. The thick city walls are 3 times thicker than those of Albee's city. Even several carriages can run on them, which is very exaggerated. There are even thick magic crystal cannons on the observation towers around the city walls, with the barrels facing outward. This is the imperial capital. At the gate, there are 4 gates open, the main gate is closed, and the carriages come and go at the secondary gate, which is very lively. There are also 2 small gates for entering and exiting. These 2 small gates are comparable to the gates of Albee's mountain. Dole and Ash watched and admired. The imperial capital was so prosperous. Just when they were not far from the gate, they heard voices at the same time. Foreign wizard, please tell me your name. Hey, are you the descendant of the ice and snow goddess, from that prince's family? Ash and Dole looked at each other. She didn't say anything. Dole took the initiative to meet this spiritual power. I am Dole. This is my wife, from the Northwest State, Rhine family. I came here for the title. The man seemed silent, as if he was looking for something. After a while, his smiling voice sounded, Welcome to the imperial capital, the president of the Albee City Glory Wizard Alliance, Lord Dole. Welcome Princess Ash of the Rhine family. You don't need to register. You can go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ask about the title first. I wish you two have fun. The voice quickly disappeared. Dole felt that the power that enveloped him also disappeared quickly. The two looked at each other, and Ash leaned against Dole, full of affection. This time when we go back, will we get married? Dole nodded, of course, but I don't want to have a big ceremony, just keep it simple. Ash smiled. She didn't like the hustle and bustle. As long as Dole was there, it's up to you. Let's see what my parents say. Dole didn't say much. This matter was not something they could decide, and in the end it still depended on the opinions of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. And then the two walked into the huge city wall. In the Glory Empire, wizards are in charge of everything. Wizards have privileges to enter the city, and they don't need to worry about the guards. The Glory Wizard Alliance is responsible for screening wizards entering the city. Just like just now, someone will confirm their identity, and then expel or warn or accept them. The guards at the city gate only need to keep ordinary people away. Entering the city, it is more prosperous, and the number of people coming and going is incomparable to that of ordinary cities. The city is cleaner, the surroundings are neater, and the people who come and go are dressed, and have temperaments that are completely different from those in the north. People here seem to be busier, but more civilized and gentlemanly. Even ordinary people walking on the street are polite. Dole glanced around. His heart was calm, as if all this did not arouse his emotions. It was Ash who looked left and right, looking very curious. The street is very wide, and almost 6 carriages can walk side by side. The decorations on both sides of the street are very delicate. Dole just looked at it, and then walked with Ash on the right side of the street, and walked forward along the street. The imperial capital has a very obvious sign of the center of the world. All the buildings are designed very grandly, which makes people feel magnificent and spectacular, but also solemn and majestic. Walking on the street, it gives people a feeling that I am from the countryside. This feeling is very strange. Dole really wanted to know what the layout inside the wizard tower here was like, and whether it was so grand. Ash walked and looked. He didn't feel anything. People walked by from time to time and greeted them. This feeling was actually very enjoyable. The wizard culture atmosphere here in the imperial capital is very strong, and ordinary people are not very afraid of wizards. At this time, a team of carriages passed by the street. What was amazing was that the carriages here were actually horseless and suspended in the air. So luxurious, these carriages must be alchemical equipment, but using alchemical equipment is very expensive. However, Ash saw that there were many carriages on the streets of the imperial capital, but many of them were suspended alchemical carriages. Dole pulled his arm at this time and said, "Look, the alchemy on the surrounding streets seems to be very developed. Street lights, carriages, all are alchemical equipment, and some small things are alchemical." Chapter 762. Ash nodded. The imperial capital is indeed a rich place. Our Rhine family is not so extravagant in the city. Dole smiled. That may not be the case. The imperial capital gathers the magic crystals of the entire empire. The magic crystals of the entire empire are all here, so it is true that the magic crystals here are cheap. Ash did not expect this. I will ask later how many gold coins are there for a magic crystal. The two walked on the street, looking around, their eyes full of curiosity. They were not out of tune with the surrounding environment. The brand new 6th level wizard robes all symbolized a noble status. Even if they acted like a curious baby, they did not say anything about them. A 6th level wizard is equivalent to the level of the Grand Deacon of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and the power is very heavy. After crossing 2 or 3 streets, they came to a relatively prosperous area. Dole discovered that there were many restaurants around, and the restaurants were next to each other, as if they had come to a snack street. But then he realized that the commercial street was in the distance, and there were many caravan carriages parked around, all unloading goods. That side was the commercial area, and this side was the dining area, which seemed normal. Dole pulled Ash's little hand and said, "Let's go over there to eat something, and see how the food here is." Ash smiled sweetly. Okay, I haven't eaten for a long time. It's a good time to try it." The two walked in swaggeringly. It was difficult for 2 level 6 wizards to walk on the street without being noticed. Dole saw that some people around were pointing at them, but they were all very obscure. He didn't care about them, and went directly to the door of a restaurant and walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw the waiter hurried over and stood in front of the 2 people respectfully. "My 2 lords, please sit upstairs." He extended his hand and pointed to the back. Dole was a little confused, and with a light sweep of his mental power, he understood that there was an automatic ladder here, so he pulled Ash to the back. The waiter carefully accompanied the 2 people, but his heart was very excited. It was really strange that 2 such young level 6 wizards came to our restaurant to eat. They were just a small restaurant, and they were not high enough to invite wizards to eat. They were still a little excited. There were many people in the hall, and the sound was very noisy. Although everyone deliberately suppressed their voices, there was still a buzzing sound. From this, it can be seen that the food here seems to be very good, but Dole and the others stood at the door, and the surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Dole didn't care and asked, "What delicious food do you have here?" The waiter looked at Dole carefully, then said, "We serve northern cuisine here, mainly noodles. Most of the customers are workers and distinguished adventurers. There are very few wizards here, so..." Dole nodded and smiled gently. "Coincidentally, we are also from the north. You can bring some of your specialties, so that we can try them. You can order more. If you can't finish it, We can take it away. The waiter realized that these two were not from the local area. No wonder they came to eat here. He then laughed and said, "So that's the case. Then please wait for a while, you two adults. We will do our best to satisfy you." Duolai and his companions walked through the hall and disappeared quickly. The dining area was on the top floor, which was much quieter than the one below, and there were private rooms. Coming out of the automatic ladder, a group of adventurers came towards them. Duolai took a glance and found that the strength of this group of adventurers was not low. The leader had actually reached the high-end realm of level 5, and the others were also level 4 and 5, and their strength was not low. Duolai and Ash walked forward and passed by this group of adventurers. "Boss, these two people seem to be very powerful. That person looked at me, and I felt as if my soul was frozen." After going downstairs, the scout and the adventurer team said with lingering fear. The boss turned his head and glanced at the scout, and scolded, "This is the Imperial capital. Be careful when you speak. There are many masters here. You see, there are level 6 masters in this small restaurant." The others nodded with lingering fear. A level 5 leading adventurer can run rampant in other places, but in the Imperial capital, he can meet masters of the same level wherever he goes, and there are more masters with stronger strength. "Okay, boss." The adventurer walked farther and farther away, and soon left the gate and disappeared. Behind them, the ordinary people in the hall showed envious eyes. Ordinary restaurants. The first floor is only for ordinary people to eat, but the top floor is well built. The 5th floor is a high-end place, and those who can come here are rich adventurers, mercenaries, and ordinary small nobles. There are only 6 private rooms here, 4 of which are full at this time, and 1 is empty because those people just left. After entering the private room, the waiter started to work. The location of the private room is not low, but not too high either. Looking down from here, you can see most of the scenes on the street in the distance. Dole stood in front of the window and looked. The Imperial City is very prosperous. Only when you come here can you see all kinds of high-rise buildings. From here, in the area in the center of the city, the tallest buildings are more than 10 floors, and each one is as high as the Wizard Tower. Here, you can't see the towering wizard towers you see in other places. It's so prosperous. Look at the clothes those people wear. They are different from ours. Ash also stood at the window and looked down. Dole nodded. Each place has its own style. The people in the northwest are tough, and their clothing style is rough and generous, and most people don't care about their appearance. The people here live a more refined and delicate life, which is different. Ash nodded. "Really? Why don't we stay here for a while? I want to take a good look here." "That's what I meant. In the afternoon, we will go to the Glory Wizard Alliance to apply for a position, and buy the formula of the 8th level potion by the way. I want to try the 8th level potion." Ash looked at Dole speechlessly. "You know, it's so stressful to be with you." Dole said, "What's the pressure? You are always thinking about how to improve yourself. Doesn't this put pressure on others?" Ash said angrily. Dole thought about it, then scratched his head embarrassedly. "I'm just used to it. There are 2 purposes for coming to the Imperial capital. One is to be conferred a title, and the other is to see if I can be promoted to an 8th level pharmacist. My mental power was not fine enough before, and I couldn't control the potion formula of that level. Now it is enough, and I have reached my level. It's time to study it." Ash smiled. "I don't mean to blame you. Then we will stay for a few days." Dole nodded. "It is said that the 3 major colleges in the Imperial capital are very interesting. There are many geniuses there. Let's go and see them when the time comes." Okay. Dole didn't tell anyone about his entry into the Imperial capital. Except for the Honor Wizard Alliance, even George didn't know. He entered the city in a low-key manner, and enjoyed the food. Chapter 763. It was night in a flash, and Dole was ready to go to the Glory Wizard Alliance according to the previous plan. When he arrived at the Glory Wizard Alliance, Dole knew why this was the place that wizards yearned for the most, and it was indeed so. The Glory Wizard Tower group occupied a large area of the city, a place that belonged exclusively to wizards. There was no one around here, at least within 500 meters, with only some trees and unique architectural shapes, which looked full of mystery. Within the scope of the Wizard Tower group, the outermost circle was naturally the Wizard Tower of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Each of them was very tall, and had 36 floors. It was a standard 9th level Wizard Tower. Each Wizard Tower was a standard 12-cornered, huge and spectacular. On each Wizard Tower, the color of the streamer shone, illuminating the surrounding sky with a bright light, and the elemental power was released outward, covering the entire world. The 12-cornered 9th level Wizard Tower. This Wizard Tower alone could be compared to 2 or 3 9th level monsters. Seeing these wizard towers, Dole thought of the so-called Nightmare Empire. With these wizard towers, the Nightmare Empire can only take root in the more chaotic area in the northwest. When they come here, the so-called Nightmare Wizards will be blown into pieces in a minute. The 9th level wizard tower is the pinnacle of human alchemy, the highest achievement of the human race in 10,000 years, and the foundation of their current survival. In particular, there are 12 such wizard towers. As soon as they saw the wizard tower, they exclaimed in their hearts. At this time, a familiar voice sounded beside them. "You two are finally here." This was the voice of President Puyus, and Dole was a little surprised. He followed the other party's mental power to find the past, and found that he was under one of the main towers, looking at them from a distance. Dole and Ash looked at each other, feeling a little strange, so they walked over slowly. They had just arrived here, and hadn't said anything yet, but Puyus was sent to pick them up. The Gory Wizard Alliance had some tricks. Soon, the two came to the door of the wizard tower. In fact, Puyus was also confused when he received the order. What was going on when he came out to greet Dole? However, when he thought of Dole's current achievements, the higher-ups might not want to be too abrupt, so they asked him to pick him up. Today, Dole is the mayor of Olbi's city, and will soon be the Imperial Marquis, and the president of the Gory Wizard Alliance branch. His power is more concentrated than when he was in Watzenberg. This guy was only level 4 when he first met him, but now he is already level 6. It's terrifying. As far as the Imperial capital is concerned, only the princess and the one from the Alexander family can compare with Dole. But looking at Ash again, Puyusi took a breath of cold air. Wow, this person from the Rhine family has also been promoted to level 6. As the two walked over, he observed and soon found a clue. Ash seemed to have just broken through recently, and judging from her breath, she seemed a little unstable. It should be that her foundation is not enough. It takes some time to settle down if she is forced to advance. But when he thought of the ages of the two, Puyusi felt a little numb. Dole was only 27 years old, and Ash was only 31 or 32 years old. This progress was really exaggerated. These two people, now together again, are simply the most dazzling stars of the Glory Empire. Seeing the two people coming, Puyusi relaxed and smiled. Haha, in order not to be abrupt, the higher-ups asked me to come and greet you. Do you want to apply for the position of Babel Tower? He saw that the iconic Babel Tower was hanging around Dole's waist. Dole and Ash saluted respectfully and said, "Hello, Lord Puyusi." Dole smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come to pick us up. It's a great honor. You have to apply for the position of Babel Tower. You need a place to stay at night." Puyusi nodded. Although the capital can accommodate people, and there are countless high-end and comfortable places to live, it is better to live in your own place. Puyusi nodded, he lowered his head, sent a few messages, and then quickly raised his head and said, "Come with me, I've applied for you." The two nodded together, and walked inside. The Wizard Tower group is open, and can be entered and exited from all directions, provided that the Alliance agrees. The 36-story Wizard Tower seemed very tall, and various wizard-featured patterns and logos were painted on the tower. Passing by the Wizard Tower, Dole and Ash couldn't help but take a few more glances. This is a level 9 Wizard Tower. As they walked, Puyus said, "Are you here for the title this time?" Dole nodded and said, "Yes, I have seen the document of pardoning the city of Olbi's, but regarding my title, the palace asked me to come here to receive the ribbon in person. I don't know what else I have to do. Another purpose is that I want to buy some level 8 potion formulas. The formula you gave me is only level 7. Although there are some level 8 ones, they are not important." Puyusi was a little surprised that Dole still wanted the formula. In the Imperial capital, there are indeed level 8 formulas, but they are not cheap. He thought for a while and said, "Yes, the authentic level 8 formula is only available in the Imperial capital. What I want to ask now is, do you have money?" Just then, several wizards passed by. After seeing Puyusi, they saluted and looked at Dole and Ash strangely. The two were too young. But Puyusi didn't pay much attention to those people, just looked at Dole. Dole saw those people, but didn't care much. Instead, he smiled and said, "Yes, you forgot that I am the president now, and can use some privileges. After all, I still have savings." Puyusi raised his eyebrows. "You are working in 2 aspects now, don't you feel tired?" Dole shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. I have more mental power, which is divided into 2 clones, one for government affairs, and the other for the Glory Wizard Alliance. I also got some people to help me. I usually don't show up unless there is something big." Puyusi nodded. Dole's management is a typical decentralized management. There are many advantages, such as being able to liberate oneself, but the disadvantages are also obvious. If the people below act recklessly, they will be very passive. However, Dole should not have this problem. He is a wizard. As long as his mental power moves, it can cover the entire city. He nodded. Entering the wizard tower group, Dole saw that there were many wizard towers here, some high and some low, some thick and some thin, but the most common ones were still some small wizard towers, mainly level 2 and 3. Level 6 and level 7 wizard towers were not common. Occasionally, a large wizard tower could be seen, which belonged to a certain family or a certain force, not an individual. Although there were many rich people here, wizard towers could not be built just by saying so. Under each wizard tower was a marble foundation. The wizard tower was facing upwards, and on the open ground, there were many marble paved grounds, and each ground was numbered. After walking a short distance, Puya said to Dole, "The Tower of Babel is a level 7 wizard tower. Put it there, number 99. Dole nodded, glanced, and after finding the number 99 position, he untied the wizard tower from his waist, and then the wizard tower automatically fell into the number 99 position, restoring its original appearance. Chapter 764. There were few wizard towers around, and now there is a level 7 wizard tower, which feels very abrupt. People around looked over and looked at the new wizard tower. Many people took a breath of cold air. It was actually a level 7 hexagonal wizard tower. Although the imperial capital is rich and prosperous, wizard towers are not something that anyone can have, so everyone looked over here. Several people exclaimed at this time, "Is it the Lord Puyas, who suppressed the Northwest, the person next to him?" In the imperial capital, anyone with a level 7 reputation will not be small. Although Puyas has only been in the imperial capital for more than a year, he is still a level 7. There are many people who usually pay attention to him, and there are naturally many people who want to worship Puyas. It is normal to be recognized. But who is the young man next to him? Lord Puyas does not have a wizard tower. Could it be that young man's? People around chattered in disgust. At this time, Puyusi didn't care what the people around him said. He looked at Dole and said, "It's getting late now. You go to rest first. We contact each other tomorrow?" Dole nodded. Puyusi said yes, and then turned and left. Puyusi walked while thinking about some problems. He has been here for a year. He rarely shows up. Even when Eugene came, he didn't show up when Eugene didn't come to him. For wizards, time is long and there is no need to care about temporary gains and losses. Sometimes excessive training and pampering will affect the development of the other party. Eugene sent him a message a few days ago saying that he was promoted to level 5. Puyusi was actually very happy. Do you want to accept more students? Duolai's achievements were so remarkable that he unconsciously cherished some talents. There were many geniuses in the imperial capital, but there were also many frustrated ones. How about recruiting a few? It was getting darker and dark soon, but the lights around the Glory Wizard Alliance were bright. From time to time, wizards walked around and shuttled between the wizard towers. It was very lively. Duolai stood on the wizard tower and looked down. He felt that the wizard atmosphere here was very strong. There were many wizards around. Even outside, there were many people gathered together to discuss things about witchcraft and academics. It seemed that the atmosphere was very strong. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Duolai could feel the strong interpersonal relationships contained in these small groups. Many people pointed at his wizard tower, seeming to be very envious, and some people were asking who this wizard tower belonged to. But soon, news about a young tower owner spread in the wizard circle around. At this time, Ash came from behind Dole and said with a grin, "If you go out now, I wonder how many girls will throw themselves at you." Dole turned his head and looked at Ash. "So what?" "That's not what I'm after." Ash nodded and sighed. It's actually hard to imagine how difficult it is for wizards, who don't have resources and good meditation methods. Not everyone is like us, with resources that others don't have, and not many people are like you, with good talents in all aspects. Some people can only rely on their bodies, and some people can only rely on their looks. Dole understood what Ash said, but even though he understood it, it didn't mean that he had to go into that kind of environment. His goal was not this. Under the guidance of Baal, his eyes were on the gorgeous world of the heavens, not the wizard world of the small secular world in front of him. At this moment, he received a message, and a smile appeared on his lips. George had just had dinner with his 2 wives, and Wang Ying had a piece of news that made his eyes light up. Where did the Glory Wizard Alliance have a new wizard tower? It was the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is unique, so it must be Dole who has come. Wang Ying has a very strong grasp of the secular world, and even has a certain ability to penetrate the wizard world, but his grasp of those wizards above level 6 is very general. For example, when Dole came to the Imperial capital and set up the wizard tower, they found out that it was this person who came to the Imperial capital. He thought about it and decided to meet him in person. At this moment, a guard at the door brought a message that the Emperor asked him to enter the palace once. George was a little confused. What did his father want him to do at this time? But he couldn't refute it, so he could only go to the palace first. The guard also told him that the Dole wizard would also go. George suddenly felt relieved. His father wanted to see how he looked. He thought a lot and decided to take Yunua with him, so he casually told the guard. The guard nodded and turned away. His residence was not very close to the palace, and the carriage had to go a long way to get there. In addition, it was at night, so it seemed particularly far away. In the dark, it seemed as if there was no end. When they arrived at the door, Yunua stood with his hands down under the illumination of the magic lights at the entrance of the palace, looking forward with a firm gaze. They had already arrived early. Beside Yunua, Dole and Ash were pointing at the palace, as if they were on a tour and commenting on the buildings next to them. Yunua bowed slightly when he saw the carriage coming. George on the carriage also nodded slightly when he saw this. He looked at Dole and jumped off the carriage before the carriage stopped. He laughed. Wizard Dole, Sister Ash, long time no see. As both were royals, it was natural for George to call Ash sister. According to the imperial regulations, Ash was also a princess, and with her current strength, she was enough to be listed at the top of the imperial princess sequence. The carriage came from the darkness, but with the eyesight of the two, they could naturally see who was coming. Ash had seen George before, so she bowed slightly. Hello, brother George. Dole just nodded to George. The third prince is still as elegant as ever. Thank you for your Xuan heart and storm heart. George was full of energy. Although it was night, and people were not energetic enough, the prince was still very energetic. No, I took advantage of it. If he could get the throne, Dole's potions would have more than half of the credit. He turned around, waved to Yunua, and said, Come, let's meet each other. This is Yunua, the only top genius in the imperial capital at that time. Like you, she was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. Dole looked at the woman. She was a little cold and aloof, so the two did not approach each other deliberately. So she was really such a genius, especially Ash. Her eyes widened. So there was a pervert in the world who was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30 like Dole? This is too amazing. Dole nodded at him. Yunua was also shocked at this time. He was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. Hearing George call him Dole, could he be the one who was knighted? Although Yunua was isolated from the news, he still knew some recent events. A genius appeared in the northwest, who had the same perverted qualifications as the current Daphne. He was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. As long as there were no accidents in the middle, he would definitely have the hope of reaching level 8 in the future. Chapter 765. Hello, I'm Yunua. She nodded slightly. Dole also said to Yunua, I'm Dole, this is my wife. She is a little worse than you, she was promoted to level 6 at the age of 32. Dole said. These are two perverts. George knew that Dole was promoted to level 6, but he didn't expect she to be promoted to level 6, and he was shocked. She was also promoted to level 6? He heard Dole's address to she. It seems that these two people finally got together. He didn't think too much, and laughed at this time, saying, since everyone knows each other, let's go in together. By the way, my father has never summoned anyone at night. Dole, this is your first time. Dole frowned. Shouldn't I go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs first? How can the Emperor be so rude? George raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Dole to be so orthodox and still follow the rules. He pointed above. The world is big, and my father is the greatest. Dole didn't speak. No one stopped them when they entered the palace. They were obviously informed. The palace was heavily guarded, with a guard every step and a sentry every 5 steps. The guards were very strict, and Dole couldn't help but feel a little solemn. These guards were very strong and young. He took a look and found that the weakest one was about level 4, and the strongest one was level 6. It was estimated that the leader of these people was at least level 7. The imperial capital was indeed full of talents. Seeing Dole's eyes, George said with some complacency, these are just the guards outside. My brother's imperial guards are the strongest in the imperial capital. The weakest imperial guards are also level 5. They are all selected from the strongest families to protect the safety of the empire. Each of them is a baron. Dole remembered a saying, learn the arts and martial arts, and sell them to the imperial family. The rulers of the Glory Empire have always been the Glory royal family, and other families are inferior to them, and the two sides complement each other. The Edward family is of this type, but the Alexander family is not. The Alexander family is a wizard family with branches in various places, and its own strength is similar to that of the Glory royal family. I have heard from others that the various situations in the imperial capital are complicated, and Dole has never really seen it, but he should be able to see it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but I don't have to deal with Methil and others. I also need to learn some court etiquette, and then follow some procedures, and finally go to the palace to accept the title. It will take 3 to 5 days to learn the whole thing, so he is not in a hurry. He nodded and said, the imperial capital is full of talents. He suddenly remembered something and said, I've heard that the 3 major colleges are world famous, but I don't know where they are. When George heard this, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly became wretched, saying, if you want to go to the 3 major colleges, I take you there. I'll let you see where the real beauties of the empire are. Of course you have Ash here, so just take a look. Dole was speechless. There are so many beauties. Is he the kind of person who cares about those things? Ash rolled her eyes at George. Royal brother, I heard that there are so many geniuses in the 3 major colleges. Is that true? George nodded and said, yes, the students that the 3 colleges can accept are all geniuses recommended from all over the place, or relying on their own abilities. It can be said that the 3 major colleges have gathered all the geniuses in the entire empire, so of course, there are more geniuses. He glanced at Dole and Ash, and said as a matter of course, these geniuses are slightly inferior to you too. Except for my sister Daphne and Augustine of the Alexander family, the others are very ordinary. Speaking of genius, the person in front of him is the real genius. Dole had heard of these 2 people a long time ago. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard about them again. His chance was so coincidental. He knew that these 2 people were more talented than him. He was actually convinced. After all, how could his own strength compare with that of a family? Just like George could take out the heart of Storm and the heart of Mysterious Frost at once, the convenience of resources of the high-level family was something he couldn't compare with. He said modestly, what I have is nothing. I can't compare with those ancient nobles. Yunua walked quietly beside them, listening to the conversation of the 3 people, and her heart was excited. She had always thought that she was a peerless genius. Now listening to the conversation of the 3 people, she was a little confused. There was actually someone who could be promoted to level 6 before the age of 30 without the help of others. How could this be possible? Back then, she spent a huge amount of resources of the family to promote John to level 6 before the age of 30. The palace was very large, and it was very quiet at night. The voices of the 3 people talking could easily be transmitted far away. After the 2 of them passed by, the guards looked at each other in shock. Who on earth was this man, and why was he praised so much by the 3rd prince? And he even accompanied him personally? After the 2 of them passed by, several of the guards quickly disappeared into the palace. In a certain military camp in the palace, a very tall, strong as an ox, young man who looked like he was cast in steel listened to his subordinate's report. He finally thought that his 3rd brother's situation was already established, and he really had no way to save it. Even in the current court, his 3rd brother's faction had the upper hand. Father wanted to meet this duo, which shows that he is very powerful. The eldest prince has the imperial guards in his hands, and is very powerful. But it is also because of the imperial guards that he is trapped and cannot extend his tentacles further. It is said that the imperial guards make him successful, and also make him fail. However, he is not without a solution, so he ordered the man, saying, go and tell the news of this man to several ancestors, saying that he is a 27-year-old 6th level person. There will definitely be ancestors interested in him. The guard was a little embarrassed, but still bowed slightly and walked out slowly. Duolai and the other 2 had come to the back at this time. In the back garden, in a luxurious pavilion, a middle-aged man stood there, looking up at the sky. Around him, the guards stood far away. Beside the middle-aged man, 2 women served around him. On the table in the middle of the pavilion, there were some things, and 2 women, one big and one small, stood there. At this time, the middle-aged man saw George, so he waved his hand and said, you go back, I go to your place tonight. The 2 maids around him hurriedly retreated, and the woman in the middle of the pavilion stood up. They also saw George coming from a distance, so the 2 of them understood and left. Dole also saw Emperor Yale. Emperor Yale did not wear the king's clothes, but wore an exquisite dress. His round blood was firmly locked, not exposed at all, just like an ordinary person. If he hadn't known it before, Dole would definitely not think that this was a 9th level warrior, who was almost about to become a saint. Although he didn't reveal his strength, Dole felt a little pressure when he saw the Emperor. The strength of the guards around was also very strong. Although he could deliberately oppress them, Dole felt the huge blood and fierce fighting spirit on them. These are all top masters in the world. He shuddered slightly and became serious. Ash next to him also had a serious face and didn't dare to cross the line. George also shut his mouth at this time and walked slowly over with the three of them. Chapter 766. The night was very quiet, and only a little rustling sound could be heard when the wind blew gently. The lights around the pavilion were bright, illuminating everything. The four of them came to the front of the pavilion together, and the guards automatically let them pass. George stepped forward and bowed slightly, "Meet the father." At this time, Dole, Ash, and Yudua also stepped forward together, knelt on one knee, put their hands on their chests, and performed a standard etiquette. "Meet the great Yale." Yale looked at Dole, then at Ash, and finally at Yunua. His expression was serious, slightly thoughtful, and no emotion could be seen. "Well, get up. I called you here today just to see that you are all geniuses among geniuses. Niece Ash, you are not bad either. You were promoted to level 6 at the age of 32. My cousin really gave birth to a good daughter." Ash blushed slightly, bowed slightly, and said, "My ability is nothing. It's all the care of my family, and the gift of my brother." George was stunned. How did he betray him? Emperor Yale knew that they had a deal, and knew the details of the deal. He nodded slightly and said, "The same resources will have different effects in the hands of different people. Some things may not be successful even if they are given to others, just like my third son, he is only a level 6 warrior at the age of 40. George almost covered his face and cried. Why did he talk about himself again? If it weren't for the fight for the throne, and no time to practice, with his own talent, he would not be inferior to his brother. Ash was stunned and looked at George. It was hard to imagine that this guy looked like he was in his 20s, but he was already 40 years old. My brother may be too busy, unlike me, who doesn't know what to do except practice. Emperor Yale smiled a little, and said, "When no one is around, you can call me uncle. Don't call me the great emperor, it's boring." He looked at Dole, his eyes showed a strange color. "I heard that you can refine something called Super Vitality Potion, but it comes from another world?" Dole was shocked. How could the king know this thing? He looked at George, who didn't have any expression at this time. He thought about it, and then said, "Yes, I once treated a hellhound from another world in my early years, so I am where I am today." Emperor Yale nodded, which was basically consistent with the information he had at present. He nodded and said majestically, "Sit down, don't be restrained. No matter how your strength comes from, you are now a member of our human race." Emperor Yale had people analyze Dole's personality a long time ago. This is a very pure wizard who can only be won over, and it is impossible for him to work for anyone. Now occupying the Albise Mountains is just a transition. George's mind was really active at this time. After hearing his father's words, he realized that today might just be a casual chat. On the table in the middle of the pavilion, someone took down the old things and replaced them with new things, some special fruits and platters. George's eyes lit up at a glance. Good stuff. Dole and Aishi were also a little puzzled at this time, wondering what the emperor asked them to do. Next to them, Yunua was even more shocked. It turned out that the potion came from Dole's hand. Did George have the magical potion that can be used at a low level because he had a relationship with Dole? Did he win over many relationships? It turned out to be him? No wonder he had to come to accompany him. The table was very big. Dole and Ash sat in one row, Emperor Yale sat in the east, and George and Yunua sat on each side. Yale did not ask Dole to come over on a whim. This young man who could achieve such success with his potion ability was indeed extraordinary. From what he saw today, he was very calm and frank, which made him like him very much. After Emperor Yale sat down, everyone else sat down. Yale pointed to the things on the table and said, "I picked them from the secret realm today. Let's taste them together." This kind of ice crystal fruit is rarely used by this emperor to entertain anyone. George saw the fruit on the table, and his mouth was almost drooling. Hearing his father's words, he immediately reached out and took one. Seeing this, Dole and Ash also took one and put it in their hands. This thing is icy cold in the hand. It contains huge energy, and a very strange life energy. It should be good. Dole took a bite first. Sour and sweet, not bad. After chewing a few times and swallowing it, a cool and gentle breath spread from the stomach to all parts of the body. He felt that his vitality was a little stronger. Ash saw Dole eating it and took a bite. After a moment, his face turned ruddy. Emperor Yale smiled immediately. He also took one and put it in his mouth. After taking a bite and swallowing it, he slowly said, "I met you this time to ask you to help refine some of that potion. Of course, the reward will not be small. In addition, in the imperial capital these days, in addition to some necessary ennoblement ceremonies, the Imperial Mage Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance will jointly open a road to another world. At that time you and Daphne, Ash, and Unua will also go together. As for what you can get, it depends on your own ability. In addition to you, there are geniuses from the 3 major colleges. The Ares College, the Wizard College, and the Vocational College will send the top 100 geniuses from their respective colleges." Emperor Yale quietly dropped a super bomb. When this news was released, not to mention Dole and Ash, even George beside him was a little confused. How come I don't know who I am, where I am I still a prince? But at this time, he couldn't speak. Obviously, he had nothing to do with going to the other world this time. Dole had 10,000 question marks in his mind at this time. It was not easy to go to the road to the other world once. The last time he went to the other dimension, he was almost killed by the inner demon. This time, he thought for a while and said, "It's easy to make potions. As long as the Emperor can provide medicinal materials, I can do it here. As for going to the other world, I need to discuss it with Ash." As soon as he finished speaking, Ash said beside him, Go, why not?" Dole's mouth twitched when he heard this. Ash laughed, "Uncle, since the 2 families are working together, the world they are going to is naturally not an ordinary world." Emperor Yale nodded, pondered for a while, and said, "It's not that I can't tell you. Anyway, you have a wizard tower. Except for some places, you can go anywhere else. It's a maze world. The rules inside are different from this world. The roads inside are complicated. Anyone who goes in will most likely get lost, but as long as they don't die, they will definitely come out after a month. This was originally the secret of the Glory Wizard Alliance, but this year they plan to take it out and share it with everyone." Dole's heart was shocked. As expected, the other world is in the hands of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and people outside are not aware of it at all. Maze world. Since it is a maze world, how can you confirm your location and not run to those special places? Chapter 767. He asked his question directly. Emperor Yale smiled. Although the maze world is complicated, some of the more dangerous places are marked, and the aura in dangerous places is very strong. Just do what you can. The strongest creatures in it are only level 6. Ash asked at this time, "So only young people are going this time?" Emperor Yale nodded, "Yes, only the younger generation will go this time, and it will be useless for the older ones to go." He turned his head and glanced at Unua. "You can go too." Unua's calm expression showed a slight joy. Dole looked at Emperor Yale, with heavy pressure on his body. Emperor Yale inexplicably gave himself such a benefit, and it was obvious that the purpose was not so simple. The matter of potions is indeed very important. The Empire must have a large number of level 6 or level 7 injuries that cannot be cured over the years. It is understandable that the Emperor asked him to refine potions for them, but using this as a condition to let himself go to the secret realm, it is hard to say who is taking advantage of whom. Dole thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, when do you need the potion?" Emperor Yale turned his head and looked at Dole, saying easily, "Don't worry about it. The materials for the potion are probably clearer. You can make a list first, and I will ask people to prepare the materials. It will probably take some time. After the title is conferred, if the materials are ready first, then make the potion first. If the materials are not ready, then go to the secret realm first. Anyway, this month is not a big deal." Emperor Yale called himself this lord, and it was obvious that he was ready to exercise his rights as an emperor. "The great emperor, the emperor, and this lord is what I call myself." Dole nodded. It was not difficult for him to refine the super vitality potion, or even no difficulty. The biggest difficulty now was that there were no relevant materials. He immediately took a piece of paper, and used his mental power instead of a pen to draw lines of text on it. Yale the Great liked Dole very much, and he was very straightforward. As Dole wrote, Yale the Great frowned, and in the end, he even wanted to scratch his head. Why couldn't he understand these things? The branches of the natural divine tree with extremely strong vitality were understandable, but what was this Tai Sui? I seem to have heard that it was an ominous thing, and what was this corrosive spiritual grass? Wasn't it a poisonous grass? He blinked, not knowing why. After Dole finished writing the recipe, he asked in surprise, "What are the ingredients here?" Dole knew that Emperor Yale was not a wizard and might not know the ins and outs of it, so he said, "They are all necessities, nothing is redundant, and they must be found. I still have some here, of course. It would be best if your majesty sent someone to find them. Emperor Yale was a little scratching his head. He wanted to find someone to ask, but he was embarrassed to ask in front of Dole, so he could only smile and said, "Okay, I go down and find someone to prepare it." Looking at the things above, they don't seem to be complicated, but a few main materials are unusual. He used the word unusual, and it was obvious that the knowledgeable emperor also had things he didn't recognize. Dole smiled. This is a recipe from another world. Although it can be used in this world, the style and refining method of the potion are also very different. To be honest, no matter how detailed I write this recipe, no one will be able to refine it. This is not the style of this world. Yale the Great nodded. He knew more about the world's problems than others. People in some worlds like to use poison, and even the medicine used for treatment is poison. He was quite clear about this. Okay, I go down and ask people to prepare. George watched his father and Dory complete the deal, with no sadness or joy on his face. His old father pulled someone in front of him, obviously wanting the other party to accept his favor, paving the way for himself. He looked at Yunua and found that Yunua was staring at Dory, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. She found it. He chuckled and said, "Yunua, this is your lifesaver. I'm not exaggerating." At this time, Yunua took the pressure from the emperor, mustered up the courage, stood up, and bowed to Dole. "Thank you." Dorlai waved his hand casually. "I just made a deal with George. You don't have to thank me." Yunua nodded, sat down quietly, and looked at Dole with infinite gratitude in his heart. If it weren't for Dole's medicine, his life would probably be like this. He had made no progress for hundreds of years, and was depressed until his death. How sad and desolate it was. But now, he has the opportunity to walk on a higher level. The word gratitude can no longer be used to express it. After Emperor Yale finished talking to Dole, he turned to Ash and said gently, "How is Deruliad? I haven't seen him for almost 10 years. Ash said respectfully, "Uncle is the same as before. Since he broke through to level 8, his spirits are much better than before." Emperor Yale nodded. "Your father is Westling, right? How is the Northwest Army now?" Ash's face was solemn. "Yes. As for the Northwest Army, a few years ago, we conquered part of the Southwest Highlands. Some of the elites of the Iron Pioneer Corps were lost, and they are still being slowly replenished. The Ordinary Corps has now been replenished, and there is no problem." Emperor Yale nodded. "There may be riots in the Northwest in the near future. I will let Andes take some of the Imperial Guards to help suppress it for a while." Ash frowned. "Your Majesty, isn't the Northwest fine?" Emperor Yale glanced at Dole, and a hint of murderous intent was revealed in his smile. "This is just a superficial phenomenon. It will soon be uneasy. The Empire must respond in advance." Ash really didn't know. She quietly observed Dole, and found that he seemed to have no reaction like George next to him. It seems that something is indeed going on. These two people know it, but I don't know it. It's really hateful. Emperor Yale has always had a very accurate grasp of the data of their respective armies, and asking Ash is just a casual conversation. Westerling is also very good, and you are also very good. I am relieved to have your family in the Northwest Army. Then, there were all kinds of meaningless words. Dole was relieved when he got here. Emperor Yale seemed to have no airs, and was very casual when chatting. He remembered that Deruliad seemed to have the same temper, and was very nice to him. Are these leaders like this on weekdays? Being kind does not command the army, and being righteous does not command wealth. As an emperor, being able to behave like this was beyond Dole's expectations. About half an hour later, a message came from the inner palace, and everyone dispersed. It was already night, and it was pitch black around. Dole and the other 4 returned the same way, and after walking out of the palace, they slowly let out a breath. There was a very powerful magic circle in the palace, and the Imperial Mage Corps was also behind the palace, which brought Dole a huge pressure, especially the stronger the spirit, the deeper the feeling, plus the pressure brought by the huge blood and chi of Emperor Yale, a 9th level strongman, in front of him. Dole felt very stressed. The Imperial Palace is really a den of dragons and tigers. Dole didn't take it seriously at first, but when he entered this place, he felt the majesty of the Imperial capital, which was indeed inviolable. Imperial Guards. What? My father wants to send me to the Northwest. The eldest prince, Andes, had just been quiet for a while, when he received such news. The person who reported looked at the eldest prince, then nodded slightly, and turned away without saying anything more. He just came to report the situation, and he shouldn't even come here, but it was just because of the previous favor. Chapter 768. Andes felt a little pain in his heart. "Father, You really want to make way for my third brother. You actually sent me to the northwest. I will have nothing to do when I come back. Thinking of this, he calculated everything frantically in his mind. Of course, this matter has not yet fermented. It is just some words heard by his subordinates. It will take time to verify. I have to let my mother test my father's tone. This can't go on. He was very sad. He just created a little trouble for his third brother, and then another trouble fell on his head, and it also concerned his future. Seeing the backs of Dole and Aishi after they left, the emperor looked at the depths of the palace respectively, and then looked at the direction where Xiao left, and sighed. To be an emperor, you don't need to be too sharp, but you need to master the way of balance. On the basis of the way of balance, you have a pioneering spirit. This is a qualified emperor. Although Andes is personally strong, has a large number of people supporting him, and has a high prestige among the people, he does not know how to balance, and can only use force to suppress others, which is not what an emperor should do. The emperor is balancing all parties, making them work hard for him, and not letting them lose hope. In this regard, he does not see Andes. Xiao is very sensible, knows how to use the resources in his hands to win over all parties, and also knows some means of appeasement and suppression, which is enough. As for the other children, they are all children who know nothing. In the eyes of the emperor, this is the case. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao back and sighed softly. Xiao, the position of the emperor is not so easy to sit, you will understand in the future. Things in the palace are very complicated. They are not the affairs of one person or one family. It is not so easy for George to get to the top. He needs to learn a lot. Walking out with Dole, the three of them went straight to the Glory Wizard Alliance. George was a little excited. His elder brother was finally going to be sent away. This would make it easier for him to act. Some people in the military office and the military were not under his control. In the future, he could join forces with others to take them down. The imperial capital would be his by then. Thinking of this, George silently said in his heart that as a monarch, he must be calm and composed, and not change his face even if the mountains collapsed in front of him. Everything should be based on the dignity of the royal family and the interests of the empire. When they were about to reach the Glory Wizard Alliance, the three of them got off the carriage together. Dole said to George, "Third Prince, let's meet tomorrow." George nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "My eldest brother may know about your meeting with my father today. He will create some obstacles for you. You have to be careful." Dole nodded, feeling helpless. He didn't want to get involved in these things. However, as soon as he entered the imperial capital, Emperor Yale called the two of them. This was very obvious. This was to pave the way for George and force him into the other side's camp. On the one hand, he could test his own reaction, and on the other hand, he could test the reactions of the two people. If the eldest prince created obstacles for himself, then Emperor Yale would only be more disappointed with the eldest prince. Headache, forget it. Ash knew some of these things, so she smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be a big deal. Our Rhine family is also the king of the Northwest. It won't be a big deal for a long time." Dole looked at Aishi and said, "Do I want to eat a gigolo?" Aishi laughed, "You have to eat it. In certain situations, my father and our Rhine family's reputation is more useful than yours." Dole shrugged and said, "It seems that I have to rely on my father-in-law's power. I will go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Rights tomorrow." George nodded and said, "I let Yunua accompany you, which will save a lot of trouble." He turned his head and said to Yunua, "I trouble you tomorrow." Yunua moved slightly. This was a chance for herself to show off, so she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I take care of it." She usually looks cold, but this smile surprised George a little. She looks pretty when she smiles. He touched his nose and said, "Tomorrow, I need to unite several adults to put pressure on several major families for your matter. At present, the ones who can cause trouble to you are Edward's family. Although the matter has been settled, it is inevitable that some troubles will arise. Therefore, I will not accompany you tomorrow." Dole frowned and said, "Is there anything else?" George pressed his aching head and said, "It's hard to tell for a while. Anyway, the matter is definitely settled. There will be some twists and turns in the middle, but it's not a big problem." Dole lowered his head, thought for a while, and said, "Okay, since I'm here, you just pave the way for me." George nodded. "I'm also in charge of the potion. These potions are made for me. How can I let you have trouble, haha?" Dole nodded, "Then see you later." The four people separated and disappeared at the entrance of the Glory Wizard Tower. The Wizard Towers are open all around. Anyone allowed by the Wizard Towers can enter from any corner. Anyway, the Wizard formation is under all-round surveillance around the clock, so it doesn't matter whether there is a gate or not. There are many wizard towers in the wizard tower group. In terms of quantity, it is more than 10 times higher than that of the Watzenberg, and in terms of quality, it is even more than 10 times. There are countless level 6 wizard towers here. Of course, there are also many low-level wizard towers, especially some level 2 and 3. They are tall and short, forming a unique tower forest feature in the wizard tower group. Dole walked through all the way and looked at these wizard towers. The pentagonal, hexagonal, octagonal, and 12-cornered ones are the main towers of several wizard alliances. These wizard towers also have their own characteristics, and the decorations are different. The moderate, the ferocious, and the fantasy are different. Soon, they saw the Tower of Babel. The style of the Tower of Babel is quite standard, conservative, without any extra decorations. It stands out among a group of wizard towers. After all, it is the only level 7 wizard tower around. At this time, there were many people under the wizard tower, pointing and talking at this new wizard tower, and they seemed very curious. It was not easy to release mental power here, and Dole didn't know what they were talking about. The two of them came to the gate, pushed the door open, and slowly entered. At this time, the people around were shocked. It turned out that the owners of the wizard tower were these two young people, and there was a buzz around. Some people even asked who this person was and who he was. Soon, someone broke the news that these two people came with Lord Puius. They should be from the northwest, but they didn't know who they were. They were too young. Are they the owners of the wizard tower? People around were talking about it. Dole came here to receive an award, not for official business, so he had no intention of dealing with the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He came here to take a rest. Once the wizard tower is built here, it will be more useful than any hostel, guest house, or hotel. Chapter 769. He didn't listen to what the people around him said, and went back to the tower to rest. It took some time to walk all the way, and now it was mid-June. The weather in the imperial capital was a little hot, and there were many people outside. Dole didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, as they were all 2nd and 3rd level wizards. Entering the wizard tower, Dole asked Ash, "What do you think of what happened today?" Ash thought for a while, sat opposite Dole, and said, "It should be paving the way for George. He wants to lay some groundwork for George, and see the reactions of all parties. My Andy's brother is probably out of luck." Dole nodded. At this time, Ash was worried again. "I just thought that we would leave after the two of us were awarded the medals, but I didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns when we met the Emperor as soon as we came." Dole also frowned a little. Although it was just a small matter for the Emperor to meet them, it was not considered a small matter in the eyes of others. It was estimated that many things would happen tomorrow morning. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Let's go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to discuss first. After the matter is settled, we can go to the Ministry of Rights to learn all kinds of etiquette. But he hopes that there won't be too many things. Etiquette is just a process. With Dole's current status, there is no need for so many red tapes. Moreover, the etiquette of wizards is much more important than that of the secular world. The awarding of honors may just be a process. The two of them have no choice now, so they can only take it one step at a time. The wizard towers in the imperial capital are indeed very magnificent, and the magic elements here are also very rich. The wizard towers stand here and interact with the elements of the surrounding world. Dole feels that he absorbs elements faster than in the Albiz Mountains. However, the core of the Tower of Babel was already full, so he didn't need to deliberately absorb the surrounding elements. After looking around, the two prepared to rest. No words were spoken all night. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the wizard towers, Dole took Ash and slowly walked out of the gate of the wizard tower. There was no one around the wizard tower, and it seemed that there were not many people in the wizard towers in the morning. Following the main road of the wizard tower, they walked out all the way. Before they reached the door, Yunua's figure had appeared in their sight. Yunua's expression was a little heavy, and Dole came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Yunua was a member of the Edward family, who was against him. After learning the news, Dole was still a little surprised that George could win over Yunua. Yunua sighed and said, "Wizard Dole, there are about 10 people who will be awarded this time, including 2 marquises and 8 earls. One of the marquises is you, and the other marquis is Lord MacDonald's, who has made great military achievements. The other 8 earls have also made immortal contributions. Although there are many nobles in the imperial capital, the people behind each noble cannot be underestimated." Dole looked at Yunua with a calm expression. "You mean, there will be doubts?" Yunua nodded. "It's not that there will be doubts, but there will definitely be doubts. There are not many descendants of these nobles in the imperial capital who have noble titles. In fact, every high-ranking noble title was robbed. The plan to award honors started at the beginning of the year. There was only one marquis originally, and now there is another marquisate. I don't know how many people want to benefit from it. Duolai was a little surprised. He got the title of marquis by his own ability. Why would they come to snatch it? He thought for a while, and said, the title of marquis was promised to me by the empire. It was also said by the emperor himself. What else could go wrong? Yunua looked at him, as if he was still too young. The emperor needs to balance all parties. Although he has promised you the title of marquis, some strange things will happen. You will know next. I got the news last night that some people have already set their sights on your title of marquis and want to demote you to earl and choose marquis from their own people. Duolai's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. Although he didn't care about the title, he couldn't let anyone take it away for nothing. The people in the imperial capital are really evil. He looked at Yunua, thought of something, and calmed down again. He said, let's take it one step at a time. Although I don't care much about this title, I dare to chop off anyone who wants to give me a hand. The awarding of honors is the intention of the imperial capital. Now there are twists and turns. Duolai feels unhappy. Axie said in surprise, it's just a title, not that serious. Yunua shook his head, it's a hereditary marquisate. It's very serious. A marquis can have 5 earls, each earl can have 5 viscounts, each baron can have 5 barons, and each baron can form a small force. You can imagine how big a force it will be if it succeeds. Dolay and Axie fell silent at the same time. Although Axie was also in the imperial family, she had never considered such things. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed amazing. The private force that a marquis can possess seems to be a bit exaggerated. Dole had a headache. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's go first. Just then, Dole sensed a wave of witchcraft, and a figure rushed from a distance at a very fast speed. He turned his head and looked over there. The man came from the imperial palace, and his body was emitting witchcraft waves unscrupulously, and his power was very strong. His purpose was very clear, and he went straight to Dole. Dole stopped, not knowing what was going on. The man was wearing a yellow wizard robe exclusive to the royal family, with a golden crown on his head. He came to Dole and stopped quickly. He glanced at Dole and Ash, his face was slightly surprised, and then he saluted respectfully and said, you too, I am Sanders from the Imperial Mage Corps. Please follow me to the Imperial Mage Corps. An ancestor wants to see you. Dole and Ash's heart sank. Andes did cause them some trouble, and the trouble is coming now. George said yesterday that Andes might cause him some trouble with the royal magicians, and now it seems true. He thought for a moment and said, I go in the evening. I'm in a hurry to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs today. Sanders' face darkened, and he said unkindly, the will of the ancestors cannot be violated, even if it is the order of the emperor. Dole wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Sanders' face change again. He lowered his head slightly and said, Wizard Dole, you can come in the evening. I wait for you at the gate of the Imperial Mage Corps. Sanders was a little shocked at this time. The 2 ancestors sent him a message. This is not a small matter. This young man in front of him can actually get the favor of the 2 ancestors? He was a little jealous in his heart. He was promoted to level 6 before the age of 30. This talent is indeed a little exaggerated. Dole looked at Sanders with a tangled expression, and felt puzzled in his heart. What's going on? The backyard of the Imperial Mage Corps. In the basement, in front of the skinny old man, a skinny old man suddenly appeared. The 2 looked at each other, and the skinny old man said without raising his eyebrows, Don't bother that young man. The man on the other side said with some confusion, Uncle, I don't want to bother him, I just want to take him as my disciple. Chapter 770. The skinny old man said, What can you teach him? His meditation method has never existed in our world. Can you catch a storm spirit or give him a world full of storms? The old man's confident expression froze, and he dared not speak anymore. This young man was too dazzling. He was only level 6 before the age of 30. He just wanted to take him under his command, but he didn't expect that his uncle had already known about it in advance. He thought about it, and his tone was slightly weaker and said, Then let me ask first. The skinny old man looked at him with bright eyes and said, You can ask, but don't force it. I guess the child is destined not to stay in our world for a long time. Don't make trouble. With a hellhound, his eyes will definitely not be on this world. This is inevitable. If it weren't for the shackles of the family, the skinny old man would definitely not think about staying in this world. There are too many constraints. Unless there are special circumstances, Ordinary wizards will leave this world when they reach level 8 or 9 to find a higher path. This is the consensus of wizards. Upon hearing this, the old man was somewhat stunned, and suddenly sighed, saying, "Uncle, you are right. I just want that person to make more contributions to the family during his time in this world." The skinny old man shook his head. "Is it necessary? His wife is from the Rhine family, and is also considered our royal family. She is contributing to the empire. Don't be deceived by anyone." The skinny old man nodded, looked at the old man seriously, and then disappeared indifferently. The old man stood there and thought about it, and felt a little unwilling in his heart, so he turned around and went to the palace. He was still a little unwilling to accept it. It was a pity that such an outstanding child could not be kept by his side. Several ancestors had outstanding students, but he did not have one. He could not accept it no matter how he thought about it. Dole looked pale at this time. He did not expect that receiving an honor would cause so many problems. He was a little depressed. Yunua did not know what to say at this time. The ancestors of the imperial royal family were all level 8 masters, and one of them was a rare level 9 wizard in the entire continent. This was why the Gory Empire was so prosperous. The Gory family had a strong bloodline, and masters emerged in an endless stream. There were wizards of level 6 and 7 everywhere, but many wizard families could be compared, but the top masters could not be compared. When the ancestor spoke, not only did the Edward family not dare to speak, but even the current Yale Emperor did not dare to speak. At this time, Ash comforted Dole. "Let's go together, maybe just ask casually." Dole looked at Ash, patted his hand and said, "I just think it's troublesome. Nothing else, forget it. Let's go first. With Emperor Yale here, nothing should happen." Ash nodded. "That's right. You are now considered a member of our royal family. We shouldn't embarrass you." Dole's mouth twitched. When did he need to hang the royal sign? "Okay, let's go and take a look at night. If it's really too chaotic here, I go back. Even if I don't want this title, I don't believe that he can still chase to the Albiz Mountains. The 8th level of the Bayuan Mountains, and the Evil Spirit Mountains will not agree." Hearing this, Yunua and Ash's faces changed slightly at the same time. The three walked towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and they all became dull at this time. There was a special carriage at the door, and Yunua led the way in. The group was silent, and soon arrived at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs was right next to the palace, surrounded by buildings of various functional departments, and the entrances of each building were crowded with people, very lively. There were fewer people at the entrance of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but all those who came in and out were politicians and wealthy people with prominent status. When he arrived at the door and got off the carriage, Duolai noticed that there was only this carriage around, and everyone else walked in, which attracted a lot of attention. He saw that this was the carriage of the third prince, and no one stopped him along the way. At the entrance of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a few people came out at this time, looked over here, and when they saw Yunua, their faces changed, and a few people forced a smile to greet him. Yunua didn't even look at them, but looked at Duolai saying, "Let's go, there are a lot of things to do today, and we have to go to the Zonli office later." Duolai was so annoyed at the moment that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings, so he said, "Okay." Yunua walked past those people, and their faces suddenly became cold. Duolai then noticed that there were other people, so he asked, "Did someone greet you just now? Who was that person?" Yunua's face was cold, and he said with some disdain, "A passerby." Duolai didn't say anything, but Aishi next to him understood something. Sister Yunua was framed before, and her cultivation level was not improving. There must be someone who took advantage of her. Now that Sister Yunua is fine, her cultivation level is improving rapidly again, and these people naturally want to reconcile again. How can such a good thing happen? A potential level 7, this is no joke. Even among the major families, the Imperial Royal Family, level 7 is the top power. After the three left, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them said, "Who are these two people?" They actually asked this person to accompany them. Yunua now ignores everyone except the third prince. The faces of the other people also looked a little ugly. Another person said, "Who knows, but it should be related to the third prince. He looks so young." Yes, he is indeed a little too young. Everyone speculated. The gate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is very large. Inside is a hall with a high ceiling. The decoration inside is very exquisite. There is an ancient and luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Walking here, people can't help but feel a sense of nobility and solemnity. There are many departments in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yunua and Duolai have to go through them one by one today. The first few departments are for reporting and identity authentication, The middle few departments are for city badges, family attributes, and other authentication places, and the last is the place to authenticate the city lord. The Glory Empire adds many cities every year, but it is rare to directly increase the area of a county. Therefore, when Dual came, the Ministry of Internal Affairs was instantly alarmed. This person has already come. Albi's city was a hot topic in the imperial capital some time ago. Several families competed for it. The Edward family and the Alexander family even went to the north in person, but they still came back in disgrace. Almost everyone knew it. They only then realized that the city lord was really so young and powerful. A 6th level wizard, wherever he stood, he would give people great pressure. With Yunua, there were small levels ahead, basically no obstacles, and soon, it was the final stage of the city lord certification. The three walked into an office. The office was very large, with a large table inside. Behind the table was a whole wall of filing cabinets, which looked very heavy, ancient, and simple. At this time, on the side of the table, the author, a middle-aged man with glasses, was writing at his desk with a feather pen in his hand. Next to him, another young man was whispering something. At this time, Dole and the other two came in. The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at the door, while the young man turned around and left the room. Yunua's voice rang out in Dole's spiritual power. This man is from the Kani family, very powerful, and one of the families that covets your title. Dole raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Dole walked forward and handed over the city emblem and family emblem that he had just made elsewhere. The city emblem was a miniature sculpture in the shape of a tornado, and the family emblem was a hellhound. It was simply drawn with a few strokes, and it was lifelike. He drew it himself. Chapter 771. He slowly sat down opposite the middle-aged man, then looked at him and said, I am the lord of Albi's city, and I am here to be certified today. Although the other party was a rival force, Dole also thought about being polite. Anyway, the other party would definitely embarrass him, but he had to do the necessary etiquette. He himself was going to be certified as a marquis, and his official position and title were higher than the other party, so his tone was not too polite. The middle-aged man looked at Dole, and at first glance, he felt that this guy was so young, and he was really the same as the rumors. At the second glance, the other party looked at him with a kind of magic. Level 6 wizard. He couldn't help but touch the pendant hanging on his neck. It was a reward from the Empire, specially used to prevent wizards from hypnotizing people like them. The pendant did not react, and the other party did not use any means on him. He thought for a moment, and said in words he had prepared in advance, the Empire recognized the establishment of Albi's city, but did not formally appoint the position of the Lord of Albi's city, so you still need the Emperor's handwriting. Dole frowned, and he was really going to make trouble. Albi's city was conquered by Dole. What handwriting is needed? Kidding. Dole looked at the other party, and said slowly, I remember a sentence in Article 32 of the Imperial Law. Can you read it to me? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and was about to get angry. Why should I read it to you? But when he saw Dole's eyes, he snorted coldly, I know the Imperial Law better than you. What are you reading? Why are you reading? What I need here is the Emperor's handwriting. In addition, I also need all the relevant documents of Watzenberg on the establishment of Albi's city. He was determined to embarrass Dole. Dole was not angry, and said calmly, I can ask for the Emperor's handwriting, and as far as I know, the Ministry of Internal Affairs also has a set of documents about the city of Albi's. Mithil has it in his hand. Do you want me to ask him to get it? Dole is now dealing with the opponent's moves. If it doesn't work, he needs to find someone. He can't use force at will on someone else's territory, so he can only do this. If it were in Watzenberg, whoever dared to talk to him like this would have been cast a spell to teach him a lesson. The middle-aged man said at this time, then go and get it. In front of the middle-aged man, Yudua and Aishi looked at him with murderous eyes, but the middle-aged man didn't care. Yudua snorted coldly at this time, is this your personal opinion, or the opinion of your Kami family? The middle-aged man looked at Yunua and said indifferently, Miss Yunua, I don't know what you are talking about. I am just doing things according to the rules and regulations of the Empire. Yunua hadn't spoken yet, and Aishi said unkindly beside him, the Empire stipulates that the territory conquered by that noble belongs to that noble as long as the Empire recognizes it. What problems do we have with our identities now? What documents do we need? I think you are targeting me. The middle-aged man looked at Aishi and said with some doubt, you are? Aishi snorted coldly, Ryan family, Aishi. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. A third prince and a Ryan family, Dual Lai, who came from the north, has a considerable background. However, he was determined not to handle it for the other party. At this time, he said, the Empire stipulates that the establishment of a county city is a major event of the Empire, not a noble occupying a mountain or something, so I need the Emperor's handwriting. Without the handwriting, I can't get through here. What's your name? Ashley was angry. A chill gradually emerged from her body, and the temperature of the room dropped a few degrees. The middle-aged man raised his head and said with a guilty conscience, my position and name are at the door. Dole looked back and saw that the man's name was Owen. Dole turned his head again and looked at Yunua, saying, Prince George is in charge now. Please go and ask me for a handwritten letter. Yunua nodded and said, I send a message to someone to deliver it. He started to send the message immediately. Owen's mouth twitched. He almost forgot that George was in charge now. Dole seemed to be George's man now, so a handwritten letter should not be a problem. Dole turned and left. He was going to find Mattel to ask for some information, otherwise, he would have to go back to get the information. George was sitting in Qingxing Pavilion reviewing various official documents. Although he was not a wizard, he had various alchemy tools at hand. He received the message as soon as Yunua sent him the message. It is normal for Dole to be embarrassed. The Connie family, right? They asked you to ask for a handwritten letter. He flipped through the documents nearby, found a few official documents, erased the ones he had reviewed before, and then refilled some information, and then shouted, Come here. A civil servant walked in at the door. The third prince. George handed the document to the other party, and said bluntly, Go down and tell them that I am very dissatisfied with these resolutions. Ask them to redraft them. As long as they are dissatisfied, they cannot be implemented. The civil servant raised his hand to take it, and said, I will obey your order. He turned and left, and soon disappeared at the door. George looked at the empty door, and thought about the three oldest families in the imperial capital, the Alexander family branch, the Edward family, and the Connie family. Now the Edward family has almost reconciled with him, because of Yunua's matter, and the Connie family, and other high-ranking families of the Connie family have not yet completely surrendered. It is just right to use this matter to suppress them. The several families to which the Connie family belongs are not easy to mess with. They have considerable power in the political world. Now their tentacles have slowly begun to penetrate them. It is only a matter of time before they collapse. In terms of ability, George is definitely better than Andy's, but he lacks strength. These two families have strong roots in the military, economy, and business fields. It can be said that they are second only to their Glory family. It is not easy to get their surrender. He thought about it, and wrote a handwritten letter. Come here. Another civilian staff member came in at the door. George thought for a moment and said, The responsibilities of the Ministry of Internal Affairs are confused. Ask the Minister of Internal Affairs to write me an internal inspection report. Also, hand it over to Yunua, who is now in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The civil servant frowned and said, Third Prince, the forces in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are relatively complicated. Wouldn't the inspection report stir up a hornet's nest? George smiled faintly and said, It's okay. I'm sitting here now. They have to do it. In addition, let someone notify that all recent complaints about the Ministry of Internal Affairs should be sent to the Public Security Bureau for processing. He then whispered, Also, send a message to the Ministry of Rule, saying that those who are related to the Connie family should be dealt with emphasis. The civil servant raised his eyebrows. The third prince was going to focus on the Connie family. The Connie family is not so easy to deal with. I'm afraid that the two families will have another fierce clash. The staff left immediately. George thought about it. Why not take this opportunity to rectify the evil spirits in the Empire? Chapter 772. Dole didn't know what impact his arrival had on others, and what inspiration his affairs had brought to George. At this time, he was still looking for Mythalur all over the world. After searching for a while, he didn't find Mythalur. Someone said that he went on a business trip to the southeast. His face suddenly looked as bad as constipation. He asked the archives, and the people in the archives said that Mythalur had not submitted the information. Dole's originally calm mood was suddenly broken. He didn't even pass the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why did he go to the Ministry of Rights? He was a little angry. When he walked out of the gate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it was late outside. Dole's face was extremely bad, and Ash was not much better. As for Yunua, he felt a little strange. Now that George has begun to supervise the country, the people below dare to do this? The three top families in the Empire have a transcendent status. They are the Edward family, the Connie family, and the Alexander family. Now the Edward family is basically completely on George's side. No matter how high the status of the Connie family is, they should make a choice. As for the Alexander family, they are a wizard family, and don't care about this. He thought about it, and thought that the Connie family might want the quota of the Marquis in Dole's hands. So she comforted Dole, if it's not possible today, come tomorrow, if not tomorrow, come the day after tomorrow, there must be an explanation for this matter. Dole had no choice but to nod and said, if it really doesn't work, I bring a set of information over, which will only take half a day. Yunua was a little stunned. Go back from Watsaburg and then come again. How can this take a day? Yunua nodded. The four of them just came to the street, and a carriage slowly stopped in front of them. A young man, with a dignified appearance and extraordinary temperament jumped off the carriage, and said to Dole expressionlessly, Wizard Dole, the ancestor invites you. The young man was about 20 years old, but his strength had reached level 5, and his aura was stronger than Gretel. Genius? Dole nodded slightly to the man, and was about to say something, when Ash asked beside him, may I ask which ancestor it is? The young man glanced at Ash, and a flash of surprise flashed in his heart, and then he said, it's the Fire King ancestor. Ash's face changed slightly. In Dole's conscious world, Ash's voice sounded, there are a total of 4 ancestors known to the Glory Empire, 1 level 9, 3 level 8, and the Fire King ancestor is level 8. He is the only ancestor whose students have no future. I'm afraid he wants to accept you, and let you join the Imperial Mage Corps. You can't agree. Dole's mouth twitched. I definitely can't agree. My eyes are not on this place in front of me. Ash has been instigated by Ball recently, and has always wanted to go to other worlds to see, so naturally he is unwilling to stay here and be someone else's lackey. After the two finished their conversation, Dole turned around and said to the young man, let's go, where shall we meet? The young man said with a strange expression, in the palace. Speaking of this, Dole's expression also became a little strange. Isn't it in the Imperial Mage Corps? Yunua stood quietly beside him, looking at the young man, and said at this time, Tom, how did the ancestor know the news of Dole's coming? Isn't he usually in seclusion? The young man Tom looked at Yunua, this once very dazzling genius, who was an unattainable existence in the past, and finally fell, and now he has risen again, and is still that powerful monster that cannot be expected. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know, I'm just a messenger. Sister Yunua, I heard from others that Prince George cured your illness. Can you sprint to level 7 now? In fact, people outside know that Yunua is now working for the third prince, and there are rumors that her illness has been cured, but it has always been just speculation. Yunua nodded, within 10 years, I will definitely sprint to level 7. Tom took a breath. Even if you sprint to level 7 at the age of 60, you are still a very scary monster. Then congratulations, sister. Tom looked at Yunua deeply, and he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Yunua is 50 years old this year. Although it sounds old, it can only be regarded as an adult in the hundreds of years of life of a level 6 wizard. Moreover, Yunua's appearance is also that of a young girl who has just reached adulthood. Tom is also in his 30s this year, but his strength is only level 5. He is not as strong as Yunua, so it is understandable to call him sister. Yunua is no longer as arrogant as she was a few years ago. At this time, she also nodded very kindly, you should also work hard, level 6 is just under your feet. Tom nodded, then turned his head and looked at Dole, regaining a little confidence, and then said, come with me. He turned around and jumped on the carriage. Dole looked at Yunua and said, see you tomorrow. Yunua nodded. Ash and Dole also jumped on Tom's carriage. The carriage slowly turned around and disappeared on the bright street. In the carriage, Tom looked at Dole and thought, he is not that outstanding. Level 6, ordinary level 6 is not even as good as those level 6 geniuses in the Imperial capital. It's nothing great. Looking at Ash, Tom felt some respect in his heart. The Ice and Snow Goddess meditation method reached level 6, and its power was incredible. This is the top practice of the royal family, not something that is common outside. So he wanted to get closer, so he said, Sister Ashley, I heard you are 32 years old this year? Ashley nodded and said coldly yes. Tom thought to himself, this is really a monster. The Ice and Snow Goddess meditation method has been cultivated to the 9th level, and at the age of 32, her potential is also ranked in the top 3 within the Glory family. He didn't care about Ashley's expression, so he looked at Dual-Eye, and then looked at Dual-Eye, what is your relationship? Dual-Eye didn't say anything. Ashley said calmly, we are husband and wife. Tom thought to himself that it was a pity, but looking at Ashley, it seems that she is still a virgin. Then, he suddenly felt shocked in his heart. Damn, these two people are so ambitious. Since they are husband and wife, they didn't lose their virginity after level 6, I'm afraid they both want to rush to level 7. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to underestimate Dual Eye at all. If these wizards in the Imperial capital had this kind of determination, some geniuses would not be lacking in stamina. Tom is also a member of the royal family, but he has been ranked in an unknown generation. He is already lucky to call Ash sister. Tom wanted to ask something, but Ash had closed her eyes. The spiritual power around her surged, isolating the inside and outside. Looking at Dole, the eyes looking at him were already a bit scrutinizing. He didn't say much, but straightened his back and closed his eyes. As a person from the Imperial capital, looking at outsiders, there is a psychological sense of pride. Not long after, everyone came to the gate of the palace. The three got off the carriage, and there were already people waiting at the gate. The two slightly older wizards, their clothes were indeed from the Imperial Mage Corps, and the wizard robes full of royal majesty looked quite solemn and dignified. Wherever they stood, they naturally had a sense of majesty. Dole frowned even more when he saw this. What is going on today? Isn't it just to meet someone? Why did so many people jump out? The Imperial Royal Mage Corps represents the highest combat power of the Imperial Royal Family. All of them are geniuses from successive generations of the Imperial Royal Family. With so many years of accumulation, their strength is extremely strong. Chapter 773. The Imperial Royal Mage Corps is also a part of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The two are inseparable. Among the 13 highest elders of the Glory Wizard Alliance, 5 of them are ancestors of the Imperial Royal Mage Corps. If we talk about which one is stronger in the Western Ring Continent, it is naturally the Glory Wizard Alliance, not the Glory Empire. The news that Dual Eye got from the soul clone of the Nightmare Ancestor was that the Northwest countries finally delayed launching the plan because they were afraid of the Glory Wizard Alliance. He thought of these at this time. At this time, the two men came forward, and one of them said coldly, "You two are Dual Eye and Aishi. Both of them are extremely strong. Both are level 6, and they speak very impolitely." Aishi was unhappy at this time, stretched out her hand to stop Dual Eye, took the initiative to walk out, and shouted coldly, "Who are you two? Why do you call me by my name?" Dual Eye was also very unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it directly. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and it is more legitimate for Ash to come forward. Sure enough, as soon as the words came out, the two people's faces changed. The princess of the Northwest is still a princess, and she is also registered. Moreover, with Ash's current identity and status, she is already on the same starting line as several major princesses in the Imperial capital. One of them changed his face, and was about to say something, but the other one said softly, "Hello, Princess Ash, the two of us specially took you to see the ancestor." Ash said coldly, not caring about what the other person said, and straightened her back and looked at people with her eyes. Who doesn't know how to show off? With Tom here, what can you two do? The two looked at each other, knowing that their tone just now might have caused the other party's disgust, but they were also a little angry. What was there for an outsider palace master to be proud of? Another person said coldly, "Tom was sent here. What do you think we have to do?" Tom, standing next to him, twitched his mouth. Did these two eat fire crystals? They have such a bad temper, but Ash and Dole's tempers are not very good either. Ash raised his eyebrows, and said condescendingly with the majesty he usually had in the Rhine family, "Is there no one in the royal family who can be used? This princess is very dissatisfied with the two of you. Either change two people, or we won't go." Your tone and behavior offended this princess. The two people exploded immediately, and the one with a bad temper immediately got angry, and his aura burst out like a flame around him, like a fire prince, covering himself, burning, and then pressing hard towards Dole and the others. Although the other person was angry, he did not do much. At this time, Ash did not move, but Dole did. He only gave a look, and a faint light flashed in his eyes, and the wizard felt that his will was surrounded by an infinite storm. The sharp wind blade, violent thunder and lightning, and fierce rainstorms penetrated his spirit and will as if they were materialized. The storm was like a bone-eroding force, blowing through his Flame King inch by inch, and the flames around the Flame King disappeared inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, they were half lower. The man's face immediately changed, and his eyes went dark. This was the Flame King. What kind of meditation method was this? He didn't use his full strength, just wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party's counterattack was so fierce that he really got angry. The momentum around him was soaring, and the Flame King stared at the violent storm, expanding inch by inch. Dole looked at him, without any expression or movement. The storm became more violent, as if it had increased from a level 15 or 16 storm to level 18 or 19 in an instant, and the Flame King disappeared in the air faster than before. The wizard retreated backwards, and his face was extremely dark. The flames on his body went out, and he returned to his previous appearance, with an extremely pale face. Dole looked at the other party, and his pupils returned to normal. He looked down and said slowly, "It's okay. Under the suppression of my Storm King, you can still hold on for 2 minutes. It's not bad in level 6. Although Dole didn't have any contemptuous eyes or too many expressions, but his sentence broke the man's defense. Damn. He was about to stand up and continue, but when Dole glanced at him, he held back. He couldn't beat him. Next to him, another level 6 old man and Tom were shocked at this time. Ash was already very powerful, but I didn't expect that the city lord of Albee's Mountain next to him was really fierce. No wonder he could beat Albee's Mountain and drive away 4 level 7s. The level 6 who didn't make a move stared at Dole blankly and said in shock, "Did you touch the rules?" Dole didn't even look at him, completely ignoring him. He turned his head and said to Tom, "Send a message and ask someone else to pick us up. I am very dissatisfied with the reception of these 2 people." Tom stood at the back, his mouth twitching. He was just trying to show off his power. 2 level 6 warriors just made a move, and they were defeated? How could this be possible? They were senior level 6 warriors? He was stunned. The 2 elders looked ugly at this time, and they were shaking with anger. At the gate of the palace, they could only do this, using their momentum to oppress others. If it escalated to the level of fighting, the formation of the Glory Wizard Alliance would prioritize killing them. Dole didn't care about the 2 of them, and walked aside with Ash. He said heartlessly at this time, "You can't let people live in peace in the middle of the night. I would not have come if I had known. You can confer it or not." Ash pouted beside him, "That's right. Who cares? Even if you don't confer it, what can it do? Who dares to come to the Albee's Mountains to show off? Even a level 7 warrior can be suppressed by him." Ash didn't give them a good face. The 3 stood aside, looking at the 2 people's appearance of being alone, pointing at Dole's back in anger, and their fingers trembled. At this time, Tom finished sending the message. In the backyard of the palace, in an exquisite park, Emperor Yale and an old man looked at the light curtain in front of him, which showed the scene at the entrance of the palace. The old man wanted the 2 to test Dole, to see how good Dole was, and to deliberately provoke him. Unexpectedly, with just a momentum attack, a senior master of level 6 fell into a disadvantage, without even a chance to resist, and the momentum illusion was directly broken. The background of this young man was not as simple as they imagined. His skills were strong, his understanding of witchcraft, his understanding of will, and his use of mental power were stronger than any genius in the imperial capital. Momentum, and will represent everything about a person. Some people might say that even if momentum fails, there is still witchcraft. In fact, people with stronger momentum are stronger in the use of witchcraft, more sophisticated in manipulation, and more powerful in condensation, not to mention that Dole's ability may have mastered a little bit of the power of rules. The 2 looked at each other. Emperor Yale looked at the ancestor without much respect. "You see, you failed, and you lost the face of the royal family." The ancestor snorted coldly, his eyes shining. "I thought that the Northwest could only produce talents from my royal family, but now I have misjudged him. He deserves my personal instruction." Chapter 774. Emperor Yale looked at the ancestor and said without much politeness, "The great ancestor has already spoken. Unless Dole agrees, we can't force it. Besides, the other party is also the son-in-law of my royal family, and is also considered a member of our royal family. If there is a quarrel, it will be difficult to explain to the Rhine family. Those people are not easy to talk to. You will say it first. If the other party agrees, then agree. If the other party disagrees, you can't force them to be disciples." The ancestor was a little impatient. He looked at Emperor Yale and said firmly, "I have my own considerations. You ask someone to bring them here." Although Emperor Yale is level 9, he has no good way to face level 8 wizards. Wizards are much more powerful than warriors in the use of power. He said expressionlessly, "Ancestor, I say it in advance. If Dole doesn't agree, I won't let him go to you. Without him in the Albee's Mountains, others can't suppress him. The Albee's Mountains are of great strategic significance to the Empire. He can't just let them go." Among the ancestors, this one had the worst moral character and the worst temper. He was not willing at all. At the gate of the palace, a maid in yellow inner court clothes quickly walked out and came to the gate. When she came in front of everyone, a crisp voice sounded in everyone's ears, "My lords, Emperor Yale invites you. Please follow me." Dole didn't even look at the 2 people, and said to Tom next to him, "Goodbye." Tom nodded slightly. Dole, and Ash headed back to the palace without looking back. The palace was very large, and it was night. The surrounding light and shadows were bright, and the surrounding shadows were dim, and it seemed very quiet. The palace was even quieter, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It took more than 10 minutes to walk through the front hall, arrive at the central palace, and then go around the central palace to the harem, even though the maids were speeding up. The harem backyard was even bigger, and after walking around for a while, they finally arrived at a solemn place. This was a small courtyard, which was brightly lit, and there were two people standing in the courtyard. Yale the Great and an old man, the old man standing there, just like an ordinary person. Yale the Great heard the voice, turned around and looked at the door, waving to Dole and Ash. Dole and Ash glanced at the old man and walked in quickly. Meet the great emperor. Dole knelt on one knee. Emperor Yale hummed and smiled faintly. I'm sorry to call you here in the middle of the night. Is everything going well in the Ministry of Internal Affairs today? Dole didn't say anything. Ash shook his head beside him and said directly, reporting to the emperor, it's not going well. Someone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs is trying every means to obstruct us. In addition, Taylor, who is reviewing us, has gone to the southeast and won't be back for a while. We don't have any information at hand now. Emperor Yale was stunned. When he personally gave the order, someone actually obstructed him? He thought about it and didn't ask Dole anything, but nodded gloomily. I asked Xiao San to check it later. Dole said, Prince George III has already started to check. I'm not in a hurry. Emperor Yale's face turned cold. I am very anxious. It seems that someone wants to test my majesty before I abdicate. He snorted coldly, and then said, Dole, what do you think of our Imperial Mage Corps? He had not forgotten the main thing today. Dole shook his head. I have no opinion. I have never dealt with the Imperial Mage Corps, but I heard that they are very good. Yale the Great had recovered his emotions at this time, and slowly said, the main responsibility of the Imperial Mage Corps is to absorb all kinds of talents from the royal families and vassals of the empire and cultivate talents. Therefore, for thousands of years, my Imperial Royal Family is the strongest existence besides the Imperial Glory Wizard Alliance, with 5 Super 8th level existences. In addition to countless geniuses, the Imperial Mage Corps also has a lot of collections of books and countless resources above level 7. Ash should be very clear about this. Ash nodded. Dole knew what Yale the Great wanted to say, so he interrupted, then the Imperial Mage Corps should not lack talents. The Empire is prosperous, and the Glory Empire is unified for thousands of years. He played a trick. The corner of Emperor Yale's mouth twitched. I didn't ask you to flatter me. What I want to say is, do you want to join our Imperial Mage Corps? Dole shook his head. No, I don't want to join any wizard organization at the moment. After all, Albi's city has just been established, and I have a lot of things to worry about. Recently, an organization called Nightmare Empire has set its sights on me, so how can I have time to do other things? When the words Nightmare Empire were mentioned, Emperor Yale and the old man's faces really changed. The old man's momentum surged out at this time, and he rushed directly to Dole, shouting, Nightmare Empire, are you serious? Before his momentum reached Dole, Emperor Yale released his own blood and chi with a depressed look on his face, blocking Dole in front of him. How did he discover the Nightmare Empire? How did Dole know? Ancestor, please calm down. I know about this matter, but I haven't reported it to you yet because the time is not yet ripe. Dole just wanted to see the Empire's reaction to the Nightmare Empire and throw out such a piece of news. Unexpectedly, the two people's reactions were very special. It can be seen that the two people's reactions were different. Emperor Yale obviously knew something, but the one next to him knew nothing. But he was a little frightened at this time. The aura of the 8th level was really powerful. Although he had seen an 8th level and the storm elf on the sea, Dole was still very shocked by the aura released by a real 8th level. Like the abyss, like the sea, like gods and demons, the 6th level could not guess the world of the 8th level at all. That was a power and use method that Dole could not understand at all. He hurriedly took 2 steps back. When the old man heard what Emperor Yale said, he suddenly turned his head and looked at him, angrily, you know? Why didn't you tell us that the Nightmare Empire is of great importance? This matter is the matter of our entire Western Ring continent, and you didn't report it? Emperor Yale looked at Dole fiercely, and then hurriedly explained, I just found out not long ago, and I haven't investigated the situation clearly yet, so I dare not report it rashly. Dole, how did you know? Dole curled his lips. I caught a level 6 undead wizard who came to make trouble and interrogated him. The old man said angrily, it's impossible. The Nightmare Emperor is second to none in the use of mental power. Even if you caught a level 6 and didn't get invaded by the other party's mental power when you interrogated him, I now seriously suspect that you have been contaminated by a level 9 evil wizard. I want to catch you and study you carefully." As he said, he was about to release the witchcraft, break through the Emperor's obstruction, and grab Dole. He was now eager to know about the Nightmare Empire, and he was not worried about taking in disciples. Level 8 made a move with overwhelming momentum. In an instant, Dole felt that the world around him was plunged into darkness. The world in front of him changed. Darkness, light, and rainbow twisted the world in front of him. He didn't know where he was. At this time, he could only protect Ash and eagerly summon the power of the Tower of Babel to cover himself. Chapter 775. Powerful and unstoppable, this is how Dole explained this force. He was completely unable to resist, and was about to be caught by the other party. At this time, an extremely abundant and sacred blood force broke through the obstacles in front of him and appeared in front of Dole. The fighting spirit and blood will of Emperor Yale were perfectly integrated together to form a god of war. He stood in front of Dole, waved his hand, and a bloody hand appeared, firmly blocking the power of the ancestor, and then said coldly, "Stop, you old man, if you dare to do it again, I will use the Imperial formation to suppress you." In front of Dole, the world appeared again, and he saw that Emperor Yale was stubbornly resisting the other party's witchcraft invasion. "Get out of the way, I want to clean up the pollution." The old ancestor did not explain to Emperor Yale, and then the power suddenly pressed down. As if the sky collapsed, the sky turned black again, as if the sky collapsed, a hard black broke through the world and pressed hard towards Emperor Yale. The face of the Yale Emperor who raised his hand turned red, but he still did not give up. He was about to use the Empire's formation. He knew whether Dole was invaded by Nightmare, because he had a super alchemy equipment that could detect whether other people's souls were real. Dole must be fine. Now he just wanted to know how he knew about the Nightmare Empire. If he had to ask, he should ask. If he was caught by this person, things would be bad. "You want to stop me?" The ancestor was in a stalemate for a long time, snorted coldly, and was about to use his extreme power. It was not easy for an 8th level wizard to fight a 9th level warrior, but he could still fight. The difference in mental strength was fully reflected at this time. No matter how strong the warrior's will was, it was not much stronger. At this moment, a chill suddenly appeared in the heart of the ancestor. His power was instantly frozen, his thoughts were mostly frozen, and his body was covered with frost in an instant. The power was withdrawn all of a sudden, and Emperor Yale was still trying his best to resist. Suddenly, the power disappeared and he jumped up. He hurriedly stabilized his body, readjusted his blood, fighting spirit and will, and looked at the old man. At this time, the old man had been silently frozen into an ice sculpture by a layer of frost. Seeing this, Emperor Yale was completely relieved, and then said to the surroundings, "Thank you, Ancestor Chinwe." Dole was terrified. There was a difference of 2 levels, and he couldn't even understand the other party's fighting method. He just saw the other party being frozen into an ice sculpture, and he subconsciously wanted to leave. The power of the wizard tower broke through the obstacles, and fell directly on the 2 people. An equipment on Dole suddenly lit up, and the bodies of the 2 suddenly became transparent. Emperor Yale turned around and saw this scene. At this moment, a force rose from nowhere, directly blocking the connection between the small courtyard and the outside, and Dole and Ash became clear again. Dole's face was gloomy, and the transmission was interrupted. At this moment, a voice came from the house in the yard, "Ahem, it's okay, come in." Emperor Yale was overjoyed, and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and said to Dole, "The great ancestor is inside, let's go in." He glanced at the ancestor who was frozen into an ice sculpture with a sinister look, and said in his heart, "In the future, let Shao Saner cut his resources in half, so that you can be arrogant." He flicked his sleeves, snorted coldly, and walked into the house in the small courtyard first. Dole and Ash looked at each other, and there was nothing they could do but walk inside. In the courtyard, the white on the old man Frost gradually faded, and soon, he was able to move again. He turned his head, looked behind him with a gloomy face, and walked towards the small courtyard. Now that the uncle is here, this matter can be clarified, and the affairs of the Nightmare Empire must not be sloppy. The rebirth of the Nightmare Empire is a big event. The house is very clean, with a large long table. Dole took a look, and it seemed to be a meeting place. A skinny old man sat in the innermost, holding an inconspicuous cane in his hand, kind and amiable, as if he was an ordinary old man. The other party is the 9th level ancestor? Dole's heart trembled. The gap between the 6th and 9th levels is like that between an ant and an elephant. The old man sat in the innermost, and after everyone came in, he waved his hand, and the surrounding windows and doors closed silently. The skinny old man looked at the old man who just came in from the door, and said slowly, "I agreed to let you come here because you want to ask, not to make trouble. Is the other party contaminated by mental power? Do you have the right to speak?" He suddenly stretched out his stick, and the old man at the door suddenly groaned and his face suddenly turned pale. Duelai's mouth twitched, a little surprised. This is another attack method he didn't know. The power of level 8 or 9 is really weird. The skinny old man calmed down, looked at Duelai, and said, "Come sit down and tell me what you know." He has seen many geniuses. Unless Duelai is now at level 7, the skinny old man will not care. If you are not at level 7, it is not the right path after all. However, the chances of the other party reaching level 7 are very high, so we must pay attention. Duelai breathed a sigh of relief. This person seemed to be a good talker. He did not speak, but closed his eyes, and then condensed a spiritual information light point. Everything I know is in it. The practice of the Nightmare Ancestor is very strange. I trapped its soul in a closed space, and killed it with a lot of effort. The old man at the door had his eyes wide open. He knew how powerful the Nightmare Ancestor was. He was definitely an extreme level 8 strongman. His soul was also invincible in this world. Mental pollution was terrible, but if his soul was trapped in a small world, it would not be a big deal. How did he do it? Even the Glory Wizard Alliance could only achieve short-term results with the technique of space splitting. He immediately said, "Ancestor, no, there is a high possibility of mental pollution." The skinny old man glanced at the old man, stared, and then waved to Duelai. Duelai quickly pushed the light spot over. The old man was anxious and wanted to stop it. With a move of his mental power, an extremely powerful force blasted towards the light spot in the middle. His power was extremely hot. In less than a tenth of a second, the light spot was affected. The skinny old man glanced at the old man and was immediately angry. "This idiot. How dare you? Have you practiced for so many years? Even if the Nightmare Ancestor is in front of you, what can you do?" The look in his eyes suddenly changed, and the old man at the door suddenly lost his momentum, and his face was extremely pale. He remembered at this time that he seemed to be insane. The fear brought to him by the Nightmare Ancestor in person was too strong. He even forgot that the Ancestor was at the 9th level. He hurriedly stepped back 2 steps and stopped talking. The Nightmare Ancestor was unparalleled in power back then. He was also one of the participants, and was too scared at the time. Duelai looked at the Fire King Ancestor, who was acting a little strange, and was a little surprised. This old man seemed to have seen the Nightmare Ancestor. Was he scared by the beating? The light spot came in front of the skinny old Ancestor. He just took a look and was shocked. Duelai actually created an independent space, killed the Nightmare Ancestor's clone, and walked in his spiritual world. The light spot Duelai gave him was very detailed, and it was detailed to the whole process of what happened. After carefully reading it, the skinny old man put down the light spot and gently turned it into nothingness. Chapter 776. The skinny old man sighed and said, "That man lied to you. What about the 4th prince of the Nightmare Empire? He is the Nightmare Ancestor himself. I didn't expect that so many people united back then, but they couldn't really kill him?" Hearing this, the Fire King Ancestor trembled even more, and sweat immediately flowed down his forehead. The skinny old man glanced at the Fire King Ancestor and got angry immediately. "You useless thing, you could kill him back then, and you can kill him again now. What are you afraid of? You have lived like a dog for so many years. No wonder none of your students are promising. They are all good for nothings." The Fire King Ancestor didn't dare to speak. Duelai realized that this person really wanted to accept him as a student, but unfortunately, he couldn't join any side. Emperor Yale stood aside without saying a word, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was watching the fun. "Let you be arrogant just now, someone will punish you, humph." The skinny old man looked at Duelai, looked at him carefully, nodded slightly, and then looked at Aishi, his eyes showing joy. "Your name is Aishi, right?" Aishi was relieved at this time. The Ancestor was on their side, so she nodded obediently. Aishi greets the Ancestor. The skinny old man smiled and nodded. "Our family finally has another good seedling, and his personality is not bad, unlike Daphne, who is too cold and arrogant and not suitable for socializing with others." Aishi lowered her head and said, reporting to the Ancestor, "I am also working hard to improve because I want to catch up with Duelai. I have just been promoted, and it is not stable yet." The skinny old man didn't care. It doesn't matter if the Xuanchuang heart is not stable. What matters is that you are still young and have enough time. In your generation, only you and Daphne will have the opportunity to break through to level 8 in the future. It is worth cultivating. Ash was secretly delighted. This great ancestor of the Glory Empire was preparing to cultivate her. The skinny old man turned his hand and took out something like an ice crystal. He gently pushed it to Ash and said, "This is a small gift from me to you. It can shorten the time of stabilization. If you can be my student, I can give you more resources." Ash took the thing, and was stunned when she heard the second half of the sentence. Dole was also stunned. A 9th level ancestor accepted him as a student. This, Emperor Yale was stunned, and so was the Fire King. So when he met Ash, did he become a peer? Emperor Yale opened his mouth even more, feeling uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. He suddenly became a junior, but being a student was better. Emperor Yale was relieved again. Ash was entangled. She was now eager to upgrade and shorten her stable family, so that she could have a child with Dole. She was not young anymore. She looked at Dole. Dole was also undecided at this time. It can be said with certainty that the skinny old man definitely had no bad intentions, but had the intention of cultivating her. He thought for a while and said, "You decide?" He gave the decision to Ash. The skinny old man smiled and looked at Ash. Although Ash was tempted, she also knew the pros and cons. The pros were that she could get a lot of royal resources. She was originally a member of the royal family, and her rights and obligations remained unchanged. She would get more things, but the cons were that she might have to stay in the imperial capital and listen to the teachings of the ancestor, which was different from her expectations. She hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "Thank you, ancestor, I still want to stay in the northwest." The skinny old man was not disappointed, but said with a wise look, "If you are not confused by external things, your future achievements will be higher than that of the Fire King ancestor. That's it, today's matter is over. Fire King ancestor, go and call the others. We have to have a meeting. Dole's information is important. I want to call everyone to a meeting." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except the Fire King ancestor. Emperor Yale breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The matter was finally over. This Fire King ancestor had few skills in teaching students, and his ability to mess around was one more than 3. Fortunately, Daphne didn't follow him at that time. If she had followed him, it would have been over. The 2 ancestors left in a hurry. Now there are only 3 people left, Yale the Great, Dole, and Ash. Emperor Yale turned his head, looked at Ash, and smiled. "Congratulations, niece, you have been appreciated by the ancestors. This piece of ice element crystal can be used for a long time." Ash nodded. The ice element crystal in her hand is the best among the element crystals, and can be absorbed for a long time. "Thank you, Emperor, for protecting us. Otherwise, we would not have been able to have a peaceful ending today." Emperor Yale smiled and said, "The old ancestor's eyes have been fixed here. It doesn't matter whether I am here or not. Now everything is fine. You two can go. You can go to handle the formalities tomorrow. I will ask the people below to arrange it. The awarding ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow." Dole nodded. Leaving the palace, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. The palace was too depressing. There were countless wizard formations, and too many masters. Walking inside was like having countless knives on your neck. Too dangerous. As soon as Ash came out, she said, "Let's go quickly after we finish our business. We won't go to any academy. There are too many trivial things here." Dole nodded. Dole was ready to leave the other world, and leave here as soon as possible. The high level of the Imperial Mage Corps held a meeting overnight. This meeting was a secret meeting, and only those above level 8 could come. Level 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. The skinny old man presided over the meeting. There were only 7 people in total, and 3 of them from the Glory Wizard Alliance came, all of them level 8. The meeting was held in a large office. After everyone sat down, the skinny old man played the live video featuring Dole for everyone. Of course, he removed Dole's own thoughts. It was a purely first-person video, and it did not involve Dole himself. The video lasted about 3 hours. After watching it, the conference room was a little too depressing. Nightmare Ancestor. Who will encounter Nightmare Ancestor? Who will kill Nightmare Ancestor's soul? Has Nightmare Ancestor really been reborn? The Fire King Ancestor was overwhelmed with emotion. Not do a lie, he really killed Nightmare Ancestor's soul, and it seemed like nothing happened. The 3 people from the Glory Wizard Alliance looked at each other at this time. Their eyes were shocked, and the other 2 people from the Imperial Mage Corps were also extremely shocked. The president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, whose name is Vasily, was silent for a moment and said, "Master Qianwei, we have known for a long time that there are signs of the Nightmare Empire, but we have never had any clues, and have not seen the Nightmare Ancestor himself, So we have always suspected that the people who are causing chaos in the Northwest are descendants of the Nightmare Empire. And we have never tried to understand and investigate too much. May I ask, how did you get this information? And who is the person who can create an independent space? The Qianhua ancestor glanced at Vasily and said, "It is not convenient for me to disclose the specific information. You will know it later. I don't want you to disturb him now." In short, the matter is true. The Nightmare Ancestor has been resurrected. Everyone was silent. It is also possible to create an independent space in the Glory Wizard Alliance, but this requires the strength of many people. This person can do it independently, which shows that the other party's attainments in space are very high. At present, according to the intelligence network of the Glory Wizard Alliance, this person, and it may be that person, that tower. Chapter 777. Vasily looked at the ancestor Qianhua, nodded, and said, "I roughly know who it is. He is the only one who can contact the wizards controlled by the ancestor of Nightmare. I will not disturb him." The ancestor Qianhua nodded. In this generation, there are 2 people who may be promoted to level 8. There are 2 in the imperial capital, and the number in other states is unknown, but there are at most 3 or 4. The child and his wife are both possible. I am very optimistic about them. Below level 7, it has little impact on the combat effectiveness of the top. Vasily nodded. Only when he is promoted to level 7 or above can he be regarded as the backbone of our human race and the real combat power of the human race. I will find a way to cultivate him from the side. The heart of the ancestor of the Fire King sank, and it was even more difficult to accept him. Others were puzzled. What kind of riddle were they playing? Who was that person? Why did they get so much favor from the 2? Vasily said at this time, "Let's talk about the matter of the Nightmare Ancestor. In addition, has the information about Huang Ying reached you?" Ancestor Qianhua's heart skipped a beat. What a mistake, what a mistake. I call Yale over. Only wizards can deal with nightmares. Warriors are useless. He subconsciously excluded Emperor Yale, but the information was still with him, so he had to call him over and check it carefully. After waiting for a while, Yale didn't come, but George came. George didn't sleep well. Dole went to the palace to see the Fire King. How could he sleep well? When the news of Dole's coming out reached him, he could rest for a while. Unexpectedly, he was called out again before he fell asleep. But when he knew what was going on, George suddenly became energetic. He met several ancestors and high-ranking members of the Glory Wizard Alliance all at once. You know, it is impossible for him to meet so many people at once as a regent. Although he is a prince and will be a king in the future, he cannot meet these people whenever he wants. He ran out of the mansion quickly and came to the backyard of the palace under the cover of night. It was already an hour later. Several ancestors had discussed some things. George came to the meeting room. As soon as he entered the door, a heavy pressure almost crushed him. After activating a pendant on his chest, he barely stood up straight, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this the aura of an 8th and 9th level boss? Too scary. He came in honestly, bowed heavily, shouted the slogan of meeting the ancestors, and then sat in the last seat. At this time, the ancestor Qianhua said, "The purpose of calling you here is to know Huang Ying's information about the Nightmare Empire. Before you watch it, you can take a look at this video." He played the video they had seen before again. George's face changed. Is the spiritual world of the Nightmare Ancestor so terrifying? So many worlds? Did Dulai do this? At this time, a royal ancestor said, "George, do you know who this person is?" George glanced at the others, and saw that the Qianhua ancestor shook his head. George nodded. "I do know that this person is one of us, not an outsider." The Fire King ancestor's mouth twitched when he heard this. Is Dulai that kid worth so many people trying to win over? Thinking of the other party's age, the Fire King ancestor was helpless. A 27-year-old level 6, now only 28 years old, a senior level 6 is no match for him, and he has a deep foundation, not comparable to an ordinary level 6, and the probability of a level 7 in the future can be said to be more than 90%. The ancestor also saw the hint from the Shallow Moon ancestor, and dared not speak anymore. At that moment, George told the intelligence he had obtained, focusing on the fact that the Nightmare Empire had actually controlled the Northwest countries. The area of the Northwest countries is not small, but the area of each country is not large, and they are too scattered, resulting in insufficient overall strength. Its land area is not smaller than that of the Glory Empire, but most of it is desert, cold land, and the population is not large, which is why no one has paid much attention to it. If all the Northwest countries are controlled and united, it will be a big deal. After George told the story, everyone's face changed instantly. With the means of the Nightmare Ancestor, if this continues, the entire Northwest will probably fall. The Shallow Moon Ancestor immediately stood up and said, immediately notify the top leaders of other empires that the Nightmare Empire has revived and is about to be restored. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Dual Eye felt a little safe. What he didn't know was that the real top leaders of the empire had turned the world upside down. After a comfortable night's sleep, I met Yunua at the entrance of the Wizard Tower the next morning. Yunua was the same as yesterday, with a cold and quiet look, like a noble goddess. Although she was 50 years old, she looked like 18 years old. Standing next to Ash, the foreign minister looked only a little older than Ash. The three of them got on the carriage and headed straight to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When they arrived at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they found that the entrance of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was a bit chaotic. A large group of special soldiers stood at the entrance and surrounded the entrance, as if they were going to do something. In addition, dozens of carriages were parked in the distance, and a group of people were walking towards this side, with a covetous look. Yunua smiled and said, there shouldn't be any accidents today. George ordered yesterday to rectify the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Some people shouldn't be able to go to work today. Look at those people. They are retainers of the Conti family. They come from various forces, and are ready to rob people. Once some people are arrested by the Public Security Bureau, they may not be able to get out. Dole raised his eyebrows. George's action was quite quick. Where is he? At this time in the palace, George didn't sleep much last night. He was still energetic and stood in the hall, throwing the books in his hands to the ground. From yesterday noon to today, these are all the reports received. Take a look. Who are they? His voice was very flat, but his actions were very wild. It was obvious that he was giving others a signal that I was very angry. Everyone looked at George, and their faces turned pale. George was moved when he saw this. In fact, these are only part of it, and the most serious part. I won't say who it is. You all can see who is in it. No one was moved. Everyone felt uneasy and looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They stood there and didn't dare to move. If they really went up to take a look, what would happen? This is equivalent to catching someone else's handle. If it was the handle of 1 or 2 people, they would dare to take a look. But the handle of so many people, whoever looked at it would die. Half a minute passed, and it was very quiet. Finally, a person from the patrol station stood up at George's signal. When this person stood up, the faces of others turned bad. The man walked slowly to the front of the book step by step, then picked up the book, stood at the bottom of the hall, and looked at everyone expressionlessly. Just as he was about to turn the books one by one, George's voice came from above again. I won't read it today. I guess you don't dare to read it either. Now, distribute these books according to the names. Whoever gets them will stay for a while. Chapter 778. The inspector breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone dared to look at the name, but he didn't dare to look at the content. He quickly hinted, and another inspector came out from behind, took the book, and the two of them distributed it together. Many ministers looked pale when they saw this. When the first booklet was handed to one person, his face changed slightly. He didn't dare to open the booklet, let alone read it, and directly protected his chest with his backhand. The second person, the third person. Soon, more than 60 books were distributed. However, everyone soon saw something wrong, because all officials in the empire, military affairs, internal affairs, and foreign affairs were basically involved, but the number was not large, except for almost everyone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At this time, the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs changed color. Prince George wanted to rectify the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Once this signal was released, everyone tacitly stayed away from the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs were basically isolated. The people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs were divided into 2 groups. One group looked unnatural but not panicked, while the other group was pale and didn't know what happened. At this moment, someone ran in from outside the palace. Report. The third prince frowned and looked at the man, saying, What's the matter? The man raised his head and said in panic, Someone is making trouble at the door of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In the hall, everyone's face changed and became solemn, especially the people in the Public Security Bureau, the police station, and the Military Affairs Bureau, who exuded a strong blood and energy, and suddenly looked at everyone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yunua looked at the chaos at the door and said, It's not much, it will probably be a while, otherwise. Let's go to the Zonli Bureau first. Dole frowned, wondering what was going on. The imperial capital was so chaotic, and the nobles were openly making trouble, and no one was in charge. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Dole thought that it was probably not that they would ignore it, but let the matter ferment first. With those people around, how much trouble could those nobles cause? Even if there was trouble, they could suppress it with a backhand. He thought about it, and it was okay. Emperor Yale promised himself that he would finish all the things in the next few days, and Yunua was with him, so nothing should happen again. Dole went to the Zonli Bureau again. There was no problem this time. The people in the Zonli Bureau were very polite. They took Dole and walked through the form of the ennoblement ceremony, told him all kinds of rules and techniques, as well as the changes in the court, and responded immediately. In addition, the Zonli Bureau had to make a formal dress for Dole overnight. Now Dole's title has not been determined, so this matter is difficult to handle. So, the matter returned to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. What Dole didn't know at this time was that the court had already begun to be in chaos. The Connie family, the Edward family, and all the families were looking at George to see what he would do. After Dole came out of the Zonli office, the court had already divided the results. Some people stood on George's side, and the old ministers of Emperor Yale also stood up and stood on George's side. Only a part of people did not stand on his side. George remained calm, and then severely disciplined some people, especially the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A deputy head of the palace was directly removed and handed over to the inspector. People from the Connie family stood up to oppose. After the opposition was ineffective, another group of people were removed. George raised his knife and killed a group of people fiercely. After those people were cleared out of the hall, the court had a clearer division of titles. Because of this incident, some people were ruthlessly withdrawn, and some titles were actually left. At this time, some people realized that the earldom and marquisdom titles that everyone had fought for were suddenly vacant. Dole's marquisdom title looked very attractive, but for everyone at this time, it was not worthwhile to offend George for a title. After he became the emperor, he would probably be in power for decades, and this period of time was not very wise. Those people looked at each other and began to compete for the remaining titles. And George wanted this effect. Don't you like to fight? I will withdraw a few people now and let you fight. I will suppress a group and support a group. One day, I will make everyone in the court my own. At this time, a group of old ministers looked at George and nodded slightly. This is the true way of the emperor. Prince George is much more powerful than Prince Andes. Andes is powerful, but not suitable for the court. Prince George is more skilled. Several people from the Connie family were beaten down. They were silent at this time. They knew that they had hit the muzzle of the gun, and the Edward family did not argue too much. They were also within the scope of the attack. The nobles of the two families did not get a single quota, but suffered heavy losses. Coming out of the Zonli office, and seeing the result of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Dole and the other two slowly returned to the Wizard Tower. As soon as he returned to the Wizard Tower, Dole heard a message. Dole was stunned for only 2 seconds, and then he knew that what happened last night had fermented. The old ancestor had been dispatched, and the old ancestor of the Fire King also knew about it. It is estimated that others also knew about it. They also notified the Honorable Wizard Alliance, which he had not expected. In Dole's impression, the Honorable Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps were two unrelated things. He thought for a while, and said to Ash, I go to Tower Number 1, you stay here. Ash lowered his head, thought for a while, and said to Dole, you have to be careful. Dole nodded, it should be the matter of the Nightmare Ancestor. Lord Puteus would not call me like that. It should be the high level of the Honorable Wizard Alliance. Ash nodded. When he walked out of the Wizard Tower, Dole looked at the sky outside. It was already evening, and there were quite a lot of wizards around, as if wizards like to come out at this time. As soon as Dole walked out, everyone around looked over here. One of them was a pretty female wizard, wearing a gorgeous aristocratic dress, shyly walked towards Dole. Dole knew what these people were thinking, and didn't pay any attention to them. He looked around, and then walked in another direction and walked straight to Tower Number 1. The female wizard stood there awkwardly. Dole came to the bottom of Tower Number 1 as if no one was around. A white light automatically appeared on Tower Number 1, and a suction force sucked him into the sky, and soon disappeared from the public sight. There was only one room on the top floor of Tower Number 1, which was a circular conference room with 4 people sitting in it. At this time, Vasily stood in the innermost room, and other high-level members of the Glory Wizard Alliance formed a circle. At the gate, white light appeared, and Dole's figure appeared at the door. The scenery in front of Dole changed, and the scene in front of him was like this. At this time, his shoulders sank, and an extremely strong pressure appeared around him, oppressing his spirit and body. At a glance, the conference room was full of old people, without a single young person. They exuded obscure power, and each of them was as elusive as the will of the thunder, and Dole could not understand it at all. He was uneasy and heavy in his heart. Puyusi sat at the bottom position. Although his face was calm, he was still a little excited. He had been here for so long, but it was the first time he saw these high-level people. Seeing Dole coming in, he stood up, bowed solemnly to everyone, and said, "Let me introduce you to you. This is Dole, who came from the Northern Empire to our glorious empire. The Albese Mountains were conquered by him as a gift to the empire." Chapter 779. Dolei bowed slightly when he heard this. "Hello, gentlemen." A series of eyes fell on Dolei, making him bend even lower. He felt a little overwhelmed. Being looked at by these people, he felt as if he was as weak as an ant, and then surrounded by countless elephants. This feeling was too terrible. He also knew that this was also an opportunity for him, so he raised his head and looked forward. Many wizards looked at Dolei, and one of them sat up and asked casually, "Did you kill the clone of the Nightmare Ancestor? Is the space technology used from the outside world?" Dolei frowned. Why ask this? He didn't think much about it, nodded, and said, "Yes, but some of the space magic patterns are not applicable to this world, so I modified some of them." The wizards were moved. "Can you really modify the runes?" Magic patterns cannot be modified casually. This requires a deep understanding of magic patterns. At this time, the wizard leaned forward slightly and asked Dolei, "If we ask you to hand over this part of knowledge and exchange it with the resources you can cultivate to level 8, are you willing?" Dolei blinked his eyes. It was very exaggerated that he could cultivate to level 8 resources. The Glory Wizard Alliance asked himself what this was for. Isn't the space technology the strongest in the Glory Wizard Alliance? But it seems that their strongest point is space transmission, not creating an independent space. There is a way. He thought about it, and said boldly, "This ancestor, can you change the request, and use the space technology mastered by the Glory Wizard Alliance in exchange for my space technology? What I am good at is the space splitting part, and the Wizard Alliance seems to be good at space transmission." The old man stopped talking, and looked eagerly at the person in the center of the crowd, Vasily. Spatial knowledge is also the most advanced knowledge in the Glory Wizard Alliance. He cannot decide whether to exchange the two most advanced knowledge, but he is willing to exchange them. If the two different spatial technologies are combined, it will be a huge improvement for those who have studied spatial abilities for hundreds of years. Vasily glanced at Dolei, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This child knows how to trade and how to advance and retreat. However, he shook his head slowly. "I am the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance, Vasily. The trade you mentioned is very tempting to me personally, and even some wizards, who study spatial magic patterns are very excited, but the ability of spatial transmission is the hard work of all the predecessors, who have studied spatial runes in the Glory Wizard Alliance for thousands of years. If it is handed over to you like this, I am afraid that many people will not agree. After all, you don't have the means to protect them now." Dolei's heart sank, and he thought slightly, and it seemed that his concerns were justified. He thought for a moment and said, "Then wait until I have the power to protect myself, and then we can exchange." The wizard who started the conversation suddenly looked unhappy, with a look of regret and sorrow that was hard to describe. The relationship between wizards is very fair to each other, regardless of age, so these Dolei are not afraid. As the wizard stopped talking, another wizard suddenly said, "Your wizard tower is based on spatial ability. Why don't we change the way of trading? What is the highest level of the wizard tower? Can we ask you to refine one?" The corners of Dolei's mouth twitched. This was a trick to get him to hand over his spatial knowledge and refine one for them. Most of his spatial abilities would be learned by the other party. He shook his head directly. "No, first of all, I don't have the ability to refine the wizard tower to the highest level at present. I can only refine it to the 7th level. Secondly, I think this deal is not cost-effective. I don't lack resources." The wizards looked at Dolei and sighed slightly. But even a 7th level wizard tower is very amazing. At this time, the wizard said again, "If I ask you to refine a 7th level wizard tower, it is called Babel Tower. How many magic crystals do I need?" Dolei raised his eyebrows. Selling Babel Tower, he had never thought about it. He still shook his head firmly. He didn't know how precious Babel Tower was before, and now he knew it, he couldn't sell it. Seeing this, Vasily also shook his head at this time. Dolei was unwilling to exchange resources, and they had no choice. Dolei really didn't have the ability to protect himself at present. Vasily thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. The main reason for calling you here today is the matter of the Nightmare Ancestor. The space rune is just a side issue. If our deal fails, there will be more opportunities in the future. Now let's talk about the nightmare ancestor. Dole nodded. Vasily said to Dole, please sit down. Dole was under great pressure. He was surrounded by big guys, and he was afraid that the other party would force his knowledge. Now that they didn't force him, he felt much better. There were so many level 7 and 8 people. If any of them stood up and hit him, he would die without a burial place. But he still patiently sat down. Vasily said solemnly, Ancestor Qianhua, the 9th level ancestor of the glory family you met, showed us the plot of your battle with the nightmare soul, but it was not detailed. We want to know more from you. Dole blinked, not knowing what it meant. Is that called Ancestor Qianhua? How much did he show? He took a deep breath, knowing that he had to hand over something today, so he looked around and said with some difficulty, President Vasily, I want to ask, can everyone here be trusted? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it seemed as if all vibrations had disappeared. Dole felt a mountain-like pressure spreading from the spiritual world. When he said it, he had already expected this outcome, so he could only bear it silently, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down. At this time, a gentle force inserted into his side, and Vasily's voice slowly sounded, I can understand what Dole said. Don't put too much pressure on this child. If you face the nightmare ancestor alone, you may not be able to sit here so happily. The wizards around slowly withdrew their mental power, and their faces changed slightly. Some people have participated in the battle with the Nightmare Empire, and know the cruelty of that battle. A fight between human races has made the human race fall behind for hundreds of years. This is obvious. Vasily was in a heavy mood. Although we later thought of many ways to crack the nightmare meditation method, we may not be so passive if we do it again, but after all, we also won a miserable victory that year. If it happens again, can everyone here guarantee their own safety? Dole has experienced it and won. This is the ultimate key. Do you have this ability? Now we asked Dole Wizard to come over. Do you understand? Everyone was silent, and their hearts were slightly heavy. Dole looked at Vasily, feeling a little grateful in his heart. He actually didn't know who those people were who had released the pressure on him just now. The mental power above level 7 or 8 was a bit weird, and it was completely on another level from level 6 and below. Chapter 780. Dole heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, President, it's not necessary. I give you a brief account of the matter, and you understand. In the core of my wizard tower, there is an independent space, and we dealt with the captured wizard soul in that space. The nightmare ancestor was parasitic in the depths of the soul of the 6th level undead wizard, and the undead wizard's soul was severely damaged by me, leaving less than 1% of it, and then I entered the opponent's spiritual world. After entering the opponent's spiritual world, the less than 1% of spiritual power was swallowed up by the means left by the nightmare ancestor. Therefore, in fact, the nightmare ancestor's power is not much, but the level is very high. If the nightmare ancestor is, the power of the other party is like a stone, and I am the water in the sea. When the spiritual power clashed, I knew that my power was not as good as the other parties, the level was not as good as the other parties, and the quality was not as good as the other party. So the power I chose to fight was thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning is inherently very powerful. It is the most subtle power in the world. If the number is large enough, the power that is finally gathered is enough to exceed the rules and enter the law stage. At that time, I exploded all the thunder and lightning power in one fell swoop, and triggered the power of rules, and then defeated the opponent's will, and then eroded the opponent's spiritual power bit by bit. For specific information, you can refer to this. He condensed a light spot, which was still an incomplete version, and placed it in front of everyone for people to appreciate. In fact, Duo I obtained the dream world of the nightmare ancestor, and obtained his complete inheritance. He also has the nightmare meditation method now, but he has not practiced it. Once this meditation method spreads to the world, it will definitely cause a storm. Vasily carefully analyzed Dole's words, and nodded slightly. The power of thunder and lightning is indeed the most subtle power, but also the most powerful power. Even thunder and lightning itself is a kind of explicit rule. As long as the number of thunder and lightning is large enough, it can be regarded as a rule and can ignore many rules. Dole also put some thought into this move, and he also used it on point. With his own level 6 power, it is indeed the best way to deal with an adult level 8 ancestor. At this time, he saw the spiritual power light spot condensed by Dole, and immediately condensed his spiritual power over and swept it slightly. The battle was very fast, and there was no dragging at all. It was indeed as Dole said, and there was no excessive dragging. The spiritual power world of the nightmare ancestor was indeed so strange, and he had experienced it that year. At this time, others also couldn't wait to scan the light spot, Even Puyas also scanned it and was shocked. This is the spiritual world of a person who practices nightmares. This is too scary. Those dream worlds are as real as the world of a living person, but a little bit bizarre, and these worlds seem to be the life experience of each person, taken out from his body, and they seem to represent a living life. If a dream is equivalent to a person, how many people must the nightmare ancestor kill to achieve so many dreams? And this is just a weak and inconspicuous soul. How powerful is his original body? At this time, a wizard stared at Dole and asked, among so many spiritual worlds, is it possible that one is the nightmare ancestor himself? Have you obtained his meditation method? Dole's expression did not change at all, even calm. When I broke his spiritual world, his spiritual power changed a little. After entering, I did not find anything about the nightmare ancestor. What happened? Dole did not say that there was indeed nothing inside, but there were descendants of the nightmare ancestor's family. He had cleared all those dreams from the information, leaving none. The wizard said regretfully, if you get his spiritual world, it means that there is the nightmare meditation method, which is a pity. Dole smiled, the method I practice is not worse than the nightmare meditation method, and you have all seen that this method is very evil to practice, and it requires the spiritual power of a real person as the main body of the world. I think such an evil meditation method should not remain in the world. At this time, someone sneered, don't think too highly of yourself. According to the report below, you practiced a death meditation method. What do you say? Dole's heart trembled, then he said frankly without changing his expression, although I have practiced martial arts, it is only on the elemental side, and I have not used it to harm any lives. As for the undead in my hands, they were also stolen from other undead wizards. I have never made undead myself. Vasily glanced at the wizard and said in a deep voice, as the president of the Albis City of the Glory Wizard Alliance, I believe in the quality of Wizard Dole. Let's not talk about this issue. Some things can be used properly or evilly. The wizard stopped talking, but looked at Dole, and I don't know what he was thinking. Dole raised his head, glanced at the man, and his heart became gloomy. This man obviously didn't believe it, and he looked at the others again. Let's not talk about those level 8s, they can't get out of here, but those level 7s looked at him with obvious unfriendly eyes. Dole's heart skipped a beat, it was bad. Now either don't leave the royal city, or return to the Albis Mountains, and never come out again, otherwise you won't feel safe unless you reach level 7. These people obviously don't believe that they don't have nightmare meditation. It's really a crime to possess a treasure. Dole lowered his head, his eyes suddenly became firm. No matter who these people are, as long as they dare to attack him, he will kill them to death, and kill one is one. Vasily looked at Dole, then looked around, frowning slightly. These people have ideas about this child. He is not worried about this. It is not easy for those above level 8 to get out, and it is not difficult for Dole to deal with those at level 7, so Dole is fine. He said calmly, now that the matter is clear, the next step is simple. In addition to contacting wizard organizations in other countries, everyone else should disperse and find ways to steal intelligence. I will contact Huang Ying's intelligence. All level 7s should be spread out. Duolai, you should stay in the imperial capital recently. Hearing this, the people around began to whisper. The nightmare ancestor is so terrible that only the shallow moon ancestor can deal with him at that time, and he may not be able to win. I am afraid that we dare not even get close. When the nightmare ancestor was besieged, 3 level 9s were dispatched to finally find and kill all his spiritual power sub-bodies. Now we only have the shallow moon ancestor left in our glory empire, so we have to do it. The nightmare ancestor is average in strength, but very difficult to deal with. If the spiritual power is slightly weaker, he will be swallowed up and become his sub-body. It's too scary. Yes, according to the records in the data, those below level 7 can only be like nutrients when they see the nightmare ancestor. I can't imagine how powerful he is. Chapter 781. Dole listened on the side, his face gradually darkening. He had limited information about the nightmare ancestor, but he did get the nightmare ancestor's meditation method. He knew the weirdness of this meditation method, but he didn't know that the legend left by the other party in the entire West Ring continent was so terrifying. If that's the case, then this meditation method is worth practicing. The greatest function of the 10 ancient strange insects is to be used as clones, and each clone, as long as the mental power is sufficient, can practice a meditation method. Dole feels that he can try it with the sky frost insect. There are a few of these level 7 wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance who have bad intentions towards him, and Dole feels that he has to make some preparations. Not long after, Vasily directly issued an order, notify the intelligence department to contact Wutzeberg and start infiltrating the Nightmare Empire. I estimate that once we take action here, the Nightmare Empire will probably react. At that time, we will have to ask the Qianhui ancestor to sit in Wutzeberg. It has been peaceful for hundreds of years, and now there will be a storm again. Hearing this, some people's faces changed. If Ancestor Qianhui is not in the imperial capital, there will probably be many troubles. Under Ancestor Qianhui, none of the 8-level members of the Glory family are easy to deal with. Everyone knows that the Glory Empire, which has been peaceful for decades, is now expected to face major changes. Of course, in addition to the Glory Empire, other empires such as the Northern Kingdom are also involved. For any country, the Nightmare Empire is a matter of loss and gain. Once that person grows up and reaches the previous height again, it is estimated that it will expand wildly like before. Nightmare meditation, that is a very evil meditation method. As long as there are many people, it will be crazy and terrifying. In the Northwest, where the population is sparse, it is not so ordinary. If it is placed in other places with a relatively large population, it will not be killed no matter how hard you try. It is very terrifying. Everyone looked at each other, full of heaviness. If they really went to war with the Nightmare Empire, they, who are level 8, would not be able to escape, and those who went up to level 7 would also be cannon fodder. Heaviness, the conference room was full of heaviness, and at this time, Dole looked at his nose, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The real situation is indeed that it has nothing to do with him. He is just a messenger of information. Now that the information has been delivered, he has nothing to do. The surrounding voices are getting louder and louder, and everyone is discussing fiercely. At this moment, a voice came from Dole's ear. It was the President Vasily. You have special talents in space splitting. If we ask you to create a separate space, is it okay? We can pay enough. Dole was stunned and looked at Vasily. He still wanted to plagiarize his technology. He thought about it and said resolutely, okay, but I still want the space transmission skills. Vasily said, I can't promise you in front of others, but I can actually authorize you to do the relevant content. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people with space talents. We need more knowledge and improve our space abilities in order to achieve greater achievements in space as soon as possible. And I believe you can protect yourself. Dole's eyes lit up, and he was immediately excited. The two looked at each other and understood each other without saying anything. Soon, Dole left the stage, and the others continued the discussion. After walking out of Tower Number 1, Dole breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little heavy. Today, he finally caught the attention of the top management, which brought a lot of convenience to his future life. Of course, he also established some potential threats for himself. Although these threats are not very big, they may erupt at any time. After leaving the Wizard Tower quickly, Dole soon arrived in front of the Tower of Babel, and then ignored the people around him, and went in directly. Vasily just told him that to create a separate space, it was not here, but in another place, and he needed to wait for another notice, so he was not in a hurry now. Dole just returned to the Wizard Tower, and saw a familiar person, talking and laughing with Ash. You knew. I was so annoyed just now, that I didn't pay attention to the situation in the Wizard Tower. It turned out that Yunua came. Yunua nodded, looking at Duolai with strange eyes, and said, go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs tomorrow, and there will be an awarding ceremony the day after tomorrow. Duolai was puzzled. What's going on? Yunua's cold expression showed a slight smile at this time. The third prince asked someone to conduct an internal investigation the day before yesterday, anonymously reported, and then found many problems, especially in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There was a major change of blood inside and outside, and now the people in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs are the third prince's people. Duolai's heart moved slightly. It's only been one day, and the third prince has taken down the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Those who engage in politics are politicians, and I can't play this game. But fortunately, although this guy uses tricks, he can't play it on me. He thought about it and said, okay, I don't need this little time. What are you two talking about? In the past 2 days, Greta and the other 4 have also communicated a lot with Dole's clone. Dole is not completely ignorant of the situation in the Imperial capital. At least, he knows the general forces here. The biggest forces are naturally the Honor Wizard Alliance and the Honor Royal Family. These two families control the 2 major systems of politics and wizards and penetrate into all aspects. Below are the 3 major colleges, each forming a system. The Alexander Wizard family is on the same level as the 3 major colleges. Although this ancient family is not headquartered here, its power cannot be underestimated. Next are the 2 families, other factions, etc. The most famous faction is not the Pharmacist faction, but the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild in the Imperial capital is different from the local ones. It bears many responsibilities, such as contacting the local Wizard Tower group, maintaining the relevant magic circle, building the Wizard Tower, maintaining various facilities needed by the Wizard side, and developing various new alchemy products. It is almost rooted in all aspects. The kind of transportation that does not require human and animal power on the road is developed by the Alchemist Guild. There are also many factions under the Alchemy Guild. In short, this is a very large faction. In addition to the Alchemy Guild faction, the next is the Elemental faction. Yunua is a member of the Pure Elemental faction. He is powerful in combat, but not in other aspects. Dole thought that this guy would not instigate Ash to go to the Elemental faction to take their manipulation certificate. Ash smiled and said, "We didn't talk about anything, just family matters, and the witchcraft manipulation level that Gretel and the others talked about. I am quite interested. You were gone for 3 or 4 hours, and I am very worried." Dole nodded, sighed, and said, "This is not a place where we can stay for a long time. After we finish our business, we will hurry back to the northwest. It is not safe here." His expression was slightly solemn, and he looked like he had encountered some crisis. Seeing this, the two women were a little incredible. The crisis that Dole mentioned must not be a trivial matter. After all, Dole's strength is here. Ash was about to speak, Dole said, "Before going to the secret realm, I have a contract with the Glory Wizard Alliance to fulfill. So tomorrow you take my authorization letter and go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs with Wizard Yunua to handle the customs formalities. I will only attend the awarding ceremony the day after tomorrow." Ash was a little stunned. What was Dole going to do? He didn't even go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Chapter 782. Vasily moved very quickly. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed, and before dawn, Dole had received an invitation from the Honor Wizard Alliance, inviting him to visit a place, and it was an official invitation. In essence, it was to go to a secret place and refine an independent space. That place was not located in the Imperial capital, but somewhere else. Dole came to Wizard Tower number 1 and, together with Vasily, used the Imperial Wizard Tower group to teleport to another place. There were 2 wizards traveling with Dole, both of whom were extremely powerful. One was the wizard who discussed the construction of the Tower of Babel with Dole at the meeting, and the other seemed to be the wizard's apprentice, but his strength had also reached level 7. The 4 of them did not speak after meeting, and teleported away directly. There was a flash in front of his eyes, and when the light came in front of his eyes, Dole saw a place with birds singing and flowers blooming. The surrounding area looked like a valley, with large gardens at the entrance of the valley, and further inside, a place similar to a manor. He appeared at the entrance of the valley, with all kinds of flowers competing for beauty, and a strong fragrance of flowers filled his nose. Dole's strong mental power easily sensed that this was no longer the original world, because the lightning rules he had just touched upon had changed, and the change was not a little bit. He almost couldn't sense the subtle lightning around him. When the 4 of them arrived here, Vasily said to Dole, "This is a small secret place owned by my Glory Wizard Alliance. The main business here is the things you see. These flowers are actually medicinal flowers. They are extinct in this world, and can no longer be planted. Look at that." He pointed. Dole looked in the direction of his finger, and was slightly shocked. He hadn't noticed these things just now. There are many extinct creatures in this world. Some are due to the great changes in the natural environment, some are man-made factors, and some are precious and rare in the world. It is really amazing for the Glory Wizard Alliance to have such a space to plant them and grow them alive. This small space alone cannot be evaluated with the word value. This is a strategic place. At this moment, the 8th level wizard who was about to trade with Dole said impatiently, "Little Dole, let's talk about this later. I can't wait to see your space magic pattern. Although our Wizard Alliance has a relatively strong teleportation magic pattern, we are still at a loss for the magic pattern that cuts out a piece of space. Although the storage space is well developed, it is not good if it is larger." Next to the 8th level wizard, his student also said, "That's right, too few space magic patterns have been discovered. In the past few thousand years, less than 100 have been discovered, and they are not easy to use when combined." The 2 looked at Dole eagerly. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched, and he looked at Vasily. Vasily said slowly, "I have arranged things outside for you. You should be fine this time. Just go out the day after tomorrow. This is not a place to stay for long. We have to go to a secluded place. It is best not to let the 5th person see you. The exchange of space magic patterns is a very secretive matter. Although Vasily also wants to get Dole's space magic pattern urgently, he still has to keep it secret. Otherwise, what he has worked hard to research will end up belonging to someone else, which will be a big joke. Dole nodded and said, "Follow the president's arrangement." He also felt great pressure. These three, either level 7 or level 8, put great pressure on him, much greater than the pressure that Axel gave him. These were not wizards from small forces, but wizards from the Glory Wizard Alliance, who had mastered countless secret arts and powerful witchcraft, and were extremely powerful. The wizard smiled and said, "Just call me Demon, old man. This is my student. I'm Usbul." Usbul interrupted the Demon old man and said, "Nice to meet you." Although Dole's mental power was not as good as those level 7, it was also unfathomable, especially when there was still an avatar. Usbul respected Dole very much. This was both respect for strength and respect for academics. Dole felt Usbul's sincerity, and had a different understanding of the strong academic atmosphere here. If he had come here at the beginning, I'm afraid it would not be like this now, or even a step further. However, the situation here is also very complicated. Maybe it has been involved in the grievances of some small organizations. As the president, Vasily nodded lightly at this time. He waved his hand casually, and everyone disappeared from the original place. When he appeared again, he was already in a very deep basement. Dual Eye looked at it, and found that this basement was a different world. In the middle of the basement, there was a very powerful energy source, which emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, even more terrifying than the energy on Vasily's body, and felt more powerful than the ancestor Qianhua. Such a powerful energy source was bounded in a range of 10 meters in length, width and height, surrounded by extremely powerful magic patterns, many of which made Dual Eye dumbfounded. I have never seen it before. These are all high-level magic patterns. His first feeling was that he had made a fortune, and his second feeling was that his brows furrowed. This was no longer the original world. The magic patterns here were probably only usable here. The entire basement was empty except for the huge energy source. Deep in the basement, there was a dark-looking space with a lot of materials placed on the ground. Under the interference of the energy source, he could not sense what these materials were used for. Vasily looked at Dole, pointed to the empty space next to him, and said, "We need to build an independent space here, about 300 meters high. Can we do it?" Hearing this, Dole retracted his gaze from the surroundings and looked at Vasily and said, "With my current ability, if there are enough materials and various facilities can keep up, we can create a small space of about 1 cubic kilometer." Vasily was shocked. Dual Eye continued, "Of course, my premise is that the materials are sufficient, and I need you to provide some help. It will take a long time for me alone." The old man and Usbul were even more shocked. The space in the storage ring is based on matter. They can only reach a range of about 100 meters. Dual Eye can actually reach 1 kilometer. What is this concept? This is at least 300 to 400 years ahead of him. The old man didn't know what to say at this time. He lowered his head and said excitedly, "Friend Dual Eye, as long as you can do it, I will give you all the magic patterns I know." Although space transmission and space expansion are not in the same series, they are similar to a certain extent. Our current limitation is that we cannot maintain a large enough space channel. If you can help us solve this problem, long-distance transmission will not be a problem in the future. This is academic. I know you will definitely be interested. We will study it slowly next. Chapter 783. Usbul was also excited at this time. "You gave me such a big surprise. I have decided that whoever makes trouble for you in the future, I will beat him up." Vasily was shocked. If this thing succeeds, our Glory Wizard Alliance will become the first organization in the world to achieve long-distance transmission, and our Glory Empire will also become the first empire that can build a magic circle that radiates the entire country. This is simply unimaginable. He has been immersed in a beautiful fantasy. Dole's mouth twitched. Before he even started thinking, these three people were dreaming here. It sounds simple, but it will take decades to realize it. He has studied the space channel and space establishment before, and finally gave up because it was too time-consuming. He doesn't have much time now. Unless he reaches level 8 or 9 in the future, he will have time to do it. Now it's not possible at all. Looking at the three enthusiastic people, he said weakly, "I am only responsible for the establishment of the space. You guys take care of the rest. I still have a lot of things to do." This sentence was like a cold water poured on the heads of the three people. Vasily calmed down a little, looking at Dole at this time, and said, "Don't worry, we can take it slowly. There is still a long time. Now let's do it step by step. You three study the drawings, modeling, and I will take care of the materials." Usbul nodded. Although Dole didn't have much time, he was still in their hands, so there was no rush. So he said, then let's discuss it now. The three of us are enough. The old demon looked at Dole and said unwillingly, if you can stay forever, I can give you my position. What is there in a small bee's mountain that is worth your effort? It's all vulgar. Usbul looked at the teacher, and then looked at Dole. Dole's mouth twitched. I need money. Of course, I can't say it directly. My original intention of building a territory is to improve the meditation method. My meditation method has not been perfected yet. It will take some time to reach the peak of the 9th level. This requires a lot of repeated experiments and actual observations. I need a territory, not I want to build a territory. He was afraid that the two didn't understand, so he stretched out his hand and built a storm model in his hand. A small storm spun in his hand. This model has been perfected, but it can be seen at a glance by a high-level wizard that there are still some flaws. Vasily, the 8th level wizard, just glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and said with interest, that's right, you still need to calculate it perfectly, otherwise you will be constrained after entering the 7th level. The meditation method is not perfect, and the rules you understand do not meet the requirements of the meditation method. It will be difficult to improve after entering the 8th level in the future. Meditation is the foundation of everything and the beginning of everything. If the meditation method is not practiced completely, then the achievements in the future will inevitably be limited. The old man also saw it. Although he didn't understand the storm, he could see the problem. At this time he said, so that's the case. If you want to build a storm model, it's actually better on the sea. Where can you find a complete storm for you to study? In the mountains, it probably takes a lot of energy, right? Dole realized at this time that the president of the Honor Wizard Union was also a technology geek who wanted to study anything new. Usbul was not very interested in Dole's meditation method, but listened on the side. The two looked at Dole's meditation method curiously, and began to point fingers at the storm in Dole's hand. They were all knowledgeable people who had experienced countless storms, and had a lot of say. Dole listened while talking, and he actually listened to a lot of suggestions and opinions. Dole's storm meditation method was indeed not complete, but tended to be perfect. After getting the guidance of the two, the mystery in front of him became clearer. The three stood next to the huge energy source, and talked for an hour. Dole got a lot of inspiration, and even his aura gradually became round and solemn. Usbul saw this, and was shocked. This child's elemental talent was also very amazing. I don't know how long it took. When everyone had almost finished discussing, Usbul coughed and said, 3, it's getting late. Let's talk about the magic circle. Vasily was the first to wake up, and stood aside in silence. The old demon suddenly realized, then felt embarrassed and said, I usually like to study these things. I've gone off topic. Your meditation method is amazing. After practicing it, your mental power is almost invincible at the same level, and your mental power control is also very terrifying. In the future, you will have the hope of reaching level 7 or 8, and maybe even level 9. Young man, it's amazing. The old demon looked at Dual-Eye deeply at this time. Although the importance of meditation methods above level 7 is still important, it is not so core that it can be shared with others. Dual-Eye showed it to them, and they could be completely relieved. The old demon recovered, so he said, then let's start working. This day has passed, and we can only do one day. Tomorrow, Dole will go to receive the medal. If you ask me, forget it, it's useless anyway. Dole smiled bitterly. It was still useful to him, for the time being. Vasily shook his head. Dole is not only a wizard, but also the lord of a territory. The title of Marquis is still very important. He still has to go. It's just one day. We can wait. Usbul nodded, rubbing his hands a little embarrassedly. We can wait, don't rush. Today, collect all the magic patterns, see the effects of each magic pattern, make a framework, and then slowly verify it. This takes a lot of time. Dole thought to himself, where can I get so much time? I have to explore the ruins in a few days. I will try to absorb the magic patterns in these few days, and then slip away. It can be seen that these three people are all technology madmen. They spend their time on this. He doesn't want to waste it here. If he could absorb all the magic patterns of the Glory Wizard Alliance, he would be able to do better if he went back to study it. He did it right away. Sitting away from the huge energy source, Vasily made a big table, and a few stools, and took out a thick magic book with a mysterious color. Space Magic Pattern Collection. This is the name of the book, and Dole's eyes lit up when he saw it. This is a really good thing. The old man and Usbul saw Dole's eyes, as if they saw a fellow traveler. The old man laughed and said, this book is going to be thicker again, Dole, let's start. You first imprint the magic patterns you know, and we will compare them. Then you can look at these other magic patterns, as well as space magic arrays, and so on. We need to compare them to see if there are any differences or similarities, and find the rules. Dole nodded, and after thinking for a while, he took out a lot of magic paper from the storage ring, and moved his mental power slightly, imprinting the magic patterns about space on them one by one. Chapter 784. Exchange with each other, share what you have. This is the most primitive and direct way for wizards to communicate. Although the other party is 2 level 8 and 1 level 7, which puts great pressure on Dole's spirit, knowledge is not divided by strength. Everyone is equal in front of knowledge. When facing an unclear field, everyone is a primary school student. The silly looked at Dole's magic pattern, and his mental power kept running, learning, analyzing the role of the magic pattern, the energy level of the magic pattern, what aspects it is suitable for, and what to do. For a while, his mental power was running rapidly. The other two were the same, but at this time, their personal abilities were seen. As the president, Vasily had a huge mental power, and it was not difficult to analyze. The old man was the same. He had a very deep attainment. As soon as the magic pattern came out, he started to analyze, while Asbul was a little worse, scratching his head. Dole divided his mental power into 2 parts. One part was imprinting the magic pattern, and the other part was learning. The huge mental power surprised Asbul next to him, and he was doing 2 things at the same time, which surprised the other party the most. Dole imprinted the magic pattern very quickly, and it took less than an hour to imprint it. Then the 4 of them looked at the magic pattern and studied it tirelessly. Learning new magic patterns requires a lot of understanding, but it is much easier if you stand on the shoulders of predecessors. There are many experiences left by predecessors, and you just need to remember them. It was a very thick book, and Dole only spent more than an hour to finish reading it. The next step is to carefully understand it and master it in his own hands. It is estimated that it will take a long time to learn so many magic patterns. Only then did he realize that most of the magic patterns of the Glory Wizard Alliance were elementary magic patterns, and there were few intermediate and advanced magic patterns, but each magic pattern was very useful. Although it lacked systematization and rules compared to the magic patterns he mastered, it had many more possibilities for in-depth research. These magic patterns also overlapped with his own magic patterns. After removing them, Dole felt that his knowledge of space had reached a certain level. With these magic patterns, he could go back and try to transform the Tower of Babel to make it more suitable for this world. Thinking it was reasonable, Dole closed his eyes and thought carefully. I don't know how long it took, Vasily's voice sounded in his ears. The ennoblement ceremony is about to begin, you go out first, and we will digest it. Dole opened his eyes, looked at Vasily and nodded, and he glanced at the other 2. The old man and Asbul were a little slower in comprehension, and they were still closing their eyes and running their mental power frantically. Dole turned around and nodded, saying, Please send me out, President. A flash of white light flashed before his eyes, and when Dole appeared again, he appeared in an empty alley. At this time, the sky was slightly brighter, and it was obvious that it was already the morning of the 3rd day. As soon as Dole appeared, several voices appeared in his ears. They were all messages left by others, and he just received them now. Dole replied to a few messages, and quickly returned to the Wizard Tower. Today was the ceremony of conferring the title, and he needed to go back and change into a special dress, and then go to the palace to wait. Looking at the time, he seemed a little nervous. The title of Marquis was not actually important to him, but it was very important to the territory. With the position of Marquis, he could give others titles below the level of the 2nd Earl according to the merit laws of the Empire. This authority was actually very large. This represents a lot of money, power, and the exchange of power. Although Dole doesn't need it, the territory needs it. Back to the Wizard Tower. When Ash saw Dole appear, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the dress and handed it to Dole, saying, Hurry up and change it, you're going to be late. Dole nodded and changed quickly. The whole person lost a little bit of the mystery of the wizard and became more handsome and handsome. After seeing it, Ash was very satisfied, and her eyebrows curved into a smile. Ash was also wearing a dress, but she was wearing a dress that symbolized the princess of the royal family. She looked better than the dress on Dole, noble, solemn, and with a cold temperament, as if she was really the goddess of ice and snow. Even if she saw it every day, Dole felt that Ash was a little amazing at this time, so she couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Ash naturally felt Dole's gaze, walked over generously, took her arm, and said, You can't see it enough every day. Dole smiled faintly, You can still see it for hundreds of years. The palace gate in the early morning was a bit more solemn. The sun had not risen yet, the morning dew had not disappeared, and there was a bit of historical heaviness. There were many people gathered at the palace gate at this time, almost twice as many as usual. A group of people gathered together and talked in a low voice. Some of these people wore noble clothes, some wore official clothes, and they stood together in a mixed crowd, forming various factions. In addition to some familiar faces, there were also some unfamiliar faces. These people were all dressed in court dresses and were full of energy. These were all new knights who were about to be promoted, or their titles were promoted, so their expressions were slightly excited. A few days ago, Prince George cut off 3 marquee positions in one go, shocking a large number of people. When these vacant titles came out, he just took the opportunity to promote some of his own people. After these people came up, they would be George's loyal guards. This is politics. Everyone stood together and carefully discussed the current situation. Some people were optimistic, some closed their eyes and kept silent, and some had sad faces. A new emperor has his own ministers. Yale the Great is about to abdicate, and if nothing unexpected happens, the throne will belong to Prince George. Now Prince George's drastic reforms are to cultivate his own party members. If there are still people who can't see the situation clearly, they are really stupid. Because of this, the Conti family lost a lot of shares in the government at once, and its influence has greatly decreased. A group of people chattering and discussing. At this time, Dole, Aishi, and Yunua came from a distance. A group of people looked at this side, some showed respectful expressions, some showed rejection expressions, and some people looked as expected. At this moment, someone whispered, "This is the young wizard who conquered the Albese Mountains. He is really young. You are young and can do a lot. If he is not a wizard, he will definitely have a place in the palace in the future. What a pity. He is a wizard and needs a place in the palace. Don't joke. When he reaches level 7, he will be more powerful than the leader of a state." That's right. Wizards are great. Dole did not go up or get close. He and Ash stood quietly in the distance. At this moment, a person walked out from inside and walked towards Dole with a smile. "I am Hongda, the liaison officer of the Northwest. This time I am representing the Rhine family. Welcome Princess Ash and Dole Wizard." Hongda's attitude was very humble. After all, this person's strength was really not small. Dole's heart moved, and he took 2 steps forward and nodded slightly. He knew that this was his guiding officer today. "Hello, Lord Hongda. Sorry to bother you today." Hongda looked at Ash and Dole with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but be excited. "In my Northwest province, there are 3 princes and 10 marquises with other surnames. Now with the addition of Wizard Dole, there are 11 marquises." Chapter 785. The number of marquises represents the official power of a local province, and the number of marquises represents the number of counties. Obviously, this greatly enhances the power of the Northwest. Dole was not moved by Hongda's words, but said a few polite words. His main direction is wizards, not administration. Hongda then turned to Aishi slowly. Dole is an outsider, so Hongda is more friendly, and Aishi also showed joy. Today is not awkward, at least there is someone she knows. She is a princess, and Hongda is a retainer of the Northwest, so they chatted a few more words. Dole stood aside and observed these ministers. These are the high-level officials of the Glory Empire, holding great power. If they were in the local area, they could even kill and give life at will, but standing at the gate of the palace, these people are the clerks of the palace, and their identity is managers. After a while, there was only one protagonist today, that is George. Although Dole was not in the palace, he knew a lot about the palace. He made up some knowledge in the past few days, and was relatively familiar with it. Soon, the palace gate opened, and then everyone entered in batches, talking and laughing. Dole, Aishi and Hongda walked at the back, behind everyone else. He saw that the people in the front were from the military, and the people behind were the civil ministers. Dole didn't know what organizations they were from. Anyway, according to the order, no one came forward or retreated, as if it had become a routine. The people at the back, including them, were all newly promoted lords to be canonized today. And it seemed that these people knew each other, as if they had communicated for a long time. Hongda wanted to introduce the person in front to Dole, but Dole shook his head and stopped him. This meant nothing to him. The 3 super families in the imperial capital, the Honor family, the Edward family, and the Conti family, competed with each other. The other nobles were just struggling, but what did it have to do with him? These people were all supported by their own forces. There were very few neutral people, so it didn't matter if they didn't know each other. Soon he entered the palace, into a hall with a historical sedimentation and full of majesty. The middle of the hall was empty, with nothing, only some decorations around. In front of the hall, a huge golden throne stood on the steps, high above, and stood there coldly. On both sides of the steps stood several slaves, each holding a stick and a whip in his hand. Dole raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He wanted to ask what these two things were for, but he held back. At this time, everyone had lined up in 2 rows on the left and right according to their positions, divided into various camps, and the surroundings were quiet. When it was completely quiet, a song was sung from above, and George began to appear on stage. However, behind George, the figure of Emperor Yale also slowly appeared. The people below were moved when they saw this. The two appeared together. Although Emperor Yale was old, he still sat upright on the golden throne, with a pair of eyes quietly looking down, majestic without anger. George stood next to Emperor Yale, like a little book boy. After Emperor Yale sat at the top, he said, "Today is the Empire's 3-year honor ceremony, and all positions have been settled. What is different from the past is that this year the Empire has 2 more counties, 12 cities, 2 counties, and 2 marquises. In addition to the replacement of the old and the new, there are also some people who were dismissed and sent to the supervision, which vacated 2 positions, so there are 4 marquises in total, and there are many earls. When you are trained later, please come up when your name is called, so that everyone can recognize them." After the great Emperor Yale finished speaking, he swept his eyes, and suddenly said in a heavy voice, "A few days ago, George did something that caused a stir in the court and the public. To be honest, I am not satisfied. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has become a private tool. I am very unhappy. Something that I personally arranged and settled has been violated by someone. Who gave him the courage?" Under the hall, no one dared to make a sound. Especially the 2 families of Conti and Edward who were preparing to compete for the Marquis. They dared not make a sound at this time, because they were the people behind the scenes. Emperor Yale naturally knew why, and said a few words and stopped talking, then calmed down and said, "Okay, I will investigate this matter later. Now, George will be responsible for the next thing, and I will just watch." He then stood up, stood aside, and said to George, "Sit here." He pointed to the golden throne. The people below were shocked. George is the regent. Usually he can only stand and speak, or sit outside the golden throne. Now that Emperor Yale lets him sit on it, isn't it settled? It's a big deal. The throne has been settled, and there is nothing for the Crown Prince Andes. Some people have begun to feel sad, as their previous investment has gone down the drain. And more people are happy at this time. George is in power, and they are all George's people. These things are settled. George did not refuse, and bowed to Emperor Yale, and then sat on it openly. Emperor Yale stood next to George to protect his son. The imperial family is passed down from generation to generation, with the capable ones promoted and the incompetent ones demoted. The emperor must pave the way for those behind him, and cannot leave a mess behind. George sat in his seat, his eyes extremely energetic and bright. He looked down and slowly said, "Today's main task is only one, which is to confer honors. Other things will be put aside for now. The process of conferring honors will be handled by the Zonli Bureau. Let's start now." An old man from the Zonli Bureau walked out of the crowd, walked to the middle, and then bowed respectfully, and then said loudly, "The system of the nobility has lasted for thousands of years, and the etiquette of the nobility has educated the people." He praised the nobility eloquently, and then slowly said, "Now the first item will be held, and the earls will be awarded honors." As he said that, 2 people stood up next to him, took out 2 long lists, and began to read them. Dole stood below, watching all this boredly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Waves of people went up, received the earl's badge, clothes, and medals, came down, and then another wave of people went up. These people received not clothes or labels, but rights, and the obligations that rights bring. There are many earls, all of whom come from all over the country, but there are only 3 marquises. After the earls, it was the turn of the 4 marquises. At this time, George stood up in person and presented them with medals, clothes, various things, and gifts with a dignified smile. The nobility symbolizes royal power, and the nobility is a tool of royal power, and a tool of the ruling class. Dole is very clear about this, but now this is what he is playing, and he can only participate like others and play in this secular world. On the other side, Ash didn't know what was going on. Her name was on it, and she received the title of Earl. Ash was very excited. At this time, everyone knew that the Rhine family had such a powerful princess. The last item was to award the Marquis. The 4 marquises lined up in a row. 2 were newly promoted city lords, and 2 were dignitaries in the imperial capital. The 4 people stood together and looked similar, but in fact, there was a world of difference. Chapter 786. The powerful people in the imperial capital usually look down on the marquises in various places. Even if they own a city, they cannot live in the imperial capital. They are born inferior to others. There is nothing they can do about it. But when Dole stood there, his aura overshadowed everyone, as if the other 3 of the 4 people had been ignored, and only he was the same. In the Albise Mountains, for level 7 monsters were killed one by one. This record was enough to scare everyone away. So, when George stood in front of Dole, he couldn't help but say a few more words. My empire has been founded for so many years, and the only one who can take down the territory alone is Marquis Dole. He took down 4 level 7 monsters by himself. He can be said to be the strongest new Marquis in my empire. Marquis Dole, I hope you can manage the territory well in the future and continue to contribute to the prosperity of my empire. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched. George saw Dole's mouth twitching, and knew that he had talked too much, so he smiled faintly and said, "Take it." Dole took the thing, put it into the storage ring without even looking at it. George saw that Dole was already impatient, and smiled faintly, thinking that it was all thanks to Dole, otherwise, he would not be able to become the emperor, and he would just help him more in the future. George came to the second person, and said some encouraging words. Dole looked at George. This guy has now grown into a qualified politician. Yale the Great stood by and nodded frequently. George really grew up. He used this method very well these days, which was in line with the temperament of a great emperor, but his strength was a little lacking. He shifted his gaze to Dole. He felt that the strength of this little guy had changed again. The strength seemed to be a little imperfect a few days ago, but now the strength in Dole seemed to be stronger. I don't know what's going on. He heard about the Glory Wizard Alliance, and they seemed to have some secret agreement with Dole. This was told to him by the ancestor Chinwe, and the others were still in the dark. The Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Corps were going to open up a channel to other worlds, with the Glory Wizard Alliance as the main force, and the Imperial Mage Corps as the auxiliary force. It would be held in 5 days, and more than 10 people from the Imperial Royal Family would also go, including Daphne. He was thinking whether to let a few people meet Dole first, so that they could take care of each other. Dole had a wizard tower, and was extremely powerful. Although Daphne also had a wizard tower provided by the Empire, it was only level 5, and could not be compared at all. The knighting ceremony was going on. Soon, the ceremony of conferring the title of nobility was over, and Emperor Yale stood up and said, "There will be a court banquet in the evening. I hope you all can come and participate. You can bring your children and girlfriends, and you can also advertise it. It is limited to earls and above." He then turned to Dole and Ash, waved his hand, and said, "George, you continue." Dole and Ash saw this and didn't understand, but they still followed Emperor Yale to the back. Dole was confused, but Ash next to him was very happy. He also got a hereditary earl, not bad. There are 2 kinds of titles. One is non-hereditary, and the other is hereditary. Hereditary titles generally make great contributions to the empire, and the empire recognizes them, and the title can benefit future generations. Non-hereditary titles are those who have made great contributions, but the contributions are not enough, so they can only be used by individuals. 1 hereditary title can be compared to 10 non-hereditary titles. So Ash was very happy. Walking out of the palace, the vision suddenly broadened a lot, and the depressed mood also relaxed. Emperor Yale turned around and said, "I asked you 2 to come out to meet my youngest daughter, Daphne, and the others who are going to enter the secret realm." Dole became curious at this time. What exactly did the legendary imperial princess with an extremely exaggerated talent look like? Dole asked, "Emperor, how many people will participate in total?" Emperor Yale thought for a moment and said, "In addition to the Imperial Mage Corps, the Honorable Wizard Alliance, the 3 major colleges, there are also recommendations from civil groups, princes, and dukes. There will be about 3,000 people in total." Dole was shocked by so many people, so he asked again, "Do you have any specific goals? It's impossible to just collect materials after entering." The emperor turned his head and looked at Dole, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Smart. Although that space looks like a maze, there are many benefits in the space. Various materials used in daily life are only secondary. The main thing is that there is a hole in the depths of the maze. We need you to break that hole, and it's best to destroy something in it. I don't know what it is, but you will understand it when you see it." Dole blinked his eyes. Destroying something is new. Could it be that there is a seal or a wizard formation in it? He nodded. The Emperor is a warrior, not familiar with the wizard side. I guess President Vasily should know it by then. Passing through the backyard, the park, various bridges, pavilions, and towers, we soon arrived at the backyard. Passing through most of the backyard, we could see the spires of several wizard towers across the wall. Dole felt that the direction was heading that way, so he looked at it silently. Sure enough, after a while, after passing through a small door, we came to a huge courtyard with marble bricks all over the ground. The small door seemed to be a barrier, separating the inside and the outside. Once we entered the small door, it seemed as if we had come to a new world. The magic elements here were extremely abundant, and it felt like our own wizard tower. On the marble ground, there stood more than 20 wizard towers of different sizes, and the tallest wizard tower was directly level 9. At this time, on the ground, many people sat together, discussing something, and only one girl, sitting alone in an empty corner, quietly practicing. When Yale the Great appeared, the girl's eyes were like a light and fire in the darkness, opened her eyes, and stabbed suddenly. The target she aimed at was naturally Dole and Ash. Dole was observing the surroundings at this time, and suppressed his breath, and did not sense the surroundings. When the eyes came with a dangerous breath, and came 3 meters in front of him, he found it, and then turned his eyes, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes. In terms of the fastest witchcraft, the lightning system is naturally the fastest. He used the true meaning of the thunder without thinking, and collided fiercely with the opponent's witnessing technique. There was a snap in the void, and a flash of light flashed, as if something happened, and as if nothing happened. The woman in the distance closed her eyes instantly, and Dole also closed his eyes instantly. Seeing this, Ash was slightly unhappy. Emperor Yale also felt the situation around him. He looked at the woman in the distance, smiled slightly, and looked at Dole again, with some strange colors in his eyes. The two seemed to be evenly matched just now, but Dole seemed to be unprepared and should have a slight advantage. Daphne, she really met an opponent. He didn't understand the wizard world, but he knew the specific principles. The two people's mental power collided slightly, and it seemed that Daphne underestimated the enemy. Chapter 787. Just a second later, Dole opened his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. He comforted Ash next to him, without even looking over there. The royal family is really full of talents, so many geniuses. Under the wizard tower, there were many young people, all level 5, and there were more than 20 of them, which was simply terrifying. The one who attacked him was probably Daphne, who was in the middle of level 6, not bad. She didn't seem to be practicing the ice and snow goddess, and I don't know what top meditation method she practiced. Dole carefully experienced the attack just now, which should be some top fire system. Different from Axel's Lihua burning everything, the other party seemed to be more inclined to the instant burst system. He almost suffered a loss just now. Looking at the other party, he was very young, and seemed to be only a little older than himself. Combined with her strength, it should be that Daphne. He didn't expect that Daphne in the distance was even more shocked. What her father said a few days ago was indeed true. There was really a peerless demon outside who could fight with him and Augustine. His eyewitness method actually failed. His eyes stung slightly, and it took 3 seconds to ease a little. Looking at his father, he seemed to have brought people over. Could this be his future teammate? With this strength, he is qualified to be his teammate and opponent. Thinking of this, she was a little eager to try. It would be great if she could fight, so that she could test the other party's true strength. In the eyes of a genius, there is only genius, and the others are useless. She stood up slowly, then suppressed her mood and regained her indifferent expression. At this time, Dole and Yale the Great had come over. When the others saw Emperor Yale coming, they all gathered in the middle. If this happened in the Northwest, the entire wizarding world would probably laugh to death if so many young and ridiculous level 4 and 5 wizards gathered together. But this is the imperial capital, which has many geniuses and the resources of the entire empire, so it is natural that there are so many young masters. The princes and princesses gathered in the middle, curiously looking at the two people brought by Emperor Yale. Daphne had recovered by now, and walked over openly. She didn't look at Dole, but at Ash. Are you Ash from the royal family of the Northwest? Not bad, at least level 6. I thought you were the same as them, also level 5. She pointed at the others casually, with a slightly disdainful look on her face. The people around were originally curious whether this was the royal genius from the Northwest, but when they heard the next sentence, their faces turned ugly. When Emperor Yale saw this, he immediately snorted and said, "Daphne, don't mess around, these are all your brothers and sisters." Daphne sneered and was about to say something, but she endured it. In her heart, only geniuses can be with geniuses, and only geniuses can catch up with geniuses. Others are mediocre. It is meaningless if you are not at level 7. She is confident that she can enter level 7, but it is unlikely for others. This Northwest guy, although a little older than herself, is also enough to be called a genius. Emperor Yale glanced at the other children, who were all suppressed by Daphne's aura at this time. He sighed slightly in his heart and said, "Daphne, this is Dole and Aishi, from the Northwest Rhine family. Dole is Aishi's husband." Daphne nodded proudly, and then she looked at Dole seriously. Curious, surprised, and sure that this person was more talented than her, because he was only 28 years old this year, 2 or 3 years younger than her and Ash. She looked at Dole and said, "I hope we can form an alliance and explore together in the other world space." Dole didn't say anything, just one word, "Good." A strong ally is always better than a group of losers, but his next sentence made Daphne angry. "The three of us, I will be the leader." Daphne was immediately furious. "Why? Just because you are strong? Do you have a higher vision than me?" Dole pouted, not wanting to talk to this person, who had not experienced countless hardships outside. "I only have this one request. I will not allow an uncertain bomb around me." Daphne felt her scalp hairy, and her hair stood up. "An uncertain bomb? You dare to look down on me?" She sneered. "What if your decision puts us in crisis?" Dole said calmly, "I have a level 7 wizard tower, so it won't be in crisis. If it is, I will give you a level 7 wizard tower." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding voices instantly quieted down, and everyone opened their mouths wide. Even if they usually have a luxurious life and too much money to spend, they dare not say such big words. Giving others a level 7 wizard tower, even if it is a level 5 wizard tower, they dare not even think about it. Daphne was choked and almost couldn't breathe. "You have money, right? You are awesome. As the Emperor's favorite princess, she has too much pocket money to spend, but that is only limited to the situation outside of resources. If she builds a wizard tower, her money is not enough." Emperor Yale was very happy when he saw this. Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. Daphne usually looked down on this and that, and now she finally has a day when she is looked down upon. He said with a smile, "You will be teammates in the future. You should treat each other equally and harmoniously, and don't get angry." He turned to Dole. "This secret realm is of great importance. Whether you can keep the secret realm for a long time depends on you this time. Daphne, Dole has a wide range of knowledge. You should listen to him after you go out." Daphne was a little angry. "I have a lot of experience, not to mention that Dole is a little younger than her." This made her even angrier, but Daphne was not a person who liked to argue. She decided that after entering, if Dole made a mistake, she would ridicule him and then take over the management power. Daphne is now the same as Ash, both 32 years old, but she entered the 6th level 2 years earlier than Ash. Now with the resources at hand, she is already in the middle of the 6th level. The pride in her heart naturally makes her look down on others. "Okay, father, I understand," Daphne said obediently. Emperor Yale knew that his daughter was not convinced, so he did not expose her. Dole also said at this time, "Yes, Emperor." Yale smiled, then turned to the others and introduced them. Dole smiled. Ash was dressed in princess clothes. Although she was not from the main branch of the Glory Royal family, she was also a major branch. At this time, she looked at her brothers and sisters around her, and her heart was calm. These were all geniuses in the family, but they were not close to her. She always stayed by Dole's side, and she would do whatever he did. Daphne was fine at this time, and looked at Ash, and the two chatted. "I heard that you were also 32, what month?" Ash said, "Then you should be older, I was born in November." Daphne's face was a little pale. "Then you are older, I was born in December." Ash chuckled and said, "Sister Daphne?" Daphne said unwillingly, "Sister Ash, are the resources in your Northwest so rich?" Reaching level 6 at the age of 32 is also a genius in the Imperial capital. Chapter 788. Ash shook her head. There are not many resources in the Northwest, and it is located in the inland area. The environment is simple, and the ice and snow goddess meditation method does not use many resources. My current achievements can be said to be closely related to Dole. We acquired a large amount of white sand ice at sea, and later obtained the heart of mysterious frost, and borrowed the help of an entire level 7 wizard tower. Only then did we achieve our current achievements. Naturally, I can't compare with you. You are the real genius," Ash said humbly. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief, and became a little arrogant. She smiled and said, "So that's it? One person enjoys a level 7 wizard tower alone. Even in the Imperial capital, few people have this treatment. Even I don't have it." There are many geniuses and elders in the family. I can only occupy a few floors of a wizard tower. Ash was a little surprised. A few floors, that's also very powerful. She knew that the other party was definitely not talking about the level 7 wizard tower. Being in the imperial capital, you must be knowledgeable. Ash changed the subject. Daphne's personality is like a child, and coaxing her can get good results. Ash saw this and catered to her. Although she is already 32 years old, it is estimated that most of her time is spent on cultivation, and there is not much time to do other things. Her personality is not yet perfect, and such a personality will be very disadvantageous in the future. Daphne did not dare to speak casually at this time. In the imperial capital, she can indeed see many things that ordinary people cannot see, but she has not been out much, and she does not know what good things are outside, so she can only say, I haven't seen much, but I have encountered more various natural treasures. Where did you go when you were promoted to level 5? It's not easy to advance through the ice and snow goddess meditation method. Daphne turned her head and asked curiously. Ash was stunned, and then she remembered the experience of that year. That past was the beginning of her journey with Dole to where she is today. She felt a little sweet in her heart. She said slowly, it is indeed difficult to advance in the ice and snow goddess meditation method. It requires an extreme ice and snow environment. At that time, Dole and I were both stuck at level 4, so we went to the far north together. I advanced first, and then accompanied her to the East China Sea. Daphne immediately showed an envious look. The far north, the East China Sea, places I also want to go. It is said that there are very beautiful auroras in the far north that can illuminate the entire sky. They are colorful and very beautiful, and the sea is magnificent and boundless. I have never seen it. Ash nodded, and said with some lingering fear, of course, there are endless dangers. Fortunately, we had the wizard tower at that time, otherwise we might not be here today. Daphne was stunned. Dole had so much money at that time? Ash smiled. He is a pharmacist, and a top pharmacist. The success rate of the potion is over 80%. How could he not have money? Daphne stopped talking, looked at Dole, looked at his confident profile, and suddenly understood something. How do you evaluate a wizard's achievements? One is strength, which means you need to have the fighting power to intimidate everyone. The other is the ability to make money. If you don't have the ability to make money, you are just a useless person with only fighting power. You can only be a mercenary, an adventurer, or join a certain force and become a thug. There are many famous adventurers in the imperial capital, and many of them are powerful and can be regarded as upper-class people, but those real mainstream people look down on them, because their only way to make money is fighting, and as long as a fight occurs, it is easy to fall. Many geniuses in the imperial capital, who are good at fighting, eventually disappeared without a trace. Daphne is also lucky. She grew up in the royal family, which saved her from the worries of making money. However, the wizard elders of the family have warned her more than once about making money. After reaching level 6, she has now begun to learn various magic patterns and strive to become an alchemist in the future. The two women are talking here. Dole has met everyone with Emperor Yale, and they are considered to know each other. In addition to Daphne, there are two particularly outstanding descendants of the Glory family. Although they are not as good as Daphne, they are not bad and have reached level 6 now. These two are Daphne's cousins. One is called Da Vinci, and the other is called Deneki, both of whom are born to the cousins of Emperor Yale. Da Vinci and Deneki were a little older than Dole, but they didn't dare to look down on Dole. They saw Daphne suffer a loss just now. They didn't know how much they had suffered at the hands of this little witch. Today, these people will represent the royal family to participate in the secret activities. They represent the strength of the royal family, and also represent the face of the royal family. Emperor Yale was giving these people a lecture at this time. There are dangers in the secret realm. What you can get depends on your ability, but I hope everyone will come back safely without any mistakes. Only when people are alive can they have everything. When people die, they have nothing. Everyone nodded together, feeling a little excited. Secret activities are not something you can participate in often. Maybe it only happens once every few decades. They were lucky to catch up. Many people didn't care about what Emperor Yale said. Anyway, they were just going in to have fun. Seeing this, Emperor Yale sighed in his heart. With so many people going in, he didn't know how many people could come out alive. However, the main purpose of bringing Dole and Ashley here was to meet Daphne and take care of his daughter. Dole looked young, but he was much more stable than Daphne. With a level 7 wizard tower in hand, there shouldn't be any problem with safety. In fact, speaking of this year's young people, the man from the Alexander family and Dole are both very good. They can both be imperial consorts, but the people of the Alexander family are arrogant and domineering. Daphne would suffer a little in the past. It would be good if she was matched with Dole. However, this matter still depends on whether Ashley agrees or not, which is a troublesome matter. In addition to Dole, there are actually some other people who can catch the eye of Emperor Yale, but those people are not talented enough and may not be in Daphne's eyes. This little girl has a bad personality because of his control. Daphne is determined and likes to criticize people and things she doesn't like. Among so many young talents in the Empire, only the one from the Alexander family can say a few words. Others dare not speak, but the one from the Alexander family is too hypocritical, and Daphne doesn't like him at all. Headache 30-something, and still not planning to find a boyfriend, it's really worrying. Everyone has no idea what Emperor Yale is thinking, so they can only keep saying yes. After Dole met him, he looked at Emperor Yale. Emperor Yale smiled at this time. Don't worry, stay here tonight. Daphne, come here and take Dole and Ash to visit the surroundings. You can go anywhere in the back garden, and you can attend the aristocratic party together in the evening. Dole originally planned to leave directly, but when he heard this, his mouth slightly pursed. Still not allowed to leave. He looked at Daphne, who was a troublemaker. So he could only lower his head and said, I will follow the Emperor's arrangement. The palace has beautiful scenery, so it's a good opportunity to see it. Chapter 789. Emperor Yale soon left this place. This was not a place where he could stay for a long time. This was where the wizards were. He, a warrior, felt a little depressed standing here. Daphne looked at her father's back as he left, waved her hand casually, and said, Let's go. I take you to visit the back garden of the palace. The scenery here is pretty good, but it's a little cramped. The scope of the imperial capital is limited. It's good to be able to arrange it here. This princess is quite envious of you. You can have a county to build. It must be very big. Dole didn't say anything. Seeing Dole's expression, Ash was also a little helpless, so she took Dole's arm and pulled him forward. As she walked, she said, the scope of a county ranges from 100 kilometers to 500 to 600 kilometers. Our Albi city is considered a medium-sized city. Because there are mountainous areas, it occupies a large area. In fact, there are not many places that can be used for farming and use, which is only hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Daphne walked in front and imagined that the space was a little larger than the area near the imperial capital. It seems to be really big. She showed an envious look and said, I haven't been out much yet. I go and see it when I have time. Ash asked curiously, then how did you advance from level 4 to level 5? At this time, they had walked out of the wizard towers and came to the door of the back garden. Daphne looked at the scenery in the distance and said casually, I don't know. Anyway, I went out for a walk outside the city and suddenly reached level 5. Dole and Ash both froze. Suddenly I'm at level 5. Is this really a big blow? Daphne saw the expressions of the two and said excitedly, I was born with a fire spirit body. I have a special bonus for understanding the fire meditation method. Don't be sad. By the way, you guys are having a lot of fun in the far north. I want to go and see it too. Dole sighed. This is his talent. It's really incomparable. He thought for a while and said, when we get everything done, we can go out and see the world. Daphne pouted and thought, you are a lord, and you still have time to go out and play. What a joke. But he didn't say anything. The harem is very large. The garden, pavilions, and waterside corridors are very delicately decorated. Just as Daphne said, although the decoration here is very good, the scenery is also suitable and pleasant, but it is a bit too cramped and the environment is too restrictive. But it can be seen that there is a foundation here. There were many people in the harem garden, including craftsmen, maids, and guards. Seeing Daphne, they all bowed slightly, their faces changed drastically, and hurried away. Dole looked at Daphne, and smiled slightly in his heart. This was still a little witch. After walking around in the park for an afternoon, Dole finally left the palace. As for the evening dinner, he was too lazy to attend. That was where the great nobles were arm wrestling. What was the point of a lord from a small place like him joining in the fun? Back to the wizard tower. Before he even had time to sit down, Vasily informed him to hurry to the main tower to complete the wizard formation. After being teleported to the special space, Dole saw the smiling people the first time. It was still a trio, and both of them were smiling. Obviously, everyone had gained something. Speaking of gains, Dole's gains were naturally greater, and his clones were analyzing these magic patterns without stopping for a moment. As soon as he entered the underground space, the old man couldn't wait to say, Dole, We have almost digested the magic patterns. Now it depends on you to arrange the magic circle. The magic circle we had planned originally seems to be slightly insufficient now. You have a ready-made one, so we can just modify it. Dual Eye nodded. Standing in front of 2 level 8s and 1 level 7, Dual Eye was somewhat shy. It was not only a matter of level difference, but also a gap in life level. Standing in front of 3 people, no matter how wild he was at ordinary times, he had to restrain himself at this time. He thought for a moment and said, "The wizard formation I know that can build an independent space is very complicated, and it only has the ability to pass through one person. Now combined with the magic pattern of the Alliance, I have a lot of ideas. I have been thinking about 2 variants of magic arrays in the past 2 days. I will draw them first. The 3 adults will see the feasibility." He didn't say much, and directly projected his mental power, forming a huge, complex, and spectacular magic shadow, covering the front. Because it is a mental projection, not a real magic pattern formation, it does not require too deep understanding. It is just a shadow in front of you. But even if it is a shadow, the degree of refinement is very accurate, which directly made Usbul next to him widen his eyes. If he didn't know that this was a projection, he would have thought it was a real magic array too fine. This mental strength and mental refinement are even more exaggerated than his. You know, he is a genuine 7th level array master. The old man was a little impressed at first, and then, like the silly next to him, only the magic array was left in his eyes. This magic array was something they had never seen before, and it was very advanced. It could form an independent space, so how could it be so bad? The 2 of them tried their best to memorize and verify its feasibility. It is not only the complete magic array that can verify its feasibility, but also the generation and restraint and connection between magic patterns. As long as it can ensure that the energy is connected to each other without conflict, and the ability of the rune itself can be exerted, it can be proved that the magic array is normal. After a long time, the old man lowered his head and began to think, and Vasily also began to verify the calculations next to him. Only Usbul was still observing, his eyes were wide open, and he had not finished memorizing. After an unknown amount of time, Usbul retreated. Dole put away his fantasy, and then said, "This is the first one, there is another one, although the gap is not big, but there is still some gap." Then, he used mental power illusion to construct another one. As soon as this one came out, the 3 people had to start memorizing again. While Dole released mental power fantasy, he was actually verifying the feasibility of the magic circle in his mind. After all, it was not easy to refine it once, and the price of space attribute items was extremely high. If it failed, the price would be quite high. When the 3 people finished memorizing the magic circle, it was unknown how much time had passed. At this time, Vasily said with some difficulty, "This magic circle is not the magic circle of our world. It is so profound. I need a few days to study it." The old man sighed and felt the same way. "I also need a buffer. In addition, I found a few small problems." "Dole, do you think it is a problem?" He expressed his doubts. Usbul was still a little confused at this time. He had just finished memorizing and had not digested it yet. Could he see what the problem was? When Dole saw this, he realized that only the old man had the highest level among the 3. Chapter 790. He looked carefully at the questions raised by the old demon, and found that there were indeed some places that were not smooth, which proved that the old man was very insightful. He thought about it, modified some places in his mind, and then used his mental power to draw it in the air again, saying, "Do you think this is feasible?" The 3 of them continued to discuss, and this discussion lasted for a whole day. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Vasily suddenly frowned and said, "It's so annoying. It's just a secret realm. It's not a big deal. It's a waste of time." He raised his head and apologized to the old demon and Dole, saying, "The Imperial Mage Corps specifically asked Dole to go to the secret realm. The 2 of us need to open the door." The old demon looked at Dole, and said with some reluctance and some ease, "Okay, it's just that Dole is gone. The 3 of us can take a break and discuss a few things. I don't think it will take a few months to master this magic circle. It's too profound." Usbul had no right to speak, so he could only nod blankly. Just kidding, he didn't understand it at all. Vasily was a pure technology fanatic. Hearing what the old demon said, he nodded heavily and said, "Okay, it just so happens that I don't understand many places, so it's a good time to digest it. Dole, that secret realm, the last place can go if you can, but it's okay if you can't, it's no big deal. It used to be the stomach of a very powerful void creature. After the creature died, a small world was formed there, attached to our main world, and there are many good things in it. However, the small world stores his last bit of obsession, controlling that secret realm, so until now, we haven't completely taken over that space. You can destroy it if you can, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Anyway, those forces will bring big killers in, and I guess your role is to clear the passage. When Dole heard this, he was shocked. The stomach of a void creature actually formed a small world. How exaggerated is that void creature? It's too scary. He still left a trace of obsession. How terrible is that obsession? As for the so-called big killer, he didn't care. Who doesn't give his genius a few life-saving equipment? Seeing Dole's expression, Vasily smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Even if the obsession is not eliminated now, it will dissipate by itself in a few thousand years." Dole was relieved and said, "Okay, send me out. I still need to prepare one or two." Vasily nodded. The old man said indifferently at this time, "It's just a secret realm. The Glory Wizard Alliance has countless secret realms. One less is not a small number. You can do whatever you want. Also, pay attention to safety." The old man thought to himself, "You must pay attention to safety. I am still waiting for you to come back to study the magic circle." Duolai nodded and smiled slightly. "I am with the people of the Glory Royal family, so it is hard for anything to happen." The old demon snorted coldly and said, "I am worried because you are with them. People's hearts are unpredictable since ancient times. Isn't the history of our human race's rise enough to explain everything? How many people died at the hands of monsters, and how many died at the hands of our own people? You should know it in your heart." Duolai's expression was slightly solemn, and he thought to himself, could there be someone among them who wants to deal with me? So he nodded fiercely and said, "I will never take it lightly when it comes to my life safety. No matter who it is, I will not show mercy." The old demon curled his lips and said, "You'd better do this. You can kill anyone except yourself." A trace of murderous aura suddenly surged from him, as if carrying a huge grudge. Dole was shocked. This old demon was once a man with a story. He thought about it, and looked serious. Vasily nodded at this time, and did not blame the old demon for his warning. He just said, "Then let's go together. The opening of that secret realm still requires the two of us to work together. Neither of us can be missing." In the north of the imperial capital, there is a small mountain area. The mountain area is not big, but there are dozens of hills inside and outside. In the mountain area, there is a very magnificent palace. The palace is surrounded by various wizard towers. This is the main base of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, at the door of the palace, there is a large group of people standing. At a glance, all of them are young faces, and they gather together to form small groups. There were also some older people who formed groups and looked at the towers around them with sad faces. In one place, two people wearing level 8 wizard robes looked around and said with some sadness, "Where did President Vasily and the old man demon go? They haven't shown up yet. They said they would open the magic circle 3 days ago, but they haven't shown up yet. I've urged them several times." Another person said, "The key to mastering the space is in their hands. What can we do? Let's wait. They will come. And this time the space gate will only be effective in the next few days. They have to come." One person said fiercely, "The Glory Wizard Alliance holds the key to the secret space. If they don't come, we will impeach them and reduce their quota." That's right, reduce their quotas, remove his position as president, and see if Vasily can still treat us so badly. Several people were indignant. For wizards, a few days is nothing, but waiting here is not a big deal. In addition, the groups of the two academies also had some opinions at this time. So many people stayed together for 3 or 5 days at a time. Just appeasing these students was a problem. Some students with bad tempers had fought several times. Fighting is the norm. As long as no one dies, the higher-ups will not care. These people are all young people, all from the Gao family under 50 years old, geniuses from various forces, Warrior Academy, Wizard Academy, Alchemy Academy, etc., Conti family, Edward family, Glory Royal family, and Alexander family, each occupying a place. At this time, opposite the Glory Royal family, a young man from the Alexander family looked down on the crowd. He only had one eye on Daphne in the Glory Royal family. As for the others, he didn't care at all. But Daphne didn't even look at that person, she just closed her eyes and practiced silently. Yale the Great stood next to Daphne, a little irritated. It's been a few days. Just then, a middle-aged man walked out of the Alexander family and approached the Glory Royal family. Yale the Great, should we get closer? Yale the Great glanced at the man and smiled slightly. Why, Lord Richard finally saw me. Richard's expression froze, and he said slowly, Why did Yale the Great say that? Our Alexander family has never meant to despise the imperial power. Yale the Great smiled but didn't smile. It's been 3 days, and this guy just saw me now. The Alexander family is indeed powerful. He did not take up the topic, but calmed down and said slowly, "Do you have any news? When will those two come? It's been 3 days, and the window period will soon pass." Richard's expression froze, and he shook his head. "No, the Glory Wizard Alliance and our Alexander family have always been at odds. I don't know. Maybe that person is doing some important experiment." Chapter 791. Emperor Yale thought to himself that President Vasily was an experiment maniac, but he still dragged Dole to do it together. He must be doing an experiment, and it was probably related to space experiments. Those people got into the experiment and had no way to get out. Maybe President Vasily is a scholar and likes to do all kinds of research. I'm afraid he should be studying something good at this time. Richard nodded. If it doesn't work this time, then we can only wait until next year. As the two were talking, Richard suddenly said, "Your Majesty, is Princess Daphne married now?" Emperor Yale thought to himself that it's finally here. He shook his head pretending to sigh and said, "No." Richard said, "Look at our Augustine. He is a genius of the same level as Her Highness Daphne. The combination of the two will definitely give birth to a more powerful genius." Emperor Yale snorted in his heart. "In the future, he will still be a genius of your Alexander family. What does it have to do with our Glory family? A daughter who is married is like water spilled out." He laughed and said, "I have never forced my daughter to do anything. She can like whoever she wants. I won't control her. If Augustine has the ability, go for it." Richard's eyes lit up and said, "Your Majesty, is this a deal?" Emperor Yale laughed and said nothing more. Daphne opened her eyes and looked at Augustine across from her. She just glanced at him and closed her eyes again. Augustine had been looking at this side all the time. He just smiled and saw him close his eyes again, and his face froze. He remained silent. His eyes continued to look at others with confidence and arrogance. He had the capital and the pride. At present, only Daphne could see him. That was all. The 3 academies were already arguing. The Glory Wizard Alliance had openly stood them up. They were arguing at this time, and wanted the Alliance to give an explanation. They were arguing at the door of the hall. At this moment, the sad expression of the high level of the Glory Wizard Alliance suddenly turned into joy. Someone shouted loudly, "The President is out of confinement." Don't worry. Everyone was in a commotion. Some emotional people finally calmed down and looked at the high level of the Glory Wizard Alliance with resentment. If I had known earlier, I would have contacted them in advance, especially the high level of the War Academy, who were even more angry at this time. It's been 3 days. They have been cold for 3 days. They are here now. You know, Vasily often stood people up, so he would not have been elected as the president. I really regret it. At this time, a shout came from the horizon, and a voice came, "Oh, I'm so ashamed, I've done the experiment. Sorry, I opened the door for you right away." Vasily's figure flashed in the sky, and then drifted over at a very fast speed. Everyone saw that there were 2 of them, the old man and President Vasily. Dole was actually among them, and by the way, he went back to get a trip to the Wizard Tower, and brought Ash and Yunua here, and was hiding in Vasily's shadow at this time. This is the ability of the Skeleton Demon Meditation Method, plus President Vasily's intentional cover-up. No one found them at all. This is naturally to protect Dole, so that they don't know that they are with President Vasily, which is easy to be associated with something. President Vasily's figure flashed and landed above the palace. He apologized slightly, bowed to everyone, and touched his forehead awkwardly. "Luckily I made it in time, otherwise I would have to wait another year." Some people in the Glory Wizard Alliance didn't dare to look up. This president was simply amazing. Richard looked at Vasily. His face did not show joy, but he said at this time, "It doesn't matter if President Vasily is late. Let's set up the formation now. We have brought all the materials. Whether we can use that space as a permanent space depends on this time." He looked at Augustine and said, "Our Pressure Mountain family sent Augustine this time, and it will definitely succeed." Vasily looked at Augustine. Looking at this arrogant young man, his expression was still smiling. He smiled slightly. "Augustine is indeed a rare genius, but this time to enter the alien space, we still need everyone to work together. It is not enough to rely on one person's strength, even if Her Highness Daphne, facing the monsters inside, dare not say that she can retreat alone." Augustine stood there alone, just about to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Vasily is powerful. Even if he is 2 levels stronger than his uncle, it is better to respect him. Daphne stood behind the Yale Emperor, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, when President Vasily mentioned her. She looked around, but did not see Dole, Ash, and Yidua. Where did these three people go? At this moment, someone patted her from behind. Just as he was about to get angry, he turned around and saw that it was indeed Ash and the other two. Hey, where did they come from? She suddenly thought of something, raised her head, and looked at the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance above her head. Oh, these three people are probably here with the president. Da Vinci and Deneki were chatting with others. When they saw Dole and the other two quietly approaching from the side, they did not move. Although Dole was not a royal family, and Ash was not born from the Glory King, their current strength and status were enough for them to respect. The two came up and pretended to be chatting just now. Da Vinci said, "Come in quickly, don't be seen by others, we will stand behind." Dole did not act as if nothing had happened at this time, but looked pale. Others are paying attention to you. When they see you, they see us. How can we avoid being seen by others? Da Vinci looked around and found that everyone around was looking at them. Deneki covered his forehead. Although the two were completely overshadowed by Daphne, that was among the wizards of the Glory Royal family. Outside, with their great achievements of being promoted to level 6 at the age of 40, they were enough to be listed as super geniuses. Among the top 10 geniuses of the Empire this time, there were two of them, Da Vinci and Deneki. Dole was a little helpless. It was no big deal if they were discovered. He said slowly, "Is there any prize for this attack?" Deneki said beside him, "Of course there is. There are many natural treasures in that space, and they can all belong to individuals. We have to find something called the Sky Robbery Pearl. The ranking is based on the number. Whoever gets more Sky Robbery Pearls will get more rewards. In addition, each force has a ranking. Whoever gets more things at the end will get more rewards. For this reason, this time our Glory Royal family and various forces have taken out a lot of vegetables and put them in the reward pool." Dole became a little interested. Geniuses and treasures can belong to individuals, which is quite good. But what is this Kongjiazu? Is it related to space? At this moment, a voice sounded in Duolai's ears. It was the old demon. The Kongjiazu is the space crystallization of the stomach space of the powerful extraterritorial monster. It is in the form of a bead the size of a fingernail. It is useful for those of us who study space magic patterns, but it is a waste for others. If you can find it, find more. Anyway, we will use it in the end. Chapter 792. Hearing this, Duolai's eyes showed a deep look. What kind of demon beast is that? I don't know. No one knows what's happening outside the domain. There are space turbulence and space storms everywhere. It's completely different from the world inside. Outside the domain, even the god level is just a drop in the ocean. Duolai didn't speak, but chatted with the people of the Glory Royal family around him. At this time, various families and forces began to hand materials to Vasily and the old man, and began to arrange the cross-border magic circle. The base of the magic circle has long been there. It seems that it is a place where the magic circle was originally arranged, but it was rearranged on it. The wizards around looked at the two without blinking, trying to see something from it. The warriors on the side had no choice but to stare blankly and hatefully at the two, venting their dissatisfaction after waiting for 3 days. Vasily and the old man had no intention of letting people down. Seeing so many materials being put over, they began to command others to put the refined materials in the designated location without paying attention to others. Opening the secret realm is not the business of the Glory Wizard Alliance alone, so the task has been issued long ago, and all families are very active. Whether it is the Ares Academy, the Wizard Academy, or the Vocational Academy, or all the major forces, they are all very active. These materials are disposable and will be gone after use, but everyone is not distressed at all, because the things in the world they went to this time are very valuable. As long as the family members can come back alive, they will not suffer any loss. For this, they have been preparing for a long time, and the illustrations of various creatures in it have been sent out long ago, and various special alchemy equipment have been refined for who knows how long, just waiting to be used. Of course, several forces also opened the betting this time, betting on who will be the first. No doubt, on the personal list, Daphne and Augustine tied for first place, the royal families Da Vinci and Deneki ranked third and fourth, and several people from the Edward family and the Connie family won the following places. On the list of each force, the Glory Royal family is also the first, and its strength is beyond doubt, but the second place is not the Glory Wizard Alliance, because their personnel have long been summoned back by various families, and only some ordinary civilians are under the Glory Wizard Alliance. The second place is the Alexander family. However, Dole is under the Glory Wizard Alliance, so it is really hard to say who will be the second place, and the same is true for Ash. On the way here, the silly and the old man Imo had already bet on the Glory Wizard Alliance after hearing about this matter, and paid a lot of magic crystals. In the Imperial capital, transactions in the wizard world are all in magic crystals, and few people use gold coins. Dole was chatting with a few people, and soon he found that some of the eyes looking at him disappeared. But there was one person who was always staring at him, that was the genius, Augustine. As long as he said a few words to Daphne, he would glare at him fiercely, which made Dole feel a little puzzled. In the Edward family, several old men looked around, and one of them looked in the direction of the Glory Royal family and whispered, "The one chatting with Prince Da Vinci is Dole. He was promoted to level 6 at the age of 26. He is the competitor this time, and the key figure in whether the task can be completed." Another person said strangely, "Why haven't I seen him all the time? He just came too? It seems so? Don't worry about it. Tell the family members to be careful. There are countless dangers in the maze, and no one knows what will happen. It's better to rely on yourself than on others." Okay. Dole knew that many forces were watching him. His title, his strength, and his wizard tower were probably in the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. He tried his best to keep a low profile, but the people around him couldn't keep a low profile. I don't know how long it took. The magic circle in the middle of the hall has been formed. The light of the magic circle gradually lit up, and the magic circle was activated, forming the shape of a light gate. Dole sensitively sensed that this space did open up a space channel, leading to an unknown place. The core of the Tower of Babel is a complete space. At this time, Dole can sense the direction of this channel through the magic circle. It is indeed not the coordinates of this world, but outside this world. The Glory Wizard Alliance has indeed mastered the true meaning of the teleportation array. Dole felt that the atmosphere outside the hall had changed and began to become tense. At this time, Daphne's voice sounded in his ears. After entering the secret realm, don't run around. Find a way to ensure safety first, because we enter in batches, so we are teleported to different locations. You have to be careful. Dole was stunned. Enter in batches, and go in different directions? Hearing this, his heart tightened. Daphne said, "Are you afraid you don't know anything?" Dole said, "We really don't know. It's just a secret realm. What's so difficult about a secret realm?" Daphne looked dejected. "Have you ever seen a secret realm with a level 7 monster?" "Really?" Dole's heart sank. A level 7 monster would probably kill many people. These are all geniuses in the Imperial capital. Of the 3,000 people, can half of them come back? At this time, a voice came from the center of the hall. Vasily's voice resounded everywhere. Start now in groups of 10. Teleport every 10 seconds, starting from the 3 major colleges. In addition, this secret realm is more dangerous. Try to protect yourself. Safety is the first priority. Only when you are alive can you have everything. When you die, you have nothing. The people of the God of War Academy couldn't wait any longer. When they heard this, they squeezed forward. This action that relied purely on physical strength gave them a great advantage. The people of the God of War Academy were all very powerful warriors. At this time, they squeezed to the front. Those who had a good relationship formed a team, and threw themselves towards the light gate in the middle. Vasily didn't care whether the formation was scattered or not. When he gathered 10 people, he nodded. The light in the light lit up, surging with huge energy. The white light enveloped the entire magic circle, and then all the people on it disappeared. After the magic circle returned to its previous state, 10 more people went up, and so on. There were nearly 1,000 people in the 3 major colleges, so time passed very long. At this time, Dole and Aishi had absorbed information from all aspects and absorbed the knowledge of the secret realm they were going to. According to Vasily, combined with the materials obtained now, it is not difficult for Dole to think that the stomach of the so-called powerful monster in the extraterritorial space was formed by absorbing various powerful extraterritorial creatures or minerals, or other energy substances. Now a complete ecological group has been formed in it. From low to high, there are many powerful creatures living, and the world is very large. Because it can have creatures above level 7, the world will not be small. To deal with creatures above level 7, Dole estimated that only a few people had the strength to do so. He, Ash, Daphne, Augustine, and other level 6 wizards could also deal with it together. According to Daphne, there must be level 7, but we don't know how many there are. We only know that the core must be level 7. Dole is not interested in Warcraft, but only in the world formed by Warcraft itself. If he can kill the core Warcraft, he naturally has the responsibility to kill it. If he can't kill it, he still wants to study that world. Chapter 793. The outer world is completely different from this world. The secrets of the outer world can only be studied in the outer creatures. If Ball is here, he must have other ideas. After all, he once fled to the outer world in a panic and almost died. Dole was thinking about these things, and Ash next to him pulled his arm and said, "It's our turn." Dole nodded, and he raised his head. The Glory Royal family, led by Daphne, walked towards the space door. At this time, a large area in front of the hall was empty, and only a few old people were left. All the young people disappeared. There are also many people in the Glory Royal family. It took a long time to line up in front of Dole. When it was their turn, Vasily sternly removed Dole and Ash from the Glory Royal family. "They can't be with you, Glory Royal family." Daphne was stunned when she saw this. What was going on with President Vasily? She was about to protest, but she saw a flash of light, and the person had been teleported away. Duolai was also a little stunned, and the people behind him were even more stunned. Vasily glared at the others. "What are you looking at?" "Duolai, Aishi, and Yunuo are walking alone." Duolai had no choice but to stand on the platform with the two of them. At this time, he was not only standing on the platform, but also pushing his perception to the limit, sensing the exquisiteness of the magic circle in front of him. He now has all kinds of teleportation magic patterns in his hands, but no magic circle. He still needs to slowly explore the use of magic patterns. This is just an opportunity. The magic circle is very exquisite and small, unlike the teleportation arrays in the Glory Wizard Alliance, which are often huge and use energy very exquisitely. It is worthy of being a product of the Empire Glory Wizard Alliance. Duolai did not release his mental power, but only used perception, because in the process of space transmission, only perception can be used, otherwise, the transmission will cause the mental power to be torn apart, making people feel miserable. The next moment, the magic pattern lit up, and Duolai's eyes blurred, and everything was white. The next moment, he seemed to be standing in a tunnel of light, and the whole person became shapeless, with only a group of consciousness. He could not see his body up and down, left and right, and only his consciousness was still awake. Seeing this, he was not panicked, because after the transmission, the body would be reorganized, and he would still be himself. This is because the transmission array is not fully perfect, and he has done relevant experiments himself. The space channel is similar to the time channel. Time is constant, but space is changing countless times until it reaches the fixed exit of the magic array. This is not the first time Duolai has teleported, but it is the first time to teleport so far. He discovered that the space channel is not a straight line, but there are many places where it turns, without any rules. Just like lightning running in the sky, it has its own rules, extremely fast, but people can't find it. When Dole realized this, he thought to himself that space also has its own shortcuts, and a straight line is not a shortcut. If you take a straight line, it will probably take more time and energy. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up, his body regained control, and the world around him gradually became clear. Here we are. He turned around and found Yunuo and Aishi standing beside him, looking around blankly. The world around was a little dark, even gloomy. The ground was black and very hard. With a mental power scan of the surroundings, it was found that this place was like an underground world, surrounded by hard rocks, and it was not on the normal ground at all. No wonder there was no sunlight, and even the light we saw now was unknown. Dark light, underground passages, made up the world in front of us. Soon, Duolai saw where the light in the passage came from. There were many climbing plants on the walls around, and there were many light spots on the plants. It was with these light spots that a little image was formed. As soon as the three people came out, they silently scanned the world around them in their own way. At this time, Yunuo raised his hand, and his mental power suddenly burst out. A scream suddenly came out in the dark world in the distance, and I don't know what it alarmed. Duolai actually saw it. It was a bat-like thing, but it was very small, spying on them. When she did it, Duolai felt that her witchcraft was actually sound-based. Great sound is silent, and great elephants are invisible. The sound system, also called the wave system, is related to the wave of all things. Its power cannot be underestimated, and it is even more weird. With her reputation as a genius, she entered the 6th level early. No wonder she looked down on the heroes of the world and was arrogant. She is almost as arrogant as Augustine. It was only after being assassinated that she settled down and formed her own characteristics, and her temper became slightly better. Ash spoke at this time. She also made up for the knowledge here. It's a rare sound bat. It is estimated that there is a colony of this creature nearby. According to the current information, we should be at the bottom of this world. Duolai nodded and said, "This world is a very huge sphere, full full of similar passages. We have to look for it in the middle. He turned to Yunua and said, "Your skills are very effective in exploring the road. You can explore the road first. Let's save our mental energy to find the empty beats." Yunua nodded and said, "Yes, I can use the nature of sound waves to explore the road ahead. This way, we can avoid many detours. But if there are too many roads, it will be difficult to remember." Dual Eye nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry about it. I will refine a small thing." He then made a move in the storage ring, took out a few materials, smelted them with flames, and made a round bead-shaped thing. It took less than half a minute in total. Dual Eye's use of magic patterns was so fancy that Yunua's eyes were shining. She has also been learning magic patterns recently. Dual Eye's speed is so fast that she can't help but want to learn. "It's the image bead, so I'm not afraid." Yunua took the bead, then opened his mouth, and an invisible voice suddenly went forward. Dual Eye and Aishi could both feel the flow of vibrations, but they didn't care, but used their mental power to scan around, looking for the empty bead. The empty bead exists in every place, in the walls, in the soil under their feet, everywhere. The empty bead is the crystallization of this world. Because it contains spatial fluctuations, it is easy to ignore it with mental power scanning. So Dual Eye said to combine the power of two people to find it. Yunua took the image bead, and at this time, on the bead, with them as the center, a series of influences appeared, changing into the shape of a channel map, and the speed was extremely fast. Dual Eye glanced around, released his mental power, and scanned around. The empty bead contains spatial fluctuations, and it is naturally easy to sense it with his sensitivity to spatial fluctuations. But after scanning for a long time, he didn't find a single empty bead. Chapter 794. Let's go forward, we're not in a hurry. Yunua nodded, and showed the image on the image bead to the two of them. At this time, the passages of nearly 1,000 meters around were revealed. We are at the bottom of this world, so we should go upwards. The most common here are the sheen bats, which feed on all kinds of insects, so this place is also full of poisonous insects, poisonous fungi, poisonous mosquitoes, and poisonous flies. Let's be careful. Dole and Aishi nodded and looked at the passages around. Dole decided to just go forward. As he walked, Dole said, "Leave the defense to me. Try not to use your own abilities first, and use the energy source of the wizard tower first. We have never been to this place, so we can save as much as possible." Yunua's eyes were a little more strange, and he looked at Dole's waist with envy in his eyes. The wizard tower is the highest pursuit that many wizards dream of. Even in the imperial capital, the wizard tower is a dream that many people cannot reach. There is nothing to see outside, just keep going forward, and draw a map as you go. The space below is dark and damp, and Dual Eye doesn't know why bats, which like dry and dark creatures, live here. Not far away, they saw an underground water pit, in which there were many green things growing, and some mosquitoes flying around the water pit. The nutrient-rich water pit, mosquitoes, and bats seemed to form a perfect ecology. Dual Eye and the other two hid their breath very deeply, and even these creatures that rely on special induction could not smell the smell on them. So when Dual Eye and the others came to the water pit, the poisonous insects did not attack them. Only bats could see them around them. At this time, Ash waved his hand casually, and the surrounding cold air was strong. The puddle quickly froze, and the surrounding air was filled with a layer of frost. Dole glanced at the puddle, and was a little surprised. How did these creatures survive here? Where was the energy source? Where did the living materials come from in such a small puddle? At this time, Dole's mental power moved, and he found abnormal magic fluctuations in the pool. This magic fluctuation was very weak, and it could hide its own breath. If it weren't for his mental power being very surprised, I'm afraid he wouldn't have found it. What's in the water? He thought about it and asked the two, "What's in the water? Can you two sense it?" Yunua nodded first and said, "Yes, I released the vibration wave, and the vibration waves seemed to be absorbed. I wanted to draw a map of the puddle." When Ash heard this, her eyes widened. She didn't sense anything. She felt a little unconvinced when she thought of this, so she carefully sensed it, and then she frowned and said, "This fluctuation is too weak. I can only sense a little bit with all my strength." She knew that there was still a gap between her and the other two, but she didn't expect the gap to be so big. Dual Eye nodded, and the three of them didn't seem to be in a hurry. After they finished sensing, they raised their hands, and a magic hand rose out of thin air and inserted into the frozen puddle. The puddle was not big, only a few hundred square meters. The ice broke open, and the magic hand fished around below, and soon found a large piece of stone with an unpleasant liquid containing bacteria and viruses. Dual Eye's mind moved, and he took out a small bottle and made a magic hand, and filled part of the liquid in the puddle, because he found that there were some bacteria in it that were very energy intensive, and his magic hand could actually be corroded. There must be something about the bacteria or viruses in it. After doing all this, he put away the bottle, cleaned the stone, and penetrated his mental power into it. Inside was a very clear bead, but it was not completely transparent, and there was a trace of light flickering inside. Void fluctuations. This is probably the empty robbery bead. Dual Eye took a closer look and found that the elemental light inside was flickering, forming some wonderful magic patterns. These magic patterns flickered, and the space inside was distorted, and it seemed to form a circle of defense to prevent others from exploring, and also prevented his energy fluctuations from overflowing too much. He took a closer look, and these magic patterns seemed to be very similar to some magic patterns he had just learned in the past few days. It feels like the magic patterns of the Glory Wizard Alliance all came from these empty robbery beads? Dual Eye nodded secretly. It seems that this time he came in for nothing. At this time, the two women also saw the bead. "Ai," she said in surprise, "is this the Kongjia bead?" Dole nodded and said, "I'm afraid so. This bead is indeed very hidden. It is indeed not easy to be found, and the place where it appears is also very strange." Yuduo looked at the Kongjia bead in Dual Eye's hand, exhaled, and said seriously, "I have recorded its fluctuations. If I find it, I will definitely find it." Ai, she also nodded, "Find the first one, and the second one will not be difficult. This thing is not a treasure for others, and it is even less a treasure for the creatures here. It should not be difficult to find. As long as the fluctuations are recorded, the second and third ones can be found quickly." Dole nodded, then thought for a while and said, "This is too troublesome. I will set up a sensing device in the wizard tower and search directly in a large area to save energy. I don't know what will happen later." After that, he began to take out the materials and refine the sensing equipment while walking forward. Before, because there was no empty robbery bead, I didn't know the nature of the fluctuations of this thing. Now that I have a finished product, I just need to refine a large-scale scanning thing to directly scan the fluctuations of the empty robbery bead. There are many types of scanning equipment, and any alchemist can refine them, but there are very few devices for scanning space devices, because only the same type of magic pattern can scan the same type of equipment. To scan the empty robbery bead, you must have a space magic pattern. Yuduo originally wanted to take the magic pattern route. What Dole is doing now has given him a strong motivation. It is too practical. In the dark pit, there are twists and turns, and the distance is very long. From time to time, some things pop out from all around. They are not very strong, only level 2 or 3, but there are many of them. After walking for a while in the passage, Dual Eye took a look at the map drawn by Yuduo, and it seemed that there was an obvious uphill slope ahead. At this time, Yuduo said coldly, "It's uphill, there seems to be something else ahead. This kind of Sheen bat should not be without natural enemies, which is not in line with the ecological law." Dual Eye nodded. He was also half a biological wizard. At this time, he whispered, "In the main plain, the natural enemies of bats are various highly concealed cats. There should be no such animals here, but there should be some creatures with strong hiding ability around. This world is quite strange. These creatures should not be so active without sunlight." Bats were flying around, and Yuduo took the initiative to shield the sound waves of bats, so they would not be attacked. Soon, they reached the uphill place. At this time, Dual Eye refined the device, gently put it in the wizard tower on his waist. Invisible power emanated from his waist, and spread in all directions. In just a moment, the wave swept through the surrounding space, and Dual Eye instantly felt that there were many fluctuations of the Void Tribulation Pearl nearby. Chapter 795. There are a lot of auras of the void beads in all directions, and there are quite a few of them. Dole was a little confused. Are there so many of them? But he soon discovered that these auras are all in the surrounding walls. The energy of the wizard tower is very strong. He took a rough look and found that the scanning range is about 2 kilometers, and within these 2 kilometers, there are 4 sources of fluctuations. The problem is that these fluctuations are too deep. He sensed that the nearest one is in the wall, more than 200 meters away from him. It is not an easy task to dig them out. He coughed and said, "We may have to take a shortcut and go through the wall directly. I sense the aura of many void beads, but they are not in the passage." "Are they all in the wall?" Ash asked in confusion. Dole nodded, and he pressed on the wizard tower casually. The wizard tower emitted a yellow light, and merged into the surrounding world without any obstacles. Dole also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the yellow light can penetrate the surrounding earth, the earth walking technique can be performed. Ash nodded, and walked into the yellow light with Yunuo, and disappeared together. Only Dole was left in the passage, and there were only the sounds of mosquitoes and bats flying through the air around him, which was terrifyingly quiet. Dole looked around, his eyes were deep, and he was not interested in continuing to walk through the passage. It was too troublesome. He raised his feet, and slowly walked into the wall. The yellow light wrapped him, and disappeared in the passage. After entering the wall, Dole saw the true face of this world. This wall is not normal soil, but a mixture of bones, soil, ore, metal and other things. The interlayer of the wall is full of various animal corpses, plants, and various shapes of stones and meteorites, emitting an unknown mixed smell. Dole thought of the true face of this creature. Are all the things in this world a mixture of what he ate? As he walked, there were bones everywhere, which was shocking. He saw the bones of an animal, and the thickness of the bone alone exceeded his height. What kind of thing has such a strong skeleton? Are they all alien creatures? At this time, Ash and Yunuo were also stunned. There was no such thing in the information given by the Glory Wizard Alliance. The truth of this world turned out to be this: stones, soil, mixed with bones, made up this world. It was amazing. As Dole walked towards the direction of the Sky Robbery Pearl, he looked at the ground around him in shock. After looking for a while, he suddenly said excitedly, "We may really get rich this time." Ash's heart moved, and said, "Are you talking about these bones?" Dole said excitedly, "Yes, those that can be eaten by alien creatures must also be alien creatures. The bones of these alien creatures are very hard, and can be used as very good raw materials. I remember there is a wizard tower called the Turin Bone Tower, which is even more bizarre than the Tower of Babel. It has very powerful abilities, although it is not as good as the Tower of Babel in traveling through the void. But its texture is indeed harder than the Tower of Babel, and it can definitely hit people with it." Yunuo was a little confused when he heard this. Wizard Dole, even if most of the raw materials are bones of various creatures, other materials are also very valuable. Dole waved his hand indifferently. Other materials are just extras. The most important thing is the strong bones of creatures. With my current strength, as long as the bone materials are sufficient, the other things are nothing. The Tower of Babel cannot be upgraded to level 8 now because of the space materials, but the Turin Bone Tower can. There are a lot of high-level bones in it. Dole said a lot, then stretched out his hand, and took a piece of bone from outside. These bones seemed inconspicuous outside, and could not even resist the penetration of the Tower of Babel, but after Dole brought them in, and placed them in the Tower of Babel, they immediately emitted a bright glow, resisting the exploration of the three people's spiritual power. Dole felt a little surprised, because in his spiritual power perception, this kind of power did not belong to any element, did not belong to any kind of energy he had seen, and was essentially many times stronger than his spiritual power. Is this still the skeleton of a creature that has been dead for many years? The three looked at the bones in their hands, and used their own methods to explore, but they all found nothing. Ash was happy now. "Look, there's nothing we can do." Dole blinked his eyes. He had never seen such a situation before. What was the nature of the energy on it? How to remove it or use it? He thought for a while, and said, "Let's walk and see. This space will always exist. As long as we don't say it, no one will know the truth here. Ordinary people won't come here." At this time, Dole had already walked to the front of the first empty robbery bead. He stretched out his hand, and dug the soil where the bead was. After washing it clean, it was another new empty robbery bead. At this time, Dole found that the empty robbery bead was different from the empty robbery bead. The empty robbery beads found in the wall obviously had much stronger spatial fluctuations, and the magic patterns inside were very complicated. It took him a while to see the doorway inside. He thought about it, and since he had nothing to do now, he simply divided a part of his mental energy, and took the Void Pearl to the Wizard Tower to start analyzing it. As an alchemist, the most basic thing was to analyze matter, and Dole couldn't sleep until he understood what was going on. In the Wizard Tower, a pure transparent light and shadow condensed, and the Sky Robbery Pearl was held in his hand, and placed on various instruments to begin testing. Seeing this, Ash joined in the fun. Although she is now a biological pharmacist, she can also study this aspect. Yunuo came up directly, watching Dole's movements and taking the opportunity to learn from him. Seeing the two people coming, Dole put down the light in his hand, and did not hide his incompetence, but patiently explained. "When you get a new thing, the first thing to do is to scan its general functions. Don't activate it before confirming its basic capabilities, otherwise there will be trouble. For example, some things with bomb functions will explode if you activate them. Also, if you want to confirm the main purpose of the other party, it is best to put it in a closed space, and use mental power to remotely control the instrument to scan it. Don't do such dangerous actions if your real body is fine. For something like a space product, there is no experience from predecessors. It is best for us to scan it from the outside to see the composition of the magic pattern. After determining the function of the magic pattern, we can roughly guess its function. If there is no danger, we can activate it to see what it does, and study its nature and ability. Dole explained and observed at the same time. This took a long time. While doing it, he took the other few empty robbery beads in his hand. The underground area of this world is very vast. Every few meters, there is a passage leading to an unknown place. After Dual Eye got the Void Robbery Pearl, he encountered other Void Robbery Pearls in the range of other Void Robbery Pearls. He simply did not go forward along the passage, but followed the general range, passed through the wall directly, and wandered around in the surrounding land. While walking, observing the surroundings, Dual Eye even brought things like soil in to take a look. Chapter 796. With previous experience, Dole knew that the reaction of these things outside was different from that in the Wizard Tower. For example, bones were ordinary bones outside. The light of the Wizard Tower could penetrate them directly, but they would have different effects inside the Wizard Tower. After a test, Dole understood that bones, metals, stones, and other ordinary things outside would restore their original appearance as long as they were placed in the Wizard Tower. Some of them were very hard, and some emitted strange light, preventing all detection. They seemed to be very remarkable. It seemed that these things outside the domain were very powerful. There were several kinds of metals that Dole had never seen before, and they were incredibly hard. Seeing this, Dole became less anxious. This was clearly a huge treasure. After walking for an unknown period of time, Dole had collected more than 20 empty beads. Dole's eyes lit up, and he came to a passage. An empty bead was on the ground in the middle of the passage. He glanced around the passage. There were no creatures or people. The light was dim, full of decay, and slightly damp. He was still in the lower level, and he didn't know how many kilometers away from the center. Dole walked forward, looking around, while extending his magic hand and digging the ground in front. The ground was very soft, and soon a small stone was dug out. After a little cleaning, a complete Kongjia pearl appeared in his hand. At this moment, a small mound of earth rose slightly under the ground next to the Kongjia pearl, and then a black shadow rushed towards his face at lightning speed. At this moment, Dole felt that the nerves on his forehead were stimulated and slightly tingled, and the black shadow was a little sharp. The shadow stopped 1 meter away from Dole's forehead. The light of the Wizard Tower firmly blocked the attack of the shadow. At the same time, the shadow also appeared in front of Dole. An unknown soft thing was twisting its body and shaking its tail desperately, still stubbornly trying to drill into his forehead. Its most powerful part was its head, which was very hard. So hard that even the magic shield was drilled into it by a distance of 1 millimeter. Don't look at this 1 millimeter, this is the defense of the Wizard Tower. So powerful. Dole stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 inches of the mollusk, holding it firmly in his hand. At the same time, the huge blood and chi force shook, and the mollusk softened instantly. Dole carefully observed this thing, and felt very surprised. Even he didn't find the other party's trace just now. This was a very unexpected and shocking thing, which meant that he wanted to be more careful. With this kind of soft worm, there are naturally more powerful existences with stronger hiding abilities. He doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Dole thought carefully. He had basically figured out the truth of this world. According to legend, some organs of some creatures can form their own space. Just like the information he got now, this space was formed by the stomach of a powerful creature. This creature should have a very powerful swallowing system and digestive system. This space will have a very unique ability, either to decompose creatures or matter into energy or the substances it needs. When this creature was young, these things should have been digested, but as it grew older, or slowly aged, or was injured, the digestive ability gradually atrophied, and the food it ate could not be decomposed or eliminated, and then gradually formed a system with an independent ecology inside, which was passed down from generation to generation, forming a complete and simple world. When creatures die, this system gradually matures and evolves into the current world, but the old things are still piled here. All the things that have not decayed still exist, and they still have a certain degree of suppression. Those that can be eaten by extraterritorial creatures must be powerful creatures, so they have certain spiritual or magical powers. It is very normal that Dual Eye cannot recognize them. The Sky Robbery Pearl is the product of the magical space of this world itself, and the magical substance formed after the space is materialized. Dual Eye is like a scanner, scanning all the surrounding space, and all the things in the underground soil layer are scanned out. As long as there is anything a little magical, he will collect it and store it in the wizard tower. There are many treasures to be dug in this world. With this attitude, he doesn't even want to go to the center point, and he plunders around. He must do the Turin Bone Tower, which can be used by the clone. The Turin Bone Tower and the Skeleton Demon Meditation method are even stronger than the original body. This will be his killer. There is Turin Bone Fire on the Turin Bone Tower, which is a very powerful innate fire. As long as it is promoted to level 9, Duo Y has the confidence to evolve it. Not to mention that the clone is invincible, it is basically the same. What he lacks now is real combat power, not realm. Thinking of this, he slowly searched around, trying not to get close to the center, and wandering around the periphery. As soon as they entered this world, Daphne and several children of the royal family looked around vigilantly. There was no danger around. After Daphne scanned carefully, she slowly said, "There is no danger. Take out the map. We will head to the center while looking for the Kongjia Pearl. It would be best if we can kill the remaining will of the Konwu beast. It doesn't matter if we can't kill it. Just think of it as coming here to collect materials." The others who were with Daphne listened to her quietly. Most of them agreed, while others disagreed. "Why not kill him? The elders have high hopes for us. Daphne, you are not afraid, are you?" The man who spoke seemed to be very prestigious, and the people around him agreed immediately. Daphne looked at the man. He was also level 6, but 10 years older than Daphne. In terms of strength, the two were similar, but Daphne's potential was many times greater than his. She didn't respond, but smiled and said, "Well, how about this? If you don't agree with my opinion, you can raise it." The man was a little surprised. Daphne is so easy to talk to today. He thought about it. His eyebrows were serious and said, "I suggest that we gather people first. We will definitely succeed this time." Daphne looked at the brothers and sisters around her, and saw that they seemed to agree, and said calmly, "How about this? You go your way, and I go mine." "Nonsense. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your father and the family?" Although the man was indignant, he was very happy in his heart. "It's better for you to leave quickly. Don't blame us if you die. This is the periphery. There is indeed no danger, but it is very scary inside." Daphne saw his inner thoughts, so she pouted and disappeared on the spot. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and too lazy to take care of these people, so she just left. When she disappeared, she had already confirmed her location and started to contact others. In this world, many runes can be used, so the communication runes can also be used to contact other people to reunite. The most difficult thing is to confirm your own position and how to reunite with others. As for fighting, it is actually not the focus. There is no danger at all in the periphery. At this time, she frowned. Several powerful tools on her body made with materials obtained here have lost their spirituality and cannot be used. Damn it. Chapter 797. Daphne tried to send messages to other people. Fortunately, the messages were sent and responded to, but no one knew where they were. Daphne thought about it. What should she do? As the youngest leader of the Glory royal family, although Daphne was arrogant and didn't want to care about others, she had to shoulder her own responsibilities in this world, so she was a little irritated. At this moment, she glanced and a blood-red light reflected a faint light in the darkness. Moving her eyes over, she found that it was a blood god grass. Blood god grass is a 6th level herb with extremely high value. It is extremely rare in the main plane, but it is very common here. It is one of the herbs that the Empire must collect. Daphne moved her mental power over, took a look, and after confirming, her huge mental power directly pulled the herbs out of the ground. What surprised him was that the land here seemed to be unaffected by her mental power, and did not move at all. She only brought out the upper half of the herbs, and the lower half was still in the soil, but she seemed to have been there for a long time, and did not care. The herbs left the land, slowly flew over, and were held in Daphne's hands. In the darkness, Daphne's mouth suddenly cracked slightly. "You are sensible, and did not crawl out of the soil. I will spare your life." Daphne did not like to be with family members, so the ones she contacted were naturally not family members. He suddenly thought of Dole, so he contacted him. "Where are you?" Dole moved slowly underground, collecting bones of creatures that looked very powerful, and some precious metals. The most important thing is the sky-robbing bead. At this moment, he already has about 12 sky-robbing beads on hand. This number must be very high. Others must not be as fast as him. At this moment, he heard Daphne's voice transmission, thought about it, and replied, "I am directly below this world. Can you confirm your position?" Daphne replied immediately, "How do you confirm that you are below?" Dole said, there are many sheen bats below here. Daphne sighed. I don't have any iconic creatures here, I just found a blood god grass. Dole was a little surprised. From what you said, you are alone now? Daphne nodded. Those people don't want to listen to my command, and a few of my good friends are not here. Dole thought for a while, and said, let go of your defense. I put something small on you before. You used mental power to block it, and I couldn't sense it. Daphne was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly sensed her body, clothes, and hair. Soon, he found a black spot at the end of his hair and carefully sensed it. Xianxia worm? Her heart sank. When did it happen? Daphne sighed and thought she was defeated. She did not get rid of the Xianxia worm, but let go of her own defense and said, okay. Dole said to the two women hiding in the Tower of Babel, contact Her Highness Daphne. How about the four of us reunite? Ash was naturally invincible, but Yudoa didn't care. Anyway, they were now reduced to a supporting role. They could only look at the scenery outside curiously and exclaim from time to time. After confirming the opinions of the two, Dole tried his best to sense the Xianxia worm. The Xianxia worm is his clone, just like sensing himself. In the same world, it is easy to determine its position. Soon Dole determined the other party's position, which was on the outside side below this world, about 30 kilometers away from him. He thought about it, replied to the message, and then started the wizard tower to move slowly over there. At this time, Daphne was infinitely shocked. When did Dole put the Xianxia worm on her? This was too terrible. She had countless treasures of the Glory Royal family on her, but none of them reacted. This was simply unbelievable. Her mental power was very strong, and she did not sense when someone placed the Xianxia worm. This was simply impossible. Taking the Xianxia worm off her hair, Daphne scanned it carefully herself. Xianxia worm is one of the 10 ancient strange insects. Almost every wizard wants to have it, but there are not many people who can really own it and can afford to raise it. Dual Eye is the person who has the most of the 10 ancient strange insects he has seen. There is no one else. Xianxia worm is something that even the Wushan family and the Alexander family want to have very much. However, getting Xianxia worm is nothing. Being able to raise Xianxia worm is the key. Such a small thing is the dream of all biological wizards. The Glory Royal family has many biological wizards and many cultivated terrifying creatures, but they are not as good as the 10 ancient strange insects. In fact, the Glory Royal family also has 10 strange insects, but their 10 ancient strange insects are repeated with those owned by Dual Eye. Skyfrost worm. Thinking of this, Daphne stood in place, the 10-story small wizard tower hanging on her waist emitting a bright light. Wizard towers are rare for any organization in force. Each wizard tower has its own purpose. There is no one like Dole, who has a wizard tower directly hung on his waist, and it is a level 7 one. How dare you offend him? Such a man is the dream of female wizards. Daphne thought about it, and shook her head again. What she pursued was the true wizard path. Forget about the love between men and women. There is no emotion between wizards. At most, they are a collection of interests. She stood in place without moving, but looked around quietly. In fact, this is her first time here. She only knows that this is a small world left behind by a creature after its death, and it is very stable. It can even produce magical items such as the Sky Robbery Pearl, so she is very curious about the surroundings. Not long after, Daphne felt a strong elemental fluctuation coming from the wall next to her. Hey, can this world directly escape underground? No one has ever said that before. The elemental fluctuations were very strong, and it was easy for people to clearly know who the other party was. Dole arrived. On the wall in front of him, a yellow light penetrated the wall, and then Dole's figure walked out of it. At his waist, the small wizard tower emitted a yellow light, which actually supported him to walk underground. She walked over slowly, looked at Dole, and said with a little surprise, "What's your method? This wall is said to be hard. Even wizards who specialize in earth elements can't walk inside." Dole looked at Daphne and said, "This is the 7th level earth walking technique from another world. It can simulate the fluctuations of the surrounding earth and merge with the earth. It is considered a relatively advanced terrain technique." Daphne was a little speechless. She bullied others by relying on the wizard tower. When she thought about how she used to bully others with her superb skills and powerful equipment, she couldn't get angry. It was really a matter of time. She nodded and said, "I heard that you can make equipment. I have a void bead here. Do you have any way to record the fluctuations and make a piece of equipment to search for the void bead?" Dole said, "I have 30 along the way." Chapter 798. Daphne was stunned. She was really deeply shocked. She knew how hard it was to find the sky tribulation beads. The other party actually found 30 of them. This was too exaggerated. If this continued, who would be his opponent? No doubt, the first place. It was painful. She forced herself to hold back the pain of being hit, and then pretended to be calm, put away the sky tribulation beads, and said, since we can pass through, let's go directly to the middle, and see what the so-called obsession looks like. Dole nodded, but he said more cautiously, the creatures outside the domain are quite powerful, and the obsession left behind is probably very scary. We can take a look first, and then discuss ways to kill him. Daphne nodded, looked around, figured out something, and said, I go to the tower too, you can find it yourself. The sky tribulation beads can only be used by the Glory Wizard Alliance. No one else can use it. Dole nodded, and took Daphne into the tower. The passage became quiet again, with only Dole left. He took a look, then walked back into the wall, and disappeared into the dark world. There was nothing to see in the underground world, except for the strange soil formed by various materials, and the skeletons left by various terrifying creatures. There were not many skeletons, and it took a long time to see them, but once you saw them, you would feel very scared. Dole could imagine that this creature must have been a very powerful existence when it was alive. If it was such a powerful existence, why did it die? As he walked, he thought, what caused its death? Was it the years, or the enemy? To be honest, the biggest enemy of wizards is time. For this reason, many wizards will go on the road of no return when they are about to die. They will transform themselves into undead spirits, and various things that are neither human nor ghost in an attempt to prolong their lives. Some wizards can even rely on these means to live for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, they still cannot escape the punishment of time. According to the records of the wizard world, there is only one possibility of eternal life, that is, breaking through this world, going to other worlds, and finding the way to become a god. Extraterritorial creatures have a longer lifespan than gods. How did he die? Did he die after billions of years? Dole walked while looking for the empty robbery beads, exploring the surrounding situation, and thinking about these questions, multitasking. He also found other teams, struggling with other creatures in the passage. And Augustine of the Alexander family, he went the farthest, and he walked very simply. He reached the pinnacle of witchcraft with one hand, and with a wave of his hand, the 6th level underground monsters of the same level were no match. Dual-Eye just glanced at it, and walked directly across to the center. At this time, he had more than 100 emptied beads in his hand, and there were only 10 kilometers left from the center. The closer to the center, the more empty beads there were, and the more regular they were. The location where he appeared was also very special, almost fixed at a certain scale. Dual-Eye wrote down these locations as he walked, and slowly conceived a huge coordinate point in his mind. Not long after, he came to the vicinity of the center. When he came here, he could no longer continue to travel through the earth. The energy of the wizard tower was consumed abnormally quickly. After thinking about it, he came to one of the passages. As soon as they walked out of the passage, they were met with dozens of strange poisonous insects flying in the air like arrows, fiercely piercing into the light of the wizard tower. They twisted their bodies, and tried desperately to pierce into Dole's body. Dole raised his hand casually, and a series of electric lights flickered in the darkness, and then the surroundings returned to darkness. He thought about it, and let the 3 women out. Daphne puffed out her chest, looked deep in her eyes, and looked at the dark passage. After feeling the energy density around her, she was surprised. We got there so quickly, it's fast to penetrate the ground. Ash and Yunua didn't say anything, but looked around quietly. Dole nodded and said in one direction, that's the empty world at the center. There is a very strange energy interference around. The energy of the wizard tower is consumed very quickly, so we can only withdraw temporarily, and walk forward. Ash's heart moved. Dole said that the consumption was very fast, which must be amazingly fast. It is estimated that there is indeed something inside that cannot be underestimated. There is limited information about the center point. We only know that there is a very large hole inside. There are many creatures in the hole. The thing in the center is something like a demon. According to the people who escaped, the spiritual body can identify the age of the spiritual power owner. He can release a kind of spiritual toxin. The older the age, the stronger the spiritual toxin is. Aging, autism, depression, and all kinds of negative states will be added to the body, falling into a state similar to depression, and it is easy to commit suicide. This is also the reason why these young people were sent here, and they are young people under the age of 50. It is a burden to come here when you are old. Everyone knows this information, so they dare not be careless. Mental toxins have always been the most difficult to defend against. Once you are hit, it is difficult to solve it by your own ability, and it will last for a long time. This is also one of the reasons why many black wizards are disliked or hated. It is terrible to hurt others fundamentally. Yunhua suggested at this time, should we wait for others to go in and investigate together? Dole shook his head and said, no, you clean up other small things around, it is best to clear a safe passage. I will go in and see what the situation is. Be careful, the creatures here are very strong. Dole said here, turned around and walked inside. Daphne was still a little unconvinced and wanted to go with her, but was pulled by Yunhua next to her. Dole's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the passage. Daphne looked at Yunhua with a bad expression. Why do you want to pull His Highness? Yunhua smiled and said, don't go, it's meaningless, there are monsters all around here, just a good time to practice. After that, she turned around and walked out of the passage. While walking, she released her magic phantom and sensed in all directions. When they came together, Dole intended to show them the situation in the earth. So Ash and Yunhua knew that the things in it might not be easy to deal with, and it would be best to gather the strength of others. With Daphne, Dole obviously did not give them that opportunity to see. AI looked at Daphne's angry face and said with a smile, Sister Daphne, do you want to compete and see who kills more monsters? Daphne was quite angry at first, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up and she said, okay. Daphne's practice was also the top practice of the royal family, the red fire god, but it was not a pure fire witchcraft, but a practice that combined fire and earth. The practice eliminated the irritability of the fire and gathered the gentleness of the earth. The combination of the two was extremely powerful, no less than the ice and snow goddess meditation method. Chapter 799. Daphne took a step back, the magic power on her body slowly gathered, and snorted, Ash, I won't let you go. Ash shrugged and spread her hands. It doesn't matter, Yunhua has already started. The three women walked into the passage together. Compared with the passage outside, the passage in the center of this world is very large, and there are many dangers around it. Many of the glowing plants on the walls are extremely dangerous, so there is no need to worry about not finding monsters to clean up. A moment later, they encountered the first wave of monsters that gave them a headache, a group of hairless monsters with infinite power. Dole walked forward along the passage. After walking a few meters, a powerful energy wave broke out in the dark passage and rushed towards him. Feeling the amount of energy fluctuations, Dole raised his hand casually, and a strong wind flow went in the direction of the energy fluctuations. His speed did not change at all, just like a leisurely stroll in the garden. The wind and energy waves collided in the air quickly, and with a loud bang, they turned into tiny energy waves that went in all directions. The energy waves quickly hit the surroundings, and the walls they hit made a loud rumbling sound, but not a single piece of wall skin fell off. Dole continued to move forward, and he intercepted the second, third, and fourth energy waves in the same way as before, and soon saw the culprit. A purple plant hanging on the wall, similar to creepers, had dark red fruits on it. The energy waves were actually the energy of the creeper's fruits exploding. Seeing Dole coming, the purple plant trembled, and the fruits burst open one by one, emitting red energy and shooting towards Dole. The power of this world is all compound, none of which is pure elemental. There are also several energies that are beyond Dole's understanding, which seem to be similar to star power, magnetic force, etc., and the power is very huge, and so is this plant. A wind wall rose around Dole, and inside the wind wall were countless tiny wind blades. Each wind blade was equivalent to a witchcraft of level 4 or above, and there were thousands of them. He stretched out his hand and pressed down, and the wind pressure around him suddenly rose. Those wind blades and wind knives turned into wind currents and pressed forward fiercely. The wind current encountered those forces, and the two sides entangled, and soon and with difficulty suppressed the explosive force and swept away. The explosive force was soon swept up by the wind current, and rumbled on the wall, and the enchanting plant was cut into pieces. Dole stood there and waited for a while, until the energy in front of him was completely stable, and then he slowly walked forward. This plant can fight against level 6, and it can even be said to be very difficult to deal with. The fruit energy explosion is very powerful, and the number is also sufficient, but unfortunately, he encountered Dual Eye. In level 6, Dual Eye can be said to be almost invincible. Walking forward a few steps, he came to the place where the plant was. Dual Eye saw that the broken plant was still twisted on the ground, and some unripe fruits were thrown on the ground at random. What made him feel most strange was that the wall here was intact, as if the energy just now did not exist. This soil is indeed very hard, but how can the terrain spell work? And how did this plant grow on it? And what did it rely on to absorb energy? Looking around, He collected the broken limbs of the plant on the ground and put them in the storage space that can keep creatures alive. He felt that this thing should still be alive, and not dead, so he could study it. After searching the wall, he saw several places where roots were planted, with some small holes on them, deep inside. Dole hesitated for a moment, then gave up studying the plant, and continued to move forward. There were no living creatures around the plant, and this plant was too fierce. Turning a corner in front, just as he walked past, the passage in front of him suddenly became clear and became extremely large. Just as he walked over, he saw several forks in the road ahead. At one of the more powerful forks, several short, hairless monsters similar to dwarves were chirping there. They didn't feel anything about Dole's arrival. Those creatures were chirping there, but it didn't look like they were communicating, they were just making sounds. A group of them gathered together, playing, and no one knew what they were doing. Their strength was very strong, and they made a thumping sound when they hit the ground. It was conservatively estimated that they were level 5, or even level 6. Dual Eye observed for a while, and was slightly shocked, because these creatures did not rely on the chi and blood system, but an unknown system. Their body density was very high, and the alien energy on their bodies was very strong. It was conservatively estimated that they were level 5 or 6. The most important thing was that there were a lot of them. If Dual Eye wanted to go, he had to clear out this group of unknown monsters first. After a careful count, there were as many as 13. As for the creatures in this world, Dual Eye could only make a rough guess. The creatures that can exist now are generally the creatures that were swallowed in the past. Some survived, some are parasites, and some are derived later. Finally, after countless tens of thousands of years of development, they became what they are now. The light in this world is very dim, or even non-existent, but the soil density and energy density around it are very high, and the energy system is not one of the types that Dole has ever seen. It is very dense and powerful, and has strong penetrating, solid, and tough properties, as if it is naturally more advanced than the magic element. Dole also avoided dealing with these creatures, so he came through the wall all the way. If he hadn't gone through the wall, he would probably be fighting these creatures outside like everyone else. Of course, fighting hard is not meaningless. At least you can learn more about the meaning of other energy systems, absorb their strengths, abandon their weaknesses, and use them for yourself. Thinking of this, Dole walked out slowly, and stood in the middle of the passage. As soon as he appeared, those creatures turned their heads in unison, a little stunned. As Dole walked over, one of the creatures that looked tall and powerful immediately waved his hand, and made an unpleasant hoarse cry. Among them, those creatures that looked stronger rushed over along the dark passage, screaming. At this moment, a surging sound suddenly sounded in Dual Eye's mind, directly acting on the sea of consciousness, vibrating and resonating. It seemed that there were 10,000 musical instruments in his mind vibrating wildly at a very high frequency. In an instant, his head buzzed, and the whole person almost fell into chaos. Even his pupils were completely enlarged, and the whole person stood still. The next moment, Dual Eye's eyes had a hint of lightning, and a bolt of thunder passed through the sea of consciousness. The violent sound of thunder was like a huge bell, and it passed through the entire sea of consciousness. Wherever it vibrated, the unknown energy quickly collapsed. Dual Eye did not expect that this unknown creature actually had such means. After waking up, there were already two huge figures in front of him, and they were extremely fast. He only had time to make a defensive reaction, and the whole person was hit by two energies, like the most powerful disaster level. Boom! Dual Eye's figure flew backwards, and fell on the rear wall hundreds of meters away. The scenery in front of him quickly receded, and Dole had no time to feel anything, so he just raised his defense to the limit. Boom! He crashed into the wall behind him, the ground shook, and the ground around him hummed loudly. Chapter 800. Those creatures ran very fast, and Dual Eye was shocked. Before he could catch his breath, they came again. Dual Eye took the time to check himself at this time, and there was no big problem. The attack just now seemed powerful, but it did not cause any damage. It did not even break his defense. He just looked embarrassed. All the power was absorbed by the magic shield on his body. He just had some blood boiling. Dual Eye fell to the ground, patted the dust on his body, looked at the two creatures with strange breaths running over, put his hands together in front of him, and a huge 3-meter-long wind blade formed in front of him. If you look closely, these are two wind blades superimposed on each other. The wind flow at the front of the wind blade is opposite, just forming a cutting posture. This is the 6th level wind witchcraft, wind flow cutting. The witchcraft pushed forward and instantly split into dozens of wind flow cuttings, slashing towards the two creatures. The two creatures seemed to have no idea what fear was, and they still rushed forward. Wind cutting appeared on their bodies, and sparks were immediately drawn. One or two of the wind streams were stronger, cutting a deep cut on their bodies, which instantly broke apart, and purple blood flowed out. Dole was stunned when he saw this. Such a strong body, this is a good research material. The two monsters felt pain, but they had already rushed to Dole. Dole adjusted the strength and direction of the witchcraft, and with his hands, the wind cutting was released again. He wanted to see how strong the bodies of these creatures were. He just gathered the wind flow, and before he could push it out, there was a buzzing sound in his head, and the feeling of being vibrated by complex sound waves came again, and it was even stronger. His mental power was scattered, and the condensed witchcraft dissipated in his hands without the support of mental power. At this time, the two creatures came in front of him. Dole was not familiar with the mechanism of this kind of creatures. He suffered two big losses in a row. He just focused a little bit of attention, and then defended. Boom, two heavier fists than before fell on him, and the whole person was hit against the wall by the powerful force. In front of him, the defense shield was slightly concave, as if it was about to be unable to withstand the invasion of huge power. In the sea of consciousness, a thunderbolt fell, and the powerful vibration force dissipated the power instantly, and Dole's consciousness recovered. After Dole woke up, he was a little annoyed. These creatures did not look powerful, but they were really difficult to deal with when they cooperated. A long-range stun and dozens of close combat attacks were really unsolvable. If it weren't for his strong mental power, it would be really difficult to deal with. The fists of those monsters fell like raindrops, and Dual Eye felt that the level 7 defense shield was actually struggling. These were still two. He decided not to test it. Under the defense shield, 3 or 4 purple lightning bolts, as thick as thighs, extended from under his feet and entangled the two unknown monsters. The two monsters were fighting fiercely. When they felt the lightning had already wrapped around their bodies like pythons, and the sound of sizzling suddenly resounded throughout the passage. The monsters immediately retreated, making an unpleasant sound of wow wow wow, and kept slapping the lightning on their bodies. At this time, Dole saw that a strange power was rising from the monster, constantly fighting against the power of thunder and lightning, and it was not electrocuted for a while. Although Dole did not kill it, this thing was too difficult to deal with. He immediately increased his strength by 3 times, and the thunder and lightning climbed up the bodies of the two monsters like a thick thunder snake. Zzz, light and fire were everywhere, and the lightning flashed suddenly. In less than a second, the high temperature and heat attached to the electric current turned the two monsters into ashes. Dole raised his head, and saw that other monsters were also rushing over at this time. He closed and opened his hands, and nearly 10 times more wind cutting was released from his hands than before, covering the entire dark passage, and the speed of wind cutting was 3 times faster than before, so the destructive power naturally increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the passage, the sound of running and wind came, and the next second, everything became quiet again. Dole reorganized his blood and chi, landed on the ground, and looked into the passage. The monster just now was indeed extremely powerful, with extremely tough skin, stronger than any level 6 monster in the main plane, but now it has all turned into broken limbs and fell on the black ground. Dole carefully glanced at these monsters, and then his mental power moved, and all kinds of materials on the ground were pulled by invisible forces and slowly disappeared. The power of these creatures is interesting, and Dole doesn't mind understanding them. The essence of these creatures is much stronger than that of ordinary level 6 high-end warriors. Dole wants to understand their power system, and how their bodies are so powerful. After killing this group of unknown monsters, Dole walked back into the passage, and continued to move forward. There was another long-range monster in front of him. Soon, the leader of the group of monsters, the ugly monster that released sonic attacks on Dole, was seen standing in the passage in a daze. Dole just took a look, and then his spiritual world was once again filled with that kind of roaring strange attack. Buzz. This time, Dole did not lose his main consciousness. After 2 attacks, he was already prepared, but it was still very uncomfortable. He strongly endured the severe pain, and then raised his hand, and thunder passed through the void and fell directly on the head of the monster. Boom. At this critical moment, a milky white energy circle appeared around the monster, and then it opened its mouth, and a strange energy erupted from the end, colliding with the lightning above its head. Pull. The lightning collided with the white light, and exploded in the air. The arc and the electric light, the fragmented electric light exploded in all directions, and some subtle electric light fell on the monster's body, which was completely blocked by the layer of milky white light. Dole endured the pain in his head, and raised his hand to continue to summon thunder twice. But when he just released the thunder and lightning, there was a loud buzzing in his head. Boom! The strange power in the spiritual world appeared again. But this time, Dole had completely adapted to this power. He endured the pain and constructed the spell model abruptly. The lightning as thick as a waist bloomed in the air again, and appeared above the monster's head again. The monster used the same trick again, and emitted a white light again, but he seemed to be able to spit out only a white light. The first lightning was detonated, and the electric light flashed. The second lightning fell directly on the milky white shield. The shield didn't know what the property was, but it was still strong. Then the third, fourth, and fifth. Boom, boom, not long after, and I don't know how many times it was bombarded, the monster finally fell in the thunder and lightning. Seeing the monsters at the bottom, Dole stopped the thunder and lightning bombardment, thinking that the energy system here is completely greater than the system of the West Ring continent. I don't know what energy is used, but it must be very advanced. The next moment, Dole came to the corpse, put the corpse into the storage ring, and then walked directly into the passage. There were only this group of monsters in this passage. Dole could sense that there were other monsters in other passages, but they didn't dare to come here. He killed this group of monsters, and the monsters in other passages seemed to be ready to move. Dole didn't pay too much attention to these things and walked inside. At the end of the passage, there was a huge entrance, like a black hole that wanted to devour people, which made people feel scared. As he walked, Dole released his spiritual tentacles into it. Everything in front of him gradually appeared in front of Dole. It was very dark inside the black hole, as if there was no light at all. Chapter 801. Because it was too dark, Dual-Eye switched his perception mode, and soon saw the scene inside. The first thing that caught his eyes was a large area of dense black thin lines like roots. He observed carefully, and found that the ends of these thin lines were all passages on one side, and connected to the middle on the other side. The area in the middle was very large. At a glance, it covered a range of several kilometers. In the middle was a very dark sphere. There was nothing on the sphere, only a powerful and chaotic spiritual power. Dual-Eye just glanced at the sphere, and then it was as if he was hit by the spiritual witchcraft of the monster wizard just now. It was as if someone dropped an unknown type of bomb in his mind and exploded instantly. The whole person hummed and could not feel anything. At this time, the wizard tower on Dual-Eye's waist instantly released a pale white light, enveloping him in it, isolating the inside and the outside, forming an independent world. When Dual-Eye opened his eyes, he was already in the wizard tower. He looked at his hands with lingering fear. He could still feel a burst of terror in his heart. At this moment, his mind was still blank as before. That kind of attack power, directly acting on his spirit, was simply irresistible. How could he fight against such an opponent? His mental power was already strong enough, but even so, facing the monster that was like a root system, wouldn't others be even more unbearable? How did the predecessors attack? This was simply an impossible task. That kind of power, Dole didn't know if it was a sound wave or something else. Anyway, when he encountered it, he felt a buzzing sound and his mind was in a mess. He directly drove the wizard tower, merged into the wall next to it, and slipped to the back. It seemed that he really needed the strength of everyone. Otherwise, he really couldn't handle it alone, unless he cracked the attack method of that power and fundamentally isolated the opponent's attack. It was terrible. When he thought of such a large world, densely packed with those thin lines, and the body of that terrifying monster, his scalp tingled. Slipped away, and saw what everyone said. He always felt that those thin lines extending into each channel had a deep meaning. About 2 minutes later, Dole came to their previous position, and did not find other people. After a little awareness, he sensed the position of the three women. They were in the depths of a channel next to them, and it seemed that energy fluctuations were coming. He was not in a hurry to go over. With the strength of the three women, they could easily deal with some monsters even if they encountered them, especially Daphne, who was incredibly strong, and there was no need to worry at all. He looked around. There were very few plants here, and there were very few sources of light around. If he used his eyes to see, he could only see some vague shadows. The creatures here had evolved dark vision, and they were basically the only ones who could control the night. Fortunately, he was a wizard. If he was a warrior, he would be at a disadvantage in this environment. Each passage here was connected to several passages. It seemed that there was only one passage, but in fact, it was connected to 6 directions: up, down, left, right, front, and back. Without strong reconnaissance capabilities, it was easy to get lost in it. No wonder it was called a maze world. He took a glance and entered one of the passages. He wanted to open a passage to other places and bring others over. He couldn't fight the monster in the innermost part alone. At least, he had to find someone to share his pressure. That kind of attack was too weird. After delivering the message to the three women, Duolai walked out. Not long after, he encountered another group of creatures, which were similar to butterflies. They lived on a group of glowing plants and looked very beautiful in the dark passage. After Duolai walked in, the butterflies also found Duolai and immediately flickered their wings. Lights broke away from their wings and shot towards Duolai. Feeling the power on the light, this was another unknown power. Anyway, it was very solid and powerful. The sharp aura on it was no less than Duolai's own wind cutting. Duolai continued to walk forward, and the wind around him suddenly rose and swept forward. In the powerful wind flow, there were all wind cuttings formed by two wind blades in a group. The wind cutting met the light in midair, making a cracking sound and bursting each other. Puff, puff, puff. The number of wind flows was extremely large, and it was easy to overwhelm the light and go towards the butterflies. The butterflies on the plants suddenly became chaotic, flying around and emitting more light. The wind swept away, destroying the butterflies and the plants in an instant, and even leaving traces on the wall. A group of butterflies died. Duolai came to the bottom of the plants, where there were broken limbs everywhere. He collected some specimens and continued to move forward. This kind of plant is considered a regular creature in the center, and each one has a strength of about level 5. If they were facing a level 5 warrior, they might be able to gain the upper hand, but they encountered Duolai, who released thousands of wind streams in one breath to cut, and directly wiped out the whole group. This is the warrior of Duolai at present. He crushed the enemy with a strong witchcraft. Although it would consume more magic power was the least lacking thing now. He walked forward, and soon turned into another passage. Not long after, he encountered the hairless and powerful monster again. Some were strong, some were thin, but their heads were very big. Duolai has figured it out now. Those with big heads are good at attacking with alien energy. Those with strong bodies are naturally good at physical aspects. They absorb the energy around them, and gather it into their bodies, which will form a very powerful force, which is stronger than their own magic power. Duolai didn't say anything this time. He raised his hand directly, and a group of lightning covered the front. Feng cutting was not obviously powerful against this group of things. It was still more powerful to comprehend the true meaning of lightning. In an instant, the whole passage was full of lightning, and purple lightning was everywhere. At this moment, a huge roar came from the monster, and a strange force was released from the passage. The rule power that Duolai had comprehended paused slightly, and even the lightning was affected, and the action was slightly slowed down. Then, Duolai felt a strange force acting in his sea of consciousness. Buzz. He had a sharp pain in his head, and it was that kind of power again. However, he was already used to this kind of power, and he endured the discomfort, and the giant lightning net still covered it fiercely. Zzzz, boom boom boom. In less than 3 seconds, that kind of power disappeared, and there was no sound in the passage. Duolai stood there, covering his forehead, feeling a little irritated. What kind of power is this? No matter how he defended, it was useless. Did he have to catch a living one to study it carefully? After all, if you really want to study it, you need to sit down and do experiments carefully. According to records and books, creatures from outside the domain are all very strange and powerful. No one has ever been to outside the domain, and no one knows what the situation is like outside the domain. They only know that it is a multidimensional world, where the infinite world resides. There is no actual matter, only a space as prosperous as a meteor. Chapter 802. How do these creatures from the void survive? No one knows. Perhaps only the legendary gods know. Duolai took a break, covered his head which was numb from the shock, and continued to move forward. He sent a message, asking them to try to capture a hairless monster alive, as he needed to do experiments. In the passage, Daphne's ugly expression suddenly turned into a giggle. Your man is actually going to give in. He's been beaten so badly that he wants us to capture one alive. And I looked at Daphne helplessly. The information about that monster is incomplete, and the attack is particularly strong against one person. He can't handle it alone. We only encountered one wave, and he probably encountered 2 or 3 waves, otherwise he would definitely not ask us for it. Daphne looked at AI. She unexpectedly, you know him well. If he can encounter 2 waves of such monsters, and still deal with them, it would be amazing. Looking at the corpses of these hairless monsters, Daphne also had a headache. That kind of attack is hard to defend against. In the Empire's strategy, everyone is required to stay together. One person bears that kind of attack, and then the others attack other monsters. Dole probably has no idea that the opponent's attack method cannot be confirmed twice. This attack is too similar to sound waves, vibrations, and light wave attacks. It's hard to tell what it is. She also came from an experimental background. Now after thinking carefully, she still thinks that it is possible. Daphne stopped talking. She is just an elemental master, and is not good at doing experiments. So he said, according to the information from our predecessors, there are these hairless monsters in all directions around the center point. They seem to be collecting something to supply the unknown consciousness inside. Let's clean them up along the passage outside. As long as we clean them all up, it will be much easier to deal with the unknown consciousness inside in the future. Yunua and she nodded at the same time. This kind of monster has a very hard body. It is very scary to be attacked by it. With its powerful force, one punch can dent a person's magic shield. It is estimated that 2 or 3 punches can break it. It is very scary, so try to prevent the opponent from approaching and kill them with long-range attacks. As for catching a monster of that kind, it is very easy, because there is only one monster of that kind in each team, and it is only at the back. As long as you kill the monster in front, it is easy to catch the monster behind. The 3 women discussed it for a while, and continued to walk forward along the passage. Although there are many monsters in this world, the types are very poor. There are only a few kinds of monsters back and forth, and no one knows what they feed on or how they survive. They only know that they are very powerful. The 3 people turned a corner. At this time, Daphne, who was walking in front, suddenly squatted down inside. The 2 women also squatted down behind and looked ahead carefully. At this time, they saw that a group of hairless monsters in front of them were fighting with other monsters. It seemed to be a group of insects. There are a lot of hairless monsters. Some of them are fighting. Some of them seem to be chiseling something on the wall, digging something. Yunua narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This is a new discovery. Let's wait and see what they are doing. I always feel that these eyebrow monsters seem to play a role, otherwise there wouldn't be so many, and according to the current information, the monster behind the hairless monster has a very similar attack method to the most core monster in the intelligence. There must be a connection between them. Daphne nodded. Wait and see. Dolei walked forward in the passage. He moved forward outside, cleaning up all the way. After about 10 minutes, he felt that the energy of the wizard tower had decreased, and began to contact the energy of this world to replenish it within a certain range. The energy of this world is not pure elemental energy, but another strange energy. Dolei tested it at the beginning, and he couldn't absorb it because the quality and level of the energy were very high, far exceeding the storm element itself. If absorbed, it would easily affect the storm meditation method. But he tried it with the Tower of Babel. Although the absorption process was a little difficult, there was no problem. The core of the Tower of Babel, among the runes that Dolei didn't know, played the role of absorbing this energy, and then converted it into a more advanced energy and stored it in the core. Dolei walked and thought. The original intention of the design of the Tower of Babel was not to use it in this world, but to travel through the world. The world between the worlds is the outside world, that is, the void world. In the void world, all the worlds within the approximate range of each world are called domains. The laws and rules of the worlds born from one domain are different from those of other domains, and the high-level worlds are also different from the low-level worlds. But the worlds in a domain are basically the same. The domain of the world where Baal is located is said to be different from the domain where this world is located. This world tends to be the 4 basic elements of earth, fire, wind and water, while the world where Baal is located is remote and has all kinds of strange powers. The Tower of Babel is designed to shuttle between various extraterritorial areas and absorb various energies to replenish itself. Dolei does not understand many of the runes inside, and this is only level 7. He does not know what many magic patterns in the energy core above level 8 mean, and can only refine them according to the mysterious fluctuations. The biggest reason why it has not been promoted to level 8 is that there are still a few magic patterns that have not been figured out and do not know what they are for. But now it seems that there is some truth, and Dolei has some understanding. These magic patterns are designed to adapt to the energy of various worlds, specifically for conversion and absorption, and become the reserve energy of the Tower of Babel. It seems that if you want to study the energy of this world, you need to start with these magic patterns that work. Dolei thought about it. While cleaning, he stripped those magic patterns out of the complex magic patterns, and then compared them with the monster corpses he just got. After reaching level 6, Dolei's horizons have broadened a lot. His eyes are no longer just on the attributes of earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, light, darkness, and spirit, because there are too many unknowns for him to study, and Baal's hell power is one of them. However, as the basic power, earth, fire, wind and water still need to be explored more deeply. For example, the most powerful fire is the special power of Lihua and Tianhua, while ordinary flames do not have this ability. The same is true for the other three systems. At least the power must be cultivated into a higher energy attribute to make the meditation method more in-depth. Dole practiced the three systems of wind, water and thunder, and they will all be upgraded to higher energy in the future. After understanding a little bit of rules, the thunder system has now taken shape. The purple in the thunder is purple thunder, which is more powerful. Once the thunder goes down, the 6th level will be finished. The power of rules is the foundation of this world, and the foundation of higher energy. This is the result of his research since the 6th level. Rules can also be used to enhance power, not just simply added to the elements and used. Chapter 803. Dole himself did not know how powerful he was. He only knew that he could compete with the 7th level now. For example, he could release 8 or so lightning spells in a row, which were able to carry the power of rules. The power was extremely terrifying. He could also release 3 lightning nets in a row, which was unimaginable for ordinary lightning wizards. It was difficult for them to release one at all. Invincible at the same level, Dole was like this. Of course, Daphne and Augustine were probably the same. I just didn't know what kind of power they had cultivated. It was the same for Ash. The power of Xuan was a more advanced power. Xuan had both bone-chilling coldness and incidental frost damage, as well as water erosion, etc., and its power was quite impressive. Dole walked and thought about these questions, and soon ran into a group of assassins on the ground. A group of nail-like things shot at him. Dole didn't dare to fight head-on. He lowered his body, and disappeared like a flash movie. When he appeared again, he waved his hand, and a lightning net covered him. Suddenly, the ground crackled and sizzled, and the smell of barbecue came. Dole came to the group of insects, put all the corpses away, and then picked up a corpse and looked at it carefully. He wanted to verify an idea in his mind. He held the insect with his magic hand, and threw it hard against the wall next to him. The head of the insect was very hard. It hit the wall, and immediately knocked out a tiny hole in the wall. Although it was very weak, it still knocked out. When Dole saw this, his eyes lit up. Energy will not harm the surrounding walls, but it seems that it can do so in physics, especially the bugs in this world. Their food source is the surrounding soil. Dole thought of this, and sat down, ready to study whether the digestive system of these creatures is related to the surrounding soil. In the outer world, there are only outer creatures and void storms, or worlds. These soils are transformed by outer creatures, and the small worlds that are eaten. In addition to those living creatures, the only nutritious thing here is the surrounding soil. Enlarge the Tower of Babel, and Dole drilled in. Laboratory, test bench. This creature is only 1 meter long, and its shell is brown, which is a camouflage color. It can't be seen when lying on the ground. It is still very scary if it jumps up suddenly. Dole took a scalpel from the side, looked up and down, and prepared to cut it from the head. The scalpel fell and gently scratched, leaving a shallow mark on the surface of the creature, but it didn't cut it open. Dole was speechless. Everything inside the tower changed completely in nature, becoming hard and tough. He thought about it, took a bone, and used the wind flow cutter to cut it hard. The cutting process was not smooth, but he continued it little by little. This level 6 magic could forcibly cut even level 7 creatures outside. It was not easy to deal with these bones without energy protection, but it was still possible. It took a while to make a scalpel out of the bone, and Dole tried it this time. The bone knife had no specificity. It landed on the creature's head and easily inserted into it, and then dissected it bit by bit. The skin, muscles, fascia, various organs, nervous system, digestive system, and immune system were separated bit by bit. After Dole finished the dissection, his eyebrows raised. It was indeed related to the soil. There was a part of soil in the stomach of this thing, but the soil was not in the shape of soil in the stomach, but turned into some strange substance, as if it could be digested. Dole picked up the digested soil and looked at it, and found that it had become something between matter and non-matter, which was very strange. At this time, some strange runes that Dole didn't know about lit up in the core of the Tower of Babel. These runes seemed to be very eager for these substances. Dole frowned even more when he saw this. What is this? He now feels that his knowledge is very lacking. He thought about it, and did not put these substances into the core of the wizard tower, but took the things next to it and concentrated on studying the stomach structure of this guy. Augustine stood in the passage with a gloomy face. After 3 days, they only advanced less than 10 kilometers. The things in here are indeed difficult to deal with. On the one hand, they have to conserve their strength, and on the other hand, they have to save their magic power. They can't release witchcraft and use tricks freely. It is really sad. The energy of this world is different from that of this world. The magic power is replenished by magic crystals, so he dare not do too much. Now there are 20 people in the family. The manpower is almost gathered, and they need to start moving inside. The creatures in here are not strong, but they are difficult to deal with, especially some damn bugs hidden in the dark. There are many of them, and their bodies are particularly hard. He needs to cheer up his spirit. When they reached the front of the passage, they could feel the moist air. Augustine raised his hand, and everyone stopped. Moist air means there is water. Where there is water, there are all kinds of tiny bugs, mosquitoes, and other creatures that feed on these things, such as rare sound bats. The sound wave attack of this bat is very powerful, and can penetrate the magic shield of most people. He thought for a while, and said, "Use illumination magic to clean up the large-scale witchcraft first." Having said this, he stood up first and began to condense witchcraft. The person standing behind him also tacitly picked up the magic wand and stood behind Augustine. A very tall headless figure slowly appeared on Augustine's body, holding a flag in his hand. He raised his hand and waved it, and countless gray heavy air currents blew forward, cooperating with the attacks of others, directly covering the entire passage. The method they adopted was the same as Dole's method, which was to attack the entire range and cover the entire area, trying not to miss any corner. After all, there were too many monsters here, and they were extremely concealed. In one breath, he released 3 rounds of attacks in succession. Until there was no movement in front, Augustine stopped and took a breath. He looked ahead. The passage was still the same passage, without any changes, but there were countless more corpses on the dark ground. He shouted coldly, "Collect these creature corpses, pay attention to safety." In addition, does anyone know the 3 major colleges, and the royal family, and how far others will advance? At this time, someone said, "Viscount Augustine, I know that the 3 major colleges are a little faster than us. The royal family has now split into several groups. Daphne is missing, others are slower than us, and the Glory Wizard Alliance is also slower than us." Augustine frowned. It is reasonable that the 3 major colleges are faster than us. They should have used the same routine, and this time, they are actually more prepared than us. What's the situation with the Glory Royal family, and Daphne is missing? The man hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, Her Highness Daphne is missing, and the so-called genius Dole is also missing. So far, no one has seen where they are." Chapter 804. Augustine frowned. Those 3 people are missing? Did they reunite? If Dole is included, they have 4 level 6. Their speed must be faster than his. In addition, that guy has a level 7 wizard tower. His defense and attack power are almost invincible here. How far should they advance now? The Alexander family doesn't know much about this world. They only know that it was discovered by the Glory Wizard Alliance. They are not familiar with the situation here. He thought for a while, and said, "Don't worry about them. We will advance slowly. In addition, collect the corpses of all creatures to see if there is anything we can need. Increase the detection power, and look for the empty robbery bead." He is not an alchemist, so he naturally doesn't know the mystery, but it's always right to take it back. At this time, he now has a question in his mind. Where did Daphne go? Where did Dole go? This world is not big. If you can contact them, you can contact them. Where you are depends on your own vision, so he can gather everyone's strength to move forward. According to the plan given by the Honor Wizard Alliance, they naturally cleared all the monsters and killed the monster in the center area, and everything they got belonged to them. But after coming here for so long, they didn't get anything except some corpses. The surrounding walls were solid and hard, and they couldn't be chiseled at all. He thought to himself, it should be about the corpse. He thought again, and then tried to send a message. "Daphne, who are you with, and how far have you advanced?" Seeing the people around him busy, Augustine relaxed. He thought that with Daphne's temper, she probably wouldn't reply to him. At this moment, he lowered his head, and his face changed slightly. Duolai, Yunua, and Ash have already reached the central area and are cleaning up those hairless monsters. These things are very powerful, and difficult to clean up. Augustine, you have to work harder. If you don't work harder, you can't even drink soup. Augustine was shocked. What? This is impossible. Why are you so fast? Augustine, as a genius, has led all the talents of the family to advance less than halfway so far. They have actually reached the central area. How is this possible? You don't even need to draft your bragging, right? Daphne's mischievous voice came, Believe it if you want to, forget it if you don't believe it, hurry up. The monster in the center is not something that a few people can deal with. Duelai just went in and returned empty-handed. You hurry up, one more person means more strength. It seems that the result of this assessment really depends on the Kongjia Pearl. Augustine was extremely shocked. How did they get in? But then, no matter how he called the other party ignored him. Based on his understanding of Daphne, the other party would definitely not lie. Could they really have arrived? At this time, a person next to him came over and asked, Augustine, what's going on? What happened to you? This is also the genius of the Alexander family, named Byron. Augustine stared at him in disbelief. Dole, Daphne, and the other four have already reached the central area. Byron's face changed, and he said, how is this possible? We didn't even stop, and we just pushed forward here. According to the route, there is at least half the distance left. Augustine's eyes were dull, as if he was hit. It's true, they really arrived. It should be Nidora. Relying on the power of the wizard tower, they forced their way, and those monsters couldn't hurt them. Byron's face looked slightly better, and he said, the ability of the 7th level wizard tower can indeed do this. If we want to be fast, we can actually do this. Augustine shook his head, then his eyes focused, and he said firmly, this time the result depends on the number of empty beads, not on who enters first. Notify everyone to sense the breath of the empty beads with all their strength. Our results must be guaranteed. Okay. Byron passed the message on. What? Her Highness Daphne has arrived at the central area. Is the news reliable? The people of the Ares Academy and the Wizard Academy are together. Without wizards, the people of the Ares Academy can't move at all. Derek, the top genius of the Ares Academy, asked with difficulty at this time. Joanna, a genius from the Wizard Academy, has a good relationship with Daphne. At this time, she said with a grim face, I asked His Highness and confirmed the news. They have been inside for almost 3 days. Derek looked incredulous. He had only been in for 3 days, and the other party was inside on the first day. This is simply impossible. Didn't His Highness Daphne say how it was done? Joanna shook her head and said, no, in terms of progress, our 3 academies are faster than others. We have more people, and the warrior system and wizard system cooperate with each other. We are even faster than the Alexander family, but we are still not as good as those who have a level 7 wizard tower. Derek, as a genius of the God of War Academy, couldn't believe it at this time. How could it be possible? Even if they had a level 7 wizard tower, it didn't make sense that it would be so fast. Most people in the God of War Academy were proud to serve wizards. Derek's wish was to become a knight of Her Highness Daphne. Now it seemed that he was not working hard enough. Why was that damn Dole so powerful? He thought about it and said, we at the God of War Academy have no idea about the Void Tribulation Pearl. We come here just for training. I give it all to you. They couldn't sense the Void Tribulation Pearl, so they came here for training. Joanna nodded and said, be careful, the next passage is ahead. At this time, the various families were also caught up in the search for the Void Tribulation Pearl. The search progress could not be fast. The monsters here were too powerful. Every passage was a life and death test for everyone. Only 3 days had passed, and many people had died in the hands of these monsters. In one of the teams, a man said to another with sweat dripping down his face, I heard that this Dole is a friend of Gretel. Do you think he will deal with us because of Gretel? Dole came with a wizard tower, which really scared them. That was a level 7 wizard tower. Even in the imperial capital, there were only a handful of people who had wizard towers above level 6. Another man glared at him fiercely and said, shut up. If you don't tell him, how would he know that Gretel has talent, and the others are also talented, but not geniuses? How could Dole stand up for them? It's hard to say. I heard from Jia Lin that they have a good relationship. Get lost. If you don't provoke Dole, he can still come to you. With his level 6 strength, even if he is not as good as Augustine, he can kill you in a minute. Why provoke him? That's right, it's too scary. They have actually reached the center. Are these top geniuses so scary? It's needless to say whether it's scary or not. Just get through this level first. The skin of these damn creatures is really thick. You can't break them without using 100% of your strength. Chapter 805. Dolei walked through the passage, occasionally walking into the wall next to him, and when he came out, he would smile. This world was really a treasure for him. The sky tribulation beads, the bones of unknown extraterritorial creatures, and the hard-to-get soil in this world, all of them were good things. While collecting things, he was even searching for information about the Turin Bone Tower, and simulating the construction process of the Bone Tower in his sea of consciousness. Of course, the simulation process was one aspect, and how to deal with these bones was a problem. The power on them was too strong, and there was no good way to deal with them. This was a headache. At this time, he received a message. They are only halfway there. It seems that all the sky tribulation beads around here are mine. Dolei raised his eyebrows. So far, the number of sky tribulation beads in his hand has exceeded 100. According to the distribution of the sky robbery beads since he came in, there are only more than 1,000 in the whole world, and definitely no more than 12,000. In a few days, if he walks around nearby, he can exceed 300. If this thing is made into a storage ring, the space inside should be surprisingly large. If it is made into other space equipment, it should also have very special effects. At this moment, he stopped and an unknown monster appeared in the passage in front of him. A black thing similar to an orangutan. He has no eyes, a completely flat face, and looks very creepy. He stood at the entrance of the passage, standing there like a human thinking, with a blank face as if looking at Dolei. What kind of monster is this? Dole just took a look and casually released a thunder summoning spell. In the void, the magic fluctuated violently, and a lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, appearing above the monster's head. The monster bent slightly, and went to the side at a speed slightly faster than the lightning. The purple lightning as thick as a waist exploded on the ground, splitting into countless lightning snakes, and splitting in all directions. Dole was slightly startled. The speed was amazing. He opened his defense and looked at the monster. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and the monster turned into a residual image and rushed towards his face. Dole thought a lot in an instant. This kind of monster cannot be judged by common sense. It rushes to your front, but the speed is too fast, and it may not attack your front. The best way is to defend your whole body. Thinking of this, he stood in place, with white light shining around him. Where did this monster come from, and how could it be so fast? The next moment, a force like a mountain falling down suddenly fell from his head, and he collapsed downwards, and the ground fell down with a bang. Dole's face changed. This force was almost as strong as the 7th level force. He stood up suddenly, and lightning was released from his body in 1,000th of a second. The second punch of the monster had just landed, and lightning suddenly exploded around him, surrounding him in a sea of lightning. Sizzle. A smell of barbecue came, and Dole felt something fell on the ground. He did not dare to take it lightly, and directly output lightning with all his strength until he felt no danger. He let out a long breath and looked ahead. The monster fell in front of him, and it was not dead yet, and was still twisting on the ground. Dolei was really shocked. This monster was really fierce. He squatted down hurriedly, put one hand on the monster's head, and his mental power swarmed out and poured into the monster's body. But the next moment, Dolei's head buzzed, and an attack like the one from the monster inside suddenly appeared, and his mind went blank. Buzz? Dolei didn't know what was going on. This monster was probably controlled by the monster inside. This monster was not only physically strong, but also combined the advantages and disadvantages of the hairless monster. Both the physical body and the mental body were strong. The physical body was destroyed, and the mental aspect was also strong. His mind was numb. The attack continued, and Dolei had no way to think. In the wizard tower, Dolei's other consciousness appeared, and a lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and exploded directly in his sea of consciousness. Boom! The huge thunder directly annihilated the fluctuations, and Dolei's main consciousness recovered a little. The next moment, in Dolei's storm field, thunder and lightning roared in the hurricane, and lightning rushed, covering the entire sea of consciousness. The thunder and the power fought against each other, and Dolei's storm virtual image trembled, and the meditation method almost collapsed. This won't do. Dolei endured the discomfort, condensed all his spiritual will, storm artistic conception, and thunder and lightning true meaning, and rumbled to a certain place in the void. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the world shook, and the next moment, he woke up and the power disappeared. Dolei did not give up the pursuit of the source of power. After all the power was released and relaxed, he immediately organized the power to pursue the other party. He knew that the source of this power was the other party's spiritual will. Unless he broke into the other party's will, he would never know the truth of the power. With all his strength, Dolei followed the source of power and broke in at once. His consciousness turned in the void world and instantly sank into the body of the faceless monster. Boom! Dolei's eyes went dark, and then turned into a sky full of white. Countless golden, red, blue, and green light spots rotated in the void. These different colors represent different powers, but they all belong to different elemental powers. These powers are completely chaotic, without fixed rules, but they are closely connected to form a whole, which is very magical. Is this the other party's conscious world? The conscious world felt the invasion of others, and the countless light spots quickly moved towards Dole's consciousness, and the unconscious roar suddenly exploded in his consciousness. Dole defended with all his strength and searched for the source of that power. He found that this vibration seemed to be the vibration of the other party's entire sea of consciousness, and the light spots in the white light vibrated in a strange rhythm. After entering the other party's sea of consciousness, Dole realized what that power was. It was not the power of elements, but more like a higher-level world origin power, a collection of all powers. Thinking of the peculiarity of the world outside the domain, Dole had a slight headache. Could it be the power of the world origin? If the power of the world is the pure initial power, then the other powers are the secondary powers born from the initial power, or the more secondary powers split from the secondary power. The elemental power is actually the most terminal power split from the initial power, the smallest unit that can no longer be divided, and the initial power is the source of the terminal power. The world origin power is the initial power, and the highest level power that Dole can currently use is just the true meaning of thunder and lightning, which is the secondary power of the third level. How can the secondary power deal with the initial power? It can only win by number. It's like water can never hit a rock, but it can be achieved by increasing the amount of water and the impact force. This is what Dole can do now. His mental strength is strong enough, and there are enough of it to resist the opponent's strength in a more consuming way. Chapter 806. If it were normal, Dole would be ecstatic when he got the initial power, because this was the true origin of the world and the law of the world. But now, seeing this thing, he had no idea what to do, and it was in the hands of his opponent. Thinking of this, he suddenly gathered all his strength and attacked in one fell swoop. Boom! The monster's spiritual world collapsed, and he swept his power out madly, curling towards those things, no matter what it was, first curling it up, and then shrinking it back to his own world. These powers were brought back to the sea of consciousness by his power, just like putting a few huge meteorites in the sea of consciousness, and the entire sea of consciousness was a little unstable. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness was wide enough, and his mental power was enough, so the impact was not great. After calming down, Dole opened his eyes, and looked at the monster in front of him. At this time, the monster had lost its mental power, and had become an empty shell, but a mysterious power was still connecting this empty shell from the unknown depths. Without thinking, Dole threw the monster into his storage ring. Needless to say, the mysterious power was the obsession of the extraterritorial creature at the center. This thing should have been created to collect something. After observing it in the storage ring, he saw that the body of the monster contained some kind of magical power, which seemed to be something like the origin, but it was full of magnificent vitality. Dole just glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. This time he came to this extraterritorial world, he really made a lot of money. That kind of hairless monster, and this kind of monster, seemed to serve the monster at the center. It should be that it needs this kind of huge vitality to survive. As long as he can study it thoroughly, and there is this initial power, the 7th level will have no obstacles in front of him. Dole felt that this trip to the ruins was definitely not in vain, and he had made a lot of money. Even if he went out now, he would still make a huge profit. However, Dole understood that if he could discover so much, there was no reason why the Glory Wizard Alliance would not discover it, and it was estimated that they would get more. The Glory Wizard Alliance had such a world in hand, and their foundation was really terrifying. Dole had underestimated the Wizard Alliance before, but now it seems that the foundation of any powerful force is not easy to be questioned. Those wizards of level 8 or 9, as long as they get anything here, they will immediately reach a level of inhumanity. Thinking of this, Dole was a little shocked. In fact, he thought too much. This place is very unfriendly to creatures with long vitality. Even if they encounter such monsters, they will either be tortured like him and die on the spot, or be killed instantly. They will not think about doing any research at all. Except for a few people, no one will study it carefully. However, the Honorable Wizard Alliance at this time seemed a little mysterious in Dole's world. Dole inexplicably had more respect for the people of the Honorable Wizard Alliance. If they get the power here, it would be too terrible. Thinking of this, he sent the information of this faceless monster to the 3 women, asking them to be careful. It would be best if they could capture it alive, but it would be best if they could kill it immediately if they couldn't. After sending the message, Dole thought about where this monster collected this energy. Logically speaking, the whole world is the digestive organ of that extraterritorial creature. According to his understanding, whether it is matter, energy, or the world, it will eventually become this kind of thing. If he also has this ability, Then he will make a lot of money. I still have to do more with this monster. Unfortunately, this is not a clone. The skeleton demon meditation method can do this, but the storm meditation method obviously can't. It's just that this world is completely isolated from the clone, and the clone can't be contacted at all. In Albi's city, Dole's clone is in the city lord's mansion. It has been 3 days since the original body entered the other world. The clone can't be contacted, so the autonomy is much greater. According to normal thinking, Dole's clone is also Dole, and all his will and ideas are used. The two share a common system. After Dole comes out, the memories of the two will merge instantly. At this time, he is chatting with Gretel and others. After these people were promoted to level 5, their speed slowed down, but after seeing Dole and Ash's clones, they were full of motivation these days. This is stimulated. Several people sat together facing each other. Eugene said with resentment, Dole, you said, should I stay with you or go back to Watsonburg? Watsonburg's resources are a little richer, and you have nothing here. Dole smiled, what you need now is not resources, but a deeper exploration of meditation. Just find a quiet place to retreat. Greta doesn't need it. His meditation method itself requires complex emotions. It is the same everywhere. As long as there are enough people, it is easier to advance in a big city. Greta smiled slightly. He was the first of the 4 to be promoted to level 5. He was strong in himself. At this time, he said, it is true that I was promoted faster in the imperial capital. The fast pace of life in the imperial capital and the complex people's hearts did help me a lot. But if I want to quickly advance to level 6, complex people's hearts are not enough. I also need some opportunities. Several people were chatting, and soon Gretel mentioned something. The Alexander family is not the most powerful in the Glory Empire, but there are many talents. You should pay attention to a man named Mavic, and there is also the super genius Augustine. These 2 people may be very hostile to you. Dole's mouth twitched. He had seen these 2 people. Mavic and Augustine were both in this team. It is estimated that they will cause trouble later. He nodded and said, I have seen them all. Those so-called geniuses don't seem to be anything great. Except for Daphne and Augustine, everyone else is very ordinary. They just have more resources than you. Who is the person who is in conflict with you? Gretel and the other 4 heard this, and their mouths twitched immediately. Dole had caught all the geniuses in the imperial capital in a short time. Gretel and Eugene didn't want to say much. Leona didn't want to say it even more. Seeing that the other 3 didn't want to say anything, Jilin stopped talking. Seeing this, Dole shrugged slightly, and he smiled slowly. You have nothing to do these days. You can go to help on the road. I will have someone send you the resources you need. Now we need your level 5 combat power. Labyrinth World. The world here is indeed like a maze. If you have a bad memory or are a little confused about the location, it is easy to get lost in the surrounding passages. And there are too many powerful monsters in the passages. If you don't replenish them in time, it is easy to die in them. All families and forces have suffered a lot of losses. The faces of the teams are terribly gloomy, especially here they can send messages. After knowing the progress of others, the teams are even more depressed. Mavic released a spell and burned the last monster to death. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked back at Augustine, who was sitting in the back and suppressing with powerful force, and then strode over. Chapter 807. Augustine, I found another void bead here. Now we have almost 30 of them. Augustine looked at Mavic, and the energy fluctuations on his body slowly subsided. He nodded and relaxed. Well, this number is not small. I guess other teams will only have less than us, not more. Now our main opponents are Dole and Daphne. I don't know if they collect them separately or together. If they collect them together, we will be in big trouble. Mavic shook his head. It's impossible for them to be more than us. We have alchemists, who have made special detection tools with a radiation range of up to 200 meters. They won't exceed us. The top few must be ours. It is said that this time the Empire has taken out 2 bottles of replenishing potions that can make up for congenital defects. We must get them this time. Hearing this, Byron around him also turned around. He looked at Augustine. Although he was a little unwilling, he also knew that it would be best to concentrate the void beads. Anyway, this thing can't be used by anyone except the Glory Wizard Alliance. A bottle of regenerating potion is worth 23 million gold coins. We'd better get it. I have asked people to refine detection tools, but the progress is a bit slow. Augustine nodded. He glanced at Byron and Mavic. These 2 geniuses who were only inferior to him looked at him with strange expressions. These 2 people were not convinced by him, but here, he was the strongest, so they had to obey. These two people must want to watch the fun at any time. Mavic thought about it at this time, and said eagerly, "How about I use the scarab to open the way, and go to the front to investigate the situation?" Byron glanced at Maverick, feeling slightly jealous. Giving the scarab to this guy was simply a waste. But he still shook his head firmly. "Although the scarab is very powerful, your scarab is only level 5. The creatures here are too powerful. Let's forget it. It's not easy to cultivate one." Augustine nodded, feeling a little pressure in his heart, and then said, "Many people from the 3 major colleges of the Empire have come this time. They should not be underestimated. There are also people from various families. Let's speed up. Let's not talk about these, and get to work." Augustine also felt that the energy level of this world was relatively high. If the scarab was released, it would most likely be completely defeated by the local creatures. Let's forget it. It would be great if this energy could be used. The essence of the initial power is very powerful. If the storm power cultivated by Dole is a liquid object such as water that is a little higher than the air in the ordinary world, then the initial power is a solid state that is 10 times harder than diamond. The storm element with the initial power must be in motion all the time, otherwise the initial power will rise and fall in the world according to its own instinct, affecting the integrity of the storm power and destroying the meditation method. Dole got these powers, and he instinctively didn't want to move, and wanted to analyze these powers. In addition to the initial power, there are also those light spots, which are worth analyzing. Those colors seem to be a collection of certain powers. The red one seems to emit warmth, as if it represents the fire system, the yellow one represents the earth system, and the gold and silver ones are very stable and powerful. It is these forces, combined together, that can inspire a strange force that can shake people's spiritual world. Dole has finally figured it out now. That kind of force is a shock wave and a vibration. It is like a resonance caused by the condensation of weak forces to the extreme. It seems to be a very high-end force, just like the power of law. But whether it is the power of law, Dole is not very clear. After all, he has never seen the power of law, and he has just touched the power of rules. The power of law is said to be the realm of God, and it is not known whether it is true or false. This world is pitifully lacking in information. If you want to get advanced knowledge, you can only go to a higher world, not in this world. Among the several empires in the Western Ring continent, only the glorious empire itself relies on the belief in God, and can access high-end knowledge in this area. Other empires do not have it. Dole is deeply touched by these weak forces. The weakest forces can be gathered together to become the most powerful force. This is what he feels most deeply in the lightning system. Lightning, the lowest static electricity, can't even kill the weakest bacteria, but when gathered together, it can even destroy the world. Dole felt that he should pay attention to these weak forces to see what effect they would have when gathered together, and whether they could reach the height he wanted. Particle vibration, this might be a new direction. Thinking of this, Dole raised his head, and he found a new empty robbery bead, and then walked into the wall. Multitasking is nothing for Dole. It is not difficult to analyze this magical fluctuation, search for the empty robbery bead, and analyze the composition of the corpses of those creatures. Dole is currently devoting his attention to studying the void tribulation bead, the mysterious power, and the corpses of those creatures. However, the most fruitful result is the void tribulation bead. He compares his own space magic runes with the space runes he got from the Glory Wizard Alliance, and then compares them. To bring out the rune system, the best way is to bombard the runes with each other. He only needs to bombard his own runes into the void tribulation bead, which can easily cause the void tribulation bead to rebound and trigger the power in it, so that he can find clues along the power. In the past few days, he has been bombarding the void tribulation bead in different ways, and has found 2 magic patterns in it, both of which are about space distortion. He simply tested one of the magic patterns, which is to twist a small piece of space into a large piece of space without affecting the properties of the substance itself, which is very practical. Dole thought of the most important sentence in alchemy, that magic patterns are the foundation for building everything, and he firmly believes in this, so he is willing to take the initiative to learn and master various magic patterns. Now, there are more than 60 magic patterns in his hand, just related to space. Is he going to be a space wizard in the future? Dole shook his head, and put this thought out of his mind. In the world of Baal, there are gods, and space wizards are also very powerful characters. They control space, and even gods can't restrict them very well, but Dole doesn't believe that he can take this path. The knowledge is too scarce. Entering the wall and taking out the empty robbery beads, this time, Dole got a few bones that look good. These bones are inconspicuous on the outside, just like the rotten bones buried in the ground for decades, looking like a rotten wood, but once they enter Dole's space, they emit dazzling brilliance and unparalleled power. Dole has no way to analyze these energies, which is what he needs to analyze in the future. Chapter 808. After leaving the passage, he turned his head and looked to the other side. Now he had reached the middle and finally began to encounter other teams. He decided to go out and take a look. He did not go out directly, but took a detour in front and waited for the team in front. The Wizard Academy spent a lot of effort to organize its personnel from all directions, but it was still difficult. Until now, half of the people were still struggling in another direction. They were with the people from the God of War Academy, with warriors in front, and the speed of advancement was very fast. But the Sky Robbery Pearl was not collected the fastest by them. According to the information currently obtained, it should be collected by the Vocational Academy. Some of them are alchemists, who can refine various equipment. The leader of the Wizard Academy was a handsome and upright young man, who commanded the students of the God of War Academy to move forward. At this moment, the people of the God of War Academy looked forward in surprise. Fitz, look, there's someone in front. Fitz is the leader of the Wizard Academy, a young 6th level master with outstanding talent. Although he was promoted to the 6th level at the age of 35, he is invincible in the academy with his lightning magic. He looked forward along Sheldon's gaze, and saw a lone figure in front of the dark passage. The figure was so small, but it was so shocking at this moment, it was indeed a person. Looking more carefully, he took a breath. The foreign genius boy from the Northern Kingdom who owns the 7th level wizard tower Dole. At this time, Sheldon also found that it was Dole, and he also took a breath. The wizards and students of Ares Academy were shocked at this time. They also recognized each other. Is it that Dole? Yes, it's Dole, the one who has a level 7 wizard tower. Isn't he already in the middle? He must be looking for the empty robbery bead. Yes, let's go and rob him. A group of people were eager to try, especially the people of Ares Academy. All kinds of fighting spirits were quietly released. Dole looked at the geniuses on the other side of the passage, and his mouth twitched slightly. They dared to rob him. These people were really brave. In such a small space, he sent a lightning net over, and it was estimated that at least 1/3 of the people would die. He waved to the other party, and then slowly said, I have cleared the passage ahead. Please change another passage to clear it. In addition, I warn you, be careful when you encounter those hairless monsters and faceless monsters. They are very powerful. At this point, he glanced at Fitz and Sheldon in the crowd, nodded slightly, and then swaggered into the passage next to him. Fitz and Sheldon were shocked. The other party really came from the depths. This is too scary, from the outside to the inside, at least more than 30 kilometers, with twists and turns, at least 50 kilometers. Within 5 or 6 days, he went in and came out again. This combat power is too strong. As expected of a man with a level 7 wizard tower, he simply ignores those garbage monsters of only level 4 or 5 here. Sheldon was eager to fight. I really want to fight him. It would be best if we don't use the wizard tower. Fitz glanced at Sheldon. His mouth twitched slightly. Even if he didn't use the wizard tower, he could beat you to pieces. The combat power of a top genius is not so easy to measure. He has seen the scene of the storm territory transmitted from the north by the Glory Wizard Alliance. Even if it is him, the other party can beat more than 3 of him without the wizard tower. That storm field was simply terrifying. Fitz said, you'd better nip this idea in the bud. I dare not say that I can win against the other party. Even Her Highness Daphne and Augustine may not be Dole's opponents. Apart from the wizard tower, he is also a 3rd level 6th level wizard with a lot of tricks. Dole dared to come and go in the passage alone, which was what they dared not do. The other party had the defense of the wizard tower, and could come and go without a trace here. But they couldn't do it. How could the gap between people be so big? Fitz sighed. Not only he sighed, but other geniuses in the Wizard Academy also sighed. It was so annoying to compare people with each other. In the academy, they were real geniuses, surrounded by various halos, and attracted attention, but here, they were just ordinary wizards. Fitz looked at his teammates and said, let's go all out. Dole said it's cleared, so it must be cleared. Let's go see what's going on inside. He doesn't even dare to deal with the creature inside, so it must be terrible. The people around nodded. In the Wizard Academy, Fitz is an absolute genius, and everyone else is willing to listen to him. Dole traveled around all the way. This time, he met many teams. He greeted some teams and ignored some teams. Soon, he met Augustine, a ruthless man from the Alexander family. He also saw Mavic, a guy who had the 10 ancient strange insects. He didn't know if Augustine had it himself. The 10 ancient strange insects can be cultivated to level 7 and automatically comprehend the rules. I just don't know if this guy can keep it alive. At this time, Augustine and his family members were fighting a group of eyebrow monsters in the passage. One of the team members covered his head and screamed in pain on the ground. The others were working hard to attack other monsters. The few who were resisting in the front were the 6th level warriors of the Augustine family. At this time, they were beaten by the hairless monsters and could not raise their heads. It was all thanks to the long-range bombardment of the wizards behind that they worked. For Dole, this kind of hairless monster is just a little harder and more resistant to beating, but when encountering wizards and warriors with weak attack power, the difficulty of dealing with this monster immediately increased by dozens of times. It is impossible to hit it, and it is impossible to resist it. The front can only resist it, and rely on the output of the wizards behind. At this time, the size of personal ability is shown, not counting other wizards. Augustine's hand flashed with a gray light, and dozens of pure energy shock waves formed by more than 2 elements shot out and hit the eyebrow monster in front. Some weak hairless monsters were shot through by the shock waves on the spot, and the powerful hairless monsters were also beaten back. He alone could hold up half of the team. Of course, if there were no warriors in front of him, Augustine would be in trouble. Augustine fired this pure energy attack repeatedly, killing most of the Earth-level monsters, and the team stabilized. Energy surged around Mavic, and spell models condensed one after another, turning into circles of thick energy, guarding himself and others. The witchcraft was bombarded by the hairless monster, and Mavic struggled to maintain the operation of the witchcraft. The power of this hairless monster was too strong. The witchcraft collapsed with 2 punches from a monster. He had to do his best to defend with others. Boom boom boom. Sizzle, crackle, one witchcraft after another, more than a dozen people fired together, and it took half a minute to eliminate those monsters. However, the number of people lying on the ground changed from 1 to 4. Chapter 809. The 4 people were lying in a very neat row, with white foam flowing from the corners of their mouths, their bodies twitching, and they were in a deep coma, looking very creepy. Quick, save them. Fitz was anxious, because the 4 people lying down were all from the wizard side, and the warrior side only had several injuries, but they were not so serious. The part-time doctors among the wizards hurried forward to check the situation, and the group was in a mess. At this time, those who were cleaning the battlefield were cleaning the battlefield, those who were tidying up were tidying up, and those who were saving people were saving people, and they were busy in a mess. Fitz had a headache. Every time he encountered this kind of hairless monster, he would lose 3 or 4 people. That kind of attack was hard to defend against, it was simply too terrible. He also experienced it once at the beginning, and his brain seemed to explode, and it was also painful. However, the strength of the group of hairless monsters was not strong, not so scary, and they could deal with it with their strength, but even so, the loss was not small. Fitz was thinking, they all resisted so hard, how did Dole defend himself? Fitz and the others looked at each other, and had a new understanding of Dole's fighting ability. That kind of monster can only target one at a time, and Dole is alone. How did he deal with it? And how did he wander around in there, and still be fine? This seems to have become a mystery. Not long after, the situation of the 4 people stabilized, but it was still not optimistic. Their mental consciousness was severely damaged, which almost hurt the foundation of a wizard. The 3 major colleges were not just one team, but divided into many teams, and together with others, they advanced together in the maze. In addition to Fitz, there were other people's small teams. Dual Eye encountered several small teams and reminded them, and then collected the empty beads on his own. In most places, the empty beads were placed according to a pattern, and were easy to find, but there were also some empty beads in the map channel that disappeared completely. Dual Eye walked forward for a while, and found that it was taken away by people from the vocational college, and then he understood. The vocational college was full of various wizard professions, and there were many people who knew alchemy, so it was common for those empty beads to be taken away. 3 more days passed slowly. The deeper you go, the more likely it is that the families will start to suffer casualties. Those monsters are extremely powerful, and often there will be casualties as soon as they attack. Except for the people in the wizard college, who are able to defend, it is difficult for others to defend. Especially the teams of each family, half of them have often died in the tragic battle with those monsters. Especially those black insect monsters on the ground, various poisonous insects, explosive plants, and hairless monsters. Casualties are also normal. After the 5th day, Dual Eye followed a team in the wall, and returned to the position almost to the center. At this time, Ash and the other two had killed all the monsters around. Dole found out that they did not encounter the faceless monster. Dole thought carefully, and he had to distract himself with other things. After walking out of the wall, he did not notice that a team in front of him had just turned around. This was a team of nobles, and it looked particularly tragic. A group of talented warriors walked carefully in front, wearing various protective equipment, and wizards stood behind them to bless them. As soon as Dole came out, the group turned around and saw Dole standing in the middle of the dark passage, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. The noble team was stunned when they saw this. One of them said, "What kind of monster is this? Should we kill it?" The people behind looked forward and suddenly became nervous. At this time, Dole also looked over. He raised his hand and prepared to greet. The noble team was facing a great enemy, and thought that the other party was going to release that kind of skill. Immediately, someone raised his hand and released a huge fireball. When this person moved, the others also released various witchcrafts, fire snakes, fireballs, wind blades, wind knives, wind dragons, and huge stones, all over the world, smashing towards Dole. In these few tenths of a second, Dole's face was as good as it could be. His mental power was sharp, so he naturally saw this group of frightened teams and heard their conversation. When someone attacked, he naturally couldn't help but smile bitterly. He stood in place, with white light emerging on his body, and took the attacks hard. Boom, boom, boom. Dole was hit and retreated, and the whole person was pushed backwards. The defense of the 7th level wizard tower was indeed not covered. It could not defend against that kind of weird attack, but it was more than enough to defend against the attacks of this group of wizards. After a burst of light and fire bombardment, the group of people breathed a sigh of relief. With this level of attack, even that kind of monster would be dead. After a moment, the light and fire dissipated, and a group of people looked at the passage in a mess. At this time, they saw Dole in the distance. He had no injuries on his body, and a layer of white light surrounded him. One of them screamed, "He is not dead?" Someone screamed, "This is a human, he can cast a magic shield." Everyone looked carefully at it. In the dim passage, it was indeed not easy to see who the other party was. Dole turned around helplessly, quickly left the passage and walked inside. This group of people were injured, unconscious, and indeed like frightened birds, so it was better not to scare them. He collected a few empty beads, and when Dole appeared in the innermost part again, the first team to arrive appeared. It was Augustine's team. They didn't know where they gathered some people. The team was very large, with more than 40 people. All of them were injured and looked very miserable. Even Augustine himself was wrapped in bandages, as if his body was injured. Augustine saw Dole at this time, and his eyes were deeply shocked. The 7th level wizard tower was indeed domineering. This guy really had nothing wrong. Augustine's team, those people looked at Dole for a long time without saying a word. At this time, it was the 15th day of entering this special space. Behind Dole, the 3 women walked out, and everyone stood in the passage, looking at each other. Dole looked at the dark faces of those people, and said slowly, "The center space is in front. The whole area is surrounded by a black substance. There are residual consciousness inside. No matter who enters, they will be attacked by a special attack similar to that of the hairless monster leader, and it is aimed at everyone. If it is one-on-one, the power is particularly strong. I tried it once, and almost collapsed mentally." Augustine came out of the crowd and said viciously, "Then why are you fine? Don't tell me that you have a wizard tower. Although the wizard tower has strong defense, it can't defend against that kind of attack?" This sentence resonated with everyone. Everyone stared at Dole as if they wanted to eat him. Dole shrugged and said, "My mental power is basically twice that of Daphne, and the strength is also twice hers, so I can naturally resist it." Augustine stopped talking immediately, and the others looked at Daphne as if they were looking for answers. Daphne walked slowly from behind. She felt a tightness in her chest when she heard what Dole said. "You may be strong, but what can you do to me?" She turned her head and pretended not to see Augustine, the idiot. Chapter 8:10. For a moment, the atmosphere in the passage was a little awkward. Dole shrugged, looked inside, then looked outside, and said, "Send a message, gather everyone, we are no match for the other party with just a few of us, and we may need concentrated blasting." He thought that since we couldn't get close, long-range bombing should be fine. At this moment, Augustine's face suddenly changed. He looked at Dole, staring at him, and said, "A team in our family was wiped out. We encountered the faceless monster you mentioned." Dole's heart moved, and his face turned strange. That kind of monster is good, it may get the origin of the world, and also get something that is suspected to be derived from the origin of the world. He was not excited, but spoke in a calm tone. Then don't you go for revenge? Augustine's mouth twitched. In that small team, there was his cousin, who was also a genius and led a group of other wizards. If they were all wiped out, it would be a blow to the family. He was all wiped out. Wouldn't it be a waste if he went there in his current state? He stared at Dole fiercely and deliberately provoked him. If you want to go, I would like to go, but it's too far away from us. Dole glanced at the others. At this time, the people of the Alexander family heard Augustine's words, and their expressions were lonely and angry. They were all in sorrow. Obviously, they also got the news and confirmed the facts. Mavic was also in the team at this time. At this time, his eyes were red, and he was also staring at Dole, saying, "Wizard Dole, I want you to take us there." Dole shrugged. He knew that the other party doubted that he could reach a certain location quickly. He shook his head without admitting or confirming, and said, "It's useless to take you there. If I'm not mistaken, that kind of monster is collecting some kind of substance for the consciousness inside. If we are here, it will come sooner or later." Hearing this, the eyes of the three women standing behind Dole lit up at the same time. Daphne said at this time, "I also suspect that the hairless monster is delivering things to the monster in the central area. The monsters outside are very weak. It doesn't make sense that the monster here is so strong. We also got some very strange things, which seem to have a very high energy level." As soon as Daphne said this, Dole turned around immediately. He didn't hear the three women say this. He looked at Ash with a questioning look. Ash nodded slightly, then looked at Dole with a questioning look in his eyes. "Is that thing important?" Dole nodded slightly. Ash saw that Dole's expression was a little solemn, and his expression did not move. He was a little shocked in his heart. That kind of thing was basically all in her hands. It was too dark, so Augustine didn't see the eye contact between Dora and Ash, but looked at Daphne and said, "You have been here for several days, and this is all you have gained?" Daphne looked at Augustine and sneered. "Clearing the hairless monsters around is already very good. There are quite a few empty beads, but why should I tell you?" Augustine and Mavic thought at the same time. They also found that the closer to the center, the more empty beads there are. They have been here for almost 10 days, and they don't know how much they have collected. They didn't have time to be sad at this time. They were surrounded by countless thoughts, and many complicated thoughts emerged in their minds. Augustine's family did not suffer the most losses, but it was definitely not the least. Alexander's family had arrived, which was a good thing for Dole. It meant that others would arrive in a short time, which would save him a lot of time. In this isolated space, Dole was actually very depressed. After all, this place was isolated from the outside, and could not contact the outside. Dole did not know whether others had made trouble for his territory, nor did he know how his clones were doing, whether they had rebelled. So he was not very relaxed. This time when he went back, he planned to practice the nightmare meditation method to determine his absolute advantage in mental power, so that after entering the 7th level, he could get through the early stage and directly enter the middle stage. The nightmare meditation method was the most bizarre, complex and darkest meditation method he had ever seen. Fortunately, his mental power was strong enough to split into many clones, otherwise he would not dare to practice it. He decided in his heart that even if he practiced this meditation method in the future, he would find people who were extremely evil to collect the dream world, and would never start with good people. He raised his head, looked at Augustine, and said, "Can you determine the location of the faceless monster?" Augustine gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, but I can only determine the approximate direction." Dole nodded. He glanced at the Augustine family, and said, "I can take you there, but I want the faceless monster." Augustine frowned. He just hesitated for a moment, and then said fiercely, "Okay." Dole nodded, gave the three women a look, and then walked into the passage. Augustine looked around and made sure that everything was fine here, and said to Mavic next to him, "Take care of them, I'll be back soon." Mavic glanced at Dole, although he was a little angry, but still felt that he should not trust Dole. But there was no way at this time. Those people included his most important relatives. He just squeezed out 2 words fiercely from the corner of his mouth. "Be careful." Augustine nodded, and he looked at the others and said, "It's safe here. Wait for me to come back. Don't act rashly, and don't conflict with other forces. Safety is the priority. This place is not simple." Dole looked at Augustine's performance and thought to himself, "This guy is very good at talking and leading the leader well. Look at Daphne from the royal family. One is simply heaven, and the other is simply earth." Daphne directly abandoned the royal family and ran to her. She is different from Augustine, who is family-oriented. Augustine came to Dole and looked at him vigilantly. A layer of yellow light appeared on Dole's body, and he said, "Which direction?" Augustine looked at the layer of light on Dole, and was surprised. This was obviously the earth element. Could it be through the wall? The wall here is very special, and can't be penetrated at all. He just thought a little, then pointed in a direction and said, "It was there just now, and it is probably eating my people now," he said, gritting his teeth. The creatures here eat everything. If they kill people, they will naturally eat people. He didn't even know how these creatures survived. Dole waved to him and said, "Stand in my yellow light, we will go through the wall." After that, he began to walk towards the wall. The people of the Alexander family began to be shocked. Do they really want to go through the wall? It's not that they don't have earth wizards, but they can't go through it at all. Last time, they thought they were dazzled, but now it seems to be true. Can the other party really do it? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Dole and Augustine disappeared into the wall. Shocked. No wonder they came to the center 3 days ago. It feels like they can take a shortcut directly. How did they do it? Earth walking, earth penetration is useless here. At this time, Augustine was also shocked. What others couldn't do, Dole did it. He could really walk freely underground without any obstacles. This was too exaggerated. Chapter 8:11. As soon as he entered the wall, Augustine looked around curiously. There were strange soil and stones everywhere, which were different from what he saw in this world. After walking a short distance, he saw that Dole seemed to have discovered something, and then followed him. At this time, he was even more shocked, because Dole discovered a huge creature skeleton. How big is this creature? Just one bone is taller than him. Shocked. The composition of this world is actually like this. It's too shocking. It's hard to imagine that the essence of this world is actually like this. Augustine's heart is full of ups and downs. Looking at Dole, his figure is clearly visible in the yellow light, and it has become very mysterious. He knew the essence of this world a long time ago. Although Augustine is arrogant, he also has a little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. Why? Isn't it just relying on the wizard tower? If there is such a powerful wizard tower, I can do it too. He now saw that the yellow light on Dole's body, which supported him to travel underground, was his wizard tower, not his own strength. He walked shocked and said nothing. What made him speechless was that Dole was collecting bones while walking. He was so poor. What was there to collect those rotten bones? He was really ignorant and a country bumpkin. Dole collected very quickly. They didn't waste much time and passed through several passages and came to the place where the accident happened. Augustine's mental power was very strong, and he could easily locate the place where the accident happened. When they slowly rose from the wall, a strong smell of blood came to their noses in the dark passage. The two men's eyes each had a light rising, which was clearly visible in the passage. In the distance, in the wide passage, a faceless man squatted in front of a corpse, holding the corpse with one hand, and tearing off a piece of meat with the other hand, then stuffing it into his mouth, swallowing it voraciously, looking as if it was very delicious. Dole saw this, but did not move. He looked at Augustine, his eyebrows slightly raised. The meditation method this guy practiced seemed to be a special meditation method, not a traditional element. He wanted to see the other party's ability. Augustine's eyes were red at this time. Those on the ground were all his people. At this time, they were being eaten like roasted suckling pigs. How could he not be furious and trembling with anger? At this time, behind him, a tall figure stood upright, stretched out his hand, and a circle, 2 fists of gray circles shot forward like sharp blades. At the same time, in front of him, dozens of light energy shock waves, like pure energy shot towards the monster. With his action, the energy monster in the distance felt the energy fluctuation and quickly turned around. There seemed to be no expression on his clean face. The energy rushed over, and the monster opened its bloody mouth and roared silently at Augustine. Boom! Augustine's head was immediately shaken by something, and his mental power immediately dispersed. The whole person opened his mouth and made a painful and sad sound. As for the magic he released, without the support of mental power, it naturally collapsed in midair. Buzz! Augustine's mind was blank, and his head seemed to be lacking oxygen, just like his own people encountered the leader of the eyebrow monster, and he lost his reaction instantly. However, he still had a little bit of consciousness left. Golden bugs slowly flew out from under his clothes and attacked in all directions spontaneously. This was his last defense. Dole was also within the attack range. Augustine was completely unconscious at this time and relied on these bugs for defense. Dole was standing next to Augustine. When he saw Augustine's reaction, he thought that it was indeed the case. Even such a genius could not resist the attack of such a monster, and immediately lost any reaction. This attack on the spiritual consciousness was really uncontrollable. When he saw the bugs on Augustine's body, his eyes lit up. Scarab. He knew that this was Augustine's defense method, and immediately jumped back, because he felt the strong malice of the scarab. In the passage, countless bugs emanated from Augustine's body, and the entire passage seemed to be full of bugs. Soon, the bugs seemed to have a unified goal. Some flew towards the faceless monster, and some flew towards Dole. At this time, Augustine was still lying there, and he had lost all consciousness. Dole saw this, looked at the insects in the sky, and then looked at the faceless monster, and decided to ignore it for the time being and see the power of the scarab first. As he retreated, he condensed a big elemental hand, stretched out his hand to grab a handful in the void, and then the light on his body appeared, and he retreated into the wall next to him. In the magic hand, the scarab was only slightly restrained, and then it swallowed the energy of the magic hand in big mouthfuls, and soon swallowed Dole's magic hand, and made dozens of holes, and was about to drill out. How could Dole tolerate their escape? He immediately released his mental power, and suppressed them fiercely with a mental shock. The body of the scarab trembled slightly, and then continued to devour energy. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched. These 10 ancient strange insects were indeed not easy to mess with. He tried to pinch them with the wizard's hand, and crushed a few scarabs. Then a yellow light rose from the remaining scarabs, and the magic hand could not pinch them. This thing is anti-magic. Dole saw this and thought to himself that the scarab was worthy of being the wizard's nemesis, but it was a pity that he met him. He closed his eyes, and opened them again. Countless runes condensed in his mind, and quickly surrounded the wizard's hand, blocking the scarabs from crawling out, and then took out a bottle of potion from the ring, and dripped it in front of his eyes. The potion evaporated quickly, and penetrated into his wizard's hand, and the scarabs suddenly stopped moving. Dole smiled at the corners of his mouth, and then stored it in a special space. This time he made a profit. After finishing all this, he looked into the passage, only to find that the faceless monster was slowly moving towards Augustine in the passage. On his body, layers of scarabs were like a layer of armor, but these scarabs had no way to deal with the faceless monster, as if they could not bite his body at all. Seeing this, Dole thought that the body strength of this faceless monster was too high, which had exceeded the swallowing ability of the 6th level scarab. It seems that there is a limit to the scarab's ability to swallow everything. At this time, Augustine was still lying on the ground, but his complexion looked better, but he still could not avoid the fate of not being able to stand up. Dole saw that the scarabs basically all attacked the faceless monster. He walked out of the wall next to him easily, and looked at Augustine on the ground. "I know you are conscious, remove the scarabs, and I will deal with him." Augustine only had a little consciousness left, but although he was unwilling, he could only rely on Dole at this time. Although the faceless monster had no eyes, it seemed to be able to see that there was one more person. It immediately stood still, and turned to Dole with a blank face. Chapter 8:12. At this moment, a thick, purple lightning bolt fell from the top of his head, sacred, hot, and unstoppable. The scarab on the faceless monster just fell off. He was struck by lightning before he could react. With a loud bang, the faceless monster's indestructible body trembled, and a puff of smoke came out. Zzz. In the passage, the buzzing in Augustine's mind stopped instantly, and he recovered all of a sudden. He looked at Dole, and felt extremely shocked. This lightning bolt actually had a little bit of the true meaning of heavenly thunder. This guy has already touched the edge of level 7. How is this possible? The next moment, lightning bolt appeared again above the faceless monster's head. Boom. The faceless monster was careless. He underestimated Augustine and thought that Dole was just like him. He didn't move much at all. He was hit by a lightning bolt and never moved again. Lightning, like the original attack, basically affects the body and the spiritual world. The body of the faceless monster was hit by lightning, and it was difficult for his consciousness to condense. The whole person was hit and stood still. Lightning fell one after another, and the body of the faceless monster kept twisting and trembling. The high-temperature current burned his body, and smoke kept coming out, as if he was about to be roasted. But the faceless monster still stood firm, with a hollow white face staring at the direction of Dole. Dole was also very cautious at this time. This faceless monster was indeed strong. If you don't break his consciousness, you can't kill him at all. While releasing lightning, he said to Augustine next to him, "Pay attention, he may soon adapt to my witchcraft attack and release that kind of attack. The target may be you or me. I'm going to launch mental witchcraft." Augustine was about to fight back with anger on his face, but after hearing this, he immediately took out several pieces of equipment without saying a word, put them on his head, and then looked terrified. At this moment, he saw Dole activate the protective shield on his body. As a lightning bolt fell, a sharp mental force flew out of his body and shot towards the faceless monster. Augustine was a little shocked and confused. What does this mean? Does physical attack not work? Dole is the only one who has collided with the faceless monster. Augustine is now finally convinced that he is useless against this monster. Annoyance, remorse, and jealousy all rose in his heart. Dole didn't care what Augustine thought at all. While the faceless monster hadn't reacted yet, his mental force crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and blasted into the faceless monster's eyebrows along the dark passage, entering its spiritual world. At the same time, the mental force also searched the faceless monster's body and found a ball of special energy in his body. Boom! Dole's will roared, and at the moment it blasted into the monster's sea of consciousness, the monster also launched an attack on Dole, and Dole was well prepared. At the moment of the roar, he mobilized his mental power in one fell swoop, and gave the monster's mental world an instant explosion. Boom! The world collapsed in an instant. Red, blue, green, and the original world were shattered. In order to ensure a successful attack, Dole almost did not hold back, and used all his strength to shatter the opponent's world in one fell swoop. Although the opponent's spiritual world is powerful in nature, it is not at the same level as Dole in terms of quantity. He used floods to hit the rocks, and even if the rocks were hard, they were shattered by the huge amount of water. The faceless monster lost all its strength, and its entire body collapsed backwards. In an instant, there was no more dangerous atmosphere in the passage. Augustine, who was standing in the distance, was stunned. This was a pure mental confrontation? Dole actually won? He finally understood how the other party succeeded. This was probably the only way to deal with such a monster. But how did he do it? The monster's spiritual world was very powerful. How did he collapse the other party? Augustine was shocked. He got up with difficulty at this time, staring at Dole standing in a circle of white light. This was the means left by the other party. He couldn't rely on sneak attacks. This was a level 7 wizard tower. Unless he took out his last means, but that was used to deal with the monster in the center, not Dole. Damn it. Augustine felt that this was the first time that he was crushed by a person who was not of noble birth in terms of talent. It was really hateful. In the passage, the thunder and lightning roared and returned to darkness. The passage was slightly damp and dark, and only the light around Dole illuminated the 4 directions. At this time, Dole opened his eyes and slowly walked forward, aiming at the monster. Augustine stood there, watching Dole's movements. After a long time, when Dole was about to walk in front of the monster, Augustine said, "How did you train your mental power? Why is it so strong?" Dole did not look back or even speak. He knew that his performance had hit the genius. After putting away the body of the faceless monster, Dole looked at the passage again. After scanning it, he turned over and looked at Augustine. His eyes were deep, and they looked extremely profound in the dark night. "I am a 7th level pharmacist, an 8th level alchemist, and a 6th level wizard. In terms of mental power, I am stronger than anyone of the same level. If you ask me why, I can only say that it may be a talent." Augustine vomited blood. Once upon a time, he had proudly said this sentence to countless people. Augustine was not looking at Dole, but at the corpses of his own people, with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. He walked to the corpses, and slowly knelt down, with a painful expression. Dole moved his eyes elsewhere, but his mental power was frantically studying the faceless monster in the wizard tower. This faceless monster died quickly, and his body was basically intact. He needed to conduct a full-scale scan of the faceless monster, check his flesh, check his spirit, check all his body tissues, digestive system, immune system, nervous system, blood circulation system, etc. He wanted to understand all the secrets of this monster. If I can also train my body like this monster, maybe I can accommodate higher level energy and touch more worlds. You know, all the matter in this world is outside the domain, and outside the domain is the origin of the world, and the origin of space. Although Dual Eye has not yet reached the 7th level rule level, he will never refuse if he can obtain higher power, although for him, these powers are a bit heavy. Inside the passage, on the wall, the flickering plants illuminate the dark world. Augustine collected the bodies of his people, while observing Dual Eye with a gloomy face. For the first time, he felt that he was completely inferior to the other party. For the resistance to that kind of weird attack, the other party is simply many levels higher than himself, which is terrible. However, he does not belong to the other party in terms of attack power. His Ash Giant is known as unparalleled in attack power, and the other party is just strong in mental power. He cheered himself up. Being angry, sad, and thinking silently, Augustine was full of hatred for the death of his people. Chapter 8:13. Looking at the corpses in front of him, Augustine shed tears even though he was usually strong. These were once the elites of the family, and the future of the family. While putting all the corpses into the body bags, he silently looked at the appearance of the corpses on the ground. This is the fifth brother of the second uncle's family. This is the seventh brother of the third uncle's family. This is. Augustine hated this world for the first time. Why did he come here to explore? Soon, time passed slowly. When he finished collecting the last one, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Dole. Dole was still standing there, with a flickering light on his body, as if he was doing something. Augustine stood up slowly, with a complex expression of discomfort, suggestions, hatred, etc. He stood in front of Dole, and said slowly, "Let's go back." "Thank you very much." Dole raised his head blankly at this time, and then his eyes quickly gathered, as if he had walked out of a certain state. He glanced at Augustine and said slowly, "You owe me a favor." Augustine didn't say anything, just nodded. The yellow light on Dole's body opened again, and the two walked into the wall again. This time, they didn't waste much time and walked directly to the destination. As they walked, Augustine observed, trying to see the true face of this world, while Dole walked directly through without even looking. Augustine looked at Dole's back. His face was not happy. The other party knew the truth of this world more than 10 days ago, and he was like a fool, knowing nothing. It was really a gap in information and a gap in means. I just don't know how the other party's research is going, and to what extent they understand the truth of this world. He felt heavy in his heart. Not long after, the two walked out of the passage. When the iconic yellow light suddenly appeared, the people in the passage silently paid attention. After Dole walked out, he found that there were more people in the passage. These people were naturally embarrassed, but it was obvious that the team was not in chaos, and was very neat. There were senior warriors in front, senior wizards in the back, and shooters next to them. They were fully equipped. These were from the Wizard Academy, and the Warrior Academy. Not all of them came, only a few of them came. It is estimated that there are many teams in other directions. When Augustine and Dole came out of the wall, the people from the Wizard Academy and the God of War Academy were a little agitated, and they all showed unbelievable colors. They knew this wall, and they couldn't break it at all. Even with all their strength, they could only destroy a little bit of the soil. These two people could actually pass through the wall. It was really unbelievable, especially those who practiced Earth Element wizards, who widened their eyes at this time and looked shocked. Fitz and the team was extremely shocked. It turned out that the other party was walking underground in this way. He could actually walk through the wall. When they set out, the Academy repeatedly emphasized that they could not walk in the soil. They always believed that this was the case, and the fact was that no matter what method was used, they could not walk in the soil, but the other party could do it. How could this be possible? The genius Sheldon from the God of War Academy was also shocked at this time. Is this the ability of a super genius? The two looked at Dole and Augustine in disbelief, but it was obvious that the yellow light came from Dole. It was unbelievable. Some people even screamed out loud, "Dole, how did you do it? This is impossible." Just now, I heard someone say that someone could walk through the wall. I thought it was just bragging. Now it's confirmed. It's really unbelievable. Dole didn't pay any attention to these people. It took more than half a month to get here. These people really made people speechless. But when he saw their miserable condition and the large reduction in the number of people, Dole couldn't say anything to despise them. Augustine quietly returned to his team. Looking at the reduced number of tribesmen, his face showed a sad look. He glanced at the other teams in the passage and remained silent in his heart. These teams that came were more or less tragic. The number of people was reduced and everyone was injured. Some of those who were praised as geniuses of the imperial capital have not come yet. I don't know what happened. Are they dead or behind? Just when everyone was in chaos, a large team slowly walked out from the other side of the passage. It was the team of the Imperial Mage Corps. The Imperial Mage Corps team was the team representing the Imperial Royal Family, led by Da Vinci and Deneki. The two were also a little embarrassed, even their magic robes were a little damaged, and they walked while being alert. When they saw the lively scene in the passage, they immediately relaxed. These people came so early. He glanced at them, his eyes flashing, and soon saw the person they were worried about, Daphne, who stood proudly beside Unul and Ash as if she had not been through a battle. The three women were like three beautiful flowers, competing to bloom. It's okay, the two looked at each other and relaxed. This time the team suffered heavy losses. At least half of the people were lost in the battle. The monsters and hairless monsters that suddenly jumped out caused them a lot of trouble and lost a lot of people. The people inside and outside the passage looked at each other silently and consciously formed several teams and were extremely silent with each other. The news in this world can be said at will. So many situations have been known. After Da Vinci and Deneki came in, they looked at Dole the first time. This person arrived on the first day, which was really fast. Da Vinci and Deneki said a few words in the team, then left the team and came to the middle position. The two looked around, and Da Vinci spoke first. Dole, Augustine, you two arrived first. What's the situation now? Should we continue to wait for people or directly launch an attack? It is said that the monster will unconsciously affect people's emotions. It's better for us to act together. Fitz and Sheldon were already standing together at this time, and there were several geniuses from the academic school together. When they heard Da Vinci's words, they looked at the two. Dole was originally talking to the two women. When he heard this, he turned around and said, "Wait for everyone to come together. I have seen that monster. It is all over the central area. I was attacked by that strange attack after just a slight contact and had to retreat. Unlike those hairless monster leaders outside, who can only attack one person, that monster can target multiple people and is more powerful. If we have more people, we may be able to resist it. If there are only a few people, I suggest not to go in and die." He raised his hand, and a mental image appeared in front of him, showing the situation at the end of the passage. In the huge black hole, a dark unknown thing occupied the entire passage, and its tentacles extended to the passage openings of the surrounding walls, keeping its body from falling. Seeing the dense passage and those dense tentacles, everyone was silent. It was similar to the information sent when I came in, and it was also in this form. That kind of strange attack was very powerful, and could not be resisted by ordinary people at all. Chapter 8:14. The Glory Wizard Alliance informed them before they set out that the more people there were, the more the attack would be spread out, and the lower the intensity of the attack would be, so they could still fight. Of course, the main force of this battle was not themselves, but the major families, as well as the Glory Wizard Alliance and the super killer weapons brought by the Imperial Mage Corps. They were not the main force. The most important thing was that this time there was Dole, a pervert with a level 7 wizard tower. If everyone's backup plan was useless in the end, it might be Dole's wizard tower that determined the final results. Before leaving, those big shots had warned them that if they couldn't take the space this time, it would be difficult next time. Because although this monster was unconscious, its subconscious had already discovered their invasion and began to wake up. This heavy loss was a lesson. It wasn't so difficult last time. People from the 3 major colleges basically thought so, and they all looked at the major forces. The Imperial Mage Corps. Deneki saw that Da Vinci beside him fell silent. After taking a look at the image, he took the initiative to take over the conversation and said, "Then wait patiently for a while. Some of our Imperial Mage Corps have not arrived yet." Fitz also came out at this time and said, "Some people from our Wizard Academy have not arrived yet, and Rachel and Marcus will be here soon. These are the other 2 geniuses of this generation of Wizard Academy. They are as popular as Fitz, and are similar to Da Vinci and Deneki. They are all geniuses of various nobles, but now they represent Wizard Academy." Augustine and Mavic stood aside at this time and nodded indifferently. The attack of that monster has already impressed them enough. No one dared to say that they could withstand the attack of the other party. It was simply unsolvable. It was too weird, and it was hard to guard against. It was not the power of an ordinary person. Dole saw this, put away his mental image, and stood aside. The passage was rarely quiet. Some people gathered together, making small noises, discussing and feeling sad. No one was making too much noise, and they all seemed to be immersed in a certain emotion. At this moment, a man walked out of the Wizard Academy, looked indignantly in Dole's direction, and shouted coldly, "Boy from the Northern Kingdom, since you can pass through the wall, why don't you contribute this technology? We lost at least 1/3 of our people, and you have a certain responsibility." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the man. Who is this fool? Dole closed his eyes at this time, dissecting the body of the faceless monster he finally got, and had completely separated its skin to reveal the tissue underneath. He just opened his eyes, glanced at the man, and then closed his eyes again, too lazy to pay attention to him. He would not give the Tower of Babel technology to anyone. Even the Glory Wizard Alliance provided the core technology in a different way. The other magic circles on the Tower of Babel were not involved. How could he give it to the other party? Based on his own conscience or on the mouth of others? You are kidding. Who do I know you? If he has the time, he might as well study the faceless monster. When the man saw that Dole did not speak, his grief and anger suddenly turned into anger and unwillingness of being insulted. He raised his hand and shot a wind blade that was extremely sharp, directly at Dole. The wind blade was very fast, and soon arrived in front of Dole. Dole did not move, but Daphne next to him moved. She waved her hand and pointed, and a spell model was formed very quickly. A needle-shaped witchcraft that was extremely fine appeared on the path of the wind blade. Two spells collided in the air, and the needle-shaped spell hit the wind blade. The place where it hit suddenly made a small explosion, and the entire wind blade began to disintegrate from that small explosion. That's enough. You still think it's not enough to embarrass yourself? If you don't have the ability, why do you want others to contribute their skills? This wizard is also famous at ordinary times, and he is a master of alchemy. It is not difficult to see that part of him is grief and anger, and part of him has bad intentions. He directly pointed out the identity of the Dole Northern Kingdom, which is simply embarrassing for those people of the Glory Kingdom. Seeing Daphne stand up, the man's face changed slightly. After hearing what the other party said, he said angrily, "Can't we buy it? How many fewer people will die if we can travel underground here? More than 3,000 of us came in. Now look how many are left. Are there 2,000 people?" Daphne sneered, "How many people have anything to do with Dole?" Just then, another person stood up and said, "I agree with what Kong Sua said. We want to buy Dole's technology." At this time, another genius stood up and supported Kong Sua. "Yes, that is, hand over the technology." Another person stood up and shouted. A group of people stood in the middle and shouted. Augustine in the distance saw this, and looked at Ma Wei next to him. He thought this matter was interesting. A group of people stood in the middle and threatened. Daphne felt her face getting a little hot, and felt a little embarrassed. She knew that these people were attracted by Dole's ability, and wanted to take it for themselves. Anyway, this place is currently a lawless place. But they didn't know that Dole could kill them all with one hand. She knew how terrifying Dole was. The three women standing together could barely beat a team of hairless monsters, and one of them had to resist the special attack of the hairless wizard, while Dole could handle them all by himself, which was the most terrifying. Moreover, there was also the faceless monster, and Dole could beat the opponent, while the elites of the Augustine family were completely wiped out by the faceless monster. These people really don't know how to live or die. Fitz and Sheldon looked at these people, and kept silent in their hearts. Usually these nobles are used to being arrogant in the academy, and they want to grab any good things they see. Do they think Dole is easy to bully? But don't worry about it. Let's see the situation first. Maybe we can get some benefits. Dole is an outsider, and no one speaks for him at this time, except Daphne. At this time, two people were almost 10 meters in front of Dole, as if they were going to walk up to him and grab his clothes to ask. Dole stood up slowly at this time. He looked at Yunua and Ash, and then at Daphne, and asked with his eyes. Daphne nodded. Dole didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. He looked at the people approaching, his mouth slightly raised, and finally slowly said, "My technology is not expensive. You can buy it with 30 million, or 30 million equivalent magic crystals. One empty bead is counted as 100,000. I can hand over 300 of them." Hearing this, the passage became quiet. One empty bead is counted as 100,000. It sounds like it's not cheap, but they know that if this thing is given to the Glory Wizard Alliance, it will be a priceless treasure. 100,000 gold coins is too little. The leader said angrily at this time. 30 million gold coins is too high. Don't you know what this place is? He looked around, and everyone was looking at Dole. The passage was extremely quiet, and hundreds of eyes were staring at Dole, as if to see what he would do. Dole looked at the man and smiled faintly. These people must have no money. How could they bring money with them when they came here? They might as well leave it at home. He said with a playful tone, 30 million gold coins. If you can afford it, we will trade. If you can't, just shut up. Don't think that you can do anything to me just because you have more people. I'm warning you again, it's best to stay away from me. Chapter 8:15. He didn't say anything harsh, but calmly patted the wizard tower on his waist symbolically. The two people who were approaching stopped approaching immediately. They seemed to have forgotten that the other party also had a level 7 wizard tower. They seemed to remember that when they first met, the other party directly withstood everyone's attacks, and didn't move at all. Everyone's face became uncertain. Just then, a team came out from the other side of the passage. They were also from the 3 major colleges, but they were a separate noble team. The group of people was particularly embarrassed, and there were less than 10 people. As soon as the 10 people came in, they relaxed. Some people even sat on the ground directly, with a dull look on their faces. But they also saw the number of people and the situation in the field, and they were silent. It seemed that everyone had suffered heavy losses. Dole didn't want to pay attention to them. Because he had to do an experiment, he deliberately stayed away from these people. Yunhua and the other girls also followed Duolai and left. The four of them occupied the innermost passage. At this time, Dole was concentrating on studying the monster's physiological characteristics, hard skin, body structure, etc. He seemed to feel that he had discovered something. The material composed of this creature seemed to be not simple in itself, unlike ordinary creatures. He took a look under the microscope and found that the basic components of this creature, the tiny cells, were completely different from those of humans and monsters. The most basic material composed of these creatures contained a large amount of crystalline material, which seemed to be pure silicon in alchemy. All creatures in the main plane can be said to be carbon-based creatures, and the cells composed of them are mostly carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, plus some trace metals, and the most basic component of this creature is actually silicon. This is a great discovery. Dole's eyes lit up immediately. In addition to silicon, he also saw that the other substances in this organism were not hydroxides, but other more active substances. The entire organism was essentially more advanced than normal organisms. The biological density, biological energy matrix, and biological activity far exceeded those of their carbon-based organisms. Is this the secret of the creatures in this world? Dole thought about it, and continued to study their energy system. If it was because of the nature of the organism, he really didn't have a good way to solve and change it. It's a pity that they didn't fight. Fitz sighed, although he knew that fighting would be useless unless he used his trump card, otherwise even he couldn't break the opponent's defense. The trump card was used last, and there was no need to waste it on people. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill the monster at the center, he would definitely be punished when he returned. Thinking of the love that those old monsters in the academy usually had for him, and then their cruelty to those who didn't obey, Fitz swallowed his saliva and became cowardly. He was usually domineering in the academy, and it was fine if he had the protection of the people above him. But if something happened, the first ones to make him look bad were the big guys behind him. He looked at Dole, and saw that his expression was wandering away, and he felt sorry for it. These useless people are so useless at this time. At this time, the few people who just came in surrounded him, and Fitz could only pretend to be calm and patiently comfort everyone. They were different from Dole and Daphne. They were geniuses, but they were trained by the academy and the family. Not to mention that they were devoted to the family, at least they had to think about the collective. Dole was different. He only needed to think about himself and Ash. At this time, Dole had figured out some things, and then whispered to Aishi. Aishi, you split a clone, and come into the wizard tower for a while. I suddenly found something interesting. Aishi was chatting with Yunhua. Hearing this, the remaining frost insects hidden in the wizard tower condensed a clone, and came to Dole's laboratory. As soon as she entered the laboratory, Aishi saw a strange corpse on the laboratory table. This corpse was dissected by Dole, with its chest wide open and various organs exposed, which looked very creepy. Aishi has been studying blood potions for a long time, and is very proficient in various knowledge of pharmacy. When she saw the corpse, she saw the problem at a glance, because the size and scale of various organs were very strange, and they were not the same as the creatures in this world. This corpse is not simple. She walked up, took out her gloves, and stood in front of Dole's clone. Duolai glanced at Aishi next to him, then pointed at the monster and said, "This monster has a completely different body structure from ours. According to alchemy, the basic elements of our world's creatures are carbon, hydrogen and oxygen, while the basic elements of this thing are silicon, sulfur, phosphorus and oxygen." Ash was shocked. Then the legendary speculation is basically correct. This is a silicon-based creature. Duolai nodded. That's right, but only this faceless monster is a silicon-based creature. The others are carbon-based creatures like us. Ash was shocked when she saw this. She raised her head and looked at Duolai with lively eyes. She said, "Then I will do some experiments to see if I can cultivate this thing again. Whether I can restore it, I need to readjust the nutrient solution and test it over and over again." Dole nodded and said, "That's why I asked you to come in. I just looked at this thing. The energy level is not high, which means that he has not practiced himself, but simply used energy. If he practices a little as a clone, he may surpass us." Ash was shocked. The specialness of silicon-based life has been legendary among biological alchemists. It is stronger, faster, stronger, and smarter than carbon-based life. It is impossible to describe the benefits of silicon-based life. If they can cultivate a clone, it will take only a few years. They may have several 6th-level clones. This is a living clone, not a dead body like the necromancer. It can grow, and the growth rate is very high. Dole looked at Ash, nodded heavily, and said, "There are definitely more than these two faceless people in this world. I will go out and find a living one." Ash nodded. In the passage, all forces converged together. Almost all the teams below, above, and on the left tried to gather from this side. Some teams were wiped out, some suffered heavy losses, and some people had no news. Dole stayed there, accepting the gazes of people around him, and receiving information from the surroundings. He soon felt the different situations around him. For example, some teams were wiped out. It is normal for a team to be wiped out. Along the way, I don't know how many people died, basically filled with human lives, but it is abnormal to die silently. Dole noted the location, then stood up, and a yellow light emerged from his body. Pulling Ash, not giving them the opportunity to threaten themselves, the two walked into the wall. In the dark passage, everyone looked at the place where Dole left, with a look of shock on their faces. Can he really go through the wall? The newcomer had a lot of questions in his mind. Augustine just opened his eyes at this time. Dole was gone. Where did he go? Chapter 816. Dole naturally went to look for the faceless monster. He passed through the wall and scanned the inside of the wall with Ash, while looking for the place where the team was wiped out, as those people said just now. Not long after, they found several passages with a strong bloody smell, and walked slowly over to check them one by one. The first one, the second one, were not. When they came to the third one, Dole found the faceless monster, lying on the ground, devouring the human body on the ground bit by bit. Although the faceless monster is a silicon-based creature, its energy consumption is basically the same as that of humans. It occasionally eats some soil minerals and other things, which is very different from humans. When Dole saw the faceless monster, he did not say anything and used the most powerful thunder summoning technique at hand. A purple, extremely thick lightning was summoned directly from the void and fell on the head of the faceless monster. Boom! Because it was a sneak attack, when the faceless monster sensed the energy fluctuation, the thunder summoning technique had already been used. He only defended slightly, and the thunder summoning technique fell on his head, and then the second and third. Boom boom boom. Dole knew the limit. He couldn't kill the faceless monster. His body was very special, and ordinary thunder summoning technique couldn't kill him. Now he just needed to paralyze him. From the dissection just now, we know that the faceless monster's nervous system is also afraid of lightning. At this time, being hit by lightning, in addition to the high temperature burning damage, his nervous system was also paralyzed by lightning, and he couldn't react at all. Seeing this, Dole maintained the attack of the thunder summoning technique while approaching quickly. When he was about to get in front of him, his mental power swarmed out, and with the same behavior as before, he bombarded the faceless monster's consciousness world in one fell swoop. The faceless monster's consciousness was very ignorant, but very powerful. At this time, it was attacked by lightning, and the world instinctively counterattacked. Dole's consciousness hummed and almost collapsed, but there was still a small part of the power left. Like a bamboo breaking momentum, it broke the faceless monster's consciousness in one fell swoop. The faceless monster fell down with a bang. The consciousness dissipated, and it was already a vegetable. Although it was still alive, it was no different from being dead. Dole quickly checked the faceless monster and found some world origins on him, and some in the spiritual consciousness world. This sneak attack made a lot of money. Seeing Dole's successive attacks, Ash stood by and was stunned. Dole had robbed several faceless monsters, and his movements were so skillful. The faceless monster that others feared was so vulnerable in Dole's hands, it was really a gap. A faceless monster wiped out a team, and in Dole's hands, the faceless monster lasted less than a minute from beginning to end. At this time, she saw Dole's mental power calm down, and hurried over to help clean up. This faceless monster is the key to whether they can have a silicon-based biological clone, so they must not be careless. The two of them got rid of the faceless monster, then looked around, and finally discussed and collected the corpses on the ground. At this time, they were not going to give these corpses to them, but decided to go out and give them to them, so as to prevent those people from making trouble. The number of faceless monsters is very small, and they went to several places next, but did not find any faceless monsters. Dole was not in a hurry to go back. Anyway, those people would not come in the next few days, so they arranged it here first, and he and Ash made an experimental plan and training plan. After finishing some of it, Dole looked at the dark passages around him, and most importantly, at the surrounding walls. He had to get some soil out. He always felt that the growth of this monster was inseparable from the soil. It was difficult for others to collect soil, but it was not difficult for him to collect it. When the light of the Tower of Babel enveloped it, those things were no different from ordinary soil. He quickly got hundreds of tons of materials into the wizard tower. The current Tower of Babel was filled with various bones, soil, and various unknown things in the soil. Once these things entered the wizard tower, they revealed their true colors and emitted various brilliances. These all needed to be studied outside. Regardless of whether others had gained anything, Dole felt that he had gained a lot this time, and the gains were quite advanced. This time, if he went out and settled for a few years, level 7 would not be a problem at all, and even level 8 would not be a dream. Great harvest. In the laboratory, after everything was done, the two looked at each other and smiled happily. Ash said happily, "I feel that we are the biggest winners this time." Dole smiled and said, "Of course, if you can understand these things thoroughly, you can at least reach level 8, or even more than level 8. Ash nodded fiercely. "Although the power I practice does not match the power here, the power is ultimately connected. As long as you can get in touch with one power, other powers are not a problem." Ash is a strong woman herself. After getting these things, she is full of longing for her future. Dole nodded and said, "Well, don't worry, we still have time now. Daphne hasn't spoken yet, we can stay for a while." After a few months of accumulation, Ash's strength has begun to stabilize. He is no longer the immature and difficult to control when he just entered the 6th level. Now he is a proper 6th level junior wizard. When entering the 6th level, the meditation method slowly reaches the end. It is necessary to master things beyond the meditation method and touch the rules. The biggest advantage of the advanced meditation method is that after the meditation method reaches the end, it will automatically comprehend certain rules. Entering the 7th level, Ash now needs to improve this. Daphne looked at Unua next to her, feeling a little irritated. Dual-Eye went out and didn't come back yet. The two of them were incompatible with others and a little boring. Even if they were royal disciples, they were not important in Daphne's eyes. The royal family was the most ruthless. Daphne saw this very clearly, so he rarely interacted with other people, even in this strange place. He would rather stand with Dual-Eye than with Da Vinci and others. This is the essential difference, because Dual-Eye is a strong man who can provide strong enough help, and others are just a burden. Augustine is not bad, he is strong and has strong personal ability, but unfortunately, he can't let go of his family. It's ridiculous. What can the family let go of? As long as one's strength grows and reaches level 8 or 9, it is also a guarantee for the family if one does not take action. This is the real problem. Daphne saw all this very clearly, so she worked hard to improve her strength. Only when she grew up and became level 8 or 9, no one dared to pay attention to the royal family. Now, she is herself and has nothing to do with others. Unua next to her had the same idea as herself. After the two of them exchanged ideas, they felt that they had met too late. Why didn't they realize that their three views were so consistent in the past few years? Unua was the main trump card of the Edward family many years ago. He once fantasized about making a name for the family, but later he found that without strength, he was nothing. Therefore, Unua now has only two ideas. The first is to repay the kindness of the third prince, and the other is to improve himself with all his strength. Chapter 817. As for being with Dole, it was also to repay the favor of the third prince. Only after being together for a long time, Unua found that she could learn a lot from Dole. No matter in which aspect, the other party was much better than him, and his vision was also far-sighted. She liked being with Dole very much, and she also liked being with Ash. These two people were geniuses among geniuses. Daphne was also a genius, but she was also like herself, on the elemental side, not the alchemy side, and could not help herself. But as geniuses, the two of them could discuss many more topics than others, such as magic manipulation skills, witchcraft node condensation skills, etc. In the dark passage, the two stood alone in the innermost, and did not communicate with others, looking weak. The team kept coming, and everyone kept contacting their own side, mourning the loss of teammates, companions, and brothers and sisters, while secretly communicating other aspects, such as the sky robbery pearl. Da Vinci and Deneki walked along the way, and all the void beads they collected were on their bodies, but they did not tell anyone how many they had. Others were also asking each other, but no one around them said it. This seemed very strange. This competition was about the number of void beads, and now no one knew how many void beads the other party had. Augustine's face was very gloomy. He did know who had the most void beads, and it must be Nadora. He could pass through walls, and had a very high level of attainment in alchemy. The scanner he refined must be more advanced. In addition to the powerful amplification ability of the wizard tower, he had at least more than 100 void beads in his hand. As for the others, the number was not as large as his. So far, he has 70 empty beads in his hand, which should be the first one according to reason. If all the people are collected, the Alexander family should have more than 120 or 30. But he didn't do it. Anyway, when the final calculation is made, it will be counted as the Pressure Mountain family. The rewards for this competition are very generous. Each family has brought out a lot of things: potions, medicinal materials, natural treasures, various equipment, and strange objects, etc., and they all hope to get them. The prizes are so generous, so almost no one tells others how many empty beads they have. The scene is very strange. At this time, the last team arrived. At the end of the passage, a large group of people came over. It was the last group of people from the 3 major colleges. They were led by 2 young people, 1 man and 1 woman, Rachel and Marcus, who are famous in the Empire. Rachel is from the Connie family. This time she represents the family and the Wizard Academy. I don't know what agreement the 2 families have. In terms of overall background, the Wizard Academy is definitely more profound, that's all. Marcus is another family that has risen quickly. The Romanti family is considered one of the representatives of the high-level families. Although the people of the Vocational Academy are not as strong as those of the Wizard Academy, they are better at refining various tools. They are not as famous as the Wizard Academy, but they are not bad either. The slightly worse one is the Ares Academy. At this time, after the last batch of people from the Wizard Academy and the Ares Academy arrived, Augustine, Daphne, Fitz, Deneki and others raised their eyebrows. Everyone is here. Everyone counted and found that the number of people who came here this time had almost dropped by half. There were more than 3,000 people when they came, and now there are only a little more than 1,600 people left. It was really tragic. Whether it is the Glory Wizard Alliance, the major families, or the royal family, they all suffered heavy losses this time. Augustine looked at Daphne with a gloomy face. The first place was out of the question. It was up to the second place. The competitor this time was Daphne. The royal family had many treasures, not inferior to their Alexander family, and even above the 3 major colleges. If there were any powerful scrolls or other alchemical equipment, Daphne might be able to compete with him. As for the 3 major colleges and the major nobles, they were not worth mentioning. At this time, he glanced around and didn't see Delay. I don't know where he ran to. He lowered his head and thought about what to do about this matter. With so many people, no matter who killed the monster in the end, the credit must be impossible to fake. Alas, it depends on fate. At this time, Fitz had communicated with the 2 people and others, and was preparing for the final matters. However, these people still had to rest, and it would probably take 2 or 3 days before they could act. At this time, Moik came to Augustine and whispered, "Augustine, when we set out, my second uncle told me that although you are the core this time, he also gave me a killer weapon, the last resort, and it will start now. Let me tell you about it." Augustine didn't take it seriously at first, but after hearing the rest, he immediately turned to Moik and stared at him. "My father also gave you a killer weapon?" he said in disbelief. In his heart, he has always been the only person his father trusts. Unexpectedly, in this matter, his father actually hit another one. His face darkened, but the next moment he said calmly, "Save it for when something goes wrong, just make sure we take it down in the end." Mavic nodded, actually relieved in his heart. As long as Augustine was not really angry, now everything is for the overall situation. The final task of this mission is to kill the monster in the center. Whoever can get the final big head, glory, honor, merit, and merit are at hand, so this time almost every family has spent a lot of money. Augustine was planning in his mind, quietly observing Mavic for a few times, and shook his head slightly in his heart. His father still didn't trust him. On the other side, the people from the 3 major colleges also organized together at this time, each discussing their own direction. There were no masters in the vocational college. They all spent money to make a road, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. Although the loss along the way was the smallest, they could not take out any inventory at this time. The special alchemy made by several geniuses was very powerful, and it was almost out of stock at this time, and they were working overtime to make it. Needless to say, the purpose of coming here has been achieved for the Ares Academy, and the next step is to make up the numbers. The 3 young leaders of the Wizard Academy are sitting together at this time, discussing what to do next. Fitz said at this time, according to the current situation, the monster has only one killer, which is that terrible attack, and it is much more powerful than the hairless monster. Therefore, most of us may be attacked, and only a few can be spared. As long as one of the three of us is not affected, the rest of the things will be much easier to deal with. Rachel is a woman, she has more ideas than men, and she said at this time, "What if we are all affected?" Marcus is very handsome, and his mouth twitched at this time. "Crow Mouth, can you say something nice? Among us 6-level wizards, only you and Augustine's meditation method has the strongest attack power. It can't be said that the thing can be killed in one blast." Chapter 8:18. Rachel was full of energy when she came here, but now her expression has calmed down, and she dares not say such words. I have also experienced the attack of the hairless monster. It is too powerful. If what Nadola said is true, the attack of that monster is even more powerful than the hairless monster, then I guess there is no hope. As a woman, she practices the red flame sky fire, which is powerful to begin with, but now it seems that there are still people whose witchcraft is more powerful than hers, such as Nadola and Ash. One has mastered the skills of thunder and lightning, and the other has mastered the black frost. Not to mention that there are also Her Highness Daphne, and the genius Augustine of the Alexander family. These are all opponents. Now I hope that the opponent will be affected by the monster. Natalie is not afraid of being affected by the monster. This is very rare. Her heart sank suddenly. The final result may be that Augustine, Dole, Ash, and Daphne, the princess, will be born among us. The monster has no consciousness but instinct. As long as it can be destroyed, it will be fine. Now it is to urge everyone to move forward and share the attack power. Yes, I don't know how many people will die this time, but there is nothing we can do. We have tried many methods, and have not been able to resist. Headache. The three discussed for a while, but in the end, they were helpless. In the end, it all depends on God's will, because it is uncertain who will be hit, and who will not. At the deepest part of the passage, Daphne was also a little entangled at this time. Everyone was here, and now they had to wait for a rest, and then attack the middle. She couldn't bear the monster's attack, and Unua couldn't bear it either. From the current point of view, only Dole could bear it. The final outcome might be a solution. However, Dole gave her a solution, which is to separate a part of the mental power and store it somewhere else. After the main mental power is inevitably attacked, the divided mental power can continue to control the body. This is also a good way. However, she does not have Dole's huge mental power. She can only separate a little bit and barely control her body. Moreover, it is very difficult to store it, and it is easy to lose it. I don't know how this guy cultivated such a strong mental power. This is also a solution to the problem, and it is limited to the solution of the four of them. Others have no way of knowing. Hee. Yunul, Dole, and the others haven't come back yet. They must have encountered something good. Daphne looked around and saw that Dole hadn't come back yet, and said angrily, "This guy didn't tell me when he got the benefit." It was really annoying. Yunua thought about it. Is it really possible? I guess they may have found something good in that faceless man. A few days ago, they heard that someone was wiped out, so they went out in a hurry, probably looking for the faceless man. Ash is also a pharmacist, and a bloodline pharmacist. I guess she is researching it now. Daphne also knew about this matter, and she was even more indignant at this time. Why? They are all elementalists. How can they be so smart? It's so unfair. She was also marked as a top genius by the Honor Wizard Alliance. Why was she not as good as Dole in all aspects? It was really infuriating. Yunua felt a little funny. She would not have had this emotion 10 years ago. Now she only had the motivation to move forward. Daphne, you worry too much. People can't be compared. Relax and surpass him in elements. Daphne curled her lips. It's easier said than done. That guy's elemental strength is obviously a little stronger than hers. I don't know how long it has been. The last batch of people have been here for 3 days. The commotion in the team is getting more and more obvious. Everyone is here for the last one. As time goes by, the emotions of everyone in the passage are getting more and more unstable. The people of the Alexander family are a group of their own. They are also a little irritable at this time. Augustine clearly knows that he was infected by the unknown monsters in this underground world, but there is nothing he can do. At a certain point in time, he finally couldn't suppress the psychological depression of the crowd, and then looked at the few people in the distance. The last one looked at Daphne. Several people communicated in the air for a while, and stood up one after another. Daphne sent a message to Dualai at this time. In the wall, Dole, and AI she woke up from the experiment. AI she sighed a little. The matrix of this kind of creature is too difficult to find. It is impossible to make a culture medium from scratch. The biological matrix is the foundation of a creature. Just like the human body, it can always be found, but this creature cannot be found. They analyzed everything, and even made various slices, but they couldn't find it. If the matrix cannot be found, they can only do experiments again and again, and cultivate it by guessing again and again, which is extremely difficult. A blind man crossing a river by feeling the stones, he will be washed away by the river if he is not careful. This matter may end in failure. Dole raised his head, put down the tools in his hand, and said, "Go out, don't do it, the final decisive battle is coming, be careful, those people may do something behind the scenes." Ash was a noble, so he knew that people's minds were unpredictable, so he said, "Well, let's follow the plan." The two walked out of the laboratory, then walked through the wall and soon came to the passage. The passage was not dark at this time. Hundreds of light spells illuminated it very brightly. Dole walked out resolutely, and Augustine in the distance shouted, "Wizard Dole, come and discuss how we should attack. There are so many passages, we have to think of a plan." Dole looked at Augustine, then looked at Daphne, who was about to go over, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's discuss it to avoid trouble. Those who are above the 6th level can come to discuss, and those who are below the 6th level will wait by the side." His words instantly killed the people who were about to make trouble. There were not many people above the 6th level, but they covered all aspects and forces, leaving the weak people speechless. Augustine was slightly startled, then nodded, agreed with this statement, and then looked at other strengths. Fitz also nodded in agreement. In his mind, it didn't matter how many people came to discuss. In short, there had to be a very proper way to attack the monster. They had to be prepared for failure. Everyone participated together to minimize the risk of conviction. Rachel and Marcus, Sheldon, Zelon, Daphne, Da Vinci, all the famous geniuses in the imperial capital, all moved to the middle at this time. All the forces around, all the people looked over here, with unspeakable emotions in their eyes. This time, every force came to this secret realm with geniuses, and the losses were extremely heavy. It can be said that all the forces in the entire imperial capital will not be able to recover in 20 years. Ash stood still, and Dole strode to the middle, and stood with the geniuses of the imperial capital. From this point of view, there are indeed many geniuses in the imperial capital. In addition to the well-known geniuses, those who are a little older are also above the 6th level, a full 16 people. Chapter 819. Looking at these young and energetic faces, Dole thought that the imperial capital was really full of talents. There were so many people who could reach the middle level of level 6 before the age of 50. These people are expected to reach level 7, or even level 8 in the future. Augustine felt that he was strong and powerful. Seeing everyone standing together, he was about to speak, but he heard Daphne speak first. The underground space is a complete space with many passages. I suggest that because the monster attacks indiscriminately, we better enter from all the passages together, not from one passage. This proposal was also discussed and planned by Dole and them before. He was also afraid that everyone would go in at once and be attacked indiscriminately. Going in from different directions could share more pressure. Hearing this, the people from the surrounding forces immediately discussed in a low voice. Someone asked, "Does it mean that we can share our attack power? Wouldn't it be better if we use a point to break the surface?" Dole glanced at him and said, "The monster is extremely large and fills the entire space, with a diameter of almost 5,000 meters. Obviously, it is impossible to break the surface with a point. Basically, we have to destroy its foundation, the big ball in the middle." The man immediately retorted, "If we attack in one direction and throw all the witchcraft at the same time, the power will not be enough to destroy that thing." Before Dole spoke, someone else spoke. "Excuse me," everyone stood together to release witchcraft, "but before throwing it out, you exploded first. Have you forgotten the disturbance of elemental witchcraft?" The man was speechless. Sheldon was a warrior, so he couldn't get a word in at this time, and could only stand aside in dismay. Fitz thought for a while, and said, "It's not realistic to attack together for various reasons. Let's divide them into batches." I agree with this proposal, but how should we divide them, and how to attack together in the end? This needs to be discussed. Augustine had a chance to speak at this time, and he had been holding his breath for a long time. He immediately followed up and said, "Let's divide the forces. We will form a unit of dozens of people, and stand at different points according to the intelligence, or simply form a large formation. Are there people from the vocational college? Is there any such method?" Everyone looked at each other, and shook their heads. Although there were masters in the vocational college, they were also at the elementary level of level 6, and did not come over here. Everyone was a little embarrassed. So someone laughed awkwardly and shouted to the side. Two masters from the vocational college came from the side and joined the discussion. Augustine told the two people his ideas, and whether there was a suitable formation or something like that. The two of them immediately thought carefully about the feasibility of this method. However, the central store of this space is as high as 5 kilometers. Although the two people's alchemy strength can refine such a huge attack magic circle, the problem is that the energy system of this world is different from that of this world. Even if they have completely made a magic circle, they still need elemental power to activate it. What if the energy of each force can't keep up? The two of them told the story again, and everyone started to have a headache again. Indeed, everyone has been using the magic crystals they brought since they came in, and they can't replenish them here at all. It's really a headache. Dual-Eye felt a little funny. In terms of understanding of alchemy and wizard formations, who was better than him? He didn't say anything, and the others had nothing to say. It was impossible to use formations here. The rules of the world were different, and the energy system was even more different. It was impossible to form a formation. The formation that could be refined in the main plane would not work here. These people really dared to say that. Dual-Eye waited until they had almost finished discussing, then coughed and interrupted. Let's not discuss the formation. It's meaningless. Many magic patterns in the main plane can't be used here. Don't talk about using formations. Don't let me laugh at your professionalism in the vocational college. The finished formation has some effect because the formation itself is equivalent to a miniature world, so the things you take can be used, and some runes can also be used. Large-scale formations and range formations are simply useless. If you don't believe me, try it here. As soon as he said this, the two people from the vocational college looked ugly. Because that's the truth. They tried dozens of ways to refine the sky robbery bead detector before they succeeded. The two were not convinced and said, "What do you think? I heard that you built your wizard tower yourself. What do you think?" Dole looked at the two, not losing momentum at all. "I don't have any ideas. Follow Daphne's method and stand in different positions. Each of you can attack with your own ability. I can't defend against such an unpredictable method. Whether it succeeds or not depends on God's will." He looked at the leaders of each team with deep eyes. These people's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that they all had means, but it was not convenient to say it at this time. Augustine frowned, and was about to refute a few words, but he didn't know what to say, so he had to give up. The current situation was like this. If you can't perfectly defend against that kind of attack, it's useless to say anything. At this time, one person said, "The information provided by the Glory Wizard Alliance this time shows that the monster attacks indiscriminately, but the limit of the total attack is limited to the maximum intensity, so the higher-ups want so many of us to come together, and it is also to share the pressure. Therefore, it is understandable to attack in different directions." I agree with Her Highness Daphne. Let's take a position. This person is also above the middle level of level 6, and belongs to the Glory Wizard Alliance. His words are extremely important. Although the Glory Wizard Alliance is an alliance of the entire empire, many wizards are civilian wizards, who don't have much say, and there are not many geniuses. Geniuses are mainly concentrated in the nobles, but the Glory Wizard Alliance can still produce some geniuses, such as the one in front of him. He obviously knew a lot of information, and stood directly beside Daphne. Daphne looked at this man and nodded slightly, feeling relieved. "Gus, you should lead some people too. Those who can attack will attack, and those who can't attack will just defend against the attack." The man called Gus nodded. He was older, so he always felt a little unsafe here. Combined with what the Honor Wizard Alliance said, that kind of monster has a special effect on older creatures, so he has always been very uneasy, because he is already 50 years old. Seeing this, the others stopped talking and calculated the gains and losses. Augustine looked around and said calmly, "Since this is the case, let's take different positions. Everyone depends on their abilities. No matter who gets hit, it's not their bad luck." Everyone looked at Augustine, and was very dissatisfied with his private decision. This guy always thinks he is the leader. Who can he lead? People from the Alexander family always like to do this kind of thing? Chapter 820. Daphne glanced at Augustine and sneered slightly. This guy always thought he was superior, and looked down on others. He wanted to lead others, but in the end, he still had to take their opinions. Thinking of this, Daphne took over the conversation and slowly said, "If this attack is not successful, we can only wait for the next time. The next time, the loss will not be so heavy. Our royal family will do our best this time. Da Vinci and Deneki will each lead a part of the people, and attack with all their strength. I will stand with Dole Yudul, and Ash and attack with all our strength." Although she was not in harmony with these geniuses in the family, What Daphne said was still quite useful. Da Vinci and Danaki nodded together. The royal family quickly stood behind the people they wanted to follow, and soon divided into two teams. Seeing that the royal family was so quick, the others looked at each other, began to distribute, and then passed on their opinions. Because they had to stand separately, they had to discuss the positions. Several powerful people had to lead the team, so the next question was the position. All wizards didn't like trouble, so they quickly said 1, 2, 3. Those above level 6 intermediate led their own teams, led some people to occupy the main passages up, down, left, right, front and back, and some people to occupy other passages. In short, they couldn't stand together. Although this monster didn't have a main consciousness, it still had a subconscious, and it was very huge and terrifying. Everyone should be careful not to gather together, so as not to be caught in one net. After all this was done, the geniuses looked at each other and exchanged glances. This monster is extremely powerful. Whether it can come back alive depends on personal ability. Let's put aside the grudges between us. I hope we can see each other again in the future. Fitz thought about it, and said this to everyone. Along the way, each team suffered heavy losses. When this was said, a tragic atmosphere suddenly appeared in the passage. This time, the genius team of the Imperial capital was almost lost by 1/3. Next, it is estimated that another 1/3 will be lost. Maybe the faces seen today will not be seen tomorrow, so Fitz was also heavy in his heart. Rachel looked around, looked at Augustine, looked at Dole, and then looked at Her Highness Daphne. There was nothing to say. The most outstanding princess of the Empire had been sent out. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Let's pray for the best. Rachel turned back handsomely, and then shouted coldly, Wizard Academy, follow me. Augustine divided the people of the Pressure Mountain family into two parts. He and Mavic each took a part and left the passage. They went in another direction. The Wizard Academy, Ares Academy, Vocational Academy, and various forces contacted each other at this time and entered from different passages. Soon, only Dole and 4 people were left in the passage. When each team left, they all looked at Dole, because they had the least number of people and might face the most powerful attack in a while. Their eyes were full of complicated expressions. But the personnel were the most elite. Perhaps, this team was the strongest team among all their teams. Soon, the passage became empty. Several real geniuses had trump cards in their hands, and were not very afraid. Now they were full of heavy hearts. They didn't know whether the monster could attack them. If it attacked them, whether the last resort could be used was another matter. Entering the passage, Augustine saw that they were walking away, and then said to the people behind him, after the attack starts, everyone will disperse and attack with the strongest means. I will use the last means given by the ancestor. After that, everyone will run to the passage without stopping for a moment. The attack strength of the hairless monsters is so high, and the monsters in the center must be stronger. Once the attack starts, it will be difficult to defend against indiscriminate attacks. Many people may die, so Augustine thought of this method. Behind Augustine, someone sighed and said, although running away is a method, it is probably useless. I guess the power can radiate no matter how far you run. Augustine, what's the point of your method? Augustine looked back and gritted his teeth and said, if you can be attacked a little less, you can be attacked a little less. This thing cannot be defended. Besides, who is not afraid of death? As soon as he said this, everyone was silent. It's a lie that they are not afraid of death, but before they came out this time, the family had already made some decisions. Whether they died or not, they would get a lot of compensation after they got out, and if they died, they would get more compensation for their families. They are geniuses, but they fought hard for the rewards. They can't blame others if they die, they can only blame themselves for being greedy. Level 6 is also a big boss outside, but it's just like that in the Imperial capital. No one will pay attention to you if you are not level 7. On the other side of the passage, this kind of drama is also played in other teams. Everyone's heart is heavy. The passage where Dole is quiet. Among the 4 people, only Dole has experienced that level of attack. He felt relieved and waited for a moment before looking at Daphne. Daphne also looked at Dole and suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was beautiful and flamboyant. Dole, you are handsome, but unfortunately you are not my type, otherwise, you could marry 2 princesses. Dole looked at Daphne, his mouth twitching. You are not my type either, don't think too much, just survive first. He didn't look down on Princess Daphne, but she was too arrogant, so arrogant that she didn't want to talk to people in her own family. How could she look down on a country bumpkin like him? What a joke, Augustine probably didn't even deserve her. To be honest, Dole had never seen such an arrogant woman, but she was really arrogant. She was level 6 before the age of 30, and she had the potential to be level 8 in the future. She was definitely a future leader of the Glory Royal family. Ash stood aside, covering her mouth, smiling slightly. She knew best what kind of person Dole liked, and it was really impossible for Daphne and Dole to be together. After they got out, the two of them considered having children, otherwise, after reaching level 7, they would most likely not be able to have children. Level 7 is considered inhuman, and it is difficult for women to give birth to offspring. When the time comes, they will have a lot of children, so that Duolai will not have time to talk about love with other women. Yuduo was on the side, smiling and watching the three people joking, and her heart was slightly warmed. The decisive battle is about to begin, and now there is only this little bit of calm time left. When the battle starts, it is still unknown what the situation will be. However, they should be fine. According to the information she got, it is probably okay for those above the intermediate level of level 6, but it may be different after the intermediate level of level 6. Daphne and Ash are both at the junior level of level 6, but they are born in royal families. Their own talents and bloodlines are excellent, and they have some other trump cards, so they cannot be counted as those who have just entered the level 6. Although Duolai is also at the junior level of level 6, his combat power is not counted, and perhaps he has other trump cards. Although the 4-member team has far fewer people than other teams, its configuration is the most powerful among all teams. Not to mention that Dole also has a wizard tower, which is the most powerful wizard tower she has ever seen, and it can actually travel through such a place. Chapter 821. After walking out of here, many people will want to pay attention to his wizard tower. Yuduo was full of worries about Dole. For example, the Alexander family, the wizard family, and the Glory Royal family, as long as they get the news, they will probably be eyeing Dole immediately. However, seeing that Dole didn't seem to care, Yuduo didn't say much. After the four chatted for a while, they calmed down and recovered. Although they had cleared the central area, it would take some time to reach the right location. Taking advantage of this time, everyone quickly recovered, especially Dole and Ash. The two of them spent a lot of mental energy doing experiments and urgently needed to recover. In the passage, people had left and it was dim. Several people did not release the light spell. The light around was dim and quiet. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. I don't know how long it took. Daphne suddenly raised her head and said, "Okay, they are all fine. We are ready to start." Dole and the other two opened their eyes and looked into the depths of the passage. The four of them raised their mental power to the highest level together. The final battle began. It was estimated that one wave would be enough to end the battle. Dole thought of this and looked at Yuduo next to him. What is the trump card of the Edward family? At the final stage, Dole also wanted to know what they were thinking. Yuduo didn't expect Dole to ask this, and then said, "Our family has prepared 2 methods in total. One is me, and the other is my cousin. Each of us brought a scroll made by an 8th level wizard. I brought Deep Blue Ice, and my cousin brought Ice Dragon Falls. Both are 8th level." Duolai was a little surprised. He prepared the 8th level method directly. It seems that he really prepared a wave of attacks. Ash was also a little surprised. 8th level, there really was an 8th level method. What else did they need to do? The monster's mental power would affect older people, and only young people like them could release it. The question is, can it be released? She was puzzled. After the attack starts, the monster will release that kind of attack. Will there be a chance to release the scroll? Yuduo hadn't spoken yet. Daphne next to him looked at Duolai with a slight smile on her lips. So, this time it's a decisive battle. Let's make an appointment, then throw the attack together, turn around and run. Then she said seriously, "I was going to tell you in a while, but now that you ask, I say it. Whether we can survive depends on your wizard tower." Duolai's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. He said it now, obviously preparing to use him as a shield, and he suddenly felt unwell. Although the 8th level witchcraft was only released in the form of a scroll, it could still exert the most basic power of the 8th level witchcraft. The most basic 8th level witchcraft could also destroy a city and a country. Once this thing is released, the impact it causes is not small, and since so many people are releasing it together, it might be able to blow up half of the world. When he thought about the hardness of this world, he began to question whether these scrolls could be used. He thought for a while, and said, "The rules of the 2 worlds are different. It's hard to say how much power the 8th level scroll can exert here. We see later. We each take action. If it doesn't work, we run away." Daphne heaved a sigh of relief when she heard what Dole said. In fact, many people were cannon fodder. She knew it when they set out, but she just didn't want to say it. Now that she had her hands out, if Dole didn't go, she couldn't do anything. She thought about it and said, "Then it's up to you." Axie was also shocked at this time. The final result was like this. They were just cannon fodder. There was still a little distance from the entrance. At this time, Dole could already feel a little bit of mental power fluctuations extending from the inside to the outside. This mental power fluctuation was not strong, and it was even a little weak. He could also feel some subtle information fluctuations unconsciously. That kind of fluctuation was full of strange wills, and there was extremely complex information in it, making it difficult to tell what it was. Complex, chaotic, mysterious, and profound, this was the performance of the other party's sleeping mental power will to him. He was silent in his heart, without much movement, and walked forward. This time, he did not rashly release his mental power to test. Once he tested, there was only one result, which was to suffer a strange attack from that kind of mental power. Daphne and Yunua were the ones who were contacting the others, and Dole didn't have anyone's contact information. After a while, he was ready to release a dozen thunder summoning spells and run away. Anyway, Dadu was no longer on his side. They quickly advanced to a place less than 20 meters away from the entrance. It was dark in the distance, and nothing could be seen. The four looked at each other, took a deep breath, and continued to move forward for 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. Take a deep breath again. 7 meters, 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. At this time, they could already see the depth and darkness in the passage, as well as the endless tentacles. As long as they did not release their spiritual power, Dole and the others were very safe. 3 meters. 2 meters. Everyone stopped. At this time, the pitch-black black hole appeared in everyone's eyes. At the entrance of the hole, a pitch-black tongue-like thing was placed at the entrance of the hole, and it continued to roll in waves. It seemed to be alive. At the other end of the tongue, it extended to the central area and all the way to the big sphere in the middle. Seeing this thing, Dole couldn't help but sigh. The creations in the world are really strange. The will of a creature that has been dead for who knows how long can actually become such a strange thing. At this moment, he felt a strong spiritual will born from the surrounding spiritual power, and extended into his consciousness. This spiritual will was not obvious, and was even very weak, but Dole gave birth to a trace of time passing. Youth is no longer an emotion, a feeling that the years have passed, and the beauty is no longer there. Although this emotion was very weak, it did affect him. At this time, his memory must have returned to the past on its own, and he turned over the past events from the ocean of memory. When people get old, they like to think about random things. When people get old, they like to recall the past. When people get old, their concept of life will fade. He suddenly felt that he had lived for a long time. Dole paid close attention to his mental strength. When he began to recall the past, he felt something was wrong. When he felt that he had lived for a long time, he suddenly remembered that he was only 28 years old. How could he live for a long time? A trace of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. This emotion was too weird. This was the unwilling breath of the dead creature. This was too scary. He turned his head and glanced at the other three people, but saw a layer of dust appeared on their faces out of thin air. That was the breath that could only be seen on people who were about to die, but it appeared on the three people. In his sea of consciousness, a bolt of lightning filled with thunder flashed out of nowhere, and a rumbling sound appeared in his will. Chapter 822. Thunder and lightning crossed the sky, and the deafening sound appeared. The power that made people feel the years quickly decreased. Dole suddenly woke up, but he could still feel that the years had passed and time was gone. Dole could no longer care about himself at this time. If he stayed for a few more minutes, the three people would probably feel that they were about to die of old age. He turned his head and was about to shout, but saw that the three people woke up at the same time, with cold sweat on their foreheads. They also realized it. Dole looked at the three people, and the four of them were sweating all over. This was too terrible. After Daphne struggled out, she immediately said, "It's too terrible. I want to contact others. Don't get caught. We are still young and inexperienced. It's easy to break free. If someone who is almost 100 years old comes here, the memory alone will crush people." Just now, she rolled back and forth in her own memory and almost got lost in it. Fortunately, her experience was really low in the end, and she spent a lot of time practicing and lacked social experience. Otherwise, it would be really easy to get lost. At this time, she closed her eyes, and the turbidity in her eyes became clear, and then she opened them again. This power was too strong, causing her to use all her strength to suppress the alien spirit. The other two were the same. Dole looked at the three people and nodded. In his world, thunder was rolling and suppressing the alien spirit. They were the same. What about others? Daphne raised her head at this time and said, others are in the same situation. It is difficult for them to resist. They need to act quickly together. Dole said, okay, what about the time? Half a minute later, everyone agreed to release the ultimate move together. Daphne's eyes began to become cloudy again, and then she closed her eyes again in annoyance. Yunua was a little older, and her memory was quite complicated. After opening her eyes with difficulty, countless images appeared in her eyes. Those were the memories and images that she could not forget after being hit. She would never forget that experience in her life. This memory rolled back and forth in her body, and it appeared back and forth, and it could not be driven away no matter how hard she tried. She raised her head at this time, and her eyes began to slowly become cloudy. She said with difficulty, it's better to be as soon as possible, I can't hold on any longer. Daphne nodded and said, there are still 10 seconds. The four of them looked at the middle at this time, and various memories kept flashing in their eyes, and everything deep in their hearts was dug out. This feeling is not good. This monster has no idea how long it has survived. It's just obsession. The spiritual energy it exudes can actually make everyone fall into the frenzy of memory, feel the years, aging, and the idea of suicide. It's simply too terrible. 5 seconds. Dole had originally prepared a void lightning net, but now it seems that everyone has prepared an 8th level method, so he also needs to prepare a big move. However, at this time, none of them dared to use it, and they were prepared to attack together when the time came, because once they used their mental power, they would be attacked. Therefore, they had to agree to attack together and share the pressure together. 4 seconds. Dole thought of a lot, and his memory kept rolling. Fortunately, he was still young and had no memory. The most he remembered was the most difficult memory in the mine, when he was a child, but that was nothing. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Daphne opened her cloudy eyes, roared, and took action. She almost immediately took out a scroll that exuded a grand and sacred aura. Without saying a word, she injected her mental power into it, and then tore it open suddenly. At the moment she used her mental power, a foreign mental power suddenly blasted into her mental world. With a hum, the vibration was twice as strong as the monster she had encountered before, which shook her brain. At the same time, Ash and Dole also used their strongest means. Ash released the Black Frost Sword, a huge ice crystal sword about 100 meters long, cutting forward. After the magic was thrown out, Ash hugged her head and rushed back. Dole was the same. After the wizard tower directly shot out a beam of light, he went back without looking back. Yunua threw out an alchemical item and left without looking back. In the dark underground cave, countless pits around, more than 300 witchcrafts burst out in an instant, and there were dozens of magic lights above levels 7 and 8. The next moment, a loud noise that was enough to shake the world exploded. Fire, frost, thunder, earthquake, lava, meteorite, skyfire and other means were all thrown to the middle area. In the darkness, the black pit was illuminated by various lights in an instant. It was a big black ball, like a black ball with countless tentacles around it. At the moment the attack appeared, the ball seemed to wake up. Then, it suddenly shrank, and the tentacles around it quickly retracted. But it was useless. The huge explosion, fire and lightning melted, burned, and exploded all the tentacles around, and then spread to the center point. Boom boom boom. It was like an 18 magnitude earthquake, exploding continuously from the center area. Boom boom boom. The world shook, the earth trembled, and the ground that could not be broken at all shook violently. In the passage, cracks spread from the walls and expanded rapidly outward. At this moment, everyone felt an extremely strange mental force burst out from behind them, expanding madly around, and then everyone ran faster. In the passage, a huge impact wave rushed madly towards Dole, and the other four at a very fast speed. At this time, Dole's mind was buzzing constantly, and his entire consciousness was fighting against this buzzing. He could not make an effective response at all. He only had time to open the defense of the wizard tower, and withstand the first wave of attacks. The impact wave caught up with him, and then directly submerged the four people. Boom boom boom. The impact wave rushed out more than 1,000 meters in one breath, directly hitting Dole on the strong inside, unable to move at all. Boom boom. Dole felt that his eyes, ears, nose and mouth were full of blood, and there was still a buzzing sound in his head. He was injured by the shock. If he himself was like this, then the others would be even worse. Dole forced himself to open his eyes and look to the side, but he found that he didn't see anyone else at all. He was rushed to an unknown place. He hurriedly sent a message, but found that the rules of heaven and earth seemed to have changed at this time, and the message could not be sent out at all. But the next moment, he felt that the buzzing sound weakened a little, and his main consciousness began to return again, and he felt much better. In the passage, the huge impact force continued to attack, and the strong force hit the defense of the wizard tower, and the impact made him want to vomit blood. Too powerful. Is this the explosion of the 8th level of power? Too terrible. He has a wizard tower, and Ash also has defensive means. So what about the other two people? The power continued to impact for more than a minute, and Dole lay on the wall for more than a minute before it slowly stopped. At this time, the buzzing sound was so weak that it seemed to be gone. Dole was able to move, got a bottle of potion, drank it quickly, and began to open his mental power to search around. As soon as his mental power was opened, he found Ash in the distance. She was also hit against the wall by the impact, but it was not a big deal. She was also looking around at this time. Chapter 823. Dole was relieved when he saw this. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked in other directions. He soon found Yunua and Daphne. Yunua had fainted after hitting the wall, while Daphne was covered with a layer of white light, as if nothing had happened. The corners of Dole's mouth twitched. He was really a rich man. He had so many defensive equipment on him. The impact force was getting weaker and weaker. Dole could move inside. He quickly moved to the side of Ash, and put him into the wizard tower. Then he quickly came to the side of Yunua, and put her into the wizard tower as well. When he finally came to Daphne, this guy looked at Dole, seeming to be somewhat sarcastic and incredible. You will also be injured. Dole's mouth twitched. I was careless just now. I didn't pay attention, and the monster should be dead when I hit the wall. Although Daphne was fine, her face was still a little pale. He shook his head and said, I don't know, do you want to go and see? Dole nodded. He took a deep breath, and his blood was constantly stimulated and churning to repair the injured part. I go and see, you don't go. Dole held up the defensive light of the wizard tower, and rushed directly into the shock wave that had not yet dissipated. Daphne wanted to stop him, but suddenly her face turned pale, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. Be careful, don't forget me when you have the spoils. So Dole ran faster. The shock wave was still hitting, but it was much smaller, just a little faster than Dole's hurricane. Staring at the impact, he quickly came to the entrance of the cave, and barely took a look. At this time, the central area was completely occupied by various violent energies. Various undetectable energies of level 7, 8, and even level 9 remained and wreaked havoc in it. As for the monster in the middle, it could not be sensed at all. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. It should be dead. Even if it was an extraterritorial creature, a super monster that could be compared with gods. But the problem was that it was already dead, and it was only surviving by obsession. It was good enough to have 1/1000th of its power left. Besides, so many 7th, 8th, and 9th level forces were smashing down at once. Even if he didn't die, it would be enough. Dole couldn't see clearly inside, so he made up his mind and released his mental power. After releasing his mental power, Dole felt all kinds of violent energy raging around him, constantly impacting, and all kinds of supernatural energy were impacting, offsetting, or exploding each other. This conflict between energies has come to an end and is gradually dissipating. He didn't feel the impact of that kind of mental power, and his sea of consciousness was not attacked. He breathed a sigh of relief immediately. The monster should be dead, and there was no mental power around. At this time, the various energies of the black hole in the middle were gradually calming down, and Dole sensed that there seemed to be something more in the world around him. It seems that there are more rules, or there are more things that are not in this world. It is hard to tell. Dole then thought that those level 7, 8, and even 9 scrolls were not the products of this world, but the energy of the outside world. When they exploded in this world, the collision of different rules of the two worlds would indeed produce some wonderful changes, and perhaps even cause changes in the rules of this world. Dole released his mental power, continuously extending it, while avoiding various energy attacks, checking the surroundings, and at the same time, he released several light spells to illuminate the space inside. The space inside was very huge, with a length of 5 or 6 kilometers. Several light spells could only illuminate an area. Dole saw that the big black ball in the middle was gone. It seemed that he was indeed dead. His eyes continued to look down, exploring deeper. He carefully sensed the surroundings. At present, he was the only one who could come to the entrance of the cave to check. He had to check quickly to see what was left. Not long after, Dole saw something good. There were many empty beads on the walls around. In addition to the empty beads, he also saw a lot of black unknown things on the walls around, sticking to the walls like mud. It seemed to be the residue of something, and it seemed to be the tissue left after the death of something, but without exception, the energy level of these things was very high. Dole's heart moved, and he immediately shot into the cave to collect the empty beads and see if this black substance could be collected. While collecting the empty beads, he took the black substance and found that he could collect it, and he was happy. This thing has a very high energy level, and is a good material for research. While collecting, he carefully checked the location of these empty beads and the degree of damage to the surrounding walls, and felt a little frightened. Although this world is not complete, it is just a stomach space left after the death of a creature, but the energy level inside is very high, so high that it is frightening. The various microorganisms they produce are not something that ordinary people can deal with, and the surrounding walls are even more indestructible. A level 6 high-level person can only destroy a little bit of the soil on the wall with all his strength. But now, all kinds of energy exploded, and the walls around the vast void were full of scorch marks, various cracks appeared, and even the solid and indestructible void beads that were collected had cracks of varying sizes. This attack power is unparalleled. Dole hurried to collect, while using part of his memory to remember the locations of the void beads. He always felt that this was a large formation, but he was not sure. He was very fast, and had to try to get more void beads before others woke up. Augustine was also very uncomfortable at this time. Not only was he attacked by that strange force, his entire brain almost turned into paste, but more importantly, the shockwave blew him away and hit him hard against the wall, causing him to be seriously injured. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look around. At this time, he saw that most people were lying on the ground wailing, and some people were unknown whether they were alive or dead. His heart sank, and at the same time he thought of something, and quickly looked at the front of the passage. At this time, the raging power of the opposite side had subsided. Although there was still energy turbulence in the passage, it was not so serious. He made up his mind and jumped up immediately, flying inside regardless of his serious injuries. There must be good things inside. Even if there were no good things, it would be good to collect some of the monster's residue. The monster's energy level was very high. If we don't collect it now, when will we collect it? He thought so, and probably the others thought so too, and ran forward quickly. He had used all his strength. The loss was so heavy this time. If the monster died, it would be a complete end. If it didn't die, they would have worked in vain. At least they had to take a look. Thinking of this, he ran faster. At this moment, in the middle of the cave, a light spell flashed near the cave entrance. Augustine was shocked. He had become like this, and there were people walking in front of him. He was anxious and hurried forward. Soon, he came to the cave entrance. The entrance of the cave was now charred black, with residues of various forces such as frost, flame, and lava. The originally indestructible entrance was now like ordinary soil that had been hit by something, and it sank deeply. Radial cracks appeared around the entrance, and some soil blocks even fell off. Chapter 824. Augustine had no time to look at these. He released 10 light spells in one breath, shooting into the dark cave. There were several light spells in the cave. A figure was suspended in the air, and another figure was busy inside. He was on the wall, and seemed to be collecting something. Augustine saw this, and hurriedly looked at the wall. It didn't matter if he looked at it, but after seeing it, his eyes were bloodshot. There were all kinds of large and small empty beads on the wall, and at this time, some of them had disappeared. Damn it, Dole, stop it. He yelled at Dole in a rage, and then flew inside at lightning speed and started collecting it. Dole heard the voice, just looked back, and then stopped paying attention. You want me to stop? Do you have the ability? The two people collected silently. While collecting, they deliberately approached. Dole knew what Augustine was thinking, but he didn't care. As long as he dared to make a move, he would let him know how powerful he was. Augustine had a trump card, which was his own means of saving his life. He took out the trump card while approaching Dole. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party get the first place. He knew that the reward for the first place was very generous. He didn't say anything about promotion. The main thing was all kinds of resources, which were very abundant. As long as he could rob Dole, everything would be his. Just when the two were about to get close, Augustine endured his injuries, suddenly took out an alchemical equipment, and went to Dole. Although Dole had been observing the positions of the empty beads around him, his mental power was extremely huge, and it was easy for him to pay a little attention to Augustine. Seeing Augustine take out something and throw it at him, he immediately turned around and waved his hand, and countless wind guns were shot forward, including Augustine's position. Those wind guns changed positions in the air. Some of them shot fiercely at the flying thing, and some bypassed and shot at Augustine. Since they had taken action, let's just have a fight. Augustine's mouth twitched, and his mental power was running. The thing suddenly rotated and moved in the air at a very fast speed, avoiding Dole's things. At the same time, a layer of defensive energy shield rose around it, and it moved out of thin air. He wanted to get close just to throw things. After throwing things, he was ready to run away. That thing was so powerful that it was comparable to level 7. If the distance was too close, it would easily hurt himself. However, he overestimated his control ability. Those wind guns were extremely fast. Before he could bypass it, several wind guns had hit the ball. The ball exploded in midair, and an extremely strong force rushed in all directions. Thunder, earth, fire, and something else rushed in all directions, breaking Dole's wind gun technique in an instant. The huge energy continued to move forward and chase the two. Dole's face changed, and the density of the white energy shield around him became thicker. Energy rose one after another, and he retreated at the same time. On the other side, Augustine, who had been prepared for a long time, ran faster at this time and disappeared in a whoosh. Dole cursed inwardly, and then was surrounded by the impact of the force. Boom! The huge sound echoed in the surrounding world, and the sound waves vibrated. Augustine was in midair, and was hit by the endless sound waves. His face suddenly changed wildly. Damn, forget about it, this is a closed environment. His ears immediately started bleeding, and his head was buzzing. This was almost the same effect as the monster attacking him, except that it was changed from the inner world of the spirit to the outer world. Ah! Augustine screamed. On the other side, Dole slammed into the wall with a bang. Half of his body was smashed into the wall, and the white light on his body dimmed, but he was fine, just looked a little embarrassed. A scream came, and Dole snorted coldly, "Idiot." He flew forward, raised his hand and waved, and in the air, purple lightning appeared out of thin air, and slammed towards Augustine, who was screaming in the distance. The thunder exploded, and the dazzling brilliance made Augustine, who was still in pain, change his face. The special power contained in the lightning made him look bloodshot. This guy actually touched the rules of lightning. He didn't care about the pain, and hurriedly took out a scroll, tore it open suddenly, and a yellowish-brown force wrapped him up. The next moment, lightning hit him. Boom! Augustine flew out, and the yellowish-brown power around him fought against the lightning, making an unpleasant sizzling sound. His head was buzzing, and he was attacked by Dole again, and he looked miserable. Dole stretched out his hands, and supported himself on the walls on both sides, trying to pull himself out. When his hands touched the wall, he suddenly found that the hard wall seemed to be a little soft, and it was also a little sticky. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the wall, but saw that the black things he had collected had now collapsed and stuck to the wall, which was why the wall became soft. Seeing this, Dole's face lit up. It was very rare to collect these soils. Even if he could pass through the wall, he could not collect the soil. Even under the light of the wizard's tower, it was easy to collect bones, but it was difficult to collect soil. The texture of these soils was very strange. He could only scrape a little from the bones. There was no other way. Now the soil layer became soft. What should he do immediately? Augustine, forget it, let you go first. Collecting soil is important. These soils may be the soil of creation, the material before the formation of the world in the outer world. It is always good to collect more. Ignore Augustine and hurry to clean up the black material and soil. Just when Dole was busy, Daphne finally came to the entrance of the cave and saw the strong inside. He just heard a huge explosion and thought something happened here, so he hurried to come alone. When he came to the entrance of the cave, he saw Augustine floating on the side in pain, and Dole was digging the soil hard. Dig the soil? Can this soil be dug? Her eyes lit up too. This soil is a good thing. She had heard from her elders that if she could bring back a pound of soil, it would be better than anything else, even better than bringing back the creatures here. As for Augustine's pain, it's okay as long as he's not dead. Dole was having a great time digging here, and naturally felt Daphne. The space inside was very large, and he couldn't dig it all by himself. At this time, he just tried to dig as much as possible. The soft soil layer was not actually thick. It was eroded by that black thing, and it could only be dug 2 or 3 centimeters thick. Even so, after a short time, he had saved several tons. However, soon, Dole released Ash, who had already woken up, and Yunual, and the 4 of them collected together. At this time, others slowly joined in, including Augustine, who was asking for death, and came to his senses and stopped opposing Dole. As for the empty robbery beads on the wall, Dole didn't care so much. The soil was the key. Chapter 825. About an hour later, almost all the people who were alive and not seriously injured came to the huge pit in the center of the world. Now everyone was digging the soil, and they were working very hard. Dole was digging the soil and checking it while he was feeling happy. He didn't drive all these people away. Everyone contributed and took some soil out. In this way, whether it was the Glory Wizard Alliance or other forces, they would benefit and would not ask for it. Otherwise, he would have to contribute some of it. He felt that this soil was definitely a good thing, and was definitely more valuable than the Sky Robbery Pearl. And although there were many Sky Robbery Pearls here, at most there were only 1,000. With so many people and so many forces, each person didn't have much, and he had almost 2,000, enough to get the first place. Although he didn't know what the reward was, this first place was definitely his, without a doubt. Everyone was busy, no one spoke, and they dug the soil honestly. The whole scene looked spectacular and heroic. More than 3,000 people came in, but now only half of them are left. Moreover, all of them are elites of the imperial capital, and the elites of various families. If they go back now, I don't know whether those forces should cry or laugh. It was too tragic, but the shocking explosion just now did not kill many people. Many people were injured. Dole sensed it. I don't know how long it took. Dole was the first to leave the wall and fly to one of the holes. When he left, he also greeted Daphne, Ash, and Yuno. The three of them also flew up with a little regret. The others also felt a little regretful at this time, and flew around together, because the time was up and they should go back. At the entrance of the cave, Augustine looked at Dole with hatred in his eyes. Damn it, Dole, I must find a chance to kill him. His eardrum was ruptured, he couldn't hear anything, and his brain was also a little concussed, and he was seriously injured. All this was caused by Dole. He would definitely not admit that it was his fault. He failed to sneak attack and suffered instead. He couldn't admit it. In addition, in order to defend against Dole's thunder, he also used a scroll worth millions. It was simply hateful. The people of the Alexander family looked at Dole at this time, and their faces were full of unkindness. As for other families and other forces, looking in the direction of Dole, no one had any expression, but felt a little lonely and heavy. Friends died, brothers died, and many people sobbed slightly at this time. In the square of the Glory Wizard Alliance, Vasily presided over the magic circle at this time, and the old man and Uspool were helping to control the energy direction of the wizard circle. In the distance, Emperor Yale looked down at all the families and forces around him, and couldn't stop sighing in his heart. I don't know how many elites of the Empire will be lost in this attack on the Secret Realm. The three major colleges include major families, the Honor Wizard Alliance, the Imperial Mage Corps, etc., with about 3,000 people. It would be good if half of them can come out, and it is not certain that they can attack it. Although most wizards belong to the Honor Wizard Alliance, wizards are not sold to the Honor Wizard Alliance. The roots are still in the major families and major wizard forces. Is Daphne okay? Is Dole okay? He lowered his head, and his face could not show joy or anger. George stood next to Emperor Yale, his mouth opened and closed, hesitating to speak, and finally did not speak. At this moment, a huge energy wave came from the square, and everyone looked towards the center. Richard glanced at the deans of the three colleges, his eyes narrowed slightly. Whether he could get the first place this time depended on how the royal family and the Wizard Academy were doing. There were many passages in there, and time was limited. They might not fight each other, but the losses were definitely not small. At this moment, Vasily, who was controlling the wizard formation, said happily, Emperor Yale, Patriarch Richard, the three deans, the space has been fixed, it is estimated to be successful, now we can see how many people there are. Uspool and the old man standing next to them were also overjoyed. It really succeeded. I feel the location of that space. The surprised expressions of the three people seemed to have inspired everyone around them. That space was taken, and everyone was very excited. At this time, someone said anxiously, hurry up and open the magic circle, and let all the children come out. I don't know how many people will be lost this time. The joy on Vasily's face faded a little, and he nodded hurriedly, it will be done soon. As he was speaking, the wizard formation in the middle was bright and powerful, and the powerful space fluctuations illuminated the entire square. At this time, no matter whether it was the major families or the major forces, they all looked towards the middle, their faces full of expectations. In the light, the first one to come out was Daphne. Although she looked excited, her spirit was a little exhausted. Seeing Daphne come out, the Yale Emperor in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. Others died and nothing happened, but Daphne must not be in trouble. even though she had all kinds of life-saving equipment on her. Seeing this, the expressions of other families were very interesting. Some were surprised, some sighed, and some seemed to be just like this. Next, the royal family came out one by one. As they came out one by one, the people in the royal area were happy and worried. There were not many people in the royal family, and soon, the crowd was broken. Next, Augustine came out. After seeing Augustine, many people in the royal camp cried, and it seemed that others could not come out. The people around did not laugh at them, because they were also very nervous. As soon as Daphne came out, she looked at the front. They were standing aside under the command of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Daphne looked around and relaxed. In recent days, she was tired, excited, helpless, and sad, and her emotions changed a lot. She saw her royal brother waving at her desperately, as if asking something. She made a gesture, then sat there without saying anything. She needed to rest. The Augustine family was finished soon. Richard stood on the stage, took a look, sighed, and closed his eyes. A full 1/3 of the troops were lost. This loss was huge. They were the future of the family. It was such a pity to lose them in vain. But I was relieved that the space was taken. I won't say much about what happened next. Some were happy while others were sad. The whole square was filled with pessimism and sadness. Not long after, the last team came out. They were Dole Yunuo and Aishi. As soon as the three of them came out, they immediately waved to the silly. There was no one behind them. The silly stood beside the wizard formation, and his voice spread in all directions. The last person came out, and now we start counting the number of empty beads. Now everyone take out your empty beads, and hand them over to the staff to register the number. You have no use for keeping the empty beads. Handing them all over can increase your score, and those who rank high can get rewards. Dole and the other two stood on one side of the wizard formation, and were slightly stunned when they heard about the rewards. The rewards were really generous, even a little too generous. In addition to a huge amount of medium-grade magic crystals, the first place also received various high-quality magic potions, mental potions, etc. In addition, there were various high-grade ores and crystals. These were either materials for making high-quality magic wands and equipment, or they could be used directly. Chapter 826. Heavy Bleeding. Dole calculated that the reward for the first place alone was basically worth nearly 100 million gold coins, which was really amazing. No wonder they all collected the empty beads and gave them to one person. Are they all for rewards? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Ish next to him, and both of them smiled. The empty beads in the entire alien space, including the empty beads in the middle at the end, were about 4,000. He took nearly 2,000 of them by himself, and divided the empty beads into two parts, one for Ash and one for himself. He was going to get the top two in the individual. As for the top two in the power, he couldn't get them because he didn't belong to any power. If he could get this money, it would be comparable to a quarter of the city built in his own Albiz city. His Tower of Babel needs to be upgraded, and there are still a lot of materials missing. Although the rune thing has not been completed yet, as long as the basic expenses and materials are received, Dole will be free. At the beginning, he got the territory half for the meditation method, and the other half was actually for the purpose of making money. I didn't expect to make money from building the city, but I made money outside. I'm really happy. After hearing Vasily's words, the sadness of all the people who went in this time eased a little, and some of them showed confident smiles. At this time, Vasily stood in the middle, waved his hand, and asked the staff to lead everyone to the side and rank them. He and the old man were fiddling with the wizard array. The unknown consciousness has died, and the world is no longer silent. Now you can directly fix the location and stay there forever. Although the world is not perfect, without suitable soil and sunlight, any item in it is enough to study for a lifetime. The three people were busy on one side, but they did not forget to pay attention to this side. Vasily looked over there, saw the expressions of Dole and Ash, and then smiled. Dole is full of confidence. I don't know if he can get the first place. In fact, the top three is not bad. After all, there are only two of them. The old man also stood up and glanced at Dole. After seeing his expression, he was slightly stunned. He doesn't seem to care much. Is he really going to fight for the first place? The empty robbery bead is actually very difficult to find. According to our estimate, there are only about 1,500 at most. Excluding the central area, it is unknown. If all of them can find 500 together, it will be considered a lot. Usbul glanced at the registration area and twitched his mouth. He twitched and said, Master, look, Augustine alone took out more than 300. The old demon glanced at it and almost vomited blood, then said in shock, How can there be so many? Usbul was more concerned about it. After all, these things were all for his own use in the future. At this time, he said, who knows, maybe there are too many in the center. Anyway, there are not many outside, and most of them are in the soil that cannot be moved, and they can't be taken out at all. At this time, Usbul was shocked. Fitz also took out more than 300. Is this the material for everyone? The three people didn't care about the wizard formation at this time, and looked directly at the registration side. Dole was still at the end, and those who didn't have the empty robbery beads also stood aside and looked at this side. When Augustine took out all the empty beads of the Alexander family, other forces also knew that they had to concentrate this time. The first place of individuals and the first place of forces were all decided. As teams continued to move forward and hand over the empty beads, all forces looked over here without caring about sadness. But soon there was no suspense. The final number was actually the largest in the vocational college, followed by the wizard college, and finally the royal family and the Augustine family. At this time, not only Augustine was stunned, but even Dole felt incredible. But he soon thought that everyone in the vocational college had a detector, and the probability of finding it was higher than others. It was reasonable to surpass the Augustine family, while the royal family was too small. Augustine looked ashen and defeated. Because Dole gave Daphne 100 empty beads, the number of the Glory royal family was only more than 200, and the number behind it was far more than the Alexander family. On the high platform, Yale the Great had a gloomy face. He glanced at Richard in the distance, and his frown relaxed a little. At this time, Richard's brows were furrowed into a shape. Unfortunately, the materials contributed by the family could not be taken back. He suppressed his anger and smiled gently at the three major colleges. As the last team handed in, it was finally Dole's turn. Dole did not pretend to be cool. He only took out 501, and then Ash took out 500. After handing in, he retreated directly. When the two people handed in, the breathing of the people around them became rapid. Especially the Alexander family, they were so eager to eat people. How could this be possible? The people around them quieted down and looked at Dole and Ash, their mouths widened into an O shape. Unpopular, big upset. At this moment, someone shouted unwillingly, "He can penetrate the wall, otherwise he can't be the first." The number of 500 is simply despairing. The people around were even more shocked when they heard this. Dole can penetrate the wall? Several level 7 eyes immediately looked over, covering Vasily and the old man, and some of them showed threatening eyes and forced Dole fiercely. Vasily felt the strangeness around him. Although he was also shocked, he still helped Dole block the mental power around him. This kid is really amazing. He thought about it, and thought it was probably the effect of the wizard tower. That wizard tower is indeed very magical. Vasily's mental power was spread out, covering the whole venue. The 8th level mental power was released without reservation, and his voice sounded faintly, "Opportunity is opportunity, and it cannot be forced." This time, the first and second place of individuals are Dole and Aishi. The first place of the organization is the vocational college. There is no doubt. There is no point in saying more. In addition, Dole Wizard has a very strong attainment in space. He is also the president of our Glory Wizard Union branch. We are ready to hire Dole as our Deputy Minister of Space Department. His power ranks 3rd. If you have anything to say to Deputy Minister Dole, please contact the Glory Wizard Union office first. Vasily's strength is extremely strong, coupled with his very strong attainments in wizard formations. Even Richard can't do anything about it. At this time, he stands on Dole's side, and the people around him can't do anything even if they are unwilling. At this time, Dole basically has no worries. Here, he is absolutely safe. But it's hard to say when he leaves the imperial capital. At this time, he muttered in his heart that this time, he has offended these forces around him. For a period of time, he should stay in the Glory Wizard Union and don't go out. As soon as he returned to this world, he sensed the clone, and the information between the clone and the original body was instantly exchanged. He also understood the situation of the territory, and did not need to go back for the time being. It was just right that during this time in the imperial capital, he could practice the nightmare meditation method first. Chapter 827. Many people were speechless in the square. The first and second place were actually taken by an outside wizard. Although the second place was taken by a member of the royal family, it was not from the imperial capital royal family. This made many people difficult to accept. Everyone looked at Dole and Ash with extremely ugly expressions, especially the Alexander family, the Edward family, the Connie family, and the 3 major vocational colleges, who were also extremely annoyed and shocked at this time. Dole was able to penetrate the soil of that world, which was the most incredible. Many people were thinking whether they should force the magic circle over. The next step was the award ceremony. It was generous, very generous, so generous that it was scary. Dole knew why they looked at him with jealousy and hatred. It was too generous. There were countless magic crystals and materials. The first place alone earned more than 100 million yuan in income. This was basically consistent with the news he had received before. The people in the imperial capital were really rich. Ash's rewards added up to almost 100 million yuan. The two of them earned almost 200 million gold coins just from this trip. AI looked at Dole, worried and excited, getting rich. In addition, there were two 7th level natural treasures. Dole got a meteorite ore that emitted strong electromagnetic force, and AI she got a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. Others also received a lot of rewards, and everyone had a happy face. But Dole knew that these rewards could be regarded as pensions. Too many people died. He was only slightly excited, and then he put this excitement aside, his heart full of contemplation. The imperial capital really suffered heavy losses this time. More than 3,000 people, only half of them were left. When they returned later, the families didn't know how to deal with it. Alas! After receiving the award, those people can move freely. Soon, the soil matter broke out. Almost everyone has the soil of that world, which shocked the surrounding forces. Almost as soon as they got the news, those people said goodbye to Vasily immediately, and they didn't care about sadness, and quickly disappeared on the spot. The soil of that world has great research value. Maybe it is the creation of the world. This is of great value to everyone. As long as you can study it, wealth is only secondary, and the main thing is to control and grasp the power. The power of rules, maybe you can touch the power of laws, which is a temptation for all people above level 7. The venue dispersed very quickly, and those people didn't even have the jealousy in their hearts, and left directly. At this time, the top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance were also a little shocked. This time, they really made a fortune, and even brought back the soil. Vasily didn't care about the wizard formation. Anyway, it was there, and he directly asked people to take people back to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and even Dole didn't care. Soon, only the people who maintained order were left around the square, as well as Dole, Yunhua, and Daphne who did not go back. It was not that Daphne did not go back, but at the suggestion of several ancestors, she wanted to stay here and sit with the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Imperial Mage Court to discuss the things inside. Especially Dole, why can he pass through the wall? Why can he pass through unimpeded? These probably need to be explained. Now that the world is settled, he can stay in it for a long time in the future, and some things need to be discussed. Dole also understood, so he and Ash have been waiting there. After everyone else left, Vasily and several ancestors of the Imperial Mage Corps could not wait to gather a few people together. The sun shone in from the top floor of the hall behind the square, presenting layers of light waves. A huge conference table in the hall looked very solemn under the light. The group slowly sat down at the table, and Vasily could not wait to say, Dole, this meeting is led by you. Please introduce the things inside. Don't be too nervous. You are now a senior member of our Glory Wizard Alliance. Vasily was very eager. After all, a wizard with a high level of spatial attainment cannot be oppressed, but can only be won over. The Glory Wizard Alliance has always had a good attitude towards geniuses. As soon as Vasily finished speaking, the people around him, including several ancestors of the Imperial Mage Corps, looked at Dole eagerly, especially the ancestor known as the Fire King, who also looked at him solemnly. Being able to pass through it is a big deal. No one has ever succeeded before. Daphne also looked at Dole at this time. She could defend Dole. At first, she was afraid that these people would force Dole. Now it seems that there is no need to explain. President Vasily values Dole more than him, although she thinks that the two must have some private transactions. Ash sat next to Dole and looked around, with a little tension in his heart. The people around him were either level 7 or level 8. They were all big guys and full of oppression. Dole looked at everyone. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. He coughed, and then did not speak, but raised his hand and released some mental phantoms. From the beginning of entering, to Dole releasing the Tower of Babel, passing through the underground, unimpeded, to the final decisive battle, except for some special scenes and extra scenes, he did not release them at the beginning, almost throughout the whole process. Everyone stared at the phantom at this time, without saying a word. At this time, everyone had a question in their hearts. Why can he pass through the soil? His soil is not ordinary soil. It is extremely difficult to destroy. Every time he goes in, it is a problem to bring back a little bit of soil. Dole can actually pass through it, but Dole did not explain, and they did not ask, but they must say it later. Everyone is a wizard with many years of experience, and there is no rush on this matter. After Dole released the welcome, the old man of the Imperial Mage Corps looked at Daphne. Daphne also finished watching the Phantom at this time. Dole hid a lot, but it was also his own secrets that he hid, and there was no need to tell others. At this time, she saw that everyone on the royal family side looked at her, so she nodded and said in a cold voice, "My dear ancestors, the situation is basically true, because some of the secrets involving Wizard Dole are not necessary to be displayed. These are basically all the situations that happened inside, without concealment, distortion, or transformation." Dole glanced at Daphne, nodded slightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was a space wizard, and was not interested in this. Next to the old man, an old man said, "Wizard Dole, we are very interested in your Tower of Babel. Are you interested in talking about the basic principles and magic patterns of this earth-walking technique? Of course, it would be best if you can sell it. For a wizard, there is never an upper limit to knowledge. We can exchange it with equal knowledge." Another level 7 wizard eagerly continued. Dole nodded, thought for a moment, and organized his words. "You may have read my resume. All my wizard knowledge comes from my friend, the Hellhound Ball. I got a book from him, a book from the outside world. The Tower of Babel came from it. The original design of the Tower of Babel was to travel through the void, so most of the magic patterns inside are aimed at the void, or the outside world. The matter in the maze world we just came out of is the void, so the magic patterns on the Tower of Babel can penetrate it." Chapter 828. Everyone suddenly understood, and the wizards who were well versed in magic patterns looked at Dole in shock. Babel Tower is only designed for the void? Then if you are promoted to level 9, won't you be able to travel freely outside the domain? Suddenly, several people had some thoughts and their faces changed. Dole was slightly shocked when he saw the faces of those around him. He thought about it and continued, although the original design of Babel Tower was to travel outside the domain, and various magic arrays were aimed at the outside world, it was only good for traveling, escaping, and defense. It was not good for other aspects, such as I wanted to dig in the soil, which was not good. Daphne had no expression on her face, but she was complaining in her heart. "Why didn't you say that you got so many bones?" Dole once said that he would use these bones to refine a wizard tower. In fact, she was extremely shocked. Babel Tower was very powerful. The wizard tower refined with the bones of these already very terrifying extraterritorial creatures would definitely be invincible. That's right, there are only 2 words in her mind, invincible. The Fire King's face darkened at this time, and he said, "We also saw that you also tried to dig the soil, but it didn't seem to be very successful. But later, you got a lot of softened soil. Can you contribute some of it?" Dole looked at the Fire King, and then looked at the Glory Wizard Alliance. His mouth cracked. "I am a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and I should serve the Glory Wizard Alliance. I can contribute 2 tons of soil to the Glory Wizard Alliance." The Fire King's mouth twitched. Contributing to the royal family and contributing to the Glory Wizard Alliance are 2 concepts, and 2 tons, this is too exaggerated. Just as he was about to speak, the ancestor next to the Fire King stopped him. He was from the Earth system, and had more say in this regard. He said to Dole, "Wizard Dole, you married Princess Ash, and you are also a family member of our royal family. We don't have to argue with each other. We don't want the soil, because that space is already ours. Princess Daphne has also collected a lot of it, so we won't mention it. We only want your Earthwalking magic circle, and you can set the conditions. With the spell model of Earthwalking, it may not be impossible to dig the soil in it again." Another wizard added. Dole blinked, and the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance also blinked. "This is true." Dole nodded. "Knowledge is for exchange, but what is it for exchange? He has nothing now. If there is something useful to him, it is the space knowledge of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the advanced knowledge of the Thunder system, and various advanced secret arts of the Feng Shui system. It's not that witchcraft is not used above level 7, but all witchcraft is related to rules, with great power, and difficult to be circulated. He knows too few witchcraft." Thinking of this, his expression moved and he smiled. "Exchange is okay. I can even teach for free. There are 2 things I want to exchange. The first is the storm stone left behind by the storm spirit after his death, and the other is the advanced witchcraft of thunder, wind, water, and ice." The Fire King Patriarch was a little confused. Advanced knowledge has never been circulated. "Why should I give it to you just for a magic circle?" He was about to refute, but he heard the wizard in charge of witchcraft from the Glory Wizard Alliance say, advanced knowledge has always been very precious. We admit that your things are also very precious, but it is limited to exchange to level 7, not level 8. Duali's magic pattern is very precious, and the magic array is also very special, but if it is just to pass through, several people exchanged their mental power and felt that it was not worth it. Duali frowned. In fact, he did not really need these advanced witchcraft. He changed the topic and said, then it would be okay to change the 8th and 9th level potion formulas of the alchemy. Everyone started to discuss again. The 8th and 9th level potion formulas are also very precious. Those formulas were reasonable and legal, and they had powerful medicinal effects. Duali wanted to take them away with just a wizard array. This was not realistic. One of the wizards in white wizard robes discussed for a while, and then said to Dole, I am in charge of pharmacy. Neo, if we want to exchange the formula of level 8 or level 9 potion, one wizard array may not be enough. We want a Tower of Babel. Can you refine a level 8 potion? We will provide the materials. Dole shook his head. These people were too cruel. Such a powerful magic array could not even exchange for the formula of level 8 potion. He directly changed his way of refusing. No, there are still a few magic patterns that I haven't figured out yet, and I can't refine them. The man asked directly, what about the blueprint? Dole was speechless. What was he thinking? Can I give you the blueprint of the Tower of Babel? He stared at the other person without blinking. The man looked at Dole, and then the others looked at Dole. Vasily coughed and said, the blueprints of the Tower of Babel are definitely more important than the formulas of pharmacy. We have discussed the Tower of Babel before, but Wizard Dole has refused. How about this? We use the wizard formation to exchange for a few level 8 formulas. What do you think? You are also level 6, so it is time for you to need level 8 formulas. Level 8 potions are not leaked outside, and cannot be found at all, nor can they be found on the black market. They only leak among the top leaders of the Gory Wizard Alliance. It is rare to find pharmacists above level 7 outside. The Gory Wizard Alliance has long monopolized everything at the top level, not only to prevent the leakage of formulas, but also to prevent the Black Wizard group from cracking and using them and expanding the team. Dole was naturally very dissatisfied. My wizard formation only changed a few potion formulas, which was very unreasonable. The aura around was very strong, but at this moment he was not afraid at all. It seems that our negotiations have collapsed. Let's stop this matter and change the topic. He spread his hands and leaned back in the chair, looking bored. The wizards around saw Dole here, and they also knew that the other party was determined, and started discussing again. Ash next to him saw this, and became a little worried. Dole felt Ash's emotions, glanced at her, and gave her a look of relief. The magic circle was not finished yet, and the Gory Wizard Alliance would not do anything to him. Moreover, after the magic circle was completed, he would have the ability to travel through space directly. Who could trap him? After getting the Sky Tribulation Pearl, he did not do nothing. He had some ideas about the analysis and research of the magic pattern. Now he just had to wait until the project was completed and then go back to experiment. The top leaders of the Imperial Mage Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance began to communicate privately, and the Fire King Ancestor looked at Dole with a gloomy face. Daphne looked around, then looked at Dole and Ash, and suddenly felt that it was not bad to have a technology. At least she could get a bargaining price. So many level 8s are now restricted by him, a level 6, which is really interesting. Especially his own ancestor, blowing his beard and glaring, it feels fun. She wanted to speak, but considering her status and position, she gave up. She quietly sent a message to Dole. The Empire has a lot of treasures. You can blackmail as much as you want. I support you. Chapter 829. Dole raised his head and glanced at Daphne. At this time, an old man opposite Daphne raised his head, glanced at Daphne, and gave him a blaming look. Daphne also felt it, looked up, and then stuck out her tongue. The old man did not pursue him, but had a heated discussion with others. After discussing for a while, Vasily coughed and spoke on behalf of others. Dole, since your knowledge comes from the world outside the domain, do you know the significance of the space you are going to this time? Dole looked around, and then made a questioning expression. Are you sure you want me to say it here? Vasily did not speak. The old demon next to him knocked on the table and said, You can speak freely. We are all our own people here, all high-level people. There is no need to hide anything. Just say as much as you know. Today we are communicating. You say yours, and we say ours. Let's communicate. Several people from the Imperial Mage Corps also nodded. One of them directly extended the topic, that space is the space left behind by the bodies of extraterritorial creatures after their death. Everyone knows what the extraterritorial world is. It is the void, the beginning of everything, and the birthplace of planes and worlds. The void originally had nothing, but there were extraterritorial creatures that were more powerful than gods. This is a very shocking thing. We can get the things left behind by the bodies of extraterritorial creatures, which is very helpful in opening the void. Dole was relieved when he heard this, and understood that the two families really wanted to communicate. So I continued to talk along with what he said. Then I will talk about what I know. According to the information I have obtained, if the entire void world is compared to a tree, our current location is the leaves at the end, and the world we are in is the branches, and the outside world is the main branch, and the void is the trunk and roots of the tree. A giant beast that can wander back and forth on the trunk and roots of the tree, and can shuttle back and forth at will. The meaning of this is self-evident. He has the essence of the void, or in other words, he has the original power of the world, which is superior to the earth, fire, wind and water, or it is a power that is superior to the rules and laws. Hearing this, the people around nodded. Obviously, Dole knew the power of his wizard formation, so he dared to ask for so much. Compared with the initial power, some natural treasures, and some potion formulas are nothing, not worth mentioning. That is the power of the god level, the power above the law. The foundation of a wizard is knowledge, the study of the world, and the exploration of all things. Now, the initial power is in front of us, but we can't study it. This is our torment. To be honest, I will go back and study it. If I can study it out, level 7 or 8 will no longer be a bottleneck. Dole talked freely. The people around listened and thought at the same time, and they were very sure of Dole's words. The old man was an alchemist. When he heard Dole's words, he smiled and gave a thumbs up. It seems that Dole the wizard has a clearer understanding than us. Everything in that world is of great significance to us, animals, plants, and soil. So you knew that we must get it? Dole smiled and said nothing. The Fire King Patriarch sighed at this time. It turned out that people had known it for a long time. Dole thought for a while and said, in fact, I have thought of some ways to get what is inside in the past 10 days. If you buy my method directly, I can give you a magic circle. Of course, the conditions are the same. All the formulas of potions, or natural treasures of equal value, of course, must be used by me and AI she for cultivation. Others don't need to be given. In addition, I can share some other things in it for everyone to study. He took out a piece of bone with great pain and put it on the table. As soon as the huge bones, which were as big as several people, came out, they emitted a bright light, and the aura emitted from them was even more terrifying than that of the 9th level. As soon as the bones came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shocked, everyone looked at the bones and was speechless. Someone was shocked and said, the skeleton of a suitable extraterritorial creature is more valuable than soil. Someone stood up directly, looking at the bones in front of him with shining eyes. Duolai had such a good thing, but he didn't take it out early, and it was only a bone. However, this bone was more than 6 meters long, occupying the entire table, which was enough for all of them to study. Duolai said, after the transaction is reached, this thing will be yours. Of course, I don't care if you take it away by force. When the people around heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Who did they think they were? They really thought this was an underground world. An old man from the Imperial Mage Corps immediately made the decision. In exchange, our Glory Royal family will offer a storm stone and 20 million magic crystals. We must get this thing. The people from the Glory Wizard Alliance were immediately confused. After a long time, Neo said, all the formulas are for you. This thing is indeed priceless. Vasily saw that the others had made the decision, and he didn't say much. Anyway, this was a joint decision made by everyone, not him, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's talk about the other things after we complete another transaction. I guess we will all be busy for a while. This exploration is of great significance. Not only did we settle the space, but we also got these things, and we can also take out the things inside for research. This is the most important thing. The things in the space were handed over to the alchemy department for research. Vasily, the old man and Usbul had a small space to build, and now it was half built and still stopped. Dole was also relieved. He thought these people would force him to hand it over. It seems that the strong men in the imperial capital are reasonable. In fact, this kind of transaction is very common in the wizard world, but most weak people have no say. Dole has a say. On the one hand, he is talented and can be favored by many people. On the other hand, his identity as a son-in-law played a major role. He is also the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance branch. If he was just a casual wizard without these relationships, he probably wouldn't dare to sit here and give advice to several super bosses. This time, he came to the imperial capital, and although he had only been there for a few days, he had done a lot. He had talked about the Nightmare Empire, and the matter of being conferred a title was also completed. He was now a formal hereditary Marquis. After he went out, everyone had to call him Marquis. Finally, there was the exchange of space runes and other materials. In other words, this time he had gained a lot. The most important thing was that he didn't know if he could build a Turin ancient tower with the bones he had harvested. If he could, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, he would have to come to the imperial capital, lick his face, and enter that space, and get some more bones out. Now it was best to build a good relationship with the Glory Wizard Alliance, so that he could borrow them in the future. Although the Turin Bone Tower was not as capable of crossing the void as the Tower of Babel, its power inside the world was still very huge. In terms of quality, it was even better than the Tower of Babel. Of course, this was only limited to the world. Chapter 830. After a hasty meeting, the leaders of the Glory Royal family and the Glory Wizard Alliance hurried back, some doing research, some preparing to enter that space, while Dole followed the three people, took Aishi, and prepared to leave again. After saying goodbye to Yunua, Aishi reluctantly left the imperial capital with Dole and the other three. Only a few people knew that Vasily, the other two, Dole and Aishi, had quietly returned to the secret realm. Many people thought that Dole had returned to Albi's city at this time. The imperial capital operation ended, and soon all forces lay dormant, licking their wounds, and also checking the harvest this time. Aishi had nothing to do at this time, and began to organize the harvest this time in the Tower of Babel, the formula of the 8th and 9th level potions, and then compiled them into a book, while Dole and the two presidents and Uspool started a new round of discussion. The magic circle was handed over to the alchemy department early on. As for whether they could learn it, it was their business, and had nothing to do with Dole himself. The four of them were standing in a very secret room at this time, studying the void robbery beads. When Dole took out more void robbery beads from the space, the corners of the three people's mouths twitched. This time, they collected a total of about 2,000 void robbery beads, which was basically everyone's harvest. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people kept some for themselves, but that was harmless. When they started to study, Dole took out so many void robbery beads, which shocked the three people. Did you really rob all the void robbery beads in that space? Uspool was more active and looked at Dole speechlessly. Dole smiled. Of course, if you want to collect them, you should take them all. Of course, not all of them. There are still a lot left in it. In addition, I have another discovery. The location of these void robbery beads seems to be a set of wizard formations. After he took out the Sky Tribulation bead and said this, his mental power moved, and a huge map of the location of the Sky Tribulation bead appeared. The three sat next to Dual Eye and stared at the map together. Blinking their eyes, their minds were working wildly, and the three shook their heads, sighed, and thought. Dual Eye was also thinking, because the Sky Tribulation bead was in that space, and nothing magical happened when it was taken down. It can be seen that the possibility of a formation is actually not great, but why it formed a regular pattern is just unknown. Vasily touched his chin and said after a moment, it was an accident to find that space. When we were doing experiments, we accidentally connected to the space and then broke into it. We also accidentally found the Sky Tribulation bead. When we found it, we took it out, and there was no movement. This should not be a formation, but a product of the stomach space of the unknown beast. This thing is very useful, but I don't know what it can be used for. If it is used as a storage device, the space inside is very huge. Dole was puzzled. How big can it be? Uspool laughed. The place where you are standing is a Sky Tribulation bead. Now it was Dole's turn to be shocked. There are valleys, rivers, gardens, and mountains here. I thought it was an independent world, but I didn't expect it to be a Sky Tribulation bead. One void tribulation bead can become such a big world. What about countless void tribulation beads? The old demon said with some pride. You didn't expect that the void tribulation beads would become so huge. You have quite a few in your hands. You can do the same in the future, but it's not easy to refine this thing. You have to be careful. With so many void tribulation beads this time, the Glory Wizard Alliance is considered to be prosperous. As long as we can transform a few medicine gardens, we can also train more low-level wizards. High-level wizards can only depend on personal will and talent. Uspool nodded with satisfaction and said, there are relatively few wizards with spatial talent, otherwise this secret might not have been preserved until today. We have been operating this world of the Sky Robbery Pearl for more than 30 years, which is not a short time. However, there is a disadvantage that once it becomes such a large world, the sky robbery pearl cannot be taken away, so when refining it, you must choose a good location, preferably a fixed place. If it is smaller, it can also be taken away. Dole became interested in this, and began to ask about the relationship between scale and size, how big can be taken away, and how big can't be taken away. Although he is now the mayor of the Albiz Mountains, he will not stay there for long. With this convenient condition, he naturally needs to make more preparations. In addition to the ones he handed over, he also had a lot of sky robbery pearls in his hand. This thing can be embedded in the Tower of Babel in the future, and refined into a medicine garden and a storage world. After all, the space of the Tower of Babel is very limited. This time out, it is really a big harvest, Dole thought in his heart. A sky robbery pearl can actually become such a big world. If it can be carried around, it is even more convenient than the Tower of Babel. It is really shocking. He knew that the Wizard Alliance did not have this technology, which was mostly related to the magic of the sky robbery pearl itself. Therefore, he himself has this technology, and with the power of the sky robbery pearl, it is estimated that he can create an even more powerful world. Thinking of this, he thought carefully. The four people sat down and started to discuss and communicate with each other. It took 3 days, and then left the meeting room and returned to the place where the wizard formation was refined and started refining again. The world of the sky robbery pearl is one world, and the world constructed by the wizard formation is another matter. The two are not the same. The sky robbery pearl has its own magic, and the Glory Wizard Alliance only uses it, but has not mastered the essence. This time, they will refine an independent space again, so they can master this ability, and have their own isolated space in the future. In fact, they can make small spaces by themselves, such as the battle barriers for fighting in some special places are produced by the Glory Wizard Alliance, but large spaces, solid, stable, and long-lasting spaces are not possible. This time, they cooperated with Dual Eye and communicated with each other, just to master this skill. And Dual Eye also wanted to master the skills of the Glory Wizard Alliance's space tunnel, so that he could go back and study it, and maybe he could figure out the skills of teleportation or teleportation. If he had this ability, it would be more convenient for him to go anywhere in the future, escape or chase. This was his purpose, and he did not tell anyone else, preparing to keep it exclusive. As for whether the Glory Wizard Alliance could develop the same witchcraft as his after mastering his magic pattern, it was unknown. Space magic patterns have always been relatively rare and high-end. It is not easy to arrange wizard formations. It is easy to build them simply using Dole's method. After adding the runes of the Glory Wizard Alliance, many places need to be remodified and re-verified, which takes a lot of time. Therefore, Dole needs to stay here for a long time. Albiz City. The sky frost insects left by Dole quietly gathered at this time, and recondensed to New Dole. Chapter 831. Behind the city lord's mansion is the prison of the Public Security Bureau, a gloomy and terrifying underground prison. Dole's clone slowly walked in. Outside are ordinary people who violated public security management, and the innermost are mostly death row prisoners. There are not many ordinary people in prison, mainly various public security criminals, and the innermost are death row prisoners, who are ready to be executed, so every night, basically no one comes here, even the prison's own people are unwilling to come in. These criminals know that they are going to die, and they release their terrifying aura unscrupulously, like to roar randomly, making this place like a ghost cave. In the dark night, Dole's clone was wearing a black robe. After greeting the guard at the door, he slowly walked in from the outside. Passing through a thick iron door, he entered the deepest part. As soon as he entered the iron door, there was an extremely strong stench from inside, and several unpleasant hoarse voices came. Hee hee hee, killing is the most fun. Seeing that guy scream, I am so happy. It's so fun. Get lost. What's the fun in killing? Isn't it fun to torture people? Bullshit. Killing is just a matter of one sword. Why make it so complicated? You two are useless. Several vicious criminals talked loudly, not taking others seriously at all. At this time, they saw the door open, and they laughed and shouted cruelly, Who are you? Come here to make me happy. You come here in the middle of the night. Could it be you? In the dim light of the prison, only a dark figure can be seen, but who it is? It's been a while since I've seen a newcomer. Come here and let me see if you look good. Your butt is itchy, come and take care of me. Dole seemed not to hear the dirty words around him, and he continued to walk forward step by step. As he walked, he released his strength. Wherever he passed, the people around him rolled their eyes, slowly fell down, and lay on the ground, as if they were trapped in a dream, with their eyeballs rolling wildly under their eyelids. After walking through several prisons, the scene of several people falling to the ground scared everyone behind them, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Dole didn't care about them, but stood there and carefully experienced the nightmare meditation method. He knew the art of entering dreams very early, which was included in the skeleton meditation method. The dreaming method in the nightmare meditation method was more domineering. He had a special witchcraft called dream compilation, which could even control the environment and story direction in the dream. He used his ability to enter the dream directly, combined with the criminal's own psychological thoughts, and could directly construct a real world, imprison the criminal's soul in it, and form a new dream world. The criminal's mental power is not as good as his own, so he can manipulate it as he wants. As long as the world formed is logically self-consistent, the criminal even thinks that he is in a new world, and lives in the way of soul-entering dreams. As long as he wants, he can pass these dreams from other people's bodies at any time, and make them part of his meditation method. This meditation method is terrible. The most important thing is that as the dream grows, as the dream world grows, the other party's mental power will also grow, and the increased mental power is directly added to himself. This is the most terrible part of this meditation method. As long as he plunders enough dreams, he can even be promoted to level 7, 8, or even 9 in the shortest time. If there is something he doesn't understand, he can guide the owners of these dreams to learn it specifically, just like he learns it himself. If there are 3,000 people helping him learn something together, the speed will be very scary. This meditation method is very perverted and very powerful. Dole thought of this and stayed there for a while, then was silent for a moment, and started practicing directly. Plunder. There are a few more light spots in the universe woven by the nightmare meditation method. Looking closely, these light spots are dream worlds, and the owners of those dreams are dreaming in them. They are also in prison in the dream, but they are about to escape successfully. In the real world, several people fell down softly, as if they had lost their lives. The slightly rising and falling chests mean that they are not dead yet, as if they are just asleep. Dole thought about it, released several spiritual powers, and directly occupied the bodies of these people, controlling them to sleep on the spot. He would order these people to be hanged tomorrow, without anyone knowing. He had already planned that he would not take the spiritual power of people who were not extremely evil. After absorbing the spiritual power of these people, he felt that the spiritual power loss of his clones seemed to be replenished, and the spiritual power even increased. His heart suddenly shuddered. This meditation method was indeed very abnormal. The growth rate of this spiritual power alone was much faster than the storm meditation method. It was worthy of being a meditation method for the strong who could dominate an era. He decided that this clone must be hidden and not appear in front of others. He had thought about it. This clone would sit in the prison and change into anyone's appearance. He would appoint a small official to live here and manage the prison. With so many criminals, it can be said that they can be arbitrarily decided. After deciding this matter, the clone walked inside, and while walking, he looked around, and those people around were all those who could be killed recently. The new City Lord's mansion is already under construction, and the Albiz Mountain Municipal Hall has been built halfway. Next to the City Lord's mansion is a wizard tower group consisting of 8 wizard towers, and the two are not far apart. Low-level wizards come and go in the wizard tower group, buying potions and receiving tasks, which is very active. New cities, like Albiz City, have the most tasks, and some elementalists, who have no alchemy and potion abilities, have a lot of opportunities to make money. At this time, in the middle of the 8 wizard towers, Dole was refining a wizard tower. This wizard tower was only level 3, and was refined for Gretel. He went out to find some wood around and paid some expenses, and used it temporarily. He was refining a spiritual wizard tower. He had been looking at it for a long time in the past few days, and finally chose this wizard tower. Although it was only built to level 3, it had already cost Gretel all his savings. He didn't make much money from business, and with the daily expenses, he didn't have much left. Building level 3 was the limit. Level 3 has 6 floors, which is enough for the 4 of them to live in. After confirming, Dole didn't think much and refined it for them. There are already quite a few wizard towers in the wizard tower group. Some low-level wizard towers are brought by the wizards themselves, and some wizard towers are refined by Dole. The wizards of the Chris Wizard Tower in the past have accumulated a lot of money. At this time, those with strong abilities have a Chris Wizard Tower each, which is very comfortable. Recently, with the business, their potions have also been sold to Montana, attracting many wizards above the middle level, so the number of wizards here in the Wizard Tower group is increasing day by day. As the number of wizards increases, the number of adventure groups also increases. In addition, this place is close to the Bayuan Mountains, and many people are willing to come here to station and enter the mountains for exploration at any time. Gretel stood on the top of the spiritual power tower of the Wizard Tower group, and Eugene stood next to him. It's only built to level 3, it's really embarrassing. Chapter 832. Gretel's standards have also become higher. She doesn't like those level 3 and 4 wizard towers, but she has no money. Eugene was speechless. Level 3 is good. I can't even build a level 1 myself. If it weren't for Dole refining it for you for free, you should just rest. Gretel shrugged and said, yeah, if you move in, how will the rent be calculated? Eugene slapped Gretel on the shoulder. Damn, you're still asking for rent. I won't beat you to death. Gretel hurriedly hid to the side, and the two of them immediately started to play. Soon, Eugene stopped playing with Gretel and turned around, saying, I'm going to find my girlfriend. I don't want to play with you anymore. Gretel pouted. She's just a girlfriend, not a wife. When can you pass the test of the Lay family? Then come and show off to me. Eugene shrugged. Don't worry, we can live a long time anyway, just wait like this. When Leona wants to have a child, we will have one. Anyway, I'm not worried, we really love each other. Ugh. Gretel pretended to be nauseous, a little speechless. This guy really pretended. You'd better hurry up to level 6. Level 5 is a genius, but it's not a decisive genius. The threshold of the Lay family is not low. Eugene nodded and said, Greta, you should also work hard and find a wife. You are the only bachelor among the three of us. Greta shook her hair. I am so handsome and suave. What do I need a woman for? A woman will only delay my release of witchcraft. Eugene. Dole was listening to the conversation between the two while refining, and felt a little funny. These two people are really young, with good family conditions, and carefree, unlike himself, who has a lot to consider. This time, when Ash returns, she is really going to get married. Although she has not discussed this matter with her father-in-law, they are probably aware of it. After all, they know that Ash is level 6, and the Rhine family is actually preparing for it. Dole will not marry into the family, and Ash will not marry outside the family. Their marriage is actually a union of the two forces. As the materials are refined one by one and fall into the Wizard Tower, the Wizard Tower is built at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many people are watching around, and Wizard Dole is building a Wizard Tower for others again. Building a Wizard Tower has become a special and beautiful landscape in Albiz City. Many wizards come here to build it for themselves. Unfortunately, Dole has limited time, and it takes a long time to refine it. Watching Dole refine a Wizard Tower is definitely a super enjoyment and super shocking, because the speed is too fast. The road in front of the City Lord's mansion is called Chonwen Road. The end of Chonwen Road is the city gate. At this time, at the city gate, there are several caravans waiting for inspection to enter the city. One of the wizards had received the message and entered the city with a smile on his face. This wizard came to find Dole, and he was an old acquaintance. Carl. Carl had matured a lot, and his wizard robe had been changed to a 4th level wizard robe. He held a red magic wand in his hand, raised his head, and his eyes were full of wisdom. He looked very noble. At this time, Dole, who was in the Honor Wizard Alliance, also sensed the situation at the door, and was moved. Carl is here, he has become a 4th level wizard. He thought about it, and immediately sent a message. Not long after Carl walked in, he met a little wizard who came to him. Wizard Carl, the Marquis asked me to pick you up. Carl blinked. Does he know I'm here? Then please lead the way. I'm here to find your city lord. I'm his friend. The little wizard nodded and said solemnly, the Marquis has given instructions. Please. Carl nodded. Recently, he has been resting, so he came to Dole to take a look. This guy is even more awesome now. He is the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance of a county, and the city lord. He is not like the little wizard who came from the Northern Kingdom with him before. The change is too big. Not long after, the two came to the Honor Wizard Alliance. The little wizard said at this time, the Marquis is refining a wizard tower for Lord Gretel. Please wait. Carl nodded. When he came here, he saw a group of people pointing inside the wizard tower group, with all kinds of exclamations and envious expressions. He looked up and saw Dole standing on top of a wizard tower. Materials flew out of his hands, were quickly tempered, and then fell below. A newly built wizard tower was rising slowly, and it seemed that only the last few components were missing. Carl was speechless. This guy has learned to build a wizard tower again. This is too abnormal. Isn't he a pharmacist? He thought of the main purpose of this visit, and felt a little uneasy. At almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the wizard tower was finally built, and began to charge. Dole felt relieved. At this time, Gretel and Eugene, as well as Leona and Jeline, all came at the same time, looking at the wizard tower happily. Although it was only a third-level wizard tower, it meant that they had a place to live. The third-level wizard tower cannot fly, so they can only live here, but the magic elements here are quite rich, much stronger than in the family. Greta looked at Dole and said, "Thank you, with this wizard tower, my promotion time can be reduced by 1/3. Dole looked at him, and said unhappily, "You should make money quickly. The 6th-level wizard tower is a little useful. The 3rd-level one is useless." Greta's mouth twitched. "It's really a full man who doesn't know the hunger of the hungry man. Where can I get the money? The 3rd-level wizard tower is almost killing me." Yes, you are right. I will try to make more money and upgrade the wizard tower quickly. I have been collecting various woods in the wasteland recently. There are also many woods in Uralbe's mountain. Although they are all dried up, they can still be used. I am trying to find a way to get them. Dole nodded. "You are also a level 5 wizard. Either you should be promoted to level 6 or go to make money. Don't stay here all day with nothing to do. I will not assign you any position here. It is a waste of time." Greta glanced at Eugene and then at Dole. The two were helpless. They were all pure elementalists and could only make money through their own abilities. There was no other way. At this time, Dole waved to the distance. Carl saw Dole waving and walked over nervously. He saw the people around Dole, all of whom were level 5 wizards, which was really unsettling. Carl walked towards Dole. Before he came up to him, Dole smiled and introduced him to Gretel and the other three. "I came from the Northern Kingdom, and the first wizard I met was Wizard Carl. It was Wizard Carl who brought me to the Glory Empire, and my first pot of gold was also from the branches of the elf tree brought by Wizard Carl." Gretel and the others then became serious. It turned out that this unprepossessing wizard had such a great connection with Dole. Chapter 833. Dole came from the Northern Kingdom. He knew a lot of information, including Carl. He didn't expect him to come now. Greta bowed slightly and said with a gentlemanly smile, "So it's Wizard Carl. I've heard Dole mention you many times. Is the technique you practice also?" At this moment, he felt that the other party's technique seemed to be the fire element. Carl was terrified. In front of him, this was a real noble 5th-level wizard. He nodded and said, "Yes, Master Wizard Greta, I exchanged the branch of the elf tree with Wizard Dole. If it weren't for Dole's meditation method, I wouldn't be promoted to level 4 now. Level 4 and level 3 are worlds apart, not to mention level 2. He is actually very grateful to Dole. Meditation method cannot be sought, let alone obtained. His current achievements are partly due to his own efforts, and partly due to Dole's ability to exchange meditation methods with him." Greta and Eugene glanced at Dole, and couldn't deny it in their hearts. Eugene smiled and said, "The branches of the elf tree are also very rare. You are also an equal exchange. Don't have any psychological burden or gratitude. One of the principles of us wizards is equal exchange. Since Dole can exchange with you, it is yours." Dole nodded and said, "Well, it's just a small matter, so there's no need to say more. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Gretel, are you still here?" Gretel pouted and looked at her new wizard tower, saying, "You go? I still need to adapt." The other three were the same, with excitement on their faces, and seemed to be only interested in the wizard tower. Dole didn't force it, and went to the City Lord's mansion with Carl. After leaving the three people, Carl relaxed. He looked at Dole and said, "I came here to ask you for help. After several years of development, our fiery chamber of commerce has grown in staff and strength. We want to buy some high-level potions from you and sell them. I hope you can give a relatively reasonable price." Dole blinked. "Are you still going to the Northern Kingdom now?" Carl said, "Yes, of course. Although there are fewer wizards in the Northern Kingdom, there are a lot of warriors. Some things, such as potions needed by warriors, are very easy to sell. As long as the number of potions is sufficient, we can cooperate with the authorities." Dole nodded and said, "Yes, we have accumulated a lot of medicinal materials. If you think you can eat them, we can ship them to you at 80% of the market price." Carl was overjoyed. Carl's arrival was just a small episode. It will take a few days for the fiery chamber of commerce to come from the Northwest Fortress. Recently, many people have come to Dole, acquaintances, friends, and Carl is just a small microcosm, including some people in What City, who have nothing to do and run to Albe's city. Kudusi came a few days ago, and bought some potions from him at a low price. He went back happily. Erangel also sent him a message, asking if he had any level 8 potions. There was no way, Duolai really didn't have any. Except for some people who were on good terms with him, others also asked, but I ignored some of them. Some people told them to go to Chris and others. The level 8 formula was just obtained now, and it has not yet started to be refined. Moreover, the number of medicinal materials is very precious, so it is not so easy to succeed. Albi's city is now attracting attention from all sides, and has almost become the second administrative center of Wutzeburg. In the special space, after more than 10 days of intense discussion, the concept of the magic circle is almost successful. After being busy for a long time, everyone is very sleepy, and is ready to rest for a day or two. Just as Dole was about to rest, George sent a message to him, asking him to go out for a while. The medicinal materials are ready, and need to be refined. For so many years, the Empire has fought with empires from all directions, and fought with warcraft. Many level 6 and level 7 are injured. If the super vitality potion can be mass-produced, these people can cheer up again. This is a big deal for the Empire. Yale the Great, George, the Glory Royal Family, and even the Glory Wizard Alliance are all busy collecting materials. Although the Glory Wizard Alliance is headed by Vasily, it is actually divided into many functional departments. Each department is independent, and can decide some things independently. After Yale the Great arranges things, he can also mobilize some personnel for his own use. Vasily is more like an honorary president. Walking out of the secret space, Dole crossed hundreds of kilometers across the country, entered the imperial capital, and soon arrived at the gate of the palace. George was already waiting at this time. The emperor of a country was waiting here, which shows the importance of this matter. The two soon came to the base of the Imperial Mage Corps behind. After setting up the Tower of Babel, a group of people began to move materials inside. George looked at the Tower of Babel with envy and said, "You have this wizard tower, which is better than me having 3,000 Imperial Guards." The Imperial Guards, who were moving materials around, twitched their mouths when they heard this. "A level 7 wizard tower, George, that's enough." Dole looked at George, a little speechless. "You are not a wizard. What do you need a wizard tower for? To keep beautiful women?" George coughed and glanced at the surrounding guards, who looked straight ahead, as if they didn't hear anything. "You are too kind. I just want a quiet environment, living in the palace, surrounded by Imperial Guards, and no secrets." George smiled awkwardly, and said, "The Glory Wizard Alliance has also found the sample of Tai Sui, and cultivated a few of them. They will be sent over later. There is no rush for the potion. Just leave enough before you leave. We will pay 30% of the labor fee. What do you think? 30% labor fee? This is different from what we said before. But this fee is also very high." He didn't care so much and nodded. "Okay, I do as you said, but even if it is 30% labor fee, it's still a lot of money. You can make hundreds of bottles with these materials? The market price of a bottle is about 10 million, and the wholesale price is 8 million. 30% of hundreds of bottles is also terrible." Dole thinks that it is time for the Wizard Tower to be promoted to level 8. George shook his head and pretended to be indifferent. Would the Empire be short of this little money? What the Empire lacks is high-end combat power. A few hundred bottles are hundreds of full-state level 6. The Empire will make a profit. Don't worry about refining yours. We will take as much as you refine. Don't worry about this matter. Dole's heart moved. The Glory Empire might be going to make trouble this time. Hundreds of level 6? It seems that they have made some plans, and even prepared a list of personnel. He nodded and said, "Just be aware of it. Don't be unable to pay when the time comes." George shook his head. No, if it really doesn't work, you can use other natural treasures. Don't worry, there are plenty of these things. Dole nodded. The imperial capital gathers resources from all over the country, so there is definitely no shortage of money, but such a large expenditure is actually a bit difficult. Dole has been considering whether to use some natural treasures to exchange, such as his wizard staff. Should he exchange it? Should he ask for a level 9 spiritual power gem? Chapter 834. Treasures of heaven and earth are very precious when they reach level 8 or above, and level 9 is even harder to find. They are only found in the imperial capital, and are extremely valuable. Dole's staff is indeed not enough. The true meaning of lightning in the lightning-struck locust would have been fully comprehended, and it has basically become an ornamental item. The Empire has made a big move this time. Is it targeting the Northwest, the Nightmare Empire? The emergence of the Nightmare Empire has been known to the Glory Alliance. It is estimated that it will unite with other empires, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with a Nightmare Ancestor who regains power. Dole thought in his heart. The two stood at the door, and discussed for a while. After all the materials were moved into the Tower of Babel, George got up and left. Not long after, another team of wizards brought Tai Sui to Dole. After closing the Tower of Babel, Dole breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare for refining. Super Vitality Potion is quite easy to refine. Now it is level 6, with strong mental power, and can refine many copies at the same time. However, he did not refine it himself, but called Aishi to refine it together, so that she could get familiar with the operation method. In the future, the potions of their family would be provided by Aishi herself, and he did not have so much time. Aishi is now a qualified pharmacist, and has a certain research ability in bloodline potions. Duo Lai is very pleased. The two worked for 5 days. Duo Lai delivered a part of the Super Vitality Potion, and then rushed to the secret space to start the second round of discussion. Summer goes, autumn comes. Autumn in the south comes a little later. When the leaves begin to turn yellow, it is already late autumn in the north. As soon as late autumn arrives in the north, snow begins to fall in the mountains. At this time, the adventure groups and mercenaries in the Albise Mountains begin to withdraw from the mountains. The Baiyuan Mountains in winter are still very dangerous. Wolves, wild boars, and various groups begin to gather in groups. The adventure group is no longer suitable for adventure. At this time, the city of Albise is very lively. Various taverns and bars are crowded, and they live a life of luxury. The city's income in winter basically depends on taxes and various potions. The city of Albise in winter begins to enter a dormant stage. Adventurers need to improve their strength, mercenaries also need to improve their strength, and the major nobles also practice their own arms at this time. Therefore, the outside of the city is very deserted, but the city is very lively. The official martial arts field is crowded every day, full of the smell of various hormones. Male warriors and female warriors, all kinds of passion are staged every day. There are legends in the city every day that warrior has excellent martial arts skills and is undefeated in hundreds of battles, that warrior is powerful and can kill several people with one punch, and such legends are endless. The wizard world is very low-key, so low-key that almost no one finds them. Only low-level wizards will participate in social activities and accept invitations from various nobles. Wizards above level 3 rarely participate in ordinary social activities. The Albise Mountains finally calmed down in winter, and the fight with the dragon bats was temporarily declared an end. Throughout the autumn, both sides were fighting fiercely. Axo, Dole, and Bar, the three parties fought with the forces of the Baiyuan Mountains, and they were having a lot of fun. After late autumn, with the last provocation of the dragon bats, a truce was finally declared. Mid-September. Axo returned to the wizard tower, thought about it, and sent a message to Dole. Not long after, Dole arrived at the Lahujin Tower. Axo looked at Dole's clone with disdain and said, "It's better to send an elemental clone than this one, which smells like bugs." Dole had long been accustomed to Axo's disdain for his clone, and said, "Just tell me if you have anything to say." "I heard that you are leaving." Axo nodded and said with a little disdain, "I want to go back to the Huawutong organization." Dole asked cautiously, "Will you come again next year?" Axo looked at Dole and said seriously, "Maybe not, maybe. This time when I go back, I will find someone. If you give birth to a child, you will not have anyone to bury you when you die. You don't want to give birth to a child with me." Dole's mouth twitched, "Then I wish you a safe journey. When you have enough money, you can come to me to upgrade the Lihua Golden Tower." Axo nodded and said, "Well, I forgot to tell you that I have accepted Rosa as my disciple, and she has a boyfriend. You don't have to worry about her pestering you." Dole was stunned. She knew Rosa's talent, but it was just average. How could Axo be interested in her? As for whether she pestered him or not, it didn't matter. They both knew it. Seeing Dole's expression, Axel said unhappily, "Her talent is not good, but she has a strong will. To practice our meditation method, this is what is needed. Don't worry about it. Just be at ease, as your consort of the Rhine family." Dole shrugged and said, "I'm just afraid of delaying her. After all, wizards of my generation have a lifespan of thousands of years. If we can't keep up with the strength, there will always be someone who will send us off. Talking about love is not suitable for us. Ash and I have similar values and strengths, so we can stay longer." Axo sighed and said, "It was because of your thoughts that I wasted 300 years. This time I have figured it out. I still want to have a child to continue my will. After all, no matter how long I live, I will die. You and Ash should have a child quickly. It will be difficult to have a child above level 7. Dole nodded, looked up and down at Axo's graceful figure, focusing on his belly, and said, "Then you must take care of your body. It's hard to control your body at this age. Don't hurt your body. Get out." Dole was blasted out, turned into a cannonball, flew out of the wizard tower, and disappeared into the sky. Now half a year, the management personnel of Albiz City have been reorganized. This reorganization will basically remain unchanged in the future. Each department has its own duties, and each family will manage its own part. In addition to managing the financial power, Dole is not going to worry about other things including personnel. He only needs to sign at the end. At 12 o'clock noon, at the gate of Albiz Mountain, a large group of guards escorted the serious criminals to the south gate. The team was very large, and was personally escorted by the military office headed by Ivy, because these criminals were all high-level soldiers, and they were afraid that they would go crazy and escape. As they paraded through the city, countless people on both sides of the street cursed these criminals. The criminals lowered their heads and said nothing, almost as if they were dead. The people threw garbage and eggs, and the criminals were almost covered with a layer of them. Later, Ivy couldn't stand it anymore and scolded them, and then stopped the people around. The atmosphere in Albiz City is very good, and the environment is not bad, especially very suitable for business and ordinary bosses, very comfortable, so the bosses are very indignant about these serious criminals. For a time, the crowd was indignant and scolded these criminals. In the crowd, Mizukic pretended to be another person, looked at these criminals, and shook his head. Dole's attitude towards cracking down on criminals was definitely the most severe he had ever seen. As long as they killed someone, they were almost all sentenced to death, which was very strict. Chapter 835. With such strict laws, even if the adventurers and mercenaries like to drink and get drunk, they subconsciously restrain their behavior in Albiz City. In the city, as long as they are not slaves, ordinary people enjoy the same living treatment as professionals, and no one is inferior to anyone else. This is the attitude of Albiz City towards ordinary people, so ordinary people are very supportive of Dole. In other cities, professionals have a very bad attitude towards ordinary people. If they do something wrong, they will beat and scold them, or even kill them. No one cares if they die, and the government will not fight against professionals because of ordinary people. This has caused the status of ordinary people to be low. But it is different in Albiz City. Dole has very strict management of professionals. Professionals are strictly prohibited from attacking ordinary people. As long as they kill ordinary people, they will basically die. Mizukic knew that Dole was short of ordinary people, but he didn't expect him to be so strict. When the convoy passed slowly by, he raised his head and glanced at these half-dead professionals, and he had some doubts in his heart. Why are these people so weak? Are they disabled or seriously injured? He even felt that the breath of these people was almost the same, as if they were one person. They all seemed to have problems. What happened to these people? They were still alive, but they had lost most of their vitality. Everyone looked very numb, as if they had lost their spirit and turned into living dead. He took note of this incident and watched the execution team go away. Not long after, at the city gate, as sword lights lit up, heads fell one by one, and applause came from all around. In the city lord's mansion, Dole stood at the highest point. His eyes penetrated the city wall, watching all this, with a slight smile on his lips. In fact, there are very few criminals in Albiz City. Under his own efforts, there are almost no murderers. There were still some in the past period, but there are fewer and fewer in recent periods. With the stricter implementation of policies and regulations, the relationship between ordinary people and professionals has become more and more harmonious, and it is rare for professionals to kill ordinary people at will. He extended this habit to the surrounding towns. Now there is harmony between the upper and lower levels. Ordinary people are very grateful to him, the Marquis, and Dole has a high prestige among the people. When this generation grows up and the next generation rises, it will be the time for professionals and ordinary people to truly live in peace. This habit needs to be maintained. However, the fewer criminals, the slower the progress of his meditation method. This is certain. Dole does not mind this. From the beginning of cultivation to now, he has absorbed the dreams of hundreds of people. Now the clone of the nightmare meditation method has grown to a certain extent, and his mental power has greatly increased. This meditation method is a pure mental meditation method with great power. Recently, he entered other people's dreams, and explored the details of many spies and spies. And he also found Mizukic, the spy of the Nightmare Empire, who was really brave. Relying on his ever-changing nature, he dared to move under his nose. However, Mizukic knew the nightmare meditation method, so Dole was not easy to move. He just tracked him and explored his contacts, and gained a lot. Shirliosi, the undead warrior who had attacked him, was actually hiding behind a high slope in the wasteland outside the Baiyuan Mountains. This 6th-level undead wizard was powerful and courageous. In his hands, There were some 5th and 6th level undead. It seemed that he had captured many adventurers and refined them into undead. Dole didn't want to get involved. With Axe's departure, his power was greatly reduced. Now was the time to improve his strength. He didn't want to care too much, but if Shirliosi got closer to Albi's city by another 100 kilometers, he would take action. Imperial capital. In the small space, as the last rune sank into the formation gradually lit up and slowly opened. There was no strange vision, no huge movement, just a faint light, and the magic formation opened. Everyone only felt a weak magic fluctuation, and then they were overjoyed. Success. Vasily was the first to flash and disappear, followed by the old man and Asbul, and finally Dole. As soon as he entered the space, Dole felt that he had come to another world. Now he was completely isolated from the outside world, as if he had come to a new world. He couldn't sense the outside world, couldn't sense the clone, and even his mental power was completely isolated. If he fought with the clone of the Nightmare Ancestor here, he would know nothing. Duolai was not too happy, but he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally finished it, which meant that he should leave. He has also gained a lot recently, at least in terms of magic patterns. He has gained a lot, plus a lot of knowledge about space arrays. He can at least accumulate a few years when he goes back. Now he can be called a master of space. After getting these things and verifying a lot of space knowledge, he can consider making teleportation, space displacement, and other magic arrays to play with after returning. With his current knowledge reserve, he has already initially acquired this ability, and only verification is left. The next step is to create space witchcraft. Space witchcraft. Just thinking about this title makes me excited. Vasily looked at this space, sensed it carefully, and then sighed slightly. If there was such a space back then to restrict the actions of the Nightmare Ancestor, he would have died long ago. That guy has many clones, but he only has one main mental power. If his main mental power is severely damaged, it can at least be quiet for a few hundred years. This independent world is not big, it can be said to be very small, but it has one biggest advantage, which is that it is completely disconnected from the main plane and independent, which can isolate all mental power sensing. The old demon nodded. If we deal with the Nightmare Ancestor again, I'm afraid we will have to use this space. Dole, I really have to thank you this time. Asbul also looked at Dole with a smile on his face. The name of the space wizard can be announced to the public from today. Dole also smiled slightly. Space wizards are rare. We only mastered some magic arrays, not even a real witchcraft. It's better for everyone to keep a low profile, otherwise it will attract the covetousness of other imperial wizard organizations. The old demon nodded. That's right. Although the array is the basis, it is witchcraft that can be released independently. We will study it later. If there is a result, I will send you a copy. Dole's heart moved, and said, thank you very much. After I go back, I'm afraid I will start practicing directly. I don't have much time for research. Now that the Nightmare Empire is preparing to establish a country, the first target to retaliate against may be the Northwest. Without strength, it will not work. Vasily nodded. As a decision-maker, he controlled the overall situation. At this time, he said, at present, Andes has led part of the army to the north. It is estimated that this winter, the Nightmare Empire will not be able to resist establishing a country. We have discussed with other countries in the Western Ring continent and are preparing to send the strongest force to the northwest to take a look. At that time, perhaps the Qianhua Patriarch will also go, which may cause some trouble. Dole nodded and said solemnly, the Nightmare Patriarch's skills are weird. If a war really breaks out, please be sure to destroy him. Thinking of this, Vasily and the other two had a headache. Although the Nightmare Patriarch may have only recovered to level 8 now, the special nature of his skills is really a headache. There are clones everywhere, and the key is that he cannot be killed. Chapter 836. The Nightmare Ancestor was wiped out hundreds of years ago, and now he has quietly returned to level 8. This is incredible for any large force. The Nightmare Ancestor is really terrifying to the extreme. However, this meditation method has always been mastered by the Nightmare Ancestor, and has not been revealed. This is a blessing for the people of the West Ring continent. Dole is cautious. He thinks that he is just an inconspicuous little wizard, and the other party should not pay attention to him, but he must be careful. Since practicing the Nightmare meditation method, he realized how strange the 8th level ancestor is. He is really powerful to the extreme. He can come back after death and practice to the current level again, which is also invincible. I hope that all the adults will return triumphantly. I will celebrate for you in the Northwest. Duolai has now learned a lot of clichés, and he is also hypocritical. Vasily and the old man nodded and said, it's over now. You should take a rest and go back. Dole nodded and said, although there is a clone in the northwest, it has delayed my practice time. I haven't practiced properly for half a year. Vasily apologized. The Glory Wizard Alliance will compensate you. The old man didn't care about this. This little time is nothing. Our lifespans are more than hundreds of years, so it doesn't matter. Usbul expressed a different opinion and said, Teacher, Dole is now in a period of rapid growth. If he delays for a year, he will fall behind by a year. After the growth period, it will not be so easy to improve. He should be compensated. This time, our Glory Wizard Alliance can be said to have gained a lot, so he should be compensated. Vasily nodded and said, I will hold an internal meeting to increase the reward for delay. Now let's take a break. After working hard for several months, it was finally done. Everyone was excited and tired, and it was time to take a break. The four people looked at each other and dispersed directly. As soon as Dole came out of the secret space, he received a message from George, so he walked out of the Glory Wizard Alliance, came to the street, and walked towards the Imperial Palace. At this time, there was a slight autumn outside, and various fruits and vegetables were already on the market on the street. As soon as he came out, he smelled all kinds of fruit fragrance. As he walked along, there were all kinds of lovely fruits on the stalls on both sides. Dole was tempted by the sight, so he bought some. The fruits here in the Imperial capital are somewhat different from those in the north. He bought more and prepared to take them back for everyone to taste. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the palace. Although George has not yet become emperor, he has already lived in the palace, and becoming emperor is only a matter of time. In the past few months, Dole has been fine. He has already refined the potion, and handed it over to the Glory Royal family. I wonder if this guy wants to talk to me about the price. At the gate of the palace, a young man is waiting for me. Seeing Dole coming, his young face bowed slightly and smiled. Wizard Dole, I am Will. My brother asked me to pick you up. Dole's heart moved. Although George has countless brothers and sisters, there are only two with the same father and mother. This will seems to be one of them. He is still young, only about 17 or 18 years old, but he looks like he has a good fighting talent and is still a 4th-level warrior. He was shocked. The talent of the Glory Royal family is really strong. He nodded slightly and said, Thank you for your help. Will said happily, No, it's my honor to meet Wizard Dole. I heard that you conquered the Albise Mountains alone, which is amazing. Dole raised his eyebrows. No, my personal strength is not enough. I borrowed the power of Watsonburg. I can't do it alone. That's also amazing. When my brother saw that territory, he wanted to give it up directly. The power at his hands is much stronger than you did at the time. Dole said, It's all thanks to the help of the adults. Will is very talkative and good at chatting. He flatters Dole firmly, which makes Dole embarrassed. Passing through the central palace, he soon came to the door of a hall in the harem. Entering the hall, George was already waiting. Seeing Dole coming in, George raised his head from the thick case files, immediately perked up, stood up, and said with a smile, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Is it over there? Dole bowed slightly and nodded. Your Highness George, the matter of the Glory Wizard Alliance is over, and I can go back to the northwest now. George breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the Glory Wizard Alliance and Dole were doing, which lasted from summer to late autumn. He once thought that the Wizard Alliance had detained Dole. If it weren't for the smooth supply of potions, he would have wanted to ask for him. Can you tell me what you are doing? George was very curious. Dole smiled. It's hard to say, but it's a good thing. The Wizard Alliance will have a period of outbreak in the next few years. George raised his eyebrows. You won't even tell me? I be the Emperor in the future. Dole looked at him and said, It's not that I won't tell you, but I shouldn't tell you this. The old man or Usbul will report to you later. George relaxed, and curiosity drove him to get to the bottom of it, but in the end, he didn't get the answer. He nodded slightly and said, Sit down. Now that the matter is over, we can also settle the bill. The Empire does not have that much cash. My suggestion is to pay part of the bill with magic crystals, and part of the bill with materials. You can tell me what high-level resources you need now. I can still make the decision now. Dole raised his eyebrows, lowered his head, and said slowly, Are there any meteorites with strange fluctuations? The kind that constantly release weak energy? I have heard that the Empire seems to have a lot of such things. George laughed. You do want them. Such things are indeed in the treasury, but most meteorites carry harmful substances that can invisibly corrode the human body and cause death within a period of time. Are you sure you need them? Dole nodded solemnly and said, As long as there is, you can ignore the others. I am already level 6. If I die like this, I deserve it. As an alchemist, getting experimental materials is the most basic, and Dole does need such materials. In that secret space, he gained not only some strange materials, but also the understanding of power. The most basic power is the most real and powerful power, such as lightning, such as that kind of subtle vibration, and such as that kind of strange fluctuation. Although these powers are very weak, they are still very terrifying when gathered together. And where can this kind of power be found? Dole only thought of the meteorite from outer space. This thing is rare, and only here in the Empire is there a large amount of preservation. So he made this request, but he didn't expect George to agree to it. George suddenly lowered his head and said, "Dole, I have a few urgent documents here. If you don't mind, wait for me for half an hour, and I will take you to the treasure house." In front of Dole, he rarely called himself the king. Dole's help to him was really too great, so great that this position was almost related to Dole. Generally, when talking to Dole, he called himself I. Chapter 837. Dole nodded, waved his hand, and said, "You go ahead, I sit here and wait." Then he found a place to sit down. George nodded and said to Will next to him, "Go get some of your favorite specialties, and let Wizard Dole and Princess Ash taste them." Will bowed respectfully and turned to leave. George began to write at his desk, and only heard the sound of the feather pen brushing. Not long after, Will came in with two people, one of them holding a plate, quietly came to the two people and put it down. Dole looked at the plate, and found that it was a special snack of the imperial capital. He took a few, and the three of them ate together. Will was not big, but he ate a lot. In a short while, he ate all the snacks on a plate. Will didn't dare to speak loudly, and could only apologize with his expression. These things were too delicious. When George finished his work, it was already half an hour later. The four of them came out of the palace together, and walked to the back. The palace is very big, and the place where the treasure is hidden is also very deep. Not far from the Imperial Mage Corps, there is an underground entrance. There is a team of 10 guards at the door. There is a strict martial law around. Their strength is extremely strong, and each of them is level 7. After George came over, he greeted them and showed the Imperial token, and then he was allowed to pass. After entering here, George was also relieved. There was no one around, and George slowly spoke. "The super vitality potion you refine this time can cure about 400 people, which means 400 level 6, so my father gave me a lot of authority. As long as you like it, you can take it away. Of course, it must be within a certain price." Dole nodded. "I don't need anything else, I just need what I need." George nodded. At Dole's stage, he really didn't need much. Perhaps the most important thing was to be able to feel the real power. When he reached level 6, the main way to improve his power was to comprehend, or the source of higher level power. Each of these things was extremely expensive. Dole only needed some meteorites, which was beyond George's expectation. After entering, Dole found that there were many small houses here, and each house had a powerful magic circle. Through the magic circle, he could feel the powerful energy fluctuations inside, and each house had a magic circle. Because what Dole wanted was very special, they passed by the front without stopping at all, and went directly to the back. It was very quiet inside, so quiet that you could hear the sound of a needle falling on the ground. The three of them went together, and soon arrived at the back. The front room used ordinary solid wood doors, and the back used iron doors and copper doors, and the back used lead doors. When they came to one of the lead doors, George stopped, and Dole also stopped. George said, "We're here." The ancestor said that you can take 3 meteorites, each worth 50 million gold coins. If you don't want the other things, you can use magic crystals instead. Dole had been looking forward to it for a long time, and said, "Okay." George took out the key and opened the lead door. The key is not actually the key to the door, but the key to the magic circle. When the magic circle is opened, the door will open automatically. At this time, George patted his body, and a special protective shield enveloped him. The door opened, and in Dole's mental power, countless weak, strong and strange forces were released from it. These forces were not strong, but they had strong penetrating power, penetrating people's skin and bodies, and then disappeared behind them. There were many powers, very complicated, and Dole didn't know what these things were for a while. He thought about it, and the surrounding power twisted, isolating himself and Ash from the outside, and that kind of power suddenly stopped penetrating in. He felt that although that kind of power was weak, it was very harmful to the human body, so it was better not to touch it easily. George's forehead was covered with sweat. He said with some difficulty, "The ancestor said that the meteorites here all carry alien radiation, and can harm people's bodies. Unless they are needed by high-level wizards, don't take them out. It's only you who want them. Others are too lazy to take them. What ordinary people need is pure meteorites that can be used to make weapons. Dole nodded and said, I'm just playing around. These powers can't hurt me. George said, then go in. I'm actually quite scared to come here. Ash stood behind the two of them, feeling the invasion of the alien power around them, and suddenly understood why Dole wanted these things. These things are closely related to the weak power Dole mentioned before. If you can master these weak powers and strengthen them at the same time, you may cause great damage. She heard Dole say that lightning power is one of the very weak powers. When infinite lightning gathers together and the energy is superimposed to a certain extent, it is so powerful. Curiosity and surprise filled Ash's mind. At this time, George walked forward with a shield on his head. As he walked, he said, these meteorites are not big, you can pick any one you want. Above the warehouse is the secluded place of several ancestors. At this time, opposite to the Shallow Moon ancestor, the Fire King ancestor watched the actions of the three people through the magic circle, and there was a slight change. Uncle, this duel I really noticed something. What kind of power does he want to master? The Shallow Moon ancestor raised his head and glanced at the Fire King ancestor. His eyes were emotionless, and the old voice sounded, the power of all rule starts from the little. He wants to master a kind of power, not to master power. It is not up to him to master that kind of power. It depends on what he can touch. The Fire King ancestor nodded. When he felt the power of fire, it was not through flames, but through another way. He felt the true meaning of fire, starting from the little, and then growing step by step to the present. The source of power can be seen everywhere in nature, but few people usually trigger it, and no one can master it so finely. At this time, the ancestor Qinghua said, in fact, Duolai has already entered the 7th level. He has mastered the application of electricity. Now he just lacks strength. I have seen his storm territory. Thunder tribulation does not mean much to him. The ancestor of the Fire King was very upset. Others survived the thunder tribulation, but this kid could make a living from it. Comparing people is infuriating. The ancestor of the Fire King sighed and said, I know. As long as his mental power reaches a certain standard, he will trigger the world rule induction, bring down the thunder tribulation, and enter the 7th level. He is already a person of my generation. I will not force him to do anything. The ancestor of the Fire King sneered at this time. Believe it or not, in another 50 years, you will not be able to beat him. The ancestor of the Fire King immediately shut up, looking pale. This young man is promoted too fast. At this time, the ancestor Qianyu said, my clone has sensed the breath of nightmare, and it is in the Juda tribe of the northwestern countries. I will try to contact him first. If it doesn't work, I will probably start a fight. First destroy his foundation, then destroy his mental power. The process is basically like this. Every owner of the nightmare meditation method is difficult to deal with. The ancestor of Fire King was shocked. The ancestor of nightmare has really resurrected? Chapter 838. At this time, in the underground cave, Dole had already selected 3 meteorites, one emitting alien radiation, one emitting strong unknown magnetic force or electricity, and one emitting unknown penetrating force, just these 3. According to George, except for the stone with electromagnetic force, those who came into contact with the other 2 stones died one after another in a very short period of time, which was very scary. This is why George was afraid. Facing the unknown, he was afraid. Seeing this, Dole nodded slightly, and a series of magic patterns flashed in his hand, forming 2 small magic pattern forbidden arrays, isolating the 3 stones from the outside world. He used many space magic patterns to isolate the inside from the outside, so that the alien radiation could not be radiated. He did not seal the stone full of magnetism or weak electricity, but just held it in his hand and carefully experienced the power in it. He felt that it was very similar to the electricity he mastered, to see if it would be inspiring. After choosing, at George's urging, Dole and Ash left here reluctantly. There are indeed good things in here. Each meteorite is full of alien power. If you take it out, each piece can be sold at a sky-high price. Only the imperial royal family can be so rich. Coming to the passage, he quickly walked out of the secret room and came out. As soon as he came out, George let out a long breath and said, it still feels too depressing inside. Dole, are you ready to leave after you get the things? Dole nodded and said, it's winter, and it will soon be the season for monsters to go down the mountain. I have to go back and organize manpower to clear out the various monsters running down from the Baiyuan Mountains, otherwise it will be unsafe for the town outside. George breathed a sigh of relief and said with a chuckle, "Congratulations, Marquis. I look forward to your further advancement in the future." Dole looked at George and said, "I'm happy for you." George looked at Ash again and said, "Sister Ash, you are welcome to come to the royal family to play at any time." Ash nodded, "Yes, Brother George, you should practice more when you have time." The emperors of all dynasties were level 9 warriors. George was speechless. Whether they could chat or not, he was talking about something else. He pulled an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth. "I will try my best. The situation here in the imperial capital is complicated. You can leave as soon as possible." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the back obscurely. Dole saw the direction he pointed and understood. He still remembered the incident of the last few ancestors of the royal family, so he said, "We will leave in a while." George breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Go ahead. Come and see me often when you have time." When they went out, Will still led them out, and the road was smooth. It was afternoon, and it was almost dusk. Dole took a look at the prosperous imperial capital. The fiery red sun was like mist, falling on the magnificent city, adding a little warmth and a little less reality. He turned around, sent a message to Puyusi and several senior executives, and then quietly left the imperial capital with Ash. This time, he was only going to stay in the imperial capital for more than 10 days, but he didn't expect to stay from June to mid-October, a full 4 months. Fortunately, his clone's mental power was not weak, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Axel left, missing a level 7 wizard tower and a level 7 combat force. Now was a time when he was short of manpower, and he had to go back and make preparations. Speaking of which, Dole had to ask Alan about the situation of the Huawudong organization when he returned, and what the conflict between Axel and them was. He always felt that the fact that this woman was driven out was not simple. Dole left by taking the wizard tower. After he sent the message, several people quickly rushed out of the city, and their mental power swept wildly in the surrounding world, but found nothing. Some people even chased to the north. Soon, the Glory Wizard Alliance issued orders one after another, and those people came back reluctantly. Among them was the Fire King ancestor, who was a little unwilling. But he was also a little frightened. From the time he knew that Dole had gone out to the time he left the city, he didn't find Dole's trace. The Tower of Babel must have some tricks. In the city, because of the chaos of several big figures, some high-level officials in the imperial capital were really nervous. The backyard of the palace. Daphne opened her eyes and looked ahead. After a long time he sighed, "Let him go, he doesn't care about anyone else anyway, let's talk about the future later. Ash is also very good, it's good for the two of them to be together." The path of a wizard is mostly lonely. She decided to strengthen her belief in her heart and achieve the path of a 9th level wizard. The more 9th level wizards there are in the family, the stronger the deterrence will be in the future. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Augustine is far behind Dole. Far from being on the same level, there is no need to look at him at all. Although he is also a genius like me, but his vision is not on the same level, there is no way to compare. Dole and several ancestors did experiments while chatting and laughing, and he could even take the lead, but they probably didn't dare to raise their heads in front of several ancestors. This is the gap. Dole's affairs in the imperial capital were just a flash in the pan. He didn't even make a move in front of many people. Only the senior officials and wizards knew him. His actions were not particularly outstanding, nor were they high profile, so some people cared about his departure, while others didn't care at all. At night, the two of them rushed back to the north in the middle of the night with all their strength, turned around outside the city of all bees, and rushed to the west and headed straight for Watzenberg. After obtaining authorization outside, the wizard tower finally stopped in the wizard tower group of Watzenberg, still in the previous position, not far from the Chris Wizard Tower. The Tower of Babel stood quietly, but still alarmed many people. The energy fluctuations were too large, and it was impossible not to be noticed. For a time, the news of Dole's return shocked everyone. The first message sent to Dole was from Alan. "Haha, congratulations, Lord Marquis." Dole had just taken a breath, and when he heard this, he immediately replied, "Chairman Alan is mocking me. This time, I went there, but it took a lot of effort, and I also lost a lot of things." Alan immediately replied, "I heard about it. Lord Puyusi told me something. The water in the imperial capital is too deep. If I can avoid it in the future, I'd better try not to go there." Dole said, "Yes, I will never go there in the future." As soon as Alan's voice fell, other people's voice transmissions came. Dole replied one by one, and finally said 2 key words. "This time I came to discuss marriage." The top leaders of the Glory Wizard Alliance were silent for a long time. Wizards rarely get married. Even if they get married, it's just two people together. Such a big announcement of marriage between two people is generally a combination of two forces. Dole is alone, and marrying Ash. Ordinary people must think that the two of them can just live quietly like this. Get married, but think about it, Dole now seems to represent a force, and it is not a small force. Many of the families in Watzenberg are not as good as Dole. Except for the four major families, those so-called middle-class families currently do not have the momentum and confidence of Dole. Chapter 839. The ruling class of the empire is the nobility. Among the nobility of Watzenberg, the highest is the prince, which is hereditary. The lord of Watzenberg has it, and it is currently deruled. Below the prince, there are 3 dukes, 2 leaders in charge of the army, and the president of the Honor Wizard Union, all of which are positions. As for the marquis, there are very few, only about 10, all of whom are the patriarchs of various families, or the mayors of various counties. They are all earned by the families, who have made military achievements in several lifetimes. And Dole is a marquis, and his status in the empire is the same as theirs. What does this show? Dole's status is above anyone else, and is on par with several major families. When walking outside, anyone must respectfully address him as the marquis. The marriage of Dole and Ash does not occupy the title quota of the Rhine family. If they have children in the future, they can also inherit the title. This is valuable to any force. When two people get married, it is definitely necessary to have a grand ceremony. I just don't know if Dole and Ash are willing to have a grand ceremony. Wizards like quietness. This is what most people think. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight cut through the darkness and there was still frost on the northern land, Dole and Ash were already standing at the gate of the Rhine family. It was not the small gate of the Westling family, but the Real gate of the Rhine family. In front of a huge building that symbolizes the Northern Lion, there is usually only one team of guards here, and even several family heads and several sovereigns do not come. So, when the two came here, at the cold door of the house, several guards, who had been frozen all night, were still a little dazed. Princess Ash is back, and she brought Dole Wizard with her. What are these two people doing here? While everyone was still thinking, the captain of the guard had his eyes lit up, and he immediately came forward and asked in surprise, Princess Ash, Lord Dole, please wait a moment, I will go to inform His Royal Highness the Prince immediately. Northerners rarely use official titles. Once they use official titles, it proves that the matter is not small. Others seemed to understand something when they heard the captain's words. The main gate is to symbolize the status of the family, and to show off. When to show off? Naturally, it is to show off when the family has a big event. What is the big event related to these two people? People around them quickly reacted that these two people are going to get married. Aren't wizards always very low-key when they get married? Several people looked at each other, and then stood straight, with their guns in their hands stabbed into the sky, looking energetic, and showing off the majesty of the city lord's mansion. Before Dole spoke, Ash stood beside Dole, holding his hand and smiling, don't worry, just walk slowly. The guard leader immediately ran back. He came to the gate, pushed open a small gap with all his strength, and then got in. Dole looked at it. The gate was about half a meter thick, that is, only a level 6 warrior could push it. This noble atmosphere is too strong, worthy of being a top family power. Not long after, the gate was opened again, and the guard leader came out again, smiling, Marquis Dole, the prince invites you. Dole nodded and said, please lead the way. He had walked through the side door many times, but never through the main door. It is estimated that Ash rarely walks there, and he really doesn't know the way. Ash just held Dole's arm, and the two of them swaggered in through the main gate, and walked into the gate of the city lord's mansion. Dole came back with Ash last night, and Ash notified the two adults, Prince Deruliad and his father Westling. It happened that his father was in the city, so he hurried over early this morning to settle the matter. Ash couldn't wait any longer, but he was busy with other things and had no time to talk about this matter. At this time, Ash looked very happy. After entering the gate, following the captain of the guard, Ash leaned on Dole and whispered, I haven't been back for a long time. I feel a lot more distant all of a sudden. Dole was speechless. Your house is too big, it's hard to get familiar with it. Ash scolded, can you chat? Dole patted his head, you are a wizard, not those little wives who are dependent on others. Ash pouted, today I am the wife, I don't care. Dole was speechless. The two of them bickered all the way to the door of the small courtyard of Dalialide. The guard came here, did not speak, but bowed slightly, and left. Dole stood at the door, looked at Ash who was still hanging on him, and said, we are here, why don't you be reserved? Do you need it? Don't you need it? Dole smiled slightly and walked in with Ash. The small courtyard was very quiet. Westlin, Laura, and a few children stood there pointing at the surroundings. Seeing the two people coming in, Isla ran over excitedly. Sister, you've been out for a long time this time. I miss you so much. He stood in front of the two people, excited like a child. Westlin and Laura saw the actions of Dole and Ash. As a father, he could naturally see that Ash was still perfect. These two were too ambitious. They had to be promoted to level 7. The two looked at each other. Westlin coughed and said, "We haven't officially married yet. Be reserved. Okay, come in." Laura saw Dole at this time and smiled. Come in, come in. It's been a long time since we last met. I miss you." Since the last time they parted, they haven't been back for a long time. Ash was reserved for a while after being told by his father, and just climbed down from Dole, but still held his hand. The two greeted each other together. Ash touched his brother's head and said, "You are going to grow up soon, get married quickly, and give Dad a grandson." Iva's mouth twitched, thinking, "You haven't given birth either." "I do it as soon as possible." The family entered the hall. In the hall, Deruliad and the mayor's wife Shavannah sat on the left and right. Seeing the two people coming in, Deruliad laughed. "You two, you are finally back, Marquis Dole. Congratulations." When Dole entered the hall, he heard such a hearty laugh. He and Ash knelt on one knee respectively. "Meet Uncle." Deruliad stood up and smiled. There were some twists and turns in this trip to the imperial capital, so it took some time, but it was finally resolved smoothly, and I also got a lot of benefits. Deruliad nodded and said generously, "I heard from my great brother the Emperor that they are just jumping clowns. As long as my glorious royal family does not fall, their families will never get ahead. In this empire, our glorious royal family still has the final say." Deruliad raised his eyebrows. Although Deruliad only controls a state, his tone and attitude are more wild than that of Emperor Yale. He nodded, and after chatting for a few words, he got straight to the point and said, "I came here today to discuss the marriage between me and Ash with the two uncles. Let's set the wedding date first, and the betrothal gifts and other things." Deruliad looked at Dole, then at Ash, nodded, and said, "As expected, that's right. You two have been engaged for so long, it's time to get married, otherwise our Ash will soon be unwanted." "Haha, Westlin, you are Ash's father, you and Laura decide this matter." Chapter 840. Dole and Ai hoped to their father. Westlin was also relieved. The two of them kept dragging their feet, and not getting married. His heart was also up and down. It was not easy to find someone as outstanding as Dole. He thought about it and said, "Then it's better to choose a day, so let's pick November 1st. It's mid-October now, and November 1st is just 10 days away." Dole was a little stunned, and even Deruliad was a little stunned. "Isn't it too early?" Westlin glanced at Laura, then turned his head and looked at Dole, smiling and said, "It's not early, and there's no need to prepare anything. Dole doesn't have many relatives, and there's no need to call anyone. Just simply ask a few people from the Glory Wizard Alliance and our main relatives to witness it. Wizards don't need too much etiquette." Thinking of Dole's identity, Deruliad understood a little, probably because Laura said so. He nodded. "This is your family's business. Although it is also our Rhine family's business, you are the main focus. Dole and Aishi are both wizards, so try not to make a big fuss. Secular etiquette does not restrict wizards strictly." He suddenly laughed and said, "You are almost there. Hurry up, and have a few children. The succession of Albi's city is the foundation." At this point, everyone looked at Aishi. Aishi's face was very calm, nodded, and said, "We will start to have children soon." Dole's mouth twitched, asking if he had asked for my opinion. However, Aishi's realm has stabilized, and they can have sex. He didn't say anything. The two families talked about the betrothal gifts, but there was nothing. Anyway, Dole's was from the Rhine family, and I don't know how much benefits Albi's city gave, so it was enough to give a symbolic amount. The date was finally postponed to November 15th. Give yourself some time, give the outside world some time. Moreover, the marriage of Ash and Dole involves many interests. The two families need to reorganize, and it is more about the reorganization of the city lord's mansion, which has nothing to do with Dole himself. The conversation lasted until noon. After lunch, Dole moved from the main courtyard of the city lord's mansion to the Westling family for specific discussions. Finally, it was decided that the Rhine family would post to some important people through the family, and Dole and Ash would post to the wizards, trying to pick up important members. And the final location was placed in Albi's city. Because there is still no Dole there, if it is held in Watzenberg, all the people there will gather here, which will easily cause the power of Albi's city to be empty, giving Dragon Bat an opportunity to take advantage of it, and the situation that has been created with great difficulty will lose control. The current situation in Albi's city cannot be lost, and the trade route cannot be cut off. Now the city has begun to make profits gradually, and the treasury of the city lord's mansion has gradually become richer, and it must not be lost. The distance from here is 1,500 kilometers, which is not short. It depends on how many people go there. Even if no one goes, it doesn't matter. After confirming the matter, Dole began to send messages to a few people he had good relationships with. Almost no one would come to bless the wizards at the wedding because the years are too long. Some people may meet dozens of women in their lifetime. If everyone is notified, what will other wizards think? Therefore, Dole did not notify much, just the people in Chris Wizard Tower and some old people in the Albi's City Wizard Union. As for Wutzeberg, he did not notify many people. Alan was one, and there were not many people including the other senior executives. Albi's City Prison. In the deepest part of the prison, Dole's clone sat there, suppressing for a long time. His spiritual power surged and reached a certain scale. In front of him, 2 death row prisoners fell to the ground, leaving only breathing and heartbeats, and their spiritual aspects had disappeared. Dole opened his eyes, and closed them again. When he opened his eyes again, the 2 death row prisoners stood up expressionlessly, walked out, and were escorted back to their cells. These 2 people will be hanged tomorrow. These 2 death row prisoners are different from other death row prisoners. When they used the dream method to deprive them of their spiritual power, they found that these 2 people were members of a cult organization. They came from the south, and recently came to Albi's city to promote the cult, which has already caused a certain scale. Dole frowned, carefully digested the information in the sea of consciousness of the death row prisoners, and then stood up and left the place. There are still 3 members in this cult group, and he needs to deal with them, otherwise it will cause widespread panic. In the main plane, the knowledge level of human beings is generally low. Ordinary people may only know a certain amount of words, and can do accounting, that's all. Only the aristocracy can access high-end cultural knowledge, and most of the knowledge is in the hands of wizards. This is also the reason why ordinary people generally have insufficient knowledge, and are easily confused by the information promoted by some cult organizations. Most cults are anti-human organizations. For example, when they caught these 2 people, they announced that the Northwest would be in chaos and humans would perish, calling on believers to unite and believe in something called the God of Destruction. Dole had seen this world-destroying God organization in the information of Wutzenberg. There was something behind it supporting it. The main reason why it had not been able to develop in the Empire was the strong suppression of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Although the Glory Empire was ruled by the Glory Royal family, it was still dominated by wizards. The creed of wizards was to believe in heaven and earth and understand the laws of nature, rather than worship any god. Those who worshipped any god were all cults. In the Light Continent, there were only 2 countries with sects ruled by national power. One was the Dark Empire, and the other was the Glorious Empire. The Dark Empire was ruled by the wizard god family, and believed in a god named Mahakala, while the Glorious Empire was a believer in the god of light. In addition to these 2 empires, there were also some organizations that believed in gods in other empires, but they were all small organizations, and could not compete with the empire. In fact, the Dark Empire and the Glorious Empire had been invading other empires, including the Glory Empire, to spread their beliefs and win over believers. Unfortunately, the Glory Wizard Alliance on the Glory Empire was more powerful, and repelled all the forces of the 2 empires. The 2 empires did not give up, and sent some people here every year to spread their ideas secretly. However, under normal circumstances, the Glory Empire would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. As long as they were caught, there was only one word: kill. Therefore, after Dole got the traces of the cult believers, he strangled them immediately. Albi's city currently has 12 small towns, which are under the jurisdiction of 12 viscounts. There are many villages around the small towns, which are led by various barons. Although these villages do not produce much, and even the overall output value is not as good as that of adventurers going out for adventure, it is still good for those older nobles and ordinary people. In addition, with the protection of Albi's city, the surrounding area is relatively safe, and ordinary villagers can live relatively well. Chapter 841. In the dark night, in the middle of a small town, a group of people gathered around a fire, singing and dancing, looking very lively, and the young men and women looked at each other with admiration. The autumn harvest is past, and winter is coming. The town is also idle. The mayor organized young villagers to organize some activities, to promote everyone's feelings and to form couples. And some young and beautiful girls also showed their most beautiful postures, hoping to be noticed by noble masters or handsome men. Beside the fire, there was peace. Mayor Yerlin's face was reflected by the firelight. He looked at the people in front of him warily, with a hypocritical smile on his face. You three have come from afar. I am very welcome to you, but what you said makes me shudder. Not to mention the Weisenberg side, even the Albee City side will not let this happen. One of the three people threatened hypocritically, we are not exaggerating. Something big is about to happen in the Northwest. Maybe you don't know that a black wizard is about to be born in the Northwest. I don't know if you have heard of the Nightmare Empire. The Nightmare Empire is too old for these people. Old wizards, who have lived for hundreds of years, don't know it at all. Baron Yerlin shook his head and said, go on. The man vividly described the great achievements of the Nightmare Empire, and the terrifying ability of the Nightmare Ancestor. Almost no one can defeat it. The entire West Ring continent is dark. Only I, Mahakala, can save the people and destroy the demon Nightmare. Now that Nightmare is about to establish a country in the Northwest will soon face endless troubles. When Nightmare descends, the world will be dark. The man silently released a spell, the spell of fear, into Yarlin's heart. Yarlin's heart was filled with infinite fantasies. His consciousness was blood-red, dark. A dark sickle passed through the void. The town was full of heads, and corpses were everywhere in an instant. Shock, fear, terror, chilling emotions rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked for details. The three people cooperated very well. One person told the details in detail, and one person released the spell of fear and weakening. For a time, everyone around was caught up in the story told by the three people, and even the flames of the fire could not extinguish the darkness in their hearts. I don't know how long it took. Just when those people began to preach the benefits of Mahakala, a figure came quietly from outside. Wherever he passed, the people around him automatically made way and came directly to the three people and Yarlin. Yarlin was listening to the teaching seriously, when suddenly he had an idea and looked at the man. Then the darkness in his heart was swept away by a brilliant white light. Thunder roared, the earth trembled, and all the haze was swept away, and his heart suddenly became bright. With a bright heart, his emotions naturally stabilized, and he soon began to doubt the three people in front of him. At this time, he raised his head and saw the image of the person who came carefully, and was immediately shocked. My God, why did the Marquis come here? He stood up immediately in shock, looked at Dole, and said, why didn't you notify me in advance when the Marquis came? Dole didn't look at him, but looked at the three people, and smiled faintly. If you don't come quietly, how can you see such a wonderful speech? The three of them didn't notice Dole's arrival at all, nor did they feel any signs of the witchcraft being broken. They were only level 3 wizards, and they couldn't notice a level 6 boss at all. When Yerlin raised his head, his eyes were bright, and he spoke. The three of them looked to the side together. Dole? The mayor of Albee City, he's here? The three of them were immediately terrified, because they knew they were exposed. Dole was a level 6 wizard, and they were obviously infringing on the interests of the Empire by preaching their sect to him. They quickly thought that the other two people should have been caught. Run. The three of them were about to run, but they felt a black screen in front of their eyes, fell down, and couldn't feel anything. Dole glanced at the three of them, and under the bonfire, the people around them became clear-headed and looked at him without blinking. What happened just now? Why did you believe in someone else's lies? When the lord of the city arrived, the three people fell to the ground automatically. A group of people suddenly knelt down and cheered, Lord Marquis. Half of the town was cheering, and it seemed that the momentum was not small. In the dark night, it seemed that Dole was the leader of the mission and the real god. Dole came as a nightmare clone, with extremely sharp mental power. He could even feel the emotions of the people around him. At this moment, they really regarded themselves as the gods in their hearts. Great, bright, fair, amiable, without any airs. It was like a god descending on the earth. Dole shook his head and comforted the people in a gentle tone. It's okay, these people are members of the cult organization, and they have the power to bewitch people. The Honor Wizard Alliance has already issued a regulation that once discovered, they will be executed immediately. Yerlin was immediately panicked. This order had been issued for many years. Every year, people from the cult were hanged in Wassenberg. He listened to the evil of these three people, and did not report it. His legs softened, and he collapsed directly. The people around him did not dare to speak, but just knelt on the ground. Dole glanced at them, and suddenly felt bored. It was not his intention to scare ordinary people. He came to announce policies and arrest people. He lowered his head, and glanced at Yerlin lying on the ground, then said, This is the only time. Report this kind of people immediately in the future. They are not something you can deal with. Yerlin was shocked again when he heard this. The city lord was not going to punish him. He nodded immediately and said, "My lord Marquis, I know I was wrong. I will definitely do things according to the rules of the empire in the future." Dole was a little bored. He raised his hand and held the three people in the air. Under the illumination of the flames, they slowly rose into the air and soon disappeared in the air. Behind him, a group of people knelt on the ground. Dole did not report these three people to the Gory Wizard Alliance. After leaving the town, he directly turned the three people into his spiritual nutrients. The bodies were thrown into the wilderness far away. The wild wolves would clean up all traces. After getting the spiritual power of the three little wizards, Dole felt that his spiritual power had risen to level 5. This skill is too fast. In less than a few months from 0 to the current level 5, it is estimated that it will not take long to catch up with the original body and the skeleton demon clone. It is too fast and very stable. The spiritual power cultivated is also very pure, and the quality is comparable to the storm meditation method. He carefully thought about the pros and cons of these three meditation methods. In the dark night, his heart could not calm down for a long time. The spiritual power cultivated by the storm meditation method tends to be light and agile, with very high quality and sufficient quantity. It can be said that it is a perfect level of meditation method with almost no shortcomings. The meditation law of the skeleton demon tends to be dark and dead, and it advocates violence. Under the sickle of the god of death, one force breaks all laws. The power cultivated is mainly based on extreme explosion, which is very powerful. The final nightmare meditation method is mainly based on mental power. Various mental witchcraft emerge in an endless stream, and can even be hidden in people's hearts. It can be called an indestructible cockroach. Chapter 842. With the three witchcrafts combined, Dual Eye can be said to have completely swept the 6th level, comparable to the 7th level. With the true meaning of thunder and lightning, Dual Eye can now be said to be almost a 7th level, but he lacks a deeper understanding. Recently, he came back and planned to comprehend the power of wind. He happened to get a lot of good things from the Empire, and planned to retreat again. Floating in the air, he looked around carefully. In the darkness, the town in the distance was already mostly cold and quiet. The fire was still burning, but it was no longer as lively as before. Some people in the village have already fallen asleep, and bubbles of dreams appeared in Dual Eye's perception. As long as he wants, he can invade these people's dreams at any time, tamper with their dreams, guide their thoughts, and even do a series of real things in the dream, such as torture intelligence, whipping and beating, guiding temptation, etc. This is the perversion of the nightmare meditation method. He turned his head and looked at the mountains in the north. At this moment, he felt a force locking onto him. It was an extremely powerful force, which seemed to be the same as Vasily's, but more violent and violent. The level 8 of Baiyuan Mountains, Dole immediately sensed it. Was it observing him? Dole didn't care. The level 8 didn't dare to come out, and there was only one level 8 in Baiyuan Mountains. If he dared to make a move, the level 8 of What's-a-Bird would come out immediately. The force just lightly swept over him, then faded away and disappeared. Dole knew that the level 8 of Baiyuan Mountains was paying attention to him. He turned back to Ulbi's city and quietly entered the prison. Although Dole is the president of the Gory Wizard Alliance, he is not in charge of the affairs. Most of the affairs are handled by Bernard. Bernard was resting, but suddenly he opened his eyes, came to the office, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote a case file. Then he finished the case file, handed it to the people below, and slowly issued an order: notify them, and strictly investigate all kinds of religious organizations in the whole area. Once found, immediately inform the Gory Wizard Alliance and strike with all your strength. The next morning, all the notices were spread all over the area, including every intersection leading to all directions in the Northwest Passage. This is just an ordinary but not ordinary little thing. The Gory Wizard Alliance is usually responsible for many things, and there are many notices every day, which is not worth mentioning at all. It's just that this time it involves a cult. Northwestern countries. There is an ancient palace in a desert. In the palace, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and frowned. Damn, Mahakala, you actually spread the word about my existence. You are really courting death. The middle-aged man was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although Mahakala was a small cult, it worshipped a real evil god. He slowly closed his eyes, and after an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes again. All high-level wizards in the Nightmare Empire of the Northwest countries received an order to do their best to curb the power of Mahakala. At the same time, they were preparing to declare the restoration of the country and deploy troops to the border. In recent times, his existence has been known to people. The Glory Wizard Alliance, the Light Sect, the Dark Sect, and the Witch God Organization and other powerful forces have come here one after another to confirm their existence. The Glory Empire and the Northern Kingdom have begun to increase troops to the border, and it is estimated that they are about to attack. This time is different from the last time. Last time, I was able to survive by relying on the characteristics of meditation. They have studied me for more than 200 years. If I fail this time, I am afraid it will not be so simple. But I have made some preparations. As long as it is not a god-level attack, what can the 9th level one do to me? Besides, I have reached an agreement with the Scorpion King in the Tingri Desert. A true 9th level existence is now my backup, and I am not afraid of the Pope of Light and the old ghost Qianhua. Humph. With the order of the middle-aged man, the entire northwest countries began to move. Assassination, rebellion, seizure of power, coup, a series of things took place within the empire. A full 20 small countries seemed to have changed their names overnight. When ordinary people did not know what happened, only 3 days later, except for a few empires in the northwest countries, the other empires had completed the change of regime and became part of the Nightmare Empire. At this time, the Nightmare Empire also officially announced the establishment of the country, and at the same time, a large number of troops were recruited to station troops on the border to prevent attacks from other empires. When this news spread in all directions, it almost caused a sensation in the entire Northwest and the entire Western Ring continent. The Nightmare Empire has really been restored. On the border of the Glory Empire, at the entrance of a huge fortress, Prince A's of the Glory family stood on the edge of the fortress, looking at the empty northwest direction in the desert opposite. Next to him was a young man in white armor, who was Andes, who was exiled here. Andes looked at the yellow sand in the distance and slowly said, "Uncle A's, the Nightmare Empire has been restored." A's face is about 40 years old, but his real age is actually over 70, and he is still energetic. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. "Isn't this the purpose of Brother Yale sending you here? The restoration of the Nightmare Empire has little to do with our legions. It is mainly about the wizards. We just need to be careful to maintain the magic circle and not be invaded by the nightmare. The 7-level wizards, who came with you this time, are the main force." Andes nodded. "There is only one nightmare ancestor in the Nightmare Empire who is quite powerful, and the others are not as good. He only saw the information of the Nightmare Kingdom recently. After reading it, his heart was cold and palpitating. That person is too terrible. He fought against the entire continent alone. Although he was killed in the end and staged a tragic king drama, he can now be involved again and return to his previous power and realm. It's really terrible. If it weren't for the Qianhua ancestor and many 8th-level wizards in the family, even if Andes had amazing military power, he would only think about turning around and leaving at this time, saving his life first, and there was no way to fight. Low-level warriors like them would probably die if someone thought of them. It was the first time he knew that there was such a terrible skill in the world. He was really shocked that Najulai could live so long and be so healthy despite being targeted by the Nightmare Empire. The magic circle has been set up. There shouldn't be any problems. The Empire has been studying the Nightmare Ancestor for 100 years, just to prevent this." At this moment, another person came up from behind. Looking closely, he looked a bit like Prince A's. He held a spear in his hand, looking forward with a solemn look at his father. "The Nightmare Empire has set up a fortress in the ancient canyon 100 kilometers ahead, and has mobilized a large number of wizards to participate in the construction." Prince A's nodded. "The ancient canyon is the main passage. They must do something. It used to be a large flat road, which facilitated trade and communication. What's the point of setting up a fortress now? The northwest countries are very poor, so poor that they often secretly plunder some towns in the Glory Empire. Although there are many soldiers in the fortress, there are many places bordering the Glory Empire, which is impossible to defend, so they often fight with the northwest countries and break up the royal family at any time." Chapter 843. However, after one group is dispersed, another group will come up to continue ruling and looking for trouble. The Glory Empire did not think about occupying the territory. This place is too poor and not worth it. If these small countries are integrated, it would be interesting. But would it be so easy for them to set up a fortress? Ace smiled and said, "You discuss with Andes and the people of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Each of you will lead 10,000 troops to harass them. If you can crush their construction team, you can crush them. As for the wizards, let them play freely. It is best if the other party is destroyed." The two immediately became serious and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, they looked at each other, their eyes full of competition, and turned away. Wassenberg, Dole sat in the room, touching his chin, a little surprised that the nightmare country was restored. When this news came, Dole knew that something was going to happen in the northwest. Nightmare restored the nation, facing the forces of the entire continent that were hostile to him. It was estimated that a large number of high-level wizards would soon stay in Watzenberg. The only thing I didn't do this time in the imperial capital was to seriously study the 8th level potion. I have nothing to do these days, so I can study it carefully. From level 6 to level 7 is a very slow process. The accumulation of power, the understanding of the natural world, and the understanding of other places. Dole is not in a hurry to study the original power. His current strength is still a little weak. Although his mental power is huge, it is still insufficient. According to the current growth of mental power, it will take at least until next year to officially start studying the power of level 7. But it will be soon. He had a large amount of alien power in his hands for research. Dole estimated that as long as he could research anything, he would be able to reap huge rewards. However, the restoration of Nightmare was unexpected news. There was going to be a war. He thought about it, and immediately issued an order to the pharmacists to produce a large number of healing potions and life-saving potions. The northwestern countries were going to war. When the news came out, everyone in the Chris Wizard Tower was stunned. Is there going to be a war? The top leaders of Watzenberg were also discussing how to deal with this matter. Will the Empire send people? Prince Andes has already gone there. Will there be a larger scale of troops? These are all questions. In Albi City, Nightmare's clone opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Since Nightmare has restored his country, those spies in Albi City cannot be left. Walking out of the prison and coming outside, Dole walked on the street, slowly crossing several streets. In the dark night, everything around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. His target today is Mizukic, a level 6 assassin. They have been eyeing each other for a long time. Although it is late autumn, the night in Albi City is still very lively. There are all kinds of lights and fires on the streets, and there are many passers-by. There are many activities in various squares around, all hosted by the nobles. People here seem to like lively scenes. Of course, Dole likes it too, so as long as these people don't cause trouble, he always has a laissez-faire attitude. Mizukic is a level 6 assassin. At this time, he is staying in a quiet small courtyard, sorting out intelligence. The empire has been restored, and Mizukic is very excited. He wants to go to the northwest to take a look now, and then shout, "This is my country." But the responsibility is here, he can't go back, he can only think about it in his heart. He kept sorting out the information, and he was very happy. At this moment, he felt something was wrong, and a fierce crisis filled his mind in the sea of consciousness. He was alert instantly, and released his mental power to check where the crisis came from. At this time, he felt a black in front of his eyes, and a thick darkness came over him, and he couldn't see anything. In the yard, the body of the water shadow fell to the ground without any signs, except for the regular breathing, as if he was asleep. At this time, the world of water shadow consciousness was still dark, as if the darkness was him. He was the darkness. He tried desperately to see a piece of light, but he couldn't see it. The water shadow didn't know what happened, but at this time, he clearly felt that his state was wrong. Was he trapped in the dark magic, or was he trapped in something else, dark, couldn't see anything at all, and the mental power seemed to have completely lost its function. At this time, Dole mixed the magic of the skeleton demon god and the nightmare meditation method together, and directly covered the spiritual power of the water shadow with darkness, so he could only feel the darkness. He did not attack the opponent's spiritual power, not wanting to cause the nightmare ancestor to rebound. After completing the wrapping, he used a series of spiritual powers, and began to make up dreams for the water shadow. It is actually very rare to make up dreams for a level 6 assassin. The best way is to let him fall asleep by himself. After completing the wrapping of spiritual power, Dole already has this ability. The nightmare meditation method was activated, forcing the other party to fall asleep. After a moment, Mizukic's panicked mental power began to appear phantoms in front of his eyes, as if nothing had happened around him, and everything he had just encountered was an illusion, and it didn't exist. He lowered his head, and the space around him quickly expanded, just like the original world. He was still processing official documents in the same place, and even the words on the official documents were exactly the same as before. Mizukic let out a long breath. Maybe he had an illusion just now. But as an intelligence officer, Mizukic still felt something was wrong. He closed his eyes, and thought carefully about everything just now. He did not feel the attack, but he fell into darkness inexplicably. The darkness was so real and so terrifying, just like when he met the Nightmare Ancestor. Someone used dark witchcraft to sneak attack him, Mizukic thought frantically in his mind, and at the same time began to self-examine with witchcraft. In his own dream, unless he practiced meditation methods related to dreams, it would be impossible to detect any problems with himself. Ordinary people's dreams have a strange mechanism of self-consistency. They know that what they dream is false, but they still think it is true. For wizards, although their mental power is strong, if they don't realize that they are dreaming, they will think it is true. The nightmare meditation method has many descriptions of dreams, methods and mechanisms of dreams. Dole has used this point, and has successfully imprisoned a level 6 assassin. As long as he falls into the dream for more than 2 days, Dole can take all the mental power scattered in his body into the dream, and then collect the dream, and finally turn it into his own nutrients. Once successful, the Mizukic will be dead. However, at that time, it will cause the things left by the Nightmare Ancestor. Dole will have to take people to the Tower of Babel, use the space mechanism of the Tower of Babel, cut off the opponent's mental power channel, and finally grind the mental power clone of the Nightmare Ancestor to death. This time he has planned it all. Just like last time, there will be almost no loopholes. Anyway, the Nightmare Ancestor knows nothing about the last time. Planning an 8th level, even though it was a clone, Dole felt extremely excited. This was what a wizard was like. This was what adventure was like. Chapter 844. After finishing all this, Dole breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the body of the water shadow lying limp on the ground. He looked around, lowered his head, and looked at the table full of various papers and notes. He glanced at the notes, which were densely written with small words, recording the intelligence of Albi's city, from ordinary to extremely ordinary people in some key positions, to the whereabouts of major nobles, almost everything, involving all aspects. Dole's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Why did this damn Nightmare Empire inquire so carefully? Is it so rich? It also costs money to develop spies. So much intelligence is obviously not sent by one person, but the power of many people. With so many people, where do they get so much money? Even if they emptied the northwestern countries, would his small Albi's mountain need so many spies? It's really inexplicable. He carefully looked through all the information and found that the information in it was very objective, without any of his own guesses and conjectures. He thought about it, and found that this method was very reliable. Without guesswork, there would be no bias, no guidance in a certain form and direction, no big loopholes, and no subjective emphasis on a certain direction. This method seems very good. Dole looked around and carefully scanned it with his mental power. Except for the dust in the room, everything else was clean and did not reveal any information. Even these small notes did not have any names on them, only code names and the like. He nodded. The Mizukic was indeed professional. Unfortunately, although the nightmare meditation method could possibly turn the enemy against him, the opponent's nightmare meditation method was more powerful, and there was nothing to turn against him. Dole did not move anything, quietly took the body of Mizukic and disappeared into the dark night. The spies of the Nightmare Empire were almost operating under his nose. He could know the situation at any time if he wanted to, but Dole did not care at all. After dealing with Mizukic, Dole dealt with several so-called subordinates, pulled out all the middlemen on several lines, and then summoned the head of the public security to search the places of these people. Confiscated what should be confiscated, sealed what should be sealed, and investigated what should be investigated. The next day, the whole city found that Albi's city had changed. Winter is coming, everything is dormant, and the cold wind from the northwest is surging down, affecting the entire northwestern countries, and everything is trapped in the situation of ice and snow. Under the leadership of the Empire, the 2 major legions of the Wassenberg Iron and Steel Pioneer Corps, and the Brave Corps did not stop because of the footsteps of winter. They went deep into the desert one after another, and pulled out the 2 fortresses built by the Nightmare Empire. Level 8 cannot attack at will, and the level 7 forces of the 2 empires are ready to move, facing each other from a distance on the border. At the same time, the forces of the Northern Kingdom also began to march into the desert from another fortress, but the scale of the Northern Kingdom was smaller, and it could only go deeper through the edge of the Nightmare Forest to fight with the newly declared Nightmare Empire. There are mountains in the south of the Northwest Kingdom, which is not a big problem. It is the territory of the monsters. So far, there are only the Glory Empire and the Northern Kingdom. Further north of the Northwest Kingdom is the Great Icefield, where there is nothing. In winter, there are only endless glaciers, which is not involved in anything. The direction of the battle was still closer to the Glory Empire. The Nightmare Empire's claim to power shocked all parties. The intelligence organization of the entire Glory Empire began to operate. Each family prepared, mobilized troops, transported supplies, and headed northwest. Dole was also helpless. It was supposed to be a good day for his wedding. Why fight now? In Ash's boudoir in Watzenberg. Lying on the same bed, Ed looked at Dole, who was looking lifeless. Knowing that he was wandering in the sky again, he didn't care and casually fiddled with his hair. The two didn't wear much and lay on the warm bed because they had just experienced a big battle. The wizard's control ability is very strong. He will not release his animal nature, it will because of physical desires. He is very rational. At this moment, Ash's face showed a trace of redness. He stretched out his hand to draw circles on Dole's face and said, Dole, what do you say, should we have a boy or a girl? The spirit in Dole's eyes recovered. He turned his head, and Ash's delicate face was in front of him. All right, I have no objection. Ash smiled and said, with our current ability, we can control whether we have a boy or a girl, what do you think? Dole smiled bitterly, you don't have to control it, whoever you conceive is the one, are boys and girls the same? A boy is a prince, and a girl is a princess. Ash then laughed and said, that's right, but if you have too many children, what if they compete? Dole pinched Ash's face, isn't competition a normal thing? At that time, the capable will be promoted and the incompetent will be demoted. Albi's city is their future foothold, and only capable people can defend it. It has nothing to do with the two of us. Ash felt that Dole was a little irresponsible, but he couldn't find anything to say. With a city as an inheritance, Dole and Ash's starting point as parents seemed to be above most people. What else could they find fault with? In this regard, almost every force did the same thing. Ash said with a happy face, then I get pregnant. Dole nodded and said, get pregnant? Wizards can clearly understand their own status and control it to a certain extent. The two of them don't have any protective measures, so it's very easy to get pregnant. Ash has just become a woman these days, and doesn't want to be a mother so early. She just wants to prepare first and adjust her body to the best condition. Newlyweds, they have tasted the sweetness of the marrow. They haven't gone out for 3 days, and even the meals are delivered to the room by others. Ash finally understood what those people said about the shameless life. It was too shameful, but most of the time she was pestering Dole, and Dole was practicing when he had nothing to do. After returning from the imperial capital, Dole gained much more than Aishi. Aishi was also practicing, but basically her clone replaced her, and the original body had nothing to do. At this time, Dole said again, the war in the northwest is about to begin. I have to find a way to upgrade to level 7 as soon as possible, otherwise I feel unsafe. I don't know how much power the Nightmare Empire has prepared. It shouldn't be too low. Aishi was still immersed in the gentle countryside. When Dole said this, she was a little helpless. Things happened too fast recently, and they didn't have time to react. Even the wedding is not going well. My father is going to fight, and the family has to prepare for the defense of the north. It is estimated that a large number of people will go to the front line, and several ancestors in the family will even be dispatched. Who cares about their wedding? These days, eating at home feels like eating a wedding banquet. Ash nodded and said, yes, the Nightmare Empire has been operating for so many years, and the Nightmare meditation method is so terrifying. I don't know how many people have been controlled, but I heard that their high-end forces are insufficient. If all the high-end forces of the Western Ring continent are deployed together, the Nightmare Ancestor will probably be forced to flee immediately. Chapter 845. Dole said, that being said, the human race has finally managed to gain a little peace. If those level 8 and 9 ancestors are dispatched together, it will cause a backlash from the world of Warcraft, which is not cost-effective. The current war is still at level 7 and below, and it is not easy for level 8 to take action. It's really troublesome. Ash also knew this. Since reaching an agreement with the high level of the Warcraft hundreds of years ago, it is almost impossible to see those above level 8 walking around casually. If there are really dozens of level 8 and 9, the Warcraft will definitely tear up the agreement and attack the human territory. Level 8 has reached a terrifying level of ability, and can easily destroy the world, not to mention level 9. If more than a dozen level 8 and 9 fight together, it is estimated that the continent will collapse, which is very terrifying. So it is true that Dole feels that he is not strong enough now, but is it that easy to advance from level 6 to level 7? Ash thought for a while, and said, why don't we stay in Albi's city peacefully? It's the Empire's business, not ours. Dole turned his head and looked at Ash again. It's not that easy. I'm afraid we have been blacklisted by the Nightmare Ancestor. As long as he can send out the power of level 8, he can kill the two of us. We should stay here and don't run around recently. Ash's heart skipped a beat, and then he hugged Dole tightly in his arms, as if he was afraid of losing him. At this time, Dole had already moved his will to the clone of the Tower of Babel. From the Empire's inventory, he got 3 stones, one with alien radiation power, which was isolated by him, one with a strong power that was not sure whether it was electricity or magnetism, and one with strange penetrating power. He picked up the stone with the alien electromagnetic radiation and placed it on the experimental table. The other 2 were sealed again. In the near future, he will focus on studying this stone and electromagnetic power. He has comprehended the will of the thunder. Although he has only comprehended a little bit, it has basically involved the door of thunder and lightning. As long as he studies this stone thoroughly, he can basically touch the rule power of thunder and lightning to more than 10% and enter the rule level. As for the strength of mental power, it should be enough. The meditation method has reached its end, and the strength has reached the end of the 6th level when practicing the nightmare meditation method. Now all he needs is the comprehension of the rules to enter the 7th level in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, his expression became solemn, and began to enter the research state and conduct in-depth research on this stone. The power radiated from this stone is not known to be magnetic or electric, but it has something to do with it. As soon as he touched it, he felt that the dense lightning particles were very active on the surface of the stone. They seemed to be comforted by some kind of power, arranged in a neat array, flowing on the surface and inside of the stone. Just seeing this, Dole felt his eyes were opened. Can electricity be played like this? The essence of the world is rules. What is the essence of rules? It is the world's interpretation of appearances. Gravity, flames, wind, these are all visible. In invisible places, it is the embodiment of rules. Dole came into contact with lightning very early, and he was very good at using it. But when he really saw this stone, he realized that he was really a frog in the well. It turns out that lightning can be used like this. What is the essence of this stone? What secrets are there in it? He is now eager to get all the connotations of this stone. Meteorites are probably the easiest thing to unlock the world's appearance, but they are also the most difficult to obtain. It is almost impossible to get a meteorite with regular appearance. Now that Dole has it, he naturally needs to study it carefully. Entering the experimenter mode, Dole turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on research. The winter in Watzenberg is very cold, but this winter is not cold at all. Several northern fortresses are busy mobilizing troops, and major families are busy with winter training, trying to take out a certain amount of strength to participate in the war in the spring. Even the large-scale riots of Warcraft in winter every year are not taken care of, and are handed over to the mercenaries, adventurer associations, and local governments. War is the only place to get daily merits. Some families have been eager to get more merits. Where does merit come from? Naturally, it comes from war. Everyone has a consensus on this. The Glory Wizard Alliance is also very busy. Intelligence agencies and supervisory agencies continue to infiltrate the Northwest in an attempt to get more information. However, the most unlucky ones were the major caravans. They were doing well in business, but suddenly the road was cut off. This was very embarrassing. Therefore, throughout the winter, many caravans in Watzenberg transformed and moved to other places. Some people stayed and participated in the protection of the surrounding towns. In winter, low-level monsters lack food and can easily come down the mountain to attack villages. The Albiz Mountains are also included. In winter, all combat forces are tense. Not far from the gate of Albiz City, a witch in bright red clothes appeared from a distance, looked at Albiz City in surprise, and then walked forward step by step. It's not that she didn't dare to sneak into the city, but the 8 wizard towers in the city brought him too much pressure. Soon, he came to the city gate. In the city, Dole's skeleton demon clone raised his head and quickly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already at the city gate. The city gate in winter was a bit cold, and there were almost no people coming in and out. Only the guards stood there bored. A man in red clothes came from a distance at the gate. He looked at him and blinked. It was the vice president of Huawudong who asked him for medicine, Alan's lover, Angelina. He flashed and came to Angelina's opposite like a phantom. He bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Angelina." Angelina looked at the person coming and became alert, but he probably knew that this was someone from the Glory Wizard Alliance, and only the Alliance would intercept her at the door. But he was still surprised when he was Dole. He knew Dole, but the strong smell of death exuded from Dole at this time, which shocked her a little. However, she still bowed slightly and said, "Wizard Dole, hello, have you changed your meditation method?" Dole shook his head. "No, this is my clone." "May I ask what your expression is when you come to Albiz City?" Angelina looked at Dole. This guy has changed too much. At this time, she bit her beautiful lips and said, I came to you and wanted you to be a peacemaker to mediate the conflict between the two leaders of our organization. They have fought 4 times in the past few months and destroyed 5 mountains. Dole took a deep breath. It was really an internal conflict of Wudong. He could think of one of the leaders must be Axo. Who is the other person? The conflict of level 7 is not something that a small level 6 can solve. Dole thought about it, and Angelina was more and more shocked at this time, because Dole really reached level 6 as the legend said, and the quality of his mental power was very high. Even the clone practiced different meditation methods, and the strength was very strong. If it weren't for her own fire power that restrained the dark power, she doubted whether she could be a match for Dole. Chapter 846. This wizard, who was still a child back then, has grown up so fast. No wonder Axo is so confident that he is not afraid of being blamed by the Fire Wudong organization after he gets the Fire Golden Tower. Angelina took a deep look at the Albiz city behind Dole, and hesitated to speak. After a moment, she sighed and said, How about this, Wizard Dole? As long as you are willing to go with me, I will pay you a 7th level Fire Spirit Crystal. Dole frowned and looked at Angelina and said, Has the conflict between Axo and your leader reached this point? The 7th level material doesn't sound good, but if it is the Fire Spirit Crystal, it is basically equivalent to the 8th level top-notch treasure, which is worth a lot of money. The 7th level material is already rare, and the 8th level is even rarer, not to mention the Spirit Crystal level. Angelina sighed again and said, It has indeed come to this. Lord Axo got the Lihua Golden Pagoda you refined. This time, he went back and secretly used the Wudong Sacred Tree to successfully advance to level 8. He fought fiercely with our president. The two of them fought in turns and implicated many people. Dole was immediately shocked. What? Axo has been promoted to level 8. The Lihua Golden Pagoda is actually not the Lihua of this world. It is slightly different. Axo has been hiding in the tower for research. Dole thought that this guy could not research anything. Now it seems that he is still behind. Level 8, she was originally at the top of level 7, and now she has been promoted to level 8, my goodness. There is another level 8 in the West Ring continent, and Dole felt a little shocked. If that woman reaches level 8, it will be a big deal. He coughed and said, I guess it won't work if I go there. Besides, the situation in the Northwest is tense recently. I need to protect Albiz City, and I really can't leave. Angelina looked at Dole and hesitated. She really didn't know who to find. The 2 level 8s were fighting all day long. Now people dared not live within 100 kilometers of the Fire Wudong organization. Even the monsters didn't dare to stay around them for fear of causing a fatal disaster. Level 8, there are a certain number of level 8s in the world. They have already stood at the top of the world. Who dares to go there and cause trouble? She sighed and said, I know you have difficulties too. Forget it. I find someone else. Dole was the person she thought was most likely to solve this matter, but now it seems that the other party is obviously not willing to intervene. Should the president come and invite him himself? Angelina glanced at Dole. That was too cheap. After all, he was just a level 6 wizard. It was too much for a level 8 wizard to come to him to do something. Sorry to bother you then. Angelina bowed slightly, then turned and left. Dole looked at Angelina's back, feeling a little puzzled. Axel really went back to seek revenge, and the opponent was the current head of the Fire Wudong organization. This was too boring. Axel was the previous head of the Fire Wudong organization. Dole could imagine how the guy looked like as a leader. It must be out of tune. It was normal for him to be kicked out. It was natural to go back for revenge now. But when he thought of her injuries when he first met her, he also understood. The opponent was obviously not a pushover. Fight. Although level 8 was powerful, it was extremely difficult to kill someone. Each of them had a strong ability to save their lives. This was just a small episode. After Dole came out, he did not return to the city, but got up directly and flew quietly to the Albiz Mountains. I was studying the meteorite, and the Tower of Babel was not there. Although the storm field was always running, I needed to check it every once in a while, and discharge the accumulated lightning power inside. Not long after, the huge Albiz Mountains were filled with blazing lightning and rolling thunder. The sound resounded through the earth, and shook the 4 directions. Thick lightning fell from the sky, and landed on the peaks in the mountains. Rumble. The crackling and exploding sound shook people's hearts. The Baiyuan Mountains in the north. The dragon bat stood on the top of a mountain, and looked at this side fiercely. The lightning released by the storm field startled him. Good guy, the momentum is getting bigger and bigger. It is winter now. Everything is dormant, and most of the places in the mountains are covered with snow, which the dragon bat doesn't like. It still likes summer. The Albiz Mountains have been occupied for so long, and they have never been taken down, so he has given up the idea, but routine harassment can still be done. The northern passage has also been completely opened up. Occasionally, the little ones are sent to harass, but they are also to deliver food and materials to Dole. It is better not to go, and put most of the monsters on the plains to harass human villages. Although the kid is not in the mountains, the storm realm is him, and he is the storm realm. The dragon bat feels a headache. At this moment, it felt a thought, and then it was overjoyed and flew into the mountains. Soon, he came to a mountain and stood in front of a stone gate. There were no other monsters in front of the stone gate. The guard had disappeared, and there were 3 standing behind the stone gate. He, the 3-headed dragon lizard, and a white dragon. Longfu was stunned. These were the 3 top-level powers of the Baiyuan Mountains. Why did they summon the 3 of them? Just as he arrived, before he could communicate, he saw the door slowly open and a monster walk out of it. The ancestor asked you to go in together. The door was wide open, and everyone looked inside attentively and walked into the cave with their hearts pounding. The ancestor of the Baiyuan Mountains has been in charge of this place for hundreds of years. Although there is not much to do at ordinary times, he also takes good care of them, the senior leaders. There has been no conflict for so long, which is very good in the surrounding areas. But this does not mean that Baiyuan has a good temper. This person is from the Black Dragon clan, and the Black Dragon clan is famous for its bad temper. Therefore, the monsters felt a little trembling in their hearts when they entered. The cave was very long. We walked along the underground for an unknown amount of time. When the temperature inside gradually heated up, we saw a huge hall. A huge dragon hundreds of meters long was entrenched in the cave. Under him were all kinds of treasures and treasures. Even on the dark ground around him, there were many rare species such as dragon blood grass, dragon snake grass, and dragon sun flame grass. They all relied on the existence of dragon chi, or ambergris, and were full of certain rules and power. The 3 monsters were a little dazed, and they didn't know whether it was the treasures or the herbs that were dazed. As soon as they entered, the 3 monsters felt a heavy pressure from the high-level dragons and hurriedly crawled on the ground. Greetings, ancestor. The black dragon's body was very large, and every time it moved, the air around it would whir. He raised his head, glanced at the 3 demon beasts, and slowly said, I tell you something. The nightmare ancestor has resurrected. I guess the northwest area is about to go to war. At that time, the human race's 9th level ancestor may join the war, so keep quiet for now. The 3 demon beasts were also very old, and had existed for who knows how many years. When they heard this, they were stunned. Chapter 847. That monster is resurrected? How is that possible? Wasn't it destroyed? The 3 monsters were stunned at the same time, showing incredible expressions. The 3 dragon lizards that participated in the suppression of nightmares even started to fight. In the past 1,000 years, if there is a battle that has the greatest impact on the world's high-level forces, it must be the human race's suppression of nightmares. Although there was not much fireworks in that battle, most of it was a fight between mental powers, but the scope of the impact and the number of races involved were unimaginable. Just to suppress the nightmare ancestor, 7 level 9s were dispatched, 4 from the human race, 1 from the elf race, and 2 from the monster race with high mental power, 1 from the dragon race, and 1 from the spirit firebird race. Even so, the dragon race fell on the spot, and the others were also injured. A large number of level 8s and 7s who were watching the excitement around were killed or injured, and they all died silently, which was very terrifying. The 3-headed dragon lizard was only a level 6 at the time, watching the excitement from a distance with other magic beasts, watching the mental storm pass by him, and the magic beasts in front of him fell down in groups, and there was no sound in an instant. The extremely terrifying power left an indelible impression on him. It was too terrifying, and the nightmare ancestor was only a level 8 at the time. The war lasted for 10 days, and the whole world was quiet only after all the clones of the nightmare ancestor were destroyed. The dragon clan lost an elder at the time, and the vitality was greatly damaged. The level 9 magic beasts of the other human and elf clans were also extremely severely damaged, and they have not come out to move until now. The 3 dragon lizards became restless. The black dragon glanced at the 3 dragon lizards and thought, there might be a victim on the scene. He nodded slowly and said, you just need to know the horror of the other party. Don't show up recently. The high-level people of the human race will come to the north recently. We may have a meeting, which does not involve low-level forces. The nightmare ancestor is the enemy of the entire West Ring continent. The 3 dragon lizards nodded hurriedly. Ancestor, wasn't that guy killed? How come he is alive again? The dragon bat and the dragon clan were also a little confused at this time. Didn't he die? The black dragon ancestor said that guy's spiritual power attainments are invincible. As long as there is a sub-body alive, it can rise after practicing for a period of time. It is estimated that there is a weak sub-body that has not been detected. As long as there is an intelligent creature, it can be parasitized by the nightmare ancestor. So if there is another war, you don't have to watch the fun. The black dragon didn't want to say more. He said a few words and sent the 3 monsters out. As he walked out, the 3 monsters still couldn't believe it. How is it possible that a terrifying master of the human race, who had died for hundreds of years, was resurrected? That person was invincible in the Northwest, and he even massacred cities and destroyed countries. He was unstoppable. Even the monsters suffered from the slaughter of the whole mountain. It was very terrifying. There were dozens of level 8 monster masters who died in his hands, not to mention the human race. The fundamental reason why the top power of the Western Ring continent is somewhat weak compared with other continents is because of that person. Now, he is resurrected again. The 3 beasts looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and went back to their nest directly. They decided not to come out. Whoever comes out will suffer. Dole didn't know that all the forces above level 8 in the entire Northwest had been informed of the news of Nightmare's resurrection. Anyway, the Nightmare ancestor had already established a country. After learning that the Nightmare Empire had been restored, almost all the races in the Baiyuan Mountains, the Evil Spirit Mountains, and the Nightmare Forest immediately informed the human high-level officials. When they learned that the person was indeed resurrected, all the forces began to tighten and panic. Dole just felt that there were fewer caravans in winter, but the attacks of monsters in the wasteland had not decreased. So he issued various orders step by step and dispatched personnel in an orderly manner to defend against the invasion of monsters. Due to policy reasons, the strength of each village was not low. Under normal circumstances, they could rely on self-defense. The strength of each noble should not be underestimated. The skeleton clone sat in the city lord's mansion, and the nightmare clone quietly stayed in the prison, occasionally going out for inspections and eating some criminals. The whole city of Albiz was bustling with peace, and no one would make too many moves. Occasionally, a fierce commercial competition broke out between several families, but it was just commercial competition. Time has almost come to mid-November, Dole's wedding. On this day, Dole and Ash returned to Albiz City. Some people sat together for a meal and talked for a while. Even after the meal, only a few people from the Rhine family came. Westerling and his wife, Lord de Rouliad, were all absent. The wedding was unusually simple and low-key. Originally, it was planned to be a grand wedding that was known to the world, but in the end, due to the restoration of the Nightmare Empire, it could only be held in a low-key manner, and finally only announced to the public. On this day, Albiz City welcomed the first heavy snowfall, but the people of Albiz City were very happy. Although the city lord's wedding was not a grand ceremony, it was also a huge progress for the people of Albiz City. The city lord's marriage means that the city has a real master, and the city lord will inherit here from generation to generation, instead of abandoning their people in the future because he may be a wizard. Dole is gone, but there are still his children and his descendants. Lord Dole is definitely the kindest and most serious city lord they have ever seen to his people. They don't want the city to become like someone else after Dole leaves. Now he is about to get married and have offspring, who may inherit his will. Adults are so thoughtful. On this day, all forces are truly law-abiding and carefully manage their own industries. The spies of the Nightmare Empire disappeared, and the city returned to its former tranquility. Albiz City began a new round of dormancy in this winter. When Babel Tower returned to Albiz City, all the wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance seemed to be relieved. As if only Babel Tower was there, everyone felt a little safe. Dole's return also proved that he would not go out for a period of time, and the safety of the Glory Wizard Alliance was guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be too terrible to rely on the Wizard Tower group alone to face the several level 7s in the Baiyuan Mountains, who were eyeing them covetously. As for the Nightmare Empire, it was not so harmful to these people who were generally less than 100 years old. Back to Babel Tower, Dole continued his unfinished research. At the late stage of level 6, when the mental power is strong to a certain extent, it will touch the mental power ceiling and touch the most basic operating rules of the world. Trees grow, stones roll down, and clouds float. These seemingly simplest things in nature can bring people a very strong feeling. Why do trees grow? Why do stones roll down? Why is it downward instead of upward? And under what force do clouds float? This is the research topic of the top level 6. Only after figuring out these, they have the opportunity to touch the rules. Those who study the fire system will understand the nature of flames, and those who study the wind system will study the nature of wind. Only by understanding the nature can one have the opportunity to touch the rules of the Tao. What the rules are is the nature of nature. Electromagnetic meteorite Dole did not study for long, but he felt that he was going further and further on the road of lightning. Now, he can easily condense more than 3 or 4 times the power before, and his control is greatly enhanced. He even understands the concept of magnetism. According to the relationship between electricity and magnetism, he easily uses the difficult-to-control lightning to form an electromagnetic shield. Chapter 848. Magnetic force and electric force are two different directions, but they are perfectly combined at this time. Magnetic force can distort everything, even human mental power. Electromagnetic shield can defend against mental attacks and magic attacks. Magnetic force itself is very difficult to control, so when Dole made an electromagnetic shield, he knew that his attainments in mental power were higher than any level 7. There is a huge watershed between level 6 and level 7. The mental power is strong and touches the essence of the world. Then during this period, the mental power is flourishing, and the world will send down thunder tribulations, using thunder and lightning to temper the mental power. The essence of the mental power will be significantly improved. Finally, because of the improvement of mental power, there is a long-term understanding of the elements of his own cultivation and contact with the rules. Dole himself plays with thunder and lightning. Every minute and every second, the mental power is interacting with thunder and lightning. The essence of the mental power is already strong enough. So, he didn't know whether he had survived the thunder tribulation, or whether he would have another thunder tribulation. The intensity of the thunder tribulation was not even as strong as the thunder and lightning covering the storm area of Mount Albiz. When he saw Alan survive the thunder tribulation, Dole was quite shocked, but now it seems that his mental power has long surpassed Alan's, and has even reached a level above level 7. Will he have another thunder tribulation? Am I now considered level 7? Dole was a little confused, because the path he took was different from the paths taken by others. Originally, Feng Shui was the main skill, and thunder was the auxiliary skill. Now thunder has been introduced. At least in terms of the nature of thunder, it has exceeded the 10% watershed and reached the level of level 7. Now it is just missing Feng in water. The skeleton clone returned to the Tower of Babel to continue studying electromagnetic meteorites, while Dole went to the Albiz Mountains to take charge of the storm field. He needed to make some achievements in the wind and water systems. He happened to have a break recently, so he could do some research. The problem now is that Dole doesn't know whether he has reached level 7, because he can't feel any signs of thunder tribulation at all. According to the strength of his mental power, he has reached it long ago. Time passed slowly, and soon another half a month passed. The north entered December, and officially entered the era of ice and snow. This winter is particularly cold. After several heavy snowfalls, the entire northern world is covered with ice and snow. In the city, wisps of smoke from the houses of each household slowly dissipated into the atmosphere, which looked very warm. At the gate of Albiz City, a series of notices were posted, purchasing various woods, recruiting guards, recruiting trap masters, and catching various beasts that sneaked into the village. At the Adventurers Guild of the Glory Wizard Alliance, several middle-aged people were anxiously waiting for something. Soon, a wizard in red clothes came in from outside and looked at the middle-aged people. The middle-aged man hurriedly went up to him and said, "Excuse me, Master Arii." Arii was a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance, good at fire magic, and a third-level wizard. At this time, he looked at the middle-aged man, bowed slightly, and said, "Mayor XXX, I am ordered by the Glory Wizard Alliance to go with you and tell you the details." Mayor XXX smiled and made a gesture of walking, saying, "It's like this, our territory is a little closer to the north. Recently, there are many wolves, and we have been harassed. Please go there to deter them. The power of our territory itself is sufficient, but the long-range firepower is insufficient. The wolf pack has attacked the town several times, and has injured many people." Wizard R's face became serious, and he said, "It is my responsibility to share the worries of Albiz City. Let's not talk too much, let's go now." Mayor XXX was puzzled. "Are you alone?" R smiled, "There are other wizards outside. The person that President Dole has given us is to ensure the safety of the town. I can't do it alone." Mayor XXX laughed immediately. Albiz City is the city that cares most about ordinary towns, and ordinary people that he has ever seen. It is also the best city for ordinary people. Although Lord Dole does not show up at ordinary times, many people know that Dole City will inspect various departments from time to time, travel in person, and enforce the law on the spot. Several deputy mayors or mayors have been punished for various reasons. The most serious ones were even caned on the spot. For those nobles with bad intentions, Lord Marquis was ruthless, and could be called a model of the city lord. From last year to now, in just over a year, the number of births in Albise city alone has exceeded 10,000. This shows the sense of belonging of the people here. These people are the future of Albise city. Therefore, if there is something wrong in each town, they will take action immediately to nip all dangers in the bud. If their own guards cannot solve it, they will ask the Glory Wizard Alliance for help. Although the wizard's price is high, the Glory Wizard Alliance will provide subsidies, so it doesn't cost too much. Mayor Dole is a good person. This situation is happening every day, and the elemental wizards of the Glory Wizard Alliance are busy all winter. At this time, Dole is not in the city lord's mansion, and several clones are not there, but all gathered at the Tower of Babel, 2 clones, 1 original body, all gathered in front of the electromagnetic meteorite. Dole's original body stood in front of the table, concentrating all his mental power, and for the first time, fully penetrated into the meteorite. There is a very strong magnetic force on the surface of the meteorite, which has a great obstruction to the penetration of mental power. He has always used various equipment to observe the meteorite, and then get what he wants. Now that the research is almost done, he is ready to use mental power to observe directly. The advantage of direct mental power observation is that you can see everything intuitively, instead of relying on guesses and guesses based on the phenomena monitored by the equipment. However, the magnetic force on the surface of the meteorite is too strong, and the mental power strength has always been insufficient, so the previous method was used. Now for more than a month, the mental power is enough, and then it starts. Next to Dole stood Aishi. She was also invited by Dole to watch the progress of the electromagnetic meteorite. Dole shouted, and the mental power materialized. A pair of big eyes materialized in front of Dole. The eyes were vivid, as if they were real. The eyes slowly moved forward and looked directly at the meteorite. At this time, a purple light was released from the eyes. The purple light is also Dole's spiritual power, but it uses a special method, which makes it more penetrating and more stable. The purple light fell on the meteorite, and suddenly a series of faint sizzling sounds were heard. The spiritual power was weakened, twisted, and penetrated. An indescribable metallic smell filled Dole's perception. The spiritual power and electromagnetic force were in fierce confrontation. Dole constantly adjusted the strength and toughness of the spiritual power according to the strength of the magnetic force, but still failed to penetrate the protection of the magnetic force. Dole was not discouraged, but continued to adjust. The spiritual power became more and more condensed, the strength of the spiritual power became stronger, and the understanding of the magic pattern of the spiritual power became deeper and deeper. Chapter 849. But soon, Dole withdrew his mental power with a red face, but his mental power was still not condensed enough. The light of mental power gradually dimmed, and the blood slowly converged, revealing Dole's tired face. It was only a few minutes, as if he had fought with others for several days and nights, and he was very tired at this time. Aishi stood behind Dole, gently holding his shoulders, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Beside him, Aishi's clone wrote furiously, writing down countless words, and Dole's clone was also recording, but he was recording with mental power, and storing it in the blank jade book next to him. Dole took a breath, turned his head and said to Aishi, although it was not broken, it also gained a lot of things. The power of Yuan Magnetic is still overbearing. This meteorite from outer space is definitely in the ranks of rare 8th level natural treasures. Just the outer layer of defense, he almost used up all his mental power, and couldn't break in. Ash was also surprised at this time. He knew the strength of Dole's mental power. He was definitely level 7, but he couldn't do anything with a meteorite. She nodded and said, but the order and trajectory of the magnetic force have been recorded. The electromagnetic force here is at least enough for us to study for a while. Is your consumption okay? Dole nodded, and now he was a little better. He patted Ash's shoulder to show that he was fine. He didn't need that much time to analyze the data of this experiment. He would guide those people in the dream to help him analyze it. All the data would be sent to those dreams. As long as one person could study a little bit, it would be enough for him to use for a long time. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought that if it was the nightmare ancestor facing a subject, he should be able to study it thoroughly quickly. Then why is he still wandering around at level 8? Why not level 9? Is it not the difficulty of level 9? That is not how many rules he has mastered. But he soon thought that dreams are dreams after all. Those people's mental power is limited, and the depth of research is also limited. I am afraid that they can only understand a little bit. If they really want to understand, they need at least level 8 mental strength. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. These test data were packaged and sent to those people. It is estimated that it will take a long time to study a little bit of things. After all, they are not real people, and there is no actual environment. He didn't even tell Ash about the nightmare clone. This matter is too terrible, and he doesn't trust anyone. If others know about it, he is estimated that he will be the next nightmare ancestor, and be besieged by the entire West Ring continent. After the experiment, Dual Eye prepared to rest, and Ash studied the data first. Soon another month passed, and the time came to January. In the 352nd year of the Shiming calendar, Dole was 29 years old. In the Tower of Babel, Gretel and Eugene sat opposite Dole, and the two of them were speechless beside Ash's belly. Gretel was puzzled and helpless. You just got married, and you want a child. This is a bit too early. It's only been more than 2 months. How can you embarrass us two single dogs? Eugene also followed up. That's right. There's no need to have a child so soon. It's only been a short time. They are still struggling at level 5, and Dole has left them behind on the road to level 6. Dole is willing to see them now, and Gretel feels that Dole is already a very good person. Dole and Ash smiled. It's getting late. We've been together for several years. Eugene and Gretel felt sad. They were both geniuses, but why was there such a big gap between them? A few people chatted for a while, and talked about Leona. Eugene sighed and said, unless I reach level 6, I don't want to. The Lay family is very tight-lipped, especially after your example. They are no longer so enthusiastic about me. Dole was speechless. What example do I have? We are also in a serious relationship, and have not been obstructed by our families. Greta laughed at this time and joked. The Lay family said that you didn't lose your virginity before level 6, and they also hoped that Eugene didn't have any bad thoughts before level 6. Leona has good talent, and they are looking forward to Leona entering level 7 or level 8 as soon as possible in the future. Eugene was helpless. Level 7 or 8, that will take decades. I guess that by then, Leona and I will be old men and women. Dole shook his head. Both of them have good talents. Now they are level 5. Under normal circumstances, it will take at most 30 years to reach level 6, but 30 years is too long. He shook his head and said, then you have to hurry up, even if it's for your own happiness. Eugene felt a little bitter. Where did he get the resources? He didn't have any skills, and couldn't make money. His current source of income depended on the salary from the Glory Wizard Union, and the share of the Azure Drink Shop. Moreover, even his teacher left, and went to the Imperial capital. Should he go to his teacher? He was entangled. Dole knew what was wrong with Eugene, so he smiled lightly and said, aren't you just afraid of not making money? It doesn't matter. You can cut down those dead trees on the Albise Mountains. If you cut them down and sell them, they will be yours. The storm field occupied the sky above the Albise Mountains. There were countless dead trees. Except for some fungi and small plants that liked to grow in the shade, all the others were basically dead. There were indeed many high-level dead trees, and there were still many of them. This was exactly the same as the way Alan paid his debts, which was to cut down trees to make money. Eugene was entangled, but he still thought about it seriously. At this time, Gretel thought about it, looked at Dole, and said, I want to go to the northwest this time to participate in the battle. My fighting skills still need to be honed. As long as the Nightmare Ancestor does not participate in the battle, I think I can still adapt to it. With the 3rd level Wizard Tower, I should be able to get a lot of merits. Dole turned his head, and looked at Gretel seriously. Even Ash was a little surprised. Gretel had no shortage of resources or time, so why did she want to go to the northwest? It's not necessary, Dole said. Gretel sighed, my meditation method belongs to the dark type of meditation method. It improves quickly in places like the Imperial capital where people's hearts are complicated, and it also improves quickly on the battlefield. Meditation methods that collect various strong emotions to grow are all like this. Emotions on the battlefield are the best to collect, so I still plan to go there. I have level 5 strength, and I won't be underestimated there. It's not a question of whether you are underestimated or not, but the higher the strength, the faster you die. The Nightmare Ancestor has strange abilities, and is mixed in the army. There are countless Nightmare clones. As long as they target you, you will die. Gretel said, aren't there all kinds of alchemy equipment from the Glory Wizard Alliance branch? They haven't done nothing for so many years. They have props in this area. Dole's heart moved. The Glory Wizard Alliance also received a batch of alchemy orders issued by the top a few days ago, but they didn't look at them, and handed them over to the alchemy department. Could it be this aspect? I have to go and see if it really works. He looked at Gretel, and Gretel looked at him seriously. Neither of them wanted to give in. Dole shrugged and said, "Then you can see for yourself? Anyway, be careful. The nightmare ancestor is very powerful. I have dealt with him several times. Although I didn't suffer any loss, I didn't get any advantage either." Chapter 850. Greta nodded. He knew that Dole had been fighting wits and courage with the nightmare ancestor's men or clones for a while, and the final outcome was not bad. He sorted out his emotions and said, "Eugene, then we see each other at level 6. Eugene looked at Greta, and his heart was a little heavy. Greta went to the battlefield, so what about him? At their age, the road ahead is fixed. Now there is only money to make and to improve their abilities to the maximum. Everything else is idle. To put it bluntly, wizards rely on strength and ability to speak. Dole has the strength and ability to conquer such a world, but what about them? This is just a small episode." Soon, Dole's Babel Tower returned to peace. In the Albiz Mountains, Ball was nestling in a magic crystal vein, and he didn't want to move. The power in his body was extremely strong, but he couldn't break through. He knew that there was no hell rule in this world, and it would be extremely difficult to break through here. But if he goes back to break through, although there are coordinates that can locate the hell world, he will be suppressed by other monsters if he goes back now. The energy level of their world is extremely high, but there are true gods. After thinking about it, he decided to stay here comfortably, and go to a higher world or an ordinary hell world in the future. At present, it seems that he has to wait until he reaches Dole level 7 before he can leave. Thinking of this, he raised his head and took a look at the sparkling magic crystals around him. How cool it is! The magic beasts themselves are slow to advance. If they don't find the magic crystal vein, it will be very difficult to advance. This is also the reason why those powerful magic beasts like to occupy a place. They didn't occupy a place, but a magic crystal vein, at least most of them. The magic crystal mine in Bayuan Mountain is estimated to be larger in scale and better in quality. Unfortunately, there is an 8th level black dragon in it, and he is no match for it. Otherwise, it would be really cool to occupy Bayuan Mountain. There are 7 mineral veins in Albiz Mountain. The Glory Wizard Alliance is currently mining 2 of them. He occupies one, and there are 5 that have not been developed. For the entire Albiz city, it is enough. In addition to the annual payment to the imperial capital, Dole can also intercept a lot. So, the current Albiz city is not short of money at all, it is rich. It's just a little dangerous. Even those stationed in the town are warriors, or wizards above level 3, otherwise they can't withstand the rampage of the monsters in Bayuan Mountain. Ball suddenly thought of something, and shook his head. Why should he, a monster, worry about humans? It's more important to lie here comfortably, and absorb energy. January 10th. Gretel left the Glory Wizard Alliance with the Wizard Tower. Eugene learned from his mistakes, and decided to dig for gold everywhere, to lay a solid foundation for his future. At this time, the Northwest Watsaburg had begun to recruit wizards to participate in the war with the Nightmare Empire. January and February are the coldest. When the weather warms up in March, the Glory Empire will officially attack the Northwest countries. At that time, not only the Glory Empire will launch an attack, but also the high-level monsters in the Northern Kingdom and Nightmare Forest and other forbidden monster lands will take action. The establishment of the Nightmare Empire has seriously affected the tacit balance between the high-level forces in the Northwest. The Nightmare Ancestor carefully checked the news from all parties, and his face was extremely gloomy. What are these damn monsters doing? The elves are also joining in the fun. Damn it. He had a thought in his mind, and activated the spiritual power hidden in various places. The hidden pieces hidden in various races were activated one after another. After lying dormant for so many years, he was restoring his strength on the one hand, and making plans on the other hand. For the sake of his empire, the Nightmare Ancestor did a lot of work. In many aspects, he made plans among the surrounding races, selected talents, planted nightmare seeds, and made these people his own people. However, some seeds of the Glory Wizard Alliance were cleared recently. Obviously, the Glory Wizard Alliance knew him better. The elves themselves were difficult to infiltrate, but there were not many high-level people. As for the monsters, they could be found almost immediately as long as they wanted them. There are dozens of large and small mountain ranges in the Northwest, with as many as 20 of the 8th and 9th levels. The Nightmare Ancestor has as many as 10 of them under his command. This is his confidence, the confidence to dominate the Northwest. As long as the Glory Wizard Alliance dares to start a war, these monsters will attack the Glory Empire. He has arranged everything. This time, he must turn the Northwest upside down. As for the confrontation with the Qianhua Patriarch and the people of the Light Church and the Dark Church, he still mainly used roundabout means. After all, he was not yet at level 9. For others, they could reach level 9 by following the steps, but for Nightmare, it was very difficult to reach level 9. Although the Nightmare meditation method was powerful, he had not yet fully comprehended several rules of Nightmare, and could not make 100% use of them. Although this path had extremely strong life-saving and destructive abilities, the improvement was too slow. For so many years, he has only completed 70% of the 4 rules of dreams, which is 20% away from 90%. Don't underestimate this 20%. He has been standing still for so many years. Therefore, he thought about building the Nightmare Empire and preparing to invade everyone's dreams, trying to improve himself by relying on the dreams of people in the empire. This is the root of his establishment of the empire. Without building an empire, he cannot improve. If he builds an empire and improves himself, these people will basically become useless, almost black wizards. How many people does an empire have? That's hundreds of millions. No organization, any force, or any race will agree to so many people becoming their own nutrients. When he got the inspiration to create this meditation method, he knew that he would eventually embark on a path of being hostile to all life. His face darkened, and he quickly gave tasks to several nightmare seeds. In spring, siege the city. Personnel transfer is a huge test for a new empire, especially since the Northwest countries have been in disarray for many years, and ordinary people's trust in the empire has been reduced to the extreme. Now they are suddenly united and preparing to start a war against the Glory Empire. Even the rough Northwest people can't stand it. When the Glory Empire's army was about to be assembled and the logistics supply was about to be completed, the Nightmare Empire was still urgently recruiting soldiers. Kill! Behind the newly built fortress, the third team of the Iron Pioneer Corps jumped out of the rear defense line and rushed to the Nightmare Empire crowd in front. Not long after, the Nightmare Empire left a field of corpses and fled. On the ground full of wilderness, the corpses soon became cold, and waves of yellow sand blew over and sprinkled on the pale faces of the corpses. The team crossed this place and went deep into the desert, and behind them, a large group of vultures began to land and peck at the corpses on the ground. This is the third time that the Northwest has changed its location to build a fortress, and it is still defeated by the 2 legions. The war between the Mage Corps also came to an end soon, and the Glory Wizard Alliance was still victorious. The war lasted less than 3 hours, and soon the teams returned to the fortress from the distant desert. The Glory Wizard Alliance did not go deep into the fortress, and as long as they dared to build a fortress, they would go out and fight. Chapter 851. On the wall of the Northwest Fortress, Prince Ace smiled at Westling next to him, and said, "I don't know how long this war will last. Ash's wedding has been delayed. Do you have any feelings?" Westerling was originally full of fighting spirit, but after hearing this, his fighting spirit dissipated. He smiled helplessly and said, "Nothing can be delayed. Ash can find her own destination. It's good." Although Dole is usually cautious and looks timid, he is actually very courageous and ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have taken down the Albise Mountains by himself. Just based on this, I have nothing to worry about when the 2 of them are together. Prince Ace nodded. He has been stationed in the fortress for many years. Although he has not been back, he has heard a lot about Dole's deeds. To be able to take down the area of a county is comparable to the record of a 100,000-man army. This young man is amazing. When they first fought in the Southwest Highlands, it was only a few 100,000 square kilometers and lost 300,000 people. It feels difficult to think about it now. Prince Ace smiled and said, "If we delay this time, you will probably be able to see your grandson when you return." Westerling smiled faintly. "It should be. Ash has wanted a child for a long time. This time, she should have it directly." Prince Ace said again, "Ivy, didn't you urge him? He is already old, and he doesn't plan to get married?" Westling's mouth twitched. He said he would find someone in Albise City. "I don't know what kind of person he wants. I wanted him to come this time, but he couldn't leave the Albise Mountains. The monsters were rampant in winter, and Dole didn't care much. They were also very busy." Prince Ace nodded and sighed. "The old black man in the Bayuan Mountains is not a vegetarian either. Ivy is as dangerous there as here. Now it depends on when Dole will reach level 7. Only when he reaches level 7 can he sit safely on the position of the city lord of Albise City. If it is in other places, a level 5 wizard is a big boss, but in this remote area close to the Warcraft area, it is really impossible to suppress it without a certain strength." Westland nodded. He looked forward, his eyes fixed on the desert in the distance, frowned a little and said, "What is the Nightmare Empire doing? Sending these ordinary soldiers to die, What's the point? Seeing that he was not discussing Dole, Prince Ace also looked forward, thought for a while, and said, I guess they want to infiltrate. You order the wizard side to check every soldier who comes back. If someone is invaded by Nightmare, the consequences will be disastrous. Westland nodded, I will take care of it. Alan will be here in a few days. The Watsabird side will go out this time. Dolly, there will probably be more than 2 wizard ancestors coming from the Imperial capital. Prince Ace nodded, Ice King ancestor will come, Qianhua ancestor will come quietly, I know these two. At this moment, both of them suddenly raised their heads and looked up, their mouths wide open. A huge giant eagle flew from the desert in the distance, flying straight towards the fortress. Before it flew over, the huge wind element on its body, mixed with the terrifying momentum of the power of rules, stirred the surrounding world like a storm rolling from the desert, very terrifying. A giant eagle, like an eagle-shaped terrifying sandstorm, swept across the world and crashed into the fortress. Prince Ace and Westland opened their mouths wide, showing disbelief. How could the one in the desert attack the fortress? This is a level 7 peak giant eagle, a natural disaster level monster. The two hurriedly shouted, open the defense formation. Open the recall horn. Wizard side, quickly meet the enemy. For a while, the whole fortress was in chaos. The order was passed down layer by layer, and the news was passed to all parties. Soon, the wizard side was ready to respond. A level 7 top monster attacked, causing a huge sandstorm, which was no less than a natural disaster. Although it was unknown why the giant eagle attacked, the fortress still had to respond quickly. Not long after, a huge spherical cover covered the fortress. A level 7 wizard tower flew up from the ground in the fortress and headed for the distant sky. Compared to the sandstorm of tens of kilometers, a small wizard tower seemed very small, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating its own strength. However, at this time, the wizard tower gathered most of the wizards above level 5 in the fortress. The wizard tower rushed towards the level 7 giant eagle with a resolute momentum. Before it got close, spiral magic elements quickly condensed above the wizard tower, and the magic elements in the surrounding world also quickly gathered in the middle. Not long after, a thick magic light appeared on the top of the tower. The giant eagle in the distance saw this, and was not angry, nor did he deliberately provoke, but just took a look and went directly to the wizard tower. On his body, the wind force in the surrounding world gradually condensed, forming dozens of tornadoes. The magic light quickly condensed, and the magic tower shook quickly, forming a huge light column, which shot towards the giant eagle from a distance of dozens of kilometers. At this time, dozens of tornadoes stood in front of the giant eagle. The light column shot into the tornado, and the yellow sand in the tornado exploded, and was quickly blown in all directions. The light column shot through 8 tornadoes in one breath, and John arrived in front of the giant eagle. In front of the giant eagle, hundreds and thousands of green wind blades met the last light column at this time, and wind blades attacked in the sky. There were bursts of bangs and bangs, fierce energy collisions, and various energy turbulences exploded in all directions. Both sides were consuming, and the light of the light column was quickly exhausted and dissipated. The giant eagle cried at this time, and the surrounding wind and sand became stronger, and the wind became more violent, coming towards the fortress. On the top of the wizard tower, the light seemed to have been brewing again, and a huge light was shot out again. At the same time, dozens of small lights were shot out at the same time. The magic cannon was also charged at the same time. The sky-high light columns, yellow sand, and tornadoes collided violently. The sound of the wind drowned out the sound of the explosion, and the yellow sand was flying everywhere, but it was obvious that the wizard tower had the upper hand, and the fierce wind column was rapidly dissipating. After the wizard tower released 3 light columns in a row, the wind in the surrounding sky and earth had gradually dissipated, and was consumed by the giant eagle. After the last release, the giant eagle suddenly cried, the wind was strong, and then it turned and ran. The wizard tower defeated the last wind flow, just floating quietly in the sky, looking at the giant eagle running away in the distance. At the fortress, Westland breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and immediately ordered, pass the order, let all soldiers return to the fortress, no one should be left outside, the giant eagle is probably controlled by the nightmare ancestor. He looked at Prince Ace. Prince Ace looked into the distance with deep eyes, his heart was extremely gloomy. The giant eagle had known them for a long time, and rarely took the initiative to attack the human race. Now such a large-scale attack must have been affected by some creature, and the biggest possibility was the nightmare. Chapter 852. Prince Ace turned his head, and said to a wizard behind him, pass this matter to Watsabird quickly, and pay close attention to the high-level magic beasts in the surrounding dangerous areas. I suspect that the Nightmare Ancestor definitely controls more than just this magic beast. There must be other magic beasts. At the same time, at the edge of the Northern Kingdom, in the Nightmare Forest, dozens of magic beasts from the Evil Spirit Mountains rushed out of the mountains, and came to the crowd gathering place to wreak havoc. The Glory Wizard Alliance in various regions was busy and confused. The garrisons in various places, and the Glory Wizard Alliance retreated to support the local area, which greatly slowed down the speed of supporting the Northwest Front Army. Although the magic beast fluctuations were quelled in a very short time, the personnel losses around the dangerous areas were heavy. The worst was a state in the west, which lost 2 small cities in one day, with tens of thousands of casualties. Shocked shaken. When the news was passed to Dole, he was in the storm field, the last storm field at night. He looked towards the Bayuan Mountains, and breathed a sigh of relief. So far, those monsters seemed to have no signs of attacking, probably because they were not controlled. The Nightmare Ancestor was indeed a bit terrifying. Silent control was much more powerful than any beast tamer. He immediately sent an order to the Glory Wizard Alliance, paying close attention to the news coming from all directions, especially the monster riots. He thought about it, then took off alone and flew to the north. Dole's breath was an overwhelming storm. When he came out of the storm field, the breath was released unscrupulously. Several level 7s in the Bayuan Mountains immediately released their pressure and suppressed Dole fiercely. Especially the dragon bat, which flew out from its resting place, turned into a stream of light, and pounced fiercely on Dual Eye. However, at this time, he had already discovered that Dual Eye seemed to be different from the previous Dual Eye. His aura was very strong, and a stream of thunder was condensed on his body. He had already broken through the 7th level. This human mage had just entered the 7th level, and in a field of thunder and lightning, after seeing this, the dragon bat calmed down and did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he flew out and released his momentum in the sky, saying fiercely, "Human, what are you going to do? If you take another step forward, I will take action." Dual Eye's position at this time was just above the Bayuan River. He looked at the dragon bat, tilted his head and looked around, and indeed did not see any signs of the other party being invaded, so his expression was stern and his voice spread all over the place. Nightmare Forest, Evil Spirit Mountain, and several mountain ranges in the west, dozens of level 7 or above monsters are controlled by the Nightmare Old Demon, and are attacking everywhere at will. I came out to see if you are also controlled. When Lung Fu heard this, he was stunned at first, and then his heart trembled. What? Dozens of level 7 monsters are controlled? How is this possible? He shouted in disbelief. The voice of the 3-headed dragon lizard also sounded in the distance at this time. The news has not been delivered yet. Human, are you telling the truth? Dole nodded. It is absolutely true. The giant eagle in the northern desert and the troll leader of the Evil Spirit Mountain have already taken action and have been repelled. Other news has not come yet, but the news is true. The 3-headed dragon lizard was shocked. The troll leader was more powerful than him, but he was also controlled silently. This is simply unbelievable. How is this possible? If this is the case, what the ancestor said a few days ago is true. This nightmare demon of human beings is really the enemy of all creatures, comparable to the abominable undead wizard. He can actually control the level 7 monsters silently, which is simply terrifying for the monsters. What the black dragon ancestor said is true. Just when the two beasts were terrified, the level 7s in other directions slowly floated up to the sky, looking at the humans in the distance who were like ants, with a thoughtful look in their eyes. At this time, Dual Eye looked at the level 7s in the sky and muttered in his heart, it was a little scary to have so many level 7s in just the Bayuan Mountains. He counted, and there were almost 7. Fortunately, these monsters don't like plains or places where magic elements are not strong. His heart sank slightly. There are tacit rules between humans and monsters, and they dare not invade at will, otherwise a real war between the two sides will be set off, and it will be the kind that will not stop until death. He slowly said, as long as you are not controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor, we can compete fairly. Among the many monsters, the dragon bat gnashed his teeth and said, okay, human, since you have entered the 7th level, I have nothing to say. We will see what happens in the future. Dole looked at the dragon bat and smiled faintly, as you wish. At this time, his eyes were slightly cold, looking at a certain place in the mountain, where an extremely deep power was secretly looking at him. He now knows what the 8th level one is. He is an 8th level black dragon, a natural monster warrior, and an unparalleled existence in the flesh. The dragon race itself is the most powerful race in the world. Most of the mountains are controlled by the dragon race. When he was in Was City before, the Mingyang Mountains in the distance spanned thousands of kilometers. It was the paradise of monsters, and most of the range was also controlled by dragon-attributed monsters. The South Highlands in the northwest and the Alishan area in the west of the South Highlands are almost uninhabited areas, and most of the areas are controlled by the dragons. The dragons can almost be said to be the most powerful race in the world, with a lot of high-end power. They have almost level 4 or 5 power since they were born, so you can imagine. He just glanced at it, then lowered his head, and quietly returned to the storm field. Facing the nearly double-digit level 7, he still felt that the storm field was safer. Today's storm field is more intense. Although the coverage area has not expanded, the original storm elements in it are more, and it looks more intense, darker, gloomy, and heavy. At a glance, there are only 2 words in my heart: shocking. In the sky, lightning flashed and bombarded around Duolai and his body, but Duolai did not move at all. He touched his chin. Is he really level 7? Because his mental power has not undergone the real thunder tribulation process, does it need to wait for a while? If there is no thunder tribulation, he needs to do it himself. The biggest role of thunder tribulation is to refine the spirit. The spirit of human beings is nothingness, and belongs to the Yin attribute. Thunder and lightning are the most powerful force between heaven and earth. After being baptized by thunder and lightning, the spirit will transform from the illusory nothingness to the essence, and the interference of spirit power in reality will become true. This is also the sign of the 6th to 7th level. After the spirit interferes with the essence, it will touch the power of rules. Dolei's spirit has long reached the essence. After practicing the nightmare meditation method, his spirit has been improved again. Now he doesn't know what realm he has reached, and whether there is still thunder tribulation. Returning to the wizard tower and entering the laboratory, looking at Ash, who is still busy with a big belly, his heart moved slightly. If they were ordinary people, would they be a family of 2 now, standing under the locust tree, basking in the sun and saying playful love words? Chapter 853. It is also possible that he is working hard for a better life in the future, while Ash is doing handicrafts at home to make money. He shook his head and drove away this idea. No matter if you are an ordinary person or a wizard, you have to work hard for your future. I won't have time to accompany my children in the future, and at most my clone will accompany them. Ash wants to have more children, ahem, Dolei can only have 3 at most. He was thinking about it in his mind, and sighed in his heart. Ash felt Dolei behind him, looked back, and breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Duolai came back safe and sound was her greatest comfort. She put down the things in her hands, cast dozens of magic patterns, and sealed the test bench. She walked slowly with her belly bulging, saying, I have accelerated the pregnancy. It is estimated that our child will be born in less than 6 months. Duolai blinked and asked worriedly, will it affect you and the child? AI, she smiled faintly, not at all, don't worry, our child will be very healthy, but I have bad news for you, it's a girl. Duolai was not worried about this. He walked over and touched Aishi's hair, saying, what does it matter, boys and girls are all my children. Aishi hugged Duolai, feeling the warmth on his body, and suddenly blushed, saying, it's a pity, I'm pregnant. Duolai was speechless when he saw her look, and pinched her cheek. There are still many days to come, what are you thinking about? Aishi nodded, and the 2 of them were warm for a while. The rampage of the monsters brought some tension to various regions. After confirming that the high-level monsters in the Beiyuan Mountains were not under control, Duolai was relieved. There are so many level 7s in the Beiyuan Mountains. No wonder the human race has been at a disadvantage for so many years. There are 5 counties bordering the human race near the Beiyuan Mountains. If one county takes out a level 7, it is no match for the Beiyuan Mountains. Fortunately, the power on my side is strong enough, otherwise it is really hard to say. However, from the Beiyuan Mountains to the south, it is the territory of the human race. If there is something, the human race can also provide support. Watzenberg can also provide support. Although the power of level 7 has always been insufficient, as long as there is, the monsters will not act easily. The monsters follow the law of the jungle. Although they fight very fiercely, they try not to get hurt. All monsters are not of the same race. There are also fights and restraints between each other, so humans have a chance to breathe. Dolei's mission is to guard the northern gate and prevent monsters from wreaking havoc on the northwest continent. This is also the requirement given to him by Watzenberg. At present, among the surrounding counties, he is the only one with the strongest strength in this regard. A few days ago, Alan issued an order to him to defend the monsters in Beiyuan Mountain with all his strength, and to kill them with all his strength when necessary. That's why today happened. Otherwise, he would rather not come out to deal with several level 7s. If it weren't for the Wizard Tower group and the Storm Field, he wouldn't have the confidence. The Wizard Tower group can deal with 2, the Storm Field can also check and balance 1 or 2, he can deal with 1, Babel Tower can also contain 1, and Ball can deal with 1. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't dare to come out at all. Today, Dole is truly confident, and has the capital to occupy the mountain as the king. Throughout the winter, the Glory Empire was mobilizing its troops. After the Nightmare Empire's disturbance, a large number of troops, and the high-level forces of the Wuxia Wizard Alliance were deployed near various dangerous places. On the contrary, there were not many on the front battlefield. The Nightmare Empire successfully slowed down the pace of the entire Glory Empire. Regardless of the outside world, Duolai only needs to manage his own piece of land. After the Chinese New Year, Duolai has been resting, doing experiments, resting, and doing experiments. According to the 7th level understanding of the rules, he has mastered about 30% of lightning and 10% of the power of magnetism. It is not so easy to integrate the power of magnetism into the mental power. The power of magnetism is a very difficult to control force, with strong penetration and destructiveness. It is more difficult to control than lightning. When controlling the magnetism, Duolai feels that his mastery of lightning has greatly improved. Time slowly came to February. On the morning of February 2nd, he felt for the first time that the whole world rejected him, and an extremely strong sense of crisis fell on his head. This feeling was very strange and direct. Under this strange pressure, the mental power was inexplicably suppressed, as if it had encountered some natural enemy. He immediately thought of 2 words: heavenly tribulation. Dole, who had just finished the experiment, said to the busy Aishi next to him in disbelief, "I am going to pass the tribulation." Aishi looked at Dole, and was a little speechless. "Didn't you say that you were already level 7? Dole scratched his head. "I don't know. The mental power is up to standard, but other aspects may be lacking. So now the heavenly tribulation is coming." Ai looked at Duolai and sighed. "Duolai, you are only 29 years old. If you are going through the heavenly tribulation, those level 6 people will be ashamed to death." Duolai was also a little helpless. After thinking about it, he quickly understood the key reason. After the meditation method was perfected, it actually took a period of accumulation, the magic power was polished to the limit, and the mental power was polished to the limit, and then he could sense that the world was rejecting him. However, the storm field derived from the storm meditation method can be regarded as his magic power. When condensing the storm field, he basically went through the process of condensing magic power. In addition, the storm field has been generating lightning, condensing the mental power, and feeding back the process of condensing the mental power. In addition, the mental power bonus brought by the skeleton demon meditation method and the nightmare meditation method, his mental power has far exceeded that of people of the same level, so it gave him the illusion of entering the 7th level. Even the 7th level high-level magic beast did not see that he had not reached the 7th level, but his mental power and magic power had seriously exceeded the standard. After Dole expressed his thoughts, of course, he did not mention the nightmare meditation method. Aishi nodded and sighed, not knowing what to say. She was still struggling at the elementary level of level 6, but Dole had reached level 7 in 2 years. This was too exaggerated. "If you work hard, I will hold on to you." Aishi patted his shoulder, looking like "I am optimistic about you." Dole chuckled and suddenly relaxed, saying, "Only when I really reach level 7 and my mental power undergoes a new transformation can I better master the power that needs to be studied at the moment. When I reach level 7, I will directly enter the middle stage of level 7. After reaching the middle stage of level 7, I will be able to completely suppress this area, manage Albi's city well, and turn it into a perfect territory." Ash nodded, lowered his head, looked at his belly, and said with a look of disappointment, "Look, your father worked so hard, how embarrassed is your mother?" Dole's mental power is very strong, and he can feel the strong vitality of the little thing in Ash's belly. Ash is also working hard. Chapter 854. He touched Ash's head and said, "Don't worry, it's okay to go slow, we still have time. I still need to make some arrangements to prevent the Nightmare Ancestor from taking action. Many people in the northwest, west, and north have been eroded by the Nightmare Ancestor. Although some people have been found in time, most areas are still very dangerous. The intelligence is controlled by the Nightmare Ancestor, which is very dangerous." Ash nodded and said, "Are you going to upgrade the Wizard Tower, or do something else?" Dole nodded, "I want to upgrade all the Wizard Towers to level 7, especially the Spiritual Wizard Tower, and I need to make some other preparations." Ash thought about it, nodded, and said, "Go ahead, don't worry, let's stop the experiment at this level, and work hard to recover and face the heavenly tribulation." Dole is not afraid of the heavenly tribulation, and there is no need to change places. He can just stay in the storm field of the Albise Mountains. With Baal and the Tower of Babel, no one can stop him. Dole sensed it carefully, and suddenly his heart became heavy. The calamity came very quickly. I just felt a crisis, and now I feel that the crisis is coming soon. It is estimated that there are less than 2 days left. I can deal with it after I have survived the calamity. Ash was shocked. How can it be so fast? Dole shrugged. For me, the sooner the better. He just said a few words and went to prepare. The sense of crisis came very quickly, so fast that Dole had no time to react. He had a feeling from time to time, and in the end, he felt that the calamity would come in less than 2 days. He knew that it was because his strength was too strong, so it was so fast. I don't need to prepare, I just stay in the Albise Mountains, so I can use the power of the wizard towers of the Gory Wizard Alliance in the distance, plus the storm field. Basically, I don't need anyone to help me. Dole didn't expect that I would need to survive the catastrophe. He planned to survive the catastrophe quietly by himself, without telling anyone. At the age of 29, he was promoted to level 7 immediately. Dole now felt like a pervert. This speed was too fast. But when I think of the energy, time, and various investments I have put in, it's actually not bad. It's mainly opportunities. The nightmare meditation method has helped him a lot. Time passed little by little, and soon it was the afternoon of the next day. The Tower of Babel slowly rose, disappeared in the Wizard Tower group, and flew towards the Albise Mountains in the distance. Ash was no longer on the Wizard Tower at this time. The impact of the catastrophe on her was too great. He was afraid that it would affect the fetus. He could only stand in the city of Albise, standing on the water tower, and watching Dole leave from a distance. The wasteland and the Bayuan Mountains in the distance were covered with snow all around. The vast mountains and rivers looked like a beautiful black and white landscape painting. Only the Albise Mountains in the distance were shrouded in a huge and magnificent storm filled with gray. There was no snow around the Albise Mountains. At a glance, heavy, dark, depressed, and terrified emotions filled everyone's hearts. The storm was too huge, covering an area of 400 to 500 kilometers. This huge storm was invincible just by looking at it. At this time, the Tower of Babel was like a stream of light. After being thrown into it, the storm in the sky changed a little. A more majestic, heavier, and more domineering atmosphere was generated in the higher sky. This new force was irresistible, and it just appeared out of thin air above the dark clouds. In the Albise Mountains, Baal was resting, and suddenly raised his eyebrows, and looked into the void above his head. It did not have Dole's ability, with many eyes that could directly penetrate the earth and see the outside scene, and could only sense it. Feeling this breath, it seemed that someone was going to pass the tribulation. Why did he run to Dole's storm field to pass the tribulation? Isn't this courting death? When the heavenly tribulation and the thunder tribulation erupt together, even the 8th level can't bear it. And does Dole not care? He raised his claws and stood up slowly, thinking that he had to do something. At this moment, he felt a little strange. This heavenly tribulation seemed to form a little fast. From sensing to getting up, it took less than a minute, and he almost felt that the heavenly tribulation was about to form. Could this be Dole's heavenly tribulation? The next moment, he was stunned. It really was. Dole was back. Under the heavenly tribulation, there is no distinction between you and me. Baal did not want to be struck by lightning, so he called out to Dole and flew out urgently. Seeing Baal fly out on his own initiative, Dole was too lazy to say hello. This hellhound was getting lazier and lazier, and he didn't even want to go out of the mountain. The speed of the heavenly tribulation was very fast, so fast that just as he arrived at the storm field, a large dark cloud had already condensed successfully above the storm field. The height of the storm field was very high, and the heavenly tribulation was even higher than the storm field, and as the surrounding clouds condensed, it seemed to have a tendency to press down. The Tower of Babel was under Dole's feet. He flew into the sky, and was level with the storm field. At this time, the clouds were already extremely dense, and began to slowly descend. In the clouds, red lightning began to form. Dole looked at the scale of the surroundings, which seemed to be even larger than the rules of the last tribulation that Alan had passed. Baal's thunder tribulation was said to have a range of more than 200 kilometers, and Alan's was also more than 100 kilometers, nearly 200 kilometers, while his thunder tribulation covered the entire storm field as soon as it appeared, which was simply exaggerated. The same cloud layer, the same use of lightning. Dole felt that the heavenly tribulation was stronger than his storm field. He could feel that this heavenly tribulation was blessed by the world's will, and had infinite power. while his storm field was only formed by natural forces and lacked something. He raised his head and looked at the clouds above his head. Suddenly, he had an idea. What would happen if he used his storm field to cover the thunder tribulation in the sky now? Now the thunder tribulation is not strong enough. What would happen if it was swallowed directly? The world's will has a great oppression on human will. Dole has integrated part of the heavenly thunder will, and has a great understanding of the rules of thunder. At this time, facing the world's will, he still feels very small. However, although he is small, Dole is not afraid, but rather eager to try. As the dark clouds of the heavenly tribulation descended, they soon came into contact with the storm field. Dole's spiritual power spread throughout the world, and he had a strong sense of any subtle area in the storm field. When the dark clouds of the heavenly tribulation and the storm field touched, Dole closed his eyes, and carefully felt the difference between them. The dark clouds of the heavenly tribulation carried the will of the world. When they came into contact, it was equivalent to the collision of Dole's will and the will of the heavenly tribulation. In just a moment, dozens of thunder sounded in his sea of consciousness. Rumble. The lightning flashed through the sea of consciousness, like a few lightning flashes in the sea. Dole opened his eyes, and his heart moved. It seemed that this heavenly tribulation was not as strong as he imagined. He opened his eyes, and then raised his hands. The place where the storm field and the dark clouds touched suddenly rose, and completely merged with the thunder tribulation. Swallowed. The storm area of 500 to 600 kilometers rose together, and collided with the dark clouds of 500 to 600 kilometers, just like two marshmallows merging together. It looked quite spectacular, affecting the rotating clouds of 100 kilometers. The red, blazing white, and purple lightning in the clouds blended together, forming an extremely spectacular scene. Chapter 855. Boom boom boom. The thunder matrix, the howling wind, at this moment, Dole and the heavenly tribulation officially began to fight. The collision of clouds, the howling wind, the roar of thunder and lightning, the heavenly tribulation in the sky seemed to be angry, the clouds lowered, and the red lightning continued to fall, and began to bombard the storm field, or to be more precise, bombarding the location where Dole was. But it was useless. When those lightning passed through the clouds and the storm field, they were absorbed by the storm field and transformed into the energy of the storm field. The world was even more furious, and the lightning fell from the higher sky more ruthlessly. Boom boom boom. In the clouds, one after another, lightning began to fall, striking in the direction of Dole. Dole was standing on the wizard tower at this time, looking at the lightning that struck his head, without any panic. The power of lightning was getting stronger over time, but it could not break through the storm field. At this time, he pushed the storm field up, but swallowed a lot of thunder tribulations, and mastered a lot of energy about the heavenly tribulations. The heavenly tribulations were being weakened by him. But the energy of the heavenly tribulations in the sky seemed to have exceeded that of ordinary nature. After swallowing dozens of them, it was almost unable to swallow them. Lightning fell one after another, and violent energy intertwined and bombarded the clouds, like a strange doomsday scene in a dark world. In the Baiyuan Mountains, several level 7s raised their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the Baiyuan Mountains. Among them, the dragon bat jumped out from its hiding place with a bang, flew in the sky, and looked in the direction of the Albiz Mountains. He saw that in the mountains over there, another layer of dark clouds in the sky descended into the storm field, and red light burst out in the clouds, making a rumbling sound. Is this a heavenly tribulation? Then humans haven't survived the heavenly tribulation yet? How is this possible? Isn't he already level 7? The dragon bat looked into the distance, and suddenly his heart became gloomy. It was not easy for him to intervene in the tribulation in the storm field, but it was not in line with his temperament not to go at this time. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared and rushed towards the direction of Mount Albiz. The closer he got to Mount Albiz, the more he felt the shocking thunder tribulation. It actually covered the entire range of Mount Albiz. That Dole's storm field was already very shocking. This thunder tribulation was even more exaggerated than the tribulation that Lord Black Dragon had experienced back then. Is this a thunder tribulation that exceeded a range of 500 kilometers? This is probably the highest level of thunder tribulation, at least 99 and 81 thunders. The thunder tribulation bombarded the storm field. With the storm field blocking it, he could not feel too much power of the thunder tribulation, but with such a large range, it was estimated that the power of the thunder tribulation was not small. He flew outside the storm field, eager to go in and see if that guy was killed by thunder. If he was killed, he could just take back the Albiz mountain. If he was not killed, should he sneak attack? When he was thinking this, A powerful creature with a huge chaotic aura came back to him from a distance. Turning around, it was the damn hellhound. After not seeing it for a while, the hellish aura on this guy was much stronger. He opened his mouth and roared fiercely at the hellhound. Ball came from a distance, looked at the dragon bat, and stopped 2 kilometers away. He snorted twice and said, "It's meaningless to fight. If you keep quiet, it will be easier for everyone." Dragon bat roared, "You human running dog." Bale's micro-expression showed disdain. "My life was saved by Dole. So what if I become a running dog?" It was the first time the dragon bat heard Ball say this. He stared at him blankly, then turned his head to look at the storm field, and snorted coldly, "When I reach level 8, I will eat that guy sooner or later." Ball was even more disdainful. "Wait until you reach level 8. It's too early now." This thunder tribulation is the ultimate thunder tribulation, 9981 heavenly thunders, and the last 6 completely suppress all creatures. I am afraid of it myself. If you are not afraid, I can let you in and try. Dragon Bat snorted, a little timid. He guessed right. It was really a top-level thunder tribulation, and the coverage area was much larger than that of the Orthodox Dragon Clan. This hellhound is not very powerful, but its knowledge is much better than his own. Under normal circumstances, Dragon Bat would not guess what he said. This human could actually be struck by the top-level thunder tribulation. His background is too rich and too terrifying. He occupied the Albiz Mountains, and will be a huge threat to them in the future. He snorted coldly and said, "I hope that kid will be struck to death by thunder, so that you and I will be liberated." The hellhound turned his head and looked at the storm field, grinning and showing sharp teeth. "Don't bother you to worry about it. Get out of here quickly, otherwise I will take action." He released his momentum, and a giant dog phantom formed by the power of hell rose behind him, frantically provoking the dragon bat. The air was distorted, and the power radiated to the surroundings. The surrounding heaven and earth were affected by the power of hell, becoming abnormally chaotic and violent. Seeing this, Lung Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that this hellhound was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the 8th level couldn't act at will, he would have asked the ancestor to kill the damn human race long ago. There were also several other magic beasts that had never cooperated with him, which gave the human race an opportunity to take advantage of it. Lung Fu wanted to do something here, but the magic beasts in other directions were watching, including the 3-headed dragon lizard. The matter of tribulation has always been the focus of all forces. When Dole was tribulation, not only the Bayuan Mountains, but also the 7th level in Montana State felt it, and looked over here at the same time. The area within 1,000 kilometers attracted the attention of almost all the 7th levels. At the same time, outside the fortress thousands of kilometers away, on an 8th level wizard tower, Alan was stunned. He looked at Akron and Odoron and asked in confusion, "Dole is going through the tribulation?" Odoron was in charge of intelligence, and was also shocked at this time. "Yes, the Albiz City Glory Wizard Alliance has reported it." How could he be so fast? He is only 29 years old this year. 29 years old and 7th level? This is more exaggerated than Her Highness Daphne. In the history of my Glory Empire, only that person was promoted to 7th level before the age of 30. Too fast. Just as the 3 were amazed, a person walked in from outside. This person was a member of the Imperial Mage Corps, a senior 7th level person, who looked at most 50 years old and looked very stable. As soon as he came in and saw the expressions of the 3 people, he became serious. What big thing happened? Are the people from the Nightmare Empire coming? The 3 people looked at him with strange expressions, and Alan said faintly, "No, there is no movement from the Nightmare Empire." The man breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is not an attack by the Nightmare Empire, there will be no problem. "Tell me, what happened?" Akron looked at the man and said with difficulty, "Do you believe it? A 29-year-old man has been promoted to level 7, and is now going through the tribulation. He did not notify anyone, but went through the tribulation independently." Chapter 856. The middle-aged man blinked his eyes showing confusion. Akron is level 6, Odoron is also level 6, and Alan is level 7, who has mastered the rules, and will not speak nonsense. He immediately thought of something, and said with a look of surprise on his face, "Has the Marquis Dole reached level 7? Alan smiled bitterly. It is likely that he wants to overcome the tribulation. With the storm field, he can also borrow the power of the wizard towers in Albiz City, and basically does not need other people to protect him." The middle-aged man was shocked, and then smiled bitterly. "All of us are living like dogs. I will go back and report to the ancestor and let him decide. The Imperial Mage Corps has an 8th-level existence in the Northwest, otherwise, it would not be able to suppress the entire Northwest. The 8th-level ancestor of the Rhine family has not appeared for many years, but he is the stabilizing force of the entire Northwest. There are 2 8th-level people in the Rhine family, and no one knows about the other one. Dole's promotion to level 7 also has a certain impact on the strategy of the entire Rhine family. After all, Ash married Dole, and Dole also represents the power of the Rhine family. His strength also represents the strength of the Rhine family. Dole hardly needs the resources of the Rhine family, and relies entirely on himself. In the future, the family may have to rely on the power of this son-in-law. Too powerful. He turned his eyes to Alan and immediately said, "I will send a message to the ancestor and ask him to help look at the one in the Bayuan Mountains." Alan sighed and said, "Hurry up." The Gory Wizard Alliance knows about it, and the Imperial Mage Corps also knows about it now, except for Westerling. When Westland, who was standing on the fortress, heard the news, he was almost shocked and couldn't stand still. He himself was only an 8th-level warrior, but Dole was already at the 7th level. How is this possible? His first thought was, is the news wrong? However, after confirming it, the Duke, who had been in the Northwest for many years, and was in charge of an entire legion of millions of people, slowly opened his mouth. At the same time, Dole's figure floated in the sky, and had already welcomed nearly 60 lightning bolts. The lightning of the storm field, and the lightning of the heavenly tribulation collided with each other, forming a series of lightning snakes running around in the storm, but they would soon be absorbed by the surrounding water vapor and wind, and recondensed into new lightning and controlled by the storm field. Therefore, although the lightning tribulation in the sky became more and more violent, the lightning power in Dole's hands did not decrease, but increased. The lightning of the heavenly tribulation combined with the lightning of the storm field, and a true meaning of lightning tribulation was contained in the lightning of the storm field. While Dole was controlling the storm field, he released lightning. As time went by, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the thunder in his heart became more obvious. The heavenly tribulation in the sky seemed to be angry. He felt that Dole was stealing its power, and provoking his majesty. The heavenly tribulation slowly rose, the clouds shrank, the clouds became thicker and thicker, and the lightning became thicker, more heroic, and fiercer. With the end of the 64th thunder tribulation, the thunder tribulation in the sky no longer fell, but slowly condensed and began to brew something else. At this time, Dole looked at the thunder tribulation above his head, constantly analyzing the true meaning of the thunder tribulation, and his expression became more and more solemn. Thunder tribulation is the tribulation sent down by heaven and earth after the life level reaches a certain level. The higher the life level, the stronger the thunder tribulation. Under normal circumstances, 64 thunder tribulations are the limit of ordinary level 7, but for Dual Eye, 64 thunder tribulations are obviously not the end. The clouds are getting thicker and thicker, and the range is getting lower and lower. The thick clouds are no longer black, but have turned red. Seeing this color, Dual Eye knew that the attribute of the next thunder tribulation would most likely become fire attribute. Thunder, not only wind and rain thunder, but also thunder and lightning can be produced in places with high energy. When a volcano erupts, the energy density of volcanic ash is high, and it can also produce thunder and lightning stronger than natural thunder and lightning. The current heavenly tribulation is the same. Dual Eye looked up and sensed it. Seeing that the thunder tribulation gradually turned into a more violent state, he thought that this might be a heavenly fire thunder tribulation. There are 4 types of thunder tribulations: earth, fire, wind, and water. Each type has its own thunder tribulations. The most common thunder tribulations are wind and water thunder tribulations, which are ordinary thunder tribulations. Clouds gather, wind gathers, and thunder comes. There are 36 or 64 heavenly thunders. In addition to wind and water thunder tribulations, there are also wind, fire, water, thunder tribulations, wind, fire, and earth thunder tribulations, etc. The most violent is naturally fire and earth thunder tribulations, which directly bring down fire rain thunder tribulations. The strong heat can even burn through the earth and burn all burnable materials. Dual Eye muttered to himself, his luck can't be so bad, and no matter how powerful the fire rain thunder tribulations are, it seems that there is no effect on his storm field. In general, water, wind, and thunder tribulations are the first variant, with 64 thunder tribulations, and the following 17 thunder tribulations are the second type. As for whether there is a third type, it seems that no one knows yet. Dual Eye did not think of rushing up to the sky to break through the thunder tribulation. He had just absorbed the wind and cloud thunder tribulation, and now there were some more heavenly tribulation attributes in the thunder and lightning. He was very happy, and was happy to have more thunder tribulations. The thunder tribulation had been brewing for 3 hours. As the clouds in the sky turned red, the laws of the fire system became more and more obvious. Duelai's heart sank. This second wave was the wind, fire and thunder tribulation. Once the second time began, it would be either 72 thunder tribulations or 81 thunder tribulations. At this moment, the sky shook, and a heart-pounding force suddenly emanated and pressed towards Duelai. A red lightning flash fell down. As the lightning flash fell, Duelai sensed that this lightning flash was more than twice as powerful as the last lightning flash. Thinking of this, his mental power turned rapidly, merging the heavenly tribulation he had just absorbed into his own lightning flash, and he shot out from the storm field and faced the lightning flash in the sky. Boom! 2 lightning bolts collided in the sky and exploded with a bang. Red and purple lightning snakes scurried around in the sky, which was very beautiful. Each of these lightning snakes had the power of a 6th level intermediate, and this was still the scattered energy. When Duelai saw this, the wind in the clouds swirled and swallowed up the scattered energy. The lightning in the sky seemed to feel the loss of his own power, and seemed to be even more angry. Before Duelai had finished swallowing up the energy, the second fiery red lightning fell with a bang. Crackling. Duelai rushed forward. Boom. Duelai's mental power moved faster, igniting the lightning in the sky and then absorbing the power. But the lightning in the sky was faster, and before he could react much, the third and fourth lightning fell with a rumble. Duelai had no choice but to continue intercepting. 4, 5, 6. In one breath, the 12th lightning fell. The 12 lightning bolts were more violent than the last. By the 12th time, the fast Duelai had no time to control the storm field, and could only rely on himself. A weak magnetic force formed around him, lightning flashed, and then a purple lightning bolt emerged from his head, roaring towards the 13th lightning bolt in the sky. Chapter 857. Boom. Using his own power to meet the thunder tribulation, Duelai had another feeling. An extremely magnificent force, like the way of heaven, first hit his mental power, and then the thunder and lightning exploded. The double power acted on his witchcraft. Being bombarded by that force, Duelai's face turned pale in an instant, and then he forced himself to stabilize, and his mental power ran at a high speed, and then released the second thunder and lightning, because the 15th one had arrived. Boom. This force was even more powerful, directly breaking through Duelai's thunder and lightning interception, and most of the power penetrated the storm power and fell on Duelai's body. Outside the body, the Yuan magnetic force rumbled loudly, and Duelai's mental power shook for a while, but he defended against this power. He felt very uncomfortable, but it was too late to defend at this time. He directly used the remaining power, combined with the surrounding storm field power, to release it to the sky to meet the last thunder tribulation. The release speed of this thunder tribulation was still very fast. It was formed immediately after the 15th thunder tribulation fell. It was obvious that after this thunder tribulation fell, the clouds in the sky became much lighter, but the speed of falling was a little slower, like a piece of fire meteorite, falling fiercely. At this time, Duelai was in pain. Seeing this, he was relieved instead. He desperately mobilized the power of the storm field and his own power to form a very thick lightning, which roared towards the sky. The two forces collided in the sky. First, there was no sound, as if they were fused together, and then, there was a shocking explosion. The amazing impact force blasted in all directions from the explosion place. In the sky, within a range of tens of kilometers, the air pressure suddenly increased sharply. The world seemed to be touched by a big hand. With the bombing as the center, the impact force went in all directions, and any color and any element were opened. It seemed as if a hole appeared in the sky. In the storm field, Duelai himself, including the calamity clouds in the sky, there was nothing in the area of more than 100 kilometers. Everything was flattened and pushed away. The power swept through the defense outside his body, Duelai, and the defense of the Tower of Babel. The defense shield outside the Tower of Babel instantly sank, then exploded, and finally came to the layer of magnetic force outside Duelai's body. Duelai seemed to be hit by a stone with great force, and smashed to the ground at the speed of sound. The storm field was broken, the dark clouds dispersed, and there was nothing in the sky for hundreds of miles in an instant. In the distance, Baal was confronting the dragon bat. With the rumbling thunder, the huge power of heaven and earth made him a little panic. This thunder calamity seemed to be more powerful than his own back then. As the following thunder calamities fell, he even doubted whether this thunder calamity could kill him. When the last thunderbolt fell, and the shocking explosion sounded, he looked back and was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but even the dragon bats in the distance widened their eyes. A red-purple light flashed in the sky, and a powerful shock wave swept from the middle to all directions. The clouds, lightning, and thunderbolts in the sky were swept away, all pushed up and down, and it seemed that a huge black hole appeared in the sky. This range is more than 100 kilometers. The two monsters were shocked. My ancestors, is this still a thunderbolt? Is this a natural disaster? Not only the two of them, but also the distant Baiyuan Mountains and other level 7 who can pay attention to this place are all shocked. This last thunderbolt was too fierce. The storm field that Dole had been managing for a long time was blown apart and torn from the middle, leaving a huge hole. The originally dense rotating black cloud layer became extremely thin at this time. Is it so fierce? Just as everyone was stunned, the thunderbolt clouds in the sky seemed to have never appeared. Suddenly, they dissipated, revealing the blue sky, and the originally dense storm field seemed to be dissipating at this time. Everyone had only one thought in their hearts: is Dole dead? If he died, the Albise Mountains might be washed back into the hands of the monsters. The human race has been managing for so long, and it is afraid that it will be destroyed. But if Dole is not dead, how powerful is his power? Such a powerful thunderbolt did not kill him. Longfu looked at Ball next to him cautiously, a little cautious. That guy had better die. If he doesn't die, then there will be nothing to worry about in the future. He looked carefully at the thin layer of storm field outside, praying in his heart, please dissipate quickly. If it dissipates, it means death. Ball was also worried at this time. This thunder tribulation was probably stronger than his own power. It bombarded more than 100 kilometers in one breath, comparable to the power of the 8th level destructive level. This was indeed beyond Dole's ability. He carefully sensed whether Dole was still alive. In fact, he didn't need to sense it. Although the storm outside was dissipating, it did not dissipate completely. It even stopped the possibility of dissipation in a short time. Where is Dole now? At this time, he has been bombarded into the ground, smashing through a distance of dozens of kilometers. There is even a magma layer around him, and a large amount of high-temperature solution surrounds him. The Babel Tower was hanging around his waist, and a protective shield had been created to surround him. He slowly got up, a little dazed, and shook his head, then he came to his senses. This last thunder tribulation was too fierce, and with his own strength, the two interacted to produce such a powerful explosion. It was simply outrageous. However, the last explosion of power was also the end. His strength was greatly depleted this time, and even the storm field was torn apart and had to be recondensed, but it was not without any gains. His mental power seemed to have risen to a higher level in the collision of thunder tribulation, and he also understood part of the operating function of thunder tribulation. He almost devoured the first 64 thunder tribulations. Now there are still cruel thunder tribulations in the remaining storm field outside. As long as he absorbs these thunder tribulations, the law of thunder and lightning can at least reach the 6th level. He shook his head, while recovering his blood and mental power. Just now, the shock was so severe that even the defense of the Tower of Babel was broken. It can be seen that fortunately, the power of the Yuan magnetic force was strong enough. While recovering himself, he controlled the skeleton clone to fly to the Albise mountain. This time, he did not rely on the power of the Glory Wizard Tower group, so when the skeleton clone came, he brought the Wind Tower with him. He wanted to condense the storm field again. In the sky, as the explosion passed, several parties became quiet at the same time, staring blankly at the center of the Albise mountain. Just when others were judging whether Dole was alive or dead, the Wind Tower in Albise City rose from the ground and suddenly flew towards the Albise mountain. On the upwind side of the Wind Tower, Dole, dressed in black, stood in the wind, and his cold appearance calmed everyone down. Lord Dole was still alive, and everyone was relieved. When the Wind Tower flew out, the people of Albise City knew what to do. The thunder tribulation just now did scare them, but it is finally over now. Dual-Eye suddenly survived the thunder tribulation, and it was so violent that it really frightened many people. But now it's okay. The Wind Tower flew out, and everyone saw it. Even Dual-Eye's clone was seen. Seeing this, the Dragon Bat sighed, turned around and left directly. Several level 7s in the distance also turned around and left, disappearing. Dual-Eye didn't die, and now he officially entered the 7th level. Although he might be seriously injured, the 7th level is the 7th level. At the 7th level, it is not so easy to kill. Chapter 858. Ball was also certain at this time. He knew that Dole would not die so easily. As long as he was not dead, there was hope. The clones were out to cause trouble. Obviously, Dole was still alive and kicking. He muttered, howled to the sky, and then plunged into the Albise mountain. He wanted to lie comfortably in the magic crystal mine and absorb energy well. He felt that he was about to break through the 8th level with the power of blood. In a few days, I will go to Ash to get some potions, and it should be almost done. Ball has been drinking blood potions. Although it is not very effective for him, it is not useless, just very weak. In Albee's city, black mist condensed, and another Dole appeared in the group of Glory Wizard Towers. In a wizard tower, Ash saw this Dole and felt relieved. He did not go up to talk to Dole, but walked to the side. It was a bug clone, not a real person, so it was better not to see him. The appearance of Dole at this time was naturally to comfort all parties. He was not dead yet. Seeing Ash leave, he walked out swaggeringly, strolled outside, and exuded his 7th level power to prove that he had reached the 7th level. For a time, the entire Glory Wizard Alliance became lively. President Dole reached the 7th level, which was a big event. Countless people cheered. The stronger Dole's power, the more stable this place is. The higher his strength, the more stable their country will be, and it will always belong to the human race. Except for the Glory Wizard Alliance, other forces were also silent at this time. Dole officially reached the 7th level too fast. He is only 29 years old. He was at level 7 before he was 30. What kind of concept is this? If he cannot become level 9 in the future, it would be unjust. The Glory Empire will have a second level 9. This idea appeared in the minds of the top leaders of each force. It was too terrible. All the forces that had been against Dole in the past had now stopped their efforts and stopped making a fuss. Instead, they kept a low profile and made money in a high profile. In the city of Albees, working hard to make money is the kingly way. The news that Dole had completed the tribulation and was intact quickly spread to all directions, from north to south. Westerling and Lauren sat on the city wall, quietly waiting for the news. After a while, the two looked at each other, then breathed a sigh of relief, and then were greatly surprised. Dole has entered level 7, and his lineage has become more stable. Dole is considered to be their force. Although he is not a member of the Rhine family, if they have something to do, can Dole not show up? This is too surprising. Now it seems that my daughter's vision was really sharp. Dole is level 7. It seems that the Albees Mountains are completely stable. Westland sighed, we have to prepare a gift. Laura was already covering her mouth, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Her son-in-law was level 7, which was shocking and exciting. Gift, you must prepare a big gift. The president of the Watsonburg Honor Alliance is only level 7. Do you think Dole will take over Alan's job? Westland's mouth twitched. Just as the two were discussing, Prince Ace came over with an excited look on his face. I have another level 7 in the northwest. Congratulations, you two. Level 7 warriors are actually quite common. On average, there is one level 7 warrior in every 10,000 warriors. In the entire northwest, there are quite a few level 8 warriors. However, on the wizard side, the number is extremely rare. The president of the Glory Wizard Alliance is only level 7. The Rhine family and the Glory family have been rooted in the northwest for so many years, and have only accumulated a few level 7s and 2 level 8s, that's all. So Prince Ace is very happy. When thinking of Dole's age, Prince Ace was sincerely shocked. If this little guy doesn't get into trouble in the future, he will definitely be a level 8 reserve. As for level 9, it is said that it requires a very strong opportunity, which is simply unattainable. Westland looked at Prince Ace, bowed slightly, and said with a wry smile, I didn't know that the little guy was so powerful. He was promoted to level 7 only 2 years after being promoted to level 6. This speed has broken our human record. Prince Ace smiled happily. What records are not recorded? As long as you are strong, it's fine. Now that Duo Y has such outstanding talent, I am afraid of being targeted, especially the Nightmare Ancestor. I have already informed the Ancestor and asked him to pay attention to this side. Westland's expression relaxed slightly, and he said after a moment's pause, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Duo Y is so talented that he is afraid of being targeted by others, especially the Nightmare Ancestor. I have already informed the Ancestor and asked him to pay attention to this side. Westland's expression relaxed slightly, and he said after a moment's pause, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lai is indeed more dazzling now, and it is estimated that he will attract the covetousness of some forces, especially the Nightmare Ancestor. According to the current information, many geniuses may have this person behind them. Prince A's smile gradually faded, and then he nodded with a serious expression, Nightmare, this big devil, likes to invade people's mental power and take it for himself. We all need to be careful. At present, people from the Empire have come and brought the relevant alchemy equipment. There will be no problem here in the fortress. After a few days, when the equipment is set up, We will see how many of our people have been infiltrated. The two of them talked, and gradually their voices became lower, and finally only the two of them could hear. Lauren was just excited on the side, and didn't say anything. They might think that it was just that Dole was talented and entered the 7th level quickly, but only wizards knew how difficult it was to enter the 7th level at the age of 29. Dole didn't have a special physique, and he didn't have any talent in a certain aspect, but he was able to enter the 7th level so quickly and touch the rules. It was hard to imagine what his talent was like. If he was born close to a certain rule, then the road ahead would be difficult. Rules and rules are connected, but there are also great gaps. I heard them say last time that Dole should have comprehended the Thunder system. The rules of the Thunder system are relatively independent. If you go deeper on this path, it will be difficult to comprehend other rules. It seems that it is early to enter the 7th level, but if you comprehend other rules in the future, it will be difficult to enter the 8th or 9th level. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but worry. However, reaching level 7 in advance is much better than reaching level 7 more than 10 years later. If Dole can change her mindset and ideas, she may be able to understand more rules. She herself has reached level 6 now, and knows the difficulties. In addition to the discussion on the city wall, the Imperial Mage Corps and the Glory Wizard Alliance were also in an uproar. Level 7, Dole passed it. And it was the most terrifying 81 Thunder Tribulations, which he actually passed. In the history of the Glory Empire, or even the history of the entire Western Ring continent, the first person to reach level 7 before the age of 30 was born. What a concept! The fastest person to reach level 7 in human history was also 45 years old, and Dole improved by 15 years. This is simply a head-on blow to those who claim to be geniuses. Too exaggerated. In the Glory Wizard Alliance, Alan couldn't calm down for a long time. Dole was on the same level as him. Does this mean that he should abdicate? Chapter 859. Dole and I are at the same level now. Can I apply to go to the Imperial capital? Alan said to Akron next to him with a wry smile. Akron also smiled bitterly. He is better than me. For so many years, I have lived like a dog. Yes, 29 years old, too exaggerated. But it's still too early for you to go to the Imperial capital. Dole won't come. He is the Lord, the Marquis who commands a county. Odoron sighed. Practice well, and try not to be surpassed too much. According to the current information, he should have comprehended the rules of the Thunder system. His combat ability is strong. Don't be knocked down by him in one move. Akron said to Alan jokingly. Alan smiled bitterly. I should not be able to beat him. His mental strength has long surpassed mine. After the baptism of Thunder Tribulation, his mental strength has increased. I am no match for him. Several people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The Imperial Mage Corps, several level 7s in the Imperial capital looked at each other, all speechless. Dole is level 7, and the kid from the Northern Kingdom who showed extraordinary comprehension in the Imperial capital is already level 7. How long has it been? If the people of the Northern Kingdom knew about this, they would regret it to death. A person who can really suppress a region was thrown out by them like this. Several people smiled bitterly and gloated. If they went to war with the Nightmare Empire in a few days, they could talk to the people of the Northern Kingdom about this. At the age of 29, level 7, Her Highness Daphne and Augustine are also scumbags. In front of Dole, the brilliance of the two people instantly turned into fireflies. Pass the message back. I guess the adults will be very interested. Ancestor Qianwei may also be interested. Several wizards nodded and went about their own business. One of them said, the device for detecting dreams should be set up as soon as possible. The fortress cannot afford to lose anything. Dole was lying in the magma at this time, not wanting to move at all. While resting, he realized the impact of the Thunder Tribulation on himself, and the rhythm of the Thunder Tribulation. The storm field absorbed a lot of Thunder Tribulation. He needed to analyze and master the power of Thunder Tribulation. He was a little happy in his heart. He would be the king of Thunder Tribulation in the future. When he thought of this, the corners of his mouth cracked, and he wanted to laugh. The standard for level 7 is to come into contact with the power of rules. Level 7 is divided into 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high. The first level is to comprehend 30% of a certain rule, the middle level is 60%, and the high level is more than 90%. The standard for entering level 8 is to comprehend at least 3 rules. After the Thunder Tribulation, Dole felt that his mental power had been baptized by the Thunder Tribulation, and his perception was greatly improved. He could already feel some special rhythms of the wind and clouds in the broken storm field, and it would take some time to master them, so he was no longer concerned about the layout of the 8th level in advance. It was a very long process from the 7th level to the 8th level, and entering the 9th level was a rare opportunity. So far, he felt very satisfied with himself. There was huge energy in the magma, and Dual Eye lay here to absorb a lot of energy and replenish himself. Although most of the energy consumed was from the storm field, he tried his best in the last few times, and consumed a lot. On the Albiz Mountains, Dual Eye's clone brought the wind tower, and stood at the highest height in the center. Strange rhythms were released one after another, and the surrounding wind flow began to gather again. This time, the wind flow converged, but it was not as slow as before, but very fast. In less than a day, the storm field was condensed again, but there were still some minor flaws, which was no longer a big deal. One day later, the distant Albiz mountain was once again covered by the huge rotating dark clouds, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The town closest to the Albiz mountain, Wulan Town. The townspeople of Wulan Town were frightened for a day, and the dark clouds of the Albiz mountain dispersed. This was definitely a good thing for the lives living around. But it was definitely not a good thing for humans. The huge dark clouds rotating on the Albiz mountain belonged to the Lord of Dole, and were used to maintain the Northwest Passage, ensuring that the entire Albiz mountain was under the management of the human race, rather than being occupied by monsters. They didn't know what happened to the Marquis. There was thunder in the sky, and the purple and red lightning crackled, which could scare a person to death. After that, the dark clouds dispersed, and most people were actually very frightened. When the dark clouds reappeared, people standing on the street, and looking at the distant mountains from time to time breathed a sigh of relief. At the end of the town, a carriage galloped over. In the carriage, the newly promoted Baron, who had just been promoted to the mayor of the town, shouted excitedly as he galloped over. The Marquis succeeded in overcoming the tribulation and was promoted to level 7. The Marquis succeeded in overcoming the tribulation and was promoted to level 7. In the town, residents on both sides looked at each other. Most people didn't know what overcoming the tribulation was, but level 7 was indeed deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. The Lord has reached level 7, which is a great thing. For a moment, the people in the town began to cheer. Lord level 6 and Lord level 7 are two completely different concepts. At level 7, they think they are very safe, because they are high and mighty level 7 wizards. The Baron crossed the street and ran all the way to the town hall, then took out the loudspeaker and said excitedly, to celebrate the Marquis promotion to level 7, all taxes and fees this year will be waived, everyone cheer. For a moment, the town was even more boiling. The same phenomenon happened in various small towns, but the welfare was different. And I looked at the Albiz mountains that had been restored in the distance, sighed in her heart, and was being pulled farther and farther away by Dole. But she didn't care now. This was a real genius, and she couldn't compare with ordinary people like herself. Now she was in the process of cultivation, and she had children at ease, and had more children, so as to inherit his father's will. Among these children, at least one must practice Dole's storm meditation method and inherit this territory. This territory cannot do without the storm domain. At least the Northwest Passage needs the storm domain to deter those monsters. She, Dole, and Ball will all leave in the future and cannot stay here forever, so the storm domain is the most confident legacy left by Dole in her. She touched her belly and thought, "Daughter, your talent should be better than ours, otherwise you will live under the shadow of me and your father for the rest of your life." As she was thinking this, she moved in her heart, and walked out of the spiritual power wizard tower. The Tower of Babel appeared from the void, and slowly landed on the central square, occupying the most central position. All the wizards around looked over, looking at the Tower of Babel with some envy and some fear. Here, Dole is the absolute center, and there is absolutely no second voice. All wizards know that this is Marquis Dole's, and Dole is the god here. It is conceivable that most of the management of the Glory Wizard Union are Dole's people. Chapter 860. The Tower of Babel opened, and Ash walked in slowly. Not long after, Dole's own people, Dino, Canchel, Labitha, Gideon, Mora, Hannah, and his collaborators, Raman, Sketch, Bernard and others came in from outside. They looked at Dole, and were shocked by his huge power. The only level 7 wizards they had seen in their lives were Lord Puyus and Lord Allen from a distance. They didn't expect that the third level 7 wizard they had seen would be Dole. Everyone was silent, with solemn faces, or looking at Dole excitedly. They all came to congratulate Dole. Dual Eye smiled and nodded to everyone. After chatting casually for a while, he looked serious and slowly said, "After I am promoted to level 7, I will have a lot of free time. At that time, I will personally teach some courses to explain some things about cultivation and potions, as well as some courses on magic pattern formations. I hope everyone will participate actively. Our Albiz city is not in a good geographical location, and needs some high-end forces to suppress it. I hope you can all improve your strength. Whether it is the element side, the alchemy side, or the potion side, I hope each of you can be independent. Dual-Eye's words were resounding and powerful. He was talking to himself and to everyone. Is Dual-Eye very idle? In fact, he is not idle, but he has 2 clones, and the number of Xianxia worms can even condense a 3rd clone and a 4th clone. There is no need to worry about cultivation. Dual-Eye really saves some mental power. With the substantial improvement of mental power, when analyzing certain things, the speed is really accelerated, saving a lot of mental power, which frees up some leisure ability and prepares to continue teaching everyone. Among the many county towns in Watzenberg, his power here is the most chaotic. Most of the capable wizards are pharmacists brought by himself, and there are no locals. There are also some who come here because of their reputation and want to join. In terms of wizard level, it is more than 10 years behind other counties, or even 100 years. He needs to improve the level of these people, and recently he also needs to study the 8th level and 9th level potions. He is ready to truly build this place into a pharmacist's holy land. As long as there are enough people, Albiz Mountain will prosper, and as long as there are enough talents, this place will be as stable as Mount Tai. He has practiced the storm meditation method to the extreme, and there is no way to improve it. Therefore, now he only needs to understand the power of rules, and the power of rules is everywhere, so there is no need to practice deliberately. Besides, those meteorites have not been thoroughly studied. And now Dole has completely established a foothold in the Glory Empire, with Albiz City as the main city, and has completely stabilized his position and territory. Therefore, after careful consideration, he came up with the idea of full-time lectures. Wizards are very mysterious to ordinary people, but for those on the wizard side, they are not mysterious. All means come from the application of runes and spell models. Dole is willing to teach, which will soon enhance the power of the wizard side of Albiz City. In the laboratory in the Tower of Babel, Dole himself stood in front of the electromagnetic meteorite again. This time, it was different from the last time. Last time, the mental power had not yet transformed, and the mental essence was not strong, but this time, the electromagnetic meteorite exudes a strong magnetic force. Electric sparks are constantly released from the inside and edges of the magnetic force. It looks very mysterious and powerful. A vague force is released, constantly affecting the surroundings. Dole only then felt that the power in the meteorite was not only the power of the yuan magnetism and lightning, but also another kind of power, a power that was weaker but more penetrating, and it almost penetrated his defense. Dole explained, then gathered his mental power and watched carefully. This power was very weak, even weaker than the mental power, and it was almost undetectable. But what could be felt was that this power came from the stone and had a source. Dole blinked his eyes, thought about it, gathered his mental power, and prepared to directly invade the meteorite. Ash was standing next to him, and was about to come up to observe and record data, but Dole waved his hand, signaling him not to get close. The mental power gathered and formed a substance, turning into a silver-white beam, like a rapier, fiercely piercing the meteorite. There was a thick layer of invisible yuan magnetism outside the meteorite, and Dole had never succeeded. Later, he successfully simulated the yuan magnetism, but there was no breakthrough. This time, the mental power condensed into substance and pierced into the yuan magnetism. With a loud bang, Dual-Eye's mental power instantly stopped, like a stick hitting a pile of stones, which shocked him. However, this time his mental power did not collapse, but still had strength. He continued to increase his strength, and stabbed it into the meteorite fiercely. Dual-Eye liked to devote himself to it, and he used his strength to the extreme at once. He stabbed it hard, and almost the next moment, he stabbed a small hole in the magnetic force, and his mental power directly sank into it. Dual-Eye's eyes suddenly became colorful, and all kinds of colors appeared in front of him. He carefully observed these colors, and found that these colors were not real, but the various magnetism, lightning, and the manifestation of the alien power that were emitted from the meteorite below. Dole suddenly felt that he had come to a strange world. What he felt and saw with his mental power were all things he had never sensed before. He immediately immersed himself in these powers. At the same time, the clone recorded all these things. Now he was no longer satisfied with paper, but used mental power to directly imprint them on the jade book. Because the mental power had to expand the magnetic channel while sensing, Dole's sensing mental power was a little insufficient after only more than 10 minutes. After withdrawing from the meteorite, Dole was depressed, but his whole state was a little excited. This time the harvest was great, but since there was such a great harvest, why didn't the 8th level of the Glory Royal family study it? Or they studied it, but they just couldn't do it. Dole has a lot of knowledge from other worlds of Ball. Although his starting point seems low, it is actually very high. He can do many things that others cannot, such as the magnetic force around his body. Others cannot do it. He also did it by figuring out, simulating, and refining a piece of equipment. When the mental power left the meteorite, Dole found that his mental power was radiated by the alien power, and changed a little bit. He immediately became alert. The change of mental power is so fun. If it is a change that tends to be enhanced, he is happy to see it happen. If it is a change that weakens, then be careful. Once Dole starts working, he is a workaholic, with all kinds of ideas and results piled all over the floor.